This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 2042 The Outline of the Manual. When the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu fell into his hands, Gu Shi felt a heavy feeling at the first moment. Then he saw a breath of death flowing through his hands and into his body. In just a moment, his hands had changed from normal color to blue-gray. Fortunately, Gu Shi is also a well-informed necromancer. He understands that this is a manifestation of the law not being passed on to outsiders. As long as he lets go of his hands, this death will retreat and finally return to normal. Just like when studying in the library. Too much reading will always produce some not-so-good changes. And you must find other books to relax. It's just that the reaction of the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu in front of him is a little too strong. It hasn't been opened yet. And it has become like this. If it is opened, the erosion speed will be who knows how fast it will be. But since the book was already in hand, how could Gu Shi not open it? He took a deep breath and opened the first page of the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu. The next moment, Gu Shi saw the outline written on the first page. At the same time, a kind of enlightenment flashed through Gu Shi's mind. If he couldn't read all the contents of the outline this time, the next time he read the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu, this outline would disappear. In other words, there is only one chance to read the outline. If you miss this opportunity, then sorry. You have to guess it yourself. Gu Shi's eyes lit up when he understood this. And he forgot about other things at the first time, and directly focused all his attention on the outline of the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu. Unlike the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai, the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu did not introduce the promotion method from the Lord of Mount Tai to the Lord of Fengdu at the beginning. Instead, it directly explains the difference between the Lord of Mount Tai and the Emperor of Fengdu. The Lord of Mount Tai controls the underworld and manages the dead. The Emperor of Fengdu directly dominates the underworld. One controls, the other dominates. Although the meanings of the words are similar, the real authority is much different. The most important thing is that it explains in detail how to dominate the underworld, rather than controlling the underworld. As Gu Shi read, he gradually understood the situation of the Emperor of Fengdu. The Emperor of Fengdu is a profession that is attached to death, but not completely belongs to death. Death, space, royal power, and rules are what the Emperor of Fengdu should master, rather than simple death. It is no wonder that death would look down on the training manual of the Emperor of Fengdu. In his opinion, the Emperor of Fengdu has no way to compete with him for anything. The route here is completely different. But for Gu Shi, Fengdu Emperor is the most suitable route for him. And some functions of the three skills of death are all within the requirements of Fengdu Emperor route. Death, space, and kingship represent the incarnation of death, the city of death, and the Lord of Death respectively. It can be said that the general outline in front of him has made Gu Shi understand what he needs. As for the rules, after reading it, Gu Shi seemed to have forgotten this part unconsciously. Anyway, it was not an important matter, and Gu Shi had no time to care about it now. At this time, he was reading this part about the general outline with all his strength. As Gu Shi read, the blue-gray breath had slowly spread from Gu Shi's hands to his neck. As long as this blue-gray breath was transmitted to Gu Shi's head, even if death came, there was no way to bring Gu Shi back to life. After taking a look at the general outline that had been read two-thirds, Gu Shi couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Damn it. Can't you wait until I finish reading it all?" Gu Shi cursed in his heart, but his hands did not stop. After reading this page, he turned to a new page. At the same time, he said calmly while turning the page, "Upgrade." Under a golden light, Gu Shi's attention was focused on the new content again. As for all the changes in his body, they all faded away in the golden light of the upgrade. But Gu Shi no longer paid attention to these. At this time, Gu Shi's attention was still on the general outline. The last content was becoming more and more important. In this most critical third, Gu Shi didn't want to have any problems, so he didn't care about his physical condition at all. But read it carefully. At this time, his body had obviously recovered, but Gu Shi's reading speed was still getting slower and slower. Sometimes, even for a long time, Gu Shi couldn't read a word. For such a situation, Gu Shi was not in a hurry. When he came, he had already saved enough experience. Enough for him to upgrade to level 18. Even if he just used one upgrade opportunity, Gu Shi still has 2 upgrade opportunities. Even if he reads a little slower, Gu Shi has plenty of time to read the entire outline. With this idea in mind, Gu Shi did not force the reading speed, but carefully read the outline of the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu. If he encountered a place that he could not read, Gu Shi would return to the last position and read from a different angle. In such reading, Gu Shi gradually formed an understanding of the Lord of Fengdu in his mind. This understanding has exceeded the recognition of the Lord of Mount Tai. Gu Shi also slowly understood the second difference between the Lord of Mount Tai and the Lord of Fengdu. The Lord of Mount Tai's power is given by the administrative system, while the Lord of Fengdu's power is controlled by himself. The Lord of Mount Tai is like a regent, while the Lord of Fengdu is directly the emperor. And he is the kind of emperor who has power in hand and strength online. This is why the Lord of Mount Tai had planned to build a road to the underworld and arrange his own underworld messengers from the beginning. After becoming the Lord of the underworld, he had to determine his own route first. However, from the Lord of Mount Tai to the Emperor of Fengdu, this is not necessary. Instead, the control of the underworld, the mastery of death, and the understanding of the kingship are the most important. These are exactly the 3 levels of 50, 55, and 60. These 3 levels are not like the previous levels, which can be rushed through by completing the promotion tasks. There is also an understanding of power. If you can't understand this, you will be stuck in these 3 levels. The general outline in front of you is to explain the relationship here to Gu Shi. It can be said that with the general outline as a foundation, Gu Shi's understanding of the following content will be more straightforward. At least when Gu Shi is upgrading, he will never be stuck in understanding these 3 levels. When Gu Shi read to the end, all his ways to becoming the king of Fengdu had been opened. Gu Shi, who was only level 16, could already consider things after level 60. Chapter 2043 Level 16. Skill Selection. When the blue-gray breath invaded Gu Shi's neck again, Gu Shi closed the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu in his hand, leaned on the backrest of the earth throne, and closed his eyes. At this time, Gu Shi was recalling what he had just read. He finally finished reading the general outline of the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu. At the same time, Gu Shi also had a certain understanding of the situation of the Lord of Fengdu. According to the end of the general outline, every player who takes the route of the Lord of Fengdu will have different achievements in the end. At most, there is a unified professional name. Gu Shi needs to have his own understanding of the Lord of Fengdu at level 50. For this requirement, Gu Shi, who closed his eyes, couldn't help but smile. He is only level 16 now. Why should he consider things at level 50? Oh, he has read the general outline and has some understanding. So it's okay. He just complains casually. After resting for about an hour, when the last trace of blue-gray breath on Gu Shi's body dissipated, Gu Shi opened his eyes again. At this time, Gu Shi had recovered from the state of being about to die. At the same time, Gu Shi had thought clearly about all the things about Fengdu Emperor. There are many things that are still too far away from Gu Shi, but some things can be prepared. For Gu Shi, advanced preparation is not useless. On the contrary, advanced preparation can reduce a lot of trouble for Gu Shi in the future. For example, some necessities needed for promotion or growth. For example, the choice of future professional skills can be considered in advance. Of course, at this time, Gu Shi still has to take a look at the various skills that appear when he upgrades to level 16. Just now, his mind was all on the general outline, and he didn't have time to check what he got when he upgraded. After reading the general outline, he was there to clean up some troubles on his body, and he didn't have time to check. It was not until now that he was free and had time to take a look at the new professional skills. When your level is raised to level 16, your health and mana will be replenished. All unfavorable conditions will be cleared. Intelligence +1. And 2 skills will be selected from the following 5 as rewards. Yellow Spring Road, exclusive skill of the Lord of the Underworld. Battlefield Environment skill. Semi-fixed skill. Combination skill. Consume 3,000 mana points to place a Yellow Spring Road with an area of at least 5,000 square meters on the battlefield. The Yellow Spring Road must have the 3 skills of Ghost Gate, Peach Mountain, and Naiha Bridge. At the same time, you can also put different weirdness, ghosts, and environments into it to enhance the effect of the Yellow Spring Road. Enemies entering the Yellow Spring Road will be like entering a ghost maze, and will be attacked by everything in the Yellow Spring Road until all enemies die. Enemies who die in the Yellow Spring Road will be transformed into Yin Qi and absorbed by the Yellow Spring Road, and finally become the energy for the Yellow Spring Road to exist in the world. Note, if the Lord of the Underworld has already built a complete Yellow Spring Road, Then when the battlefield is placed, his own Yellow Spring Road will be placed, or the newly placed Yellow Spring Road will not disappear, and will be added to his own Yellow Spring Road. Forget River, the exclusive skill of the Lord of the Underworld. An element combination skill. Consume 1000 mana points to release a Forget River at the designated location. Water Element River is preferred. Air Element Poison Fog River is second. Fire Element Magma River and Earth Element Quicksand River are the least. The Forget River serves as a line of defense, can also serve as an attack front, and can also be deployed into the Yellow Spring Road. Death Legion, Special Death Skill. Promotion Skill. Can be learned by Death Avatars above level 20. Can be upgraded. Consume 500 mana points. Use the Death Avatar as a guide, and deploy a Death Avatar army of the same type, level, and attributes as the Death Avatar on the battlefield to fight. 500 Death Avatars can be deployed at a time. Death Cloak, Special Death Skill. Upgradable. Consume 500 mana points to summon a cloak, and consume 1 mana per second to maintain it. It can be immune to all instant death effects. Even if killed, it will not die immediately, but enter death and perform the last rescue. Dead Witch Lifebox, exclusive skill of the Dead Witch Lord. Upgradable. Consume 200 mana points. Summon the Necromancer Lifebox, and change the designated Necromancer from spell state to undead state. Looking at the pop-up information in front of him, Gushi finally understood what those Inci lords were struggling with every day. What they were most entangled with was that they encountered the skills they wanted, but found that they had to choose professional skills for the sake of the future. Sometimes they couldn't even choose all the professional skills. It was like 2 professional skills of the Inci Lord appeared for the first time among the 5 skills in front of him. Under normal circumstances, Gushi could only hesitate and directly choose the Inci Lord skills without even looking at the others. But the problem is that 2 special death skills appeared this time. This should be the reward given when upgrading in death. If you leave death, you won't be so lucky the next time you upgrade. At least death will not let Gushi often run to death to upgrade. So these 2 special death skills are probably rare choices in a short period of time. The most important thing is that these 2 special death skills can be regarded as rare good skills. The Death Legion can allow Gushi to obtain a large number of death-like incarnations in a short period of time, although they are all disposable things. Unlike the Death Incarnation, they can be resummoned immediately after death, but their existence can provide Gushi with sufficient ammunition for the nuclear bomb machine gun. And the Death Cloak is equivalent to giving Gushi a second life. It can be said that these 2 skills are both good choices. As for the 2 skills of the Inci Lord, they are also relatively important. Gushi can even imagine the embarrassment of Chui Xian and other Inci Lords when they had to study the Little Yellow Spring Road without mastering the Yellow Spring Road. As for the Wanchuan River, it is the prerequisite for many skills. It is also the key to the fusion of the undead and the elements. It can be said that mastering this skill 1 step ahead is a step ahead for Gushi to take the road of fusion of the undead and the elements. So except for the useless skill of the Death Witch's Life Box, Gushi wants all the other 4 skills. But now Gushi can only choose 2 out of 4. That is, he can only choose 2 skills from them. Facing these 4 skills, Gushi can only check them over and over again. Finally, he made a choice. Huanquan Road. This skill Chui Xian and the other Inci masters all wanted, but none of them got it. From this, we can see how important Huanquan Road is to the Inci masters. Death Legion. Among the 2 special death skills, Gushi is more optimistic about the one. After all, it is rare to upgrade in death. Gushi has come here, so he must get a better skill anyway. Chapter 2044 Red Dressed. Reincarnated Teacher June. After choosing the skills, Gushi silently thought about how to use these skills in his heart. At the same time, Gushi's attention drifted towards Teacher June from time to time. Gushi had already thought that if Teacher June delayed for another day, after Gushi was familiar with the new skills, he would upgrade another level to prevent himself from running in vain this time. At this time, Teacher June, who had turned into a ball of red rust, finally moved. The red rust on his body was quickly retracting into his body, and at the same time, a long staff had grown on the metal seed. This long staff was the red equipment that Teacher June wanted. It was obviously a metal long staff, but it grew into a small tree, and it was full of vitality. Teacher June stretched out his hand and held the long staff, and a scene that surprised Gushi happened. Teacher June's body turned into a long staff, and the long staff became the new teacher June. What is this situation? Did the red dress fail? At this time, Mr. June retracted his hand, and the long stick quickly shortened, and finally became the length of chopsticks, and was put into his pocket by Mr. June. After that, he said to Gushi and others nearby, "It's done. Thank you for your help. I need a year to bind this immortal legacy, and the affairs of Een City will be handed over to you. You 5 help me manage Een City. Except for the ripening of the red dress in Shijing and other places. You can discuss and decide on other matters." Wait, Mr. June. You must explain the situation just now. Why you turned into a long stick, and the long stick turned into you. Mr. Feng asked at this time. This is a key issue. If they don't explain it clearly, they will not follow Mr. June out. My red outfit is called Xian Ifa, also called Ifa Long Staff. It is made by the method of immortals shedding their mortal bodies and becoming immortals. During the 3 days when I turned into rust, I have been transferring my flesh and blood into the Ifa Long Staff. Only after completing this transformation from death to life, this Ifa Long Staff is considered complete. So the long staff you see growing from the seeds is all my transformation, and my original body will become a part of the Ifa Long Staff. It can be said that this time, I have walked a new path. What path? Suddenly level 60? Mr. Feng asked curiously. How is it possible? No one can pass level 60. This is the rule. Gushi muttered in his heart. But he was obviously stunned for a moment. What is the rule? Did I forget something? At this time, Mr. June smiled. I will start again from level 1. Master 2 red outfits, and walk the player's route again. This is a new life for me. And it is also the true meaning of everything I am doing now. Start again? Everyone at the scene was stunned. They really didn't expect that Mr. June would not only become the first big man in the human race to open 2 red suits, but also become the first player in the human race to reincarnate. But this is an idea. And Mr. Feng asked immediately. After reincarnation, will all the attributes be there? The attributes are all there. And the red suit can be reincarnated with me. So how could attributes disappear? And I can make up for my previous regrets. All kinds of skills that I wanted to learn, but didn't learn before. And the promotion route I have been thinking about for a long time. All of this will come back again. Then do we have a chance to reincarnate? Mr. Feng asked again. Among them, only Mr. Feng is closest to level 60. And he also has to consider his future. I'm afraid not. I was able to get the chance to reincarnate because this second red suit opened a new path for me. You can't, Mr. Feng. I just want to ask you. Are you level 60? Have you played level 60 games? Have you reached the top of level 60 equipment? Have you reached the end of the 4 routes of the heart of the netherworld? If not, then why are you so anxious to reincarnate? Isn't this a waste of opportunity? After being told this by Teacher June, Mr. Feng stopped talking. At this time, Gushi also asked, Teacher June, after you reincarnate like this, will the 2 red suits become your exclusive red suits? When Teacher June heard this, he also looked at Gushi. It seems that you have also received a gift from death. How about it? Do you have the idea that I can have 2 red dresses in 3 years, and 3 red dresses in 10 years? I was like that at the beginning. I got the chance to have 3 red dresses from death. Death can be said to have pointed out all the routes, even where to find the materials. In the end, I spent my entire life to complete a new red dress. You should work hard. Don't take the opportunity given by death too seriously. If you want to have 2 red suits, you have to be very lucky. Listening to what Teacher June said, Gushi was also stunned. He had long guessed that Teacher June got the clues of the red suit from death. After all, death really gave a lot of things. Just taking back an exclusive red suit gave 3 clues of the red suit. Teacher June is so familiar with death. He must have communicated with death a long time ago. Although I don't know when Teacher June contacted death. But it took a long time for Teacher June to come up with this route of reincarnation and prepare a red suit specifically for this route. At first, Gushi thought that Teacher June waited until this time to think about reincarnation, and the remaining 2 pieces would be made after reincarnation. But judging from the current situation, is it not the case? The reason why Teacher June prepared the second red suit at this time is because the red suit is really difficult to get? It shouldn't be. The hand of death may take a longer time. But as for death, according to the information from the hair, if Gushi is given 3 to 5 years, he can really put together such a red equipment with all his strength. Seeing Gushi's reaction, Teacher June just smiled. In his eyes, there is no need to persuade a child who does not listen to advice. Reality will make the child understand that his ideas are too simple, and not everyone is the protagonist. After that, Gong Lingyu and Principal Lu asked some more questions. Gu Shi was also listening on the side. Gu Shi found that they were all asking about death. As for the direction of Yinzida newspaper in the next year, they didn't ask. In fact, this is quite understandable. At this time, it must be mainly about improving oneself. Even if Yinzidu is without Teacher June, the other few are also familiar with handling various affairs. If there is anything, just take action to solve it. There is no need to explain too much. Now they all see different hopes from Teacher June, so they naturally have to ask a few more questions. Chapter 2045 Return to the Frontline. After explaining everything clearly, Teacher June said, "Okay, it's your business next. I, an old man, need to take a good rest for a year." After saying that, Teacher June waved his hand and carried Gu Shi and his fellow soldiers to death with their earth thrones. When Gu Shi and his fellow soldiers came to their senses, they had already arrived at Teacher June's underground palace. It was the same as when they left before, but Teacher June was gone. After looking at each other, Gu Shi found that all 5 red-clad bosses of Yin City had returned alive this time. But the number of level 60 bosses was a little less. It seems that death is not so safe. However, these level 60 players were not sad about the death of their companions. In their opinion, if you want to get good things, you must risk your life. At this time, the undead under Teacher June also delivered the things that he had promised to everyone. Gu Shi naturally had one too. It was 3 pieces of things that looked like red crystals. The energy for nurturing the quasi-red equipment for 300 years is stored here. This is exactly what Mr. June promised before. At the same time, the undead under Mr. June also gave some things to Gu Shi. Most of these are materials for undead transformation and strengthening the undead themselves. When these things were delivered to Gu Shi, the undead who came over said to Gu Shi, "Master Gu, these are specially prepared by my master. Specially for me." Gu Shi was a little surprised. "Yes, my master has always noticed that Master Gu is fighting a big battle during this period. He is busy with this matter all day. But this time there is really no way. The red equipment he needs this time is too important. There can be no mistakes." So Master Gu was called from the battlefield. My master feels very embarrassed for delaying Master Gu's battle because of this matter. These are small gifts from my master. Please accept them, Master Gu. After hearing what the undead said, Gu Shi also understood what was going on. So he didn't say much and took over everything here. What happened next really had nothing to do with Gu Shi. Gu Shi was still thinking about the battle in the Mirror Palace. He didn't know how many days it took to leave this time. Although he had always been in contact with the front line, he was still a little uneasy when Gu Shi was not there. After all, the last time he was there, the Great King had made such a big thing. If he was not there, who knows what tricks the Great King would play. So after making sure that he had nothing to do, Gu Shi returned to the Mirror Palace as soon as possible. The way for Gu Shi to go back was to let the people in the palace send him directly to the private house, and then transfer him to the front line through the fireplace in the private house. As soon as Gu Shi appeared in the Mirror Palace, he saw the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon waiting in front of the fireplace. These two have been following Gu Shi for so many years, and although their status has been declining, their levels have been rising. Now both of them have reached level 19, and they are only a little bit away from reaching level 20. Originally, they were supposed to fight on the front line, but as soon as Gu Shi's order came, they immediately came here to wait for Gu Shi. After seeing Gu Shi, they did not ask Gu Shi what he wanted to do, but stood directly behind Gu Shi, looking at the two, the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon. Gu Shi's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. The Ghost Dragon was better. At most the position of the Dragon Leader was squeezed out, and slowly became an ordinary undead dragon soldier. The situation of the Bone Titan was different. He was determined to add more tribes to the Undead Titan. But after Gu Shi studied the Death Titan, his ideas seemed to be stuck. The Skeleton Titan, the Zombie Titan, and even the Ghost Titan did not meet Gu Shi's requirements. Not to mention mass production. Even if they were taken out to mix in the Death Titan's troops, they were all shorter. This made the Bone Titan quite anxious. But there was no way. As the number of Death Titans increased every week, his mind became more and more distracted. Tian was there persuading Gu Shi to research some new Undead Titan troops. After all, there are many categories of undead dragons. And undead titans cannot only have the death titan as a good type of troops. If the undead direction doesn't work, then try the dead or undead direction to see if the vampire titan or other titans have any ideas. Now seeing the two of them, Gushi did not hide it from them, and said to them directly, I have a new skill that requires the dedication of both of you. The ghost dragon nodded without saying anything when he heard it. And the bone titan came to Gushi. My lord, your order is everything. Okay, I know what you think. This time may be a good thing for you. Especially you, Bone Titan. You know you have never forgotten your tribe. But I also said that compared with the undead dragon, the undead titan is a new race on the one hand. And there are not many people willing to study this race. On the other hand, I don't have much materials. I don't even know what the route of the titan will be after the promotion. There are some things I can only say to conduct experiments. But I can't guarantee what the results of the experiment will be. The only thing I can guarantee is that I will remember your contribution. My lord. That's enough. The Bone Titan said seriously. He knew that Gushi was really the kind of person who would do his best if he agreed. This time, as long as Gushi is willing to agree, then their titans will have a new tribe in the direction of the undead. Okay. You two stand 30 meters away from me on the left and right. Seeing that the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon both agreed, Gushi decisively asked them to retreat to the corresponding positions. Then Gushi activated the Hand of Death that was still stored in his body. Although the Hand of Death looks like a red outfit, it is actually an externally connected limb or something. The situation is equivalent to a multi-arm exoskeleton mecha. And the extra arms are actually part of the equipment. Gushi can control the new extra arms. But these arms are not part of Gushi's body. Instead, it is equivalent to an external component. And the source of the component is the Hand of Death in Gushi's body. Now that the Skeleton Titan and the Ghost Dragon are ready, Gushi will act immediately. As he activated the Hand of Death, he suddenly felt two gray lights flying out of his body and falling on the Skeleton Titan and the Ghost Dragon. Then these two big guys, both of which were more than 30 meters tall, under this gray light, underwent drastic changes. Chapter 2046 Arm and Ghost Prison. Compression, decomposition, and reassembly. From Gushi's perspective, as the Hand of Death was activated, the Bone Titan and Ghost Dragon in front of him were directly decomposed into fragments. Gushi could see that the body parts of the Bone Titan and Ghost Dragon were quickly digested and turned into gray-purple gas. Without anyone's guidance, Gushi understood what to do next by looking at the scene in front of him. He moved his hands very quickly, and the yin-yang conversion of the Ghost Flower was activated, and the Infinite Resurrection was activated, hitting the Bone Titan and Ghost Dragon who were turning into gray-purple gas. Then Gushi raised his hands upwards, and two gray-purple silk threads fell from the sky, leading the gray-purple gas transformed by the Bone Titan and Ghost Dragon into the air. Under Gushi's operation, two new ghost prisons were slowly formed with the Mirror Underground Palace as the core. These two new ghost prisons were just stuck at the edge of the size of the ghost prison, just reaching a size of 10,000 square kilometers. These two new ghost prisons are not like the Ice Mirror Ghost Prison, which has everything. These two new ghost prisons are empty and empty. One ground is covered with white bones, and the other ground is covered with ghosts. After everything of the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon followed the silk thread into the two ghost prisons, two arms fell from the sky and landed just less than 3 inches behind Gushi's shoulders. As the two arms fell, Gushi also understood the situation in his heart. At the same time, he also understood why Teacher June said that you can't get the second red suit in a short time just because you get the materials and enhancement methods of the red suit. This is the most difficult mode that is automatically matched to yourself. Normally, the Hand of Death only needs to turn the two undead related to the Lord of Death into its own arms. But now, because of Gushi's own reasons, the situation here has changed. The Hand of Death first turned the two undead into ghost prisons, and then turned the power of the ghost prison into arms. In this way, Gushi will definitely get more benefits. But correspondingly, Gushi will have a lot of trouble to improve his Hand of Death. Gushi felt that in the past. This situation would also occur in the future regarding the Death City and the Death Hand of the Death Incarnation. The ghost prison transformed by the two cities, and the ghost prison transformed by the two Death Incarnations. Gushi felt a headache when he thought about the resources consumed to meet this. Fortunately, the pair of arms in front of him was completed. Now behind Gushi floated a right hand made of bones, and a ghostly left hand. There was nothing on the arms. And they did not make any movements. They just floated not far from Gu Shi, hanging down naturally like a cloak, feeling the pair of arms floating behind him. Gu Shi did not feel strange that he had grown an extra pair of arms. Instead, it felt like his instinct. Very skilled. If he wanted to take something, or fight with these two arms, he didn't need to think about how to operate it. Just move it directly. Just like if you want to take a cup or something. Do you still need to consider how to raise your arm and how to grab the cup? That's impossible. The new pair of arms in front of him is just like this. As if they have become one with Gu Shi. And Gu Shi does not need too much training at all. At the same time, Gu Shi can also put away and release these arms at any time. Of course, when they are put away, they are not put away in Gu Shi's body, but in the newly built ghost prison, where they are strengthened and maintained by the breath of the ghost prison. The most important thing is that Gu Shi can also contact the two new ghost prisons through this pair of arms. Use the power in the ghost prison. And at the same time, he can put the equipment used for this pair of arms into the ghost prison for strengthening. It can be said that these two new ghost prisons will only serve this pair of arms. For easy identification, these two new ghost prisons have corresponding names. Namely the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison and the Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison. At the same time, Gu Shi has already understood what to do next. A string of information appeared in front of Gu Shi, telling Gu Shi how to deal with everything in front of him next. Hand of Death, orange, binding is successful. You get all the information and growth methods of the orange equipment Hand of Death. Hand of Death, orange. External arm. Exclusive professional equipment. Care. Equipment requirements, designated person of death. Special 1, external arm. Through the 3 divine skills of death, 3 pairs of external arms can be generated. The arms can be equipped with orange quality weapons *3. Offhand items *3. Wrist guards or gloves *3. Rings *6. And automatically participate in the battle, actively exerting all the characteristics of weapons and equipment. Special 2, Ghost Prison Enhancement. Each external arm will be nurtured and strengthened with the corresponding ghost prison. The stronger the arm, the stronger the ghost prison. And the stronger the ghost prison, the stronger the arm. Special 3, Divine Skill Assimilation. Each pair of arms corresponds to one of the 3 divine skills. And its ghost prison can also be used to enhance the power and effect of the 3 divine skills. When using the external arm to fight, the 3 divine skills corresponding to the arm can be enhanced. Special 4, Suppression and Conversion. You can use your arms to suppress equipment, props or weird things of quality below red, because even objects will have a moment of death. Explanation 1, Death has recognized you, and you must also be worthy of Death's recognition. Explanation 2, the 3 magic skills of death are only the starting point of death, not the end. Under the information of the Hand of Death, there is also information about each arm. At the same time, there are corresponding strengthening methods and growth standards. Bone Lightning Hand, orange. Right hand. Exclusive professional equipment. Care. Special, upgradable. Upgrade after equipment and ghost prison meet the standard. Equipment, upgrade standard main hand weapon with lightning. Death effect orange equipment. Wrist guard or gloves, orange equipment. Unified with left hand. Ring, with lightning effect orange equipment. Bone Lightning Ghost Prison, upgrade standard right hand strengthening altar, strengthening lightning and death effects. Suppression Throne, Ghost Prison Core. Ghost Prison Soul, suppress 5 powerful weird or creatures. 0 out of 5. Bone Plane, 3 layers of bones. 0/3. Ghost Prison Operation Altar, 18 places. 0/18. Ghost Dragon Power Hand, orange. Left hand. Exclusive professional equipment. Care. Special, upgradable. Equipment. Equipment and Ghost Prison will be upgraded after reaching the standard. Equipment, upgrade standard main hand weapon, with Dragon or Dragon Slayer. Death effect orange equipment. Wrist guard or gloves, orange equipment. Unified with the right hand. Ring, orange equipment with Dragon Blood effect. Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison, upgrade standard left hand enhanced altar, enhanced Dragon or Dragon Slayer and death effect. Suppression Throne, Ghost Prison Core. Dragon Power Tearing Soul, suppress 5 powerful weird or creatures. 0 out of 5. Ghost Sky, Ghost turns into mist to cover 3 layers of the sky. 0/3. Ghost Prison Operation Altar, 18 places. 0/18. Description, When both arms are equipped with suitable equipment, and 2 ghost prisons reach the upgrade standard, the next pair of death hands can be activated, and the death hand level is upgraded to orange +1 quality. Chapter 2047 Frontline Situation. After reading all the information about the Hand of Death and the pair of arms, Gushi understood the process of upgrading the Hand of Death to red equipment. This is to use the orange equipment to push the Hand of Death to the quality of red equipment with the orange equipment and even the power of the Death City behind. Gushi didn't know whether this kind of red equipment was good or bad. But one thing was certain. This red equipment path was right. Now what Gushi had to do was to meet the upgrade conditions of the 2 arms this time, and find a way to improve his use of the pair of arms. Before that, Gushi must increase the popularity of these 2 new ghost prisons. After closing his eyes for a while, Gushi activated the power of the Dead Witch Core, and sent 2,000 liches to each of the 2 ghost prisons. They had only one task: to build the arm strengthening altar first. After doing these things, Gushi planned to go to the front line. But just as he was about to start, he suddenly found that he seemed to have forgotten something. That was the orange guard Ninetailed who died in the death battle. This was also the only man Gushi lost in his death. Thinking of this, Gushi took out the Ninetail whip and fox eye ring again. These 2 orange equipments are obviously not suitable for the new arm. Moreover, these 2 pieces are considered part of the red equipment. If they are really used by Gushi to strengthen the Hand of Death, it would be a real waste. So it is the most reasonable choice to send these 2 equipments back to the Corpse Mountain War God statue and recruit a new orange guard. Other ideas are wasteful. After all, even if the previous orange guard Ninetail is dead and cannot be resurrected, there are so many corpses under the Corpse Mountain War God statue. There will always be a few who want to get orange equipment to revive, even if you know that the previous orange guard has died in battle. What can you do? Under Gushi's hands, everyone died first and then resurrected. Thinking of this, Gushi took out the Ninetail whip and fox eye ring. 3 sacrifices. Under Gushi's order, the 3 orange guards appeared behind Gushi. Help me deliver this to the Corpse Mountain God of War statue. I need a new orange-clad guard. After you finish, come and inform me. By the way, the new orange-clad guard will be called New Ninetailed. Gushi really didn't have time. He didn't even plan to go back to Aladovi City. At the moment, his mind was still on the decisive battle with the Grand Lord. After all, it had been delayed for so long. Gushi's own level had been raised by 1 level, and various means had been strengthened. Even the orange-clad guard had died once. If the Grand Lord was not dealt with, time would be too long and something unexpected would happen. So after handing over the Ninetailed whip and the fox eye ring, Gushi jumped onto the evil coffin and headed towards the front line. When Gushi was moving forward, the troops in front also received the news of Gushi's arrival. After all, as soon as Gushi got on the evil coffin, he activated various strengthening methods of the Nether Spirit Flower and the Griffin Black Throne. And the undead on the front line felt it. As for Lord Magic Mirror, he was the first to discover Gushi's arrival, so the original fighting method was no longer useful. Lord Magic Mirror changed the fighting method immediately, and pushed most of the fighting troops to the front line. The first reaction of the Grand Lord's subordinates, who were fighting with Gushi's troops was, "Here they come again. Can't you fight in a good style?" This change is not easy for people, right? Although they complain like this, they had no way to stop the tactical changes of Gushi's troops. After all, they had fought quite badly in the previous battle. Gushi's troops were desperate and played 1-for-1 with him. Or even more for one. Gushi's subordinates could recruit new soldiers from the back. But they couldn't. They really had 1 less for every 1 they fought. Now they have to start using the advantage of terrain to block the impact of the undead troops. If they continue to fight like this, their little advantage of terrain will probably be gone. Now they can only gather people together, guard a few key positions, and maintain the last advantage of terrain. Lord Magic Mirror also discovered the situation here at the first time. Although Lord Magic Mirror inherited his command ability from Princess Anna, she really has the support of a big boss. The 15,000-face Sanshin Stone Mirror can provide Lord Magic Mirror with at least dozens of information analyses. These information analyses will cover all possibilities. It can be said that Lord Magic Mirror may not have a flash of inspiration in battle, but in terms of steady progress, completing the set goals, and seizing the enemy's flaws, she is no worse than anyone else. All the flaws, as long as they are discovered, she will not let go. As soon as Gushi arrived in front of him, Lord Magic Mirror understood that this was a big variable. She immediately adjusted her tactics, and sent people out to deal with the flaws she had discovered. It can be said that just like that, the battle situation changed from a tug-of-war to a staged general offensive. When Gushi arrived at the front line, most of the troops on the front line had already run away. Only the command hall was still at the back due to reasons such as movement. However, when Gushi came, the command hall was already ready to move forward. Seeing Gushi coming, Lord Magic Mirror finally breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, you came at the right time. Now is the critical period of the battle. You continue to command. I will go to the front line to take a look. Gushi knew that Lord Magic Mirror wanted to hand over the command. But Gushi had just received a few big moves, so how could he stay in the back? Sir, the battle ahead. Don't worry. The battle on the front line doesn't mean much to me. And you are obviously good at commanding. And you have mastered my style of commanding battles. That's what we want to do. When I am on the battlefield, we will be wilder and show the fearlessness of the undead. When I am sharp, you can micromanage and play the role of the command hall. I saw all the battles this time, and you did a good job. Although the time was delayed a little, the effect is still very good. You keep working hard. After saying that, Gushi jumped onto the evil coffin again and headed towards the front line. As Gushi moved forward, he also summoned a Sansheng stone mirror for himself. Through the Sansheng stone mirror, Gushi can easily check the situation on the front line. After all, the Sansheng stone mirror in the command hall was summoned by Gushi. This is interconnected with Gushi's Sansheng stone mirror. As the owner of the Sansheng stone mirror, Gushi can easily check all the information. Soon Gushi bypassed the big pit caused by the explosion of the source of the void and approached the front line. The Apple Orchard. Chapter 2048 Epic Undead. Noel. The Apple Grove is one of the three major defense lines of the Grand Lord. Originally, the Poison Apple Hard troops were stationed here. However, the Poison Apple Hard troops and the Throne Trickster troops were transferred to the source of the void. Now these two troops have been almost defeated. In the Apple Grove, there are more vassal troops and miscellaneous troops who have retreated from the front line. There are even some cannon fodder. The only good thing is that the Apple Grove has the defense line originally established by the Poison Apple Hard troops. With this defense line, they fought back and forth with Gushi's undead troops. When Gushi came over, he happened to see the Chaos troops in the Apple Grove driving out the undead troops that had entered. So fierce? Looking at the scene in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but mutter, "They can do it." At this moment, an undead noticed Gushi, and he quickly came to Gushi. Sir. When he saw this undead, Gushi felt that he was familiar at the first time, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. You are? Epic? Gushi looked at him and realized where he had seen this person before. Isn't this the Epic who was killed by Gushi and belonged to the Grand Lord? Because he had questions to ask before. Gushi also specifically called out the undead servant, who was converted by the Night Blood Road. At that time, the undead servant was holding an orange suit made up of red suit fragments. The one in front of him was converted to the city of Aridavi through double death. Although he converted everything of the Epic, there is no way to get an extra copy of the orange suit through double death. This Epic can only hold a hammer casually. However, the way he stood with the hammer was exactly the same as the undead servant in the Night Blood Road. So Gushi had a familiar feeling. Your name is Noel? Why don't I remember that name when I killed him? Gushi asked while the corresponding information about this Epic popped up in front of him. Noel, Level 21. Summon. Epic Undead Experience, 35667/110000. Attack 31. Defense 26. Life 625. Mana 520. Talent, Bravery, 800 soldiers in his army can share combat power with him. The fewer soldiers in the army, the stronger the combat power. Skills, Offensive Skills Level 8. Defensive Skills Level 3. Leadership Skills Level 3. Tactics Level 3. Epic Leader, can command 8,500 soldiers plus 6 heroes plus 21 leaders at the same time. After glancing at Noel's information, Gushi understood what was going on with this person. But his doubts became even greater. His talent is very interesting. In his army, there will be a group of 800 soldiers who can be bound to him. They can share the same combat power. When these 800 people die in battle, their combat power will be added to the surviving soldiers accordingly. In other words, If all of these 800 people are alive, it will be fine. That is, they are at the same level as Noel. If only 10 people are left after the death, it will be terrible. I don't know how many times the combat effectiveness will increase. No wonder when Gushi was fighting Noel, he led 800 people to charge back and forth. Gushi thought at first that he had no soldiers. Now it seems that it is not that he has no soldiers, but that he can only exert the greatest combat effectiveness with 800 people. Now Noel is like a fish in water. With Gushi's infinite resurrection, he will hardly suffer any losses with these 800 people. And the combat effectiveness will not fluctuate too much. This is good news. Looking at Noel's situation, Gushi couldn't help but think of Wei Hu and Shirley, who had killed the rear of the Great Lord, and didn't know how they are now. I believe that with their strength, they should have already fought near the Great Lord throne, and may have delayed the Great Lord's last troops. Seeing Gushi's thoughts drifting away, Noel was somewhat embarrassed. But he was quite honest at this time. After all, he was now part of Gushi's men. So he explained, among the residual souls that made up the king at that time, I accounted for the largest part. So after turning into a ghost, I was named after him. Gushi understood a little bit after hearing this. This is a guy with split personality. Now Noel is the main personality. So he turned around and asked, what is the situation in the apple forest? I remember that the undead servant said that you were stationed here when you were alive? Yes. I usually stationed here in the apple forest, mainly to guard the treasure. Noel said affirmatively. But I have been here before, and snatched the treasure. Noel thought about it, and finally decided to call the one in the Knight's Blood Road Eye. He really came with the mission given by Gushi. At that time, the troops in the apple forest were fighting on the front line. This undead servant rushed into the apple forest with the undead laborers, and took away all the apples stored by the Grand Lord. In addition to apples, some high-quality apple branches, apple tree roots, and even a large number of processed apple leaves were also transported away. Anyway, apples are treasures, and the Grand Lord still has a high utilization rate of apple trees. It's just that these things may be of poor quality for the Grand Lord, and the Grand Lord himself can't use them, and the apples have to be handed over to the superiors, and the Grand Lord dare not move them. So in the end, all these things were cheap for Gushi. When this place was emptied, it was just when Gushi entered death. Gushi did not give new orders to the undead servants. He did not arrange for the ghost flower to protect them in the battle here. So after they emptied the things, they automatically dispersed. They did not occupy or destroy here, but were finally taken back by the scattered soldiers under the Grand Lord. Using the territory here, they reformed a line of defense. That's right. In order to prevent the attack of Gushi's undead troops, they actually formed a line of defense on their own territory. This situation seems to be somewhat funny. After all, when Gushi came here at the beginning, he arranged layers of defense lines outside to prevent the Grand Lord troops from coming. As a result, in just a few days, the situation of the war has changed drastically. The steady defense has now become the main battle party with all-out attack. This situation made Gushi somewhat speechless. Well, then after you came here, you didn't organize troops to attack the apple forest, borrowing your memory here to take down this line of defense? Sir, although I am epic, I don't have many troops I can mobilize. I can sneak in secretly, but it's useless even if I destroy everything here. If the follow-up troops don't come, the line of defense will be taken away by them. Noel muttered. Gushi also knew at this time that Noel was the most tragic epic among his subordinates. He clearly had the ability to command a large army, but he was not assigned enough troops. He had clearly reached the front line, and had the means to break through the enemy's defense line. But no follow-up troops joined. Chapter 2049 Throne of the Great King. I understand. What are your plans for the future? Should I give you a separate troop and give you higher authority? Or is it enough for you to only take the 800 troops in front of you? Noel thought for a while. 800 is enough. But sir, can you give me the ability of infinite counterattack and infinite resurrection? You think too much. Gushi also wants to give all his subordinates an infinite resurrection and infinite counterattack. But the problem is that the red suit must be used in the same space to be effective. Gushi is not a charger for his subordinates. So of course, it is impossible to guarantee that they always have the ability of infinite counterattack and infinite resurrection. As for bringing epics around as guards, Gushi has no such idea. In Gushi's eyes, epics have their own ideas. It would be a real waste to trap them around him. Like Wei Hu, He is doing so well outside. And Shirley, who is quasi-epic, is also a person full of ideas. If there is any difficult enemy, he will go directly. When Gushi arranged the battle range, he never counted them as ordinary troops. Instead, he gave them a task and let them go. It would be a great waste to trap such a being around. Especially in the case of Noel. He has already trapped one in his own knight's blood path. Naturally, he can't trap the other one. So Gushi naturally won't use them as personal guards. Gushi directly rejected Noel's request. Seeing Gushi like this, Noel didn't force it. He soon agreed to Gushi's order. As the strongest independent epic under the Grand Lord, Noel will break the Grand Lord's last line of defense for Gushi. At the same time, after the battle, he will take the initiative to take on the task of clearing the battlefield in front of him. Because he is most familiar with the battlefield here, he can easily clear all the stragglers with him. As for now, he is of no use for the time being, and his only use may be to directly break through the defense line in front of him. Oh, by the way, he can also provide some information. For example, the strength of the Grand Lord. The Great Lord is level 45. That's right. But no one has ever seen what the Great Lord looks like. Most people have seen the Great Lord external clone, which is a projection. It is said that his real body has always stayed at the Great Lord throne. Only the throne's strange hard troops guarding the Great Lord throne, and the Great Lord personal guards, know what the Great Lord looks like. Others have seen a clone that looks like a remote-controlled robot. The Great Lord has only one clone under him, and it is level 33. It has monitoring and certain combat capabilities. There is no need to ask about the situation this time. The Great Lord real body must still be deep in the Great Lord throne. Gushi sent troops to steal the tower, and it is very likely that they will steal directly from the Great Lord real body. In this case, their fate may not be too good. Hearing what Noel said, Gushi's eyes became solemn. The two people sent by Gushi to steal the tower are now afraid of a big loss. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't care less about dragging it here any longer. Gushi immediately raised his right hand, and the petals of the Nether Spirit Flower began to float out. With these Nether Spirit Flowers, Gushi also connected them to the Nether Spirit Flowers that were arranged throughout the Mirror Underground Palace. In Gushi's eyes at this time, he could see the situation of the entire Mirror Underground Palace. In the city of Aryov, the ground was blue and white, while only 1/3 of the ground on the side of the Great King was this color, and the rest was just a few blue and white light spots flashing there. These blue light spots were most near the apple forest, and the closer to the Great King throne, the fewer there were. It was obvious that no one had fought there yet. However, Gushi believed that whether it was Wei Hu or Shirley, they would definitely bring the seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower when they went there. Although these flower seeds might not play any role, they could allow Gushi to easily find them and confirm their situation when there was no other way. Gushi just glanced and saw that Wei Hu was outside the Great King throne and had not entered the range of the Great King throne. But Shirley really brought the evil skeleton soldiers and ancient undead to the throne of the Great King to cause trouble for the Great King. Judging from the current situation, their situation is probably not good. Thinking of this, Gushi decisively contacted the ghost flower seeds in front and let his own Black Blood Knight go first. Regardless of what the situation is over there, Gushi must first take down the place over there. There are all kinds of existences in the Black Blood Knights, including ordinary knights, knights with strange abilities, demigod level undead servants, undead laborers over level 60, and so on. It can be said that the Black Blood Knights are the most chaotic unit among Gushi's troops, but they are also the unit with the most unified fighting style. In the range of the Ghost Flower, the Black Blood Knights have the attack effect of a full force charge, and also have the ability to charge in stealth. It can be said that sometimes the Black Blood Knights have to rush to the enemy before the enemy finds that the Black Blood Knights have rushed out such a long distance, and even the impact has reached the strongest. Therefore, the charge of the Black Blood Knights will be more difficult to resist than the charge of other cavalry units. Now these Black Blood Knights are completely there to save the situation. As soon as they appeared near the Grand King throne through the Ghost Flower, they rushed in as soon as possible. At the same time, a large number of undead servants and undead laborers followed behind them. But they didn't expect that the situation of the Grand King throne in front of them was quite complicated. This is not a throne located in the void, but a very small space stacked by countless spaces. In this small space, the sky is full of stars. The eyes transformed by the stars were half open and half closed. On the ground were traces left by different layers of space. These spaces that were compressed into unknown shapes were entangled by twisted apple tree roots. These apple tree roots were the passages between the spaces in front of him. The Black Blood Knights under Gushi were stuck in a very awkward position. The place where they came out was exactly the edge of a space. When the Black Blood Knights rushed out on the Ghost Flower, they thought they could fight the enemy, so their impact speed was the fastest. But in the end, they encountered the edge of the space. They didn't even look at the situation nearby, and they rushed out and fell into the space of the next layer. The most fatal thing is that there is really no other way to travel between the spaces here except the apple tree roots. So the Black Blood Knights, who were sent here awkwardly discovered a problem. They were lost. Chapter 2050 Targeting the Grand Lord. Speechless, Gushi could naturally sense what the Black Blood Knight had encountered. He had thought about how difficult it would be to deal with the Grand Lord, but he had never thought that he would get stuck at this step. Gushi had no choice but to leave the front line of the Apple Forest to Noel and the others, and he was going to bypass the defense line of the Apple Forest and go to the Grand Lord throne in advance. As for whether there would be any danger, Gushi was not worried, not to mention the other things. Just the 2 red suits in his hand, plus the newly acquired abilities, and the Black Blood Knights following him. Gushi was not worried about what would happen to him. If it really doesn't work, then a Death Legion will come, and nuclear bombs and machine guns will wash the ground, and nothing can stop Gushi's footsteps. In Gushi's eyes, he has now taken over most of the Mirror Underground Palace, and now it is clearly a change of offense and defense. Gushi can completely deal with the Grand Lord first, and then hand over the affairs of the Mirror Underground Palace to his men to deal with. Just like when Gushi first cleaned up the Mirror Underground Palace on Eridov's side. Just treat it as a chance for his men to train. As for Gushi himself, he will stay in Een City for at least 7 years. Time is the most meaningless thing for him. So Gushi jumped on the evil coffin as soon as possible, determined the route, and headed to the right side of the Apple Forest defense line. When he left Noel's position, Gushi also took a look at the Apple Forest. After so many years of treatment by the Great Lord, there are nearly 2 million apple trees of all sizes in front of him. Let's not talk about how many apples are produced here every year. The area occupied by these large and small apple trees has exceeded the total area of Yeladuii City. Gushi's detour this time is really a detour. After leaving the Apple Forest, Gushi first went to the right side of the Apple Forest defense line. Even with the full speed of the evil coffin, it kept moving forward for about 30 minutes before it was out of the influence range of the Apple Forest. After arriving at this position, Gushi also stopped and began to observe the surrounding situation. It is not quite the same as the Mirror Underground Palace on the other side of Yeladuii City. The space layering of the Mirror Underground Palace on this side is more serious, and the environment is also distorted. The Apple Forest is relatively better. At least the Great King did not distort the space here too much to ensure the normal growth of apples. But after leaving the Apple Forest, the situation is different. The Great King does not care about these things at all, and there are more lands coming to the source of the void every year. So this place has become a mess. When Gushi came, he could not see a complete road at all. Sometimes there is a road going forward, but when you turn your head, the road is gone. Sometimes there is no road, but after passing a certain position, a new road appears. Gushi did not dare to run around on the new road, because Gushi was not sure what was behind this road. It would be fine if it was just a little dangerous. If Gushi was sent to an inexplicable place, it would not be fun. Gushi did not want to walk a long distance and be sent back to the original position. After discovering that the space in front of him was seriously layered, Gushi stopped immediately. He thought about it seriously, and with a wave of his hand, a large number of seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower flew out. At the same time, around Gushi, a large number of liches appeared at a very high speed. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. After these liches appeared, Gushi pointed at the layered space environment in front of him. You take the seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower in. No matter where you go, as long as the space changes, leave a team of people down, plant the Nether Spirit Flower, and then arrange the Dead Witch Force field. Gushi gave orders to these liches. Hearing Gushi's order, these liches had no objection. This is not a difficult task, even if they encounter enemies. What's wrong? The lives of these liches are not lives at all. If something happens to Gushi's undead troops, Gushi will use infinite resurrection to revive them again. These liches are dead, and Gushi can recruit a large number of liches to work at any time. That costs much less than giving an infinite resurrection. When the liches took the seeds of the ghost flower and headed towards the layered space in front of him, Gushi was not so anxious. It takes time to explore the way. Now Gushi can take a break. After all, since the war began, Gushi has been busy with things one after another, especially in death, although he does not need to fight all the time. In that environment, Gushi has no way to rest well. Although Gushi squinted a little when he was on the road before, it was not enough to make up for Gushi's energy. So Gushi had some thoughts of taking a break at this time. After stopping the evil coffin in place, Gushi did not enter the evil coffin, but fell directly on the evil coffin. All the evil coffin guards under Gushi went out to protect the evil coffin. As the evil coffin guards under Gushi, they were usually only responsible for protecting the evil coffin. Without the evil coffin, Gushi had no way to release them. However, in order to make these evil coffin guards have enough combat power, Gushi took everything into consideration when selecting the corpses. They did not have the ability to fight, but it was enough to protect the evil coffin. After releasing them, Gushi closed his eyes and fell asleep on the lid of the evil coffin. The evil coffin guards were guarding near the evil coffin. A huge ghost behemoth was lying on the ground near the evil coffin like white mist, and a corpse dragon with pure golden scales was circling in the sky. They are the most powerful defenders of the sky and the ground. Anyone who wants to rush to the evil coffin needs to face their attack. Near the ghost behemoth, a human knight with only a skull face left was polishing his weapon. Although he didn't even have a mount now, he had the aura of being able to cut through countless enemies. Behind this human knight, there was a corpse wizard with pointed ears. He was transformed from an elf wizard. Although he was a corpse wizard, he mastered a variety of elf magic. An archer who had completely turned into a skeleton was following behind a bull-headed zombie shield guard. These two pairs were already combined combat combinations, with one attack and one defense as the main focus. However, one of them was more inclined to physical attacks, and the other was more inclined to magic attacks. This ensured that no matter what the evil coffin encountered, it could respond to the counterattack in the first place. With their protection, Gushi was naturally much more at ease. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 2051. I don't know how long I slept. Gushi finally woke up with a stretch. He stretched his body and thought he was still in his own private house. He was about to ask the maid to bring some food, so he sat here to wake up. But he immediately found something wrong. He didn't seem to be in his own private house. Looking closely, Gushi found that with the evil coffin as the center, the area was full of ghost flowers. These ghost flowers had paved a flower path, heading towards the layered space in front of him. How long have I slept? Gushi sat up and asked uncertainly. About a day and a half. At this time, a voice came from behind Gushi. Gushi was also a little surprised by the sudden voice. He originally thought that no one would answer his question. Gushi turned his head and found that a ghost he didn't know was standing next to the evil coffin. This undead was a female, a bit tall, about 1.9 meters, wearing a pair of blood-red high heels, making her 2 meters tall. Although she couldn't make her eyes level with the evil coffin, she had the momentum of observing Gushi from top to bottom. She had long black hair, pink-white skin, and eyes that looked like electric currents. If it weren't for the heavy blue color in the corners of her eyes, Gushi would have thought she was a living person. At the same time, she was wearing a robe made of silver, gold, white feathers, and pink fine velvet, which made her look even less like an undead. Who are you? Gushi looked at the undead in front of him and thought for a while, and then found that she was wearing a ring on her right hand. The ring was made of platinum, and it was inlaid with a gem that looked like a fox eye. New nine-tailed fox? Yes, boss. I am the orange-clad guard who just snatched the fox eye ring and the nine-tailed whip. Thank you for giving me a chance to crawl out of the mountain of corpses. The woman smiled at Gushi. After knowing the identity of this woman, Gushi breathed a sigh of relief and asked casually, "What about you? What were you like in your life, and what did you know?" "I am not like the previous one. I mastered fire magic in my life and studied undead magic after I died. I snatched the nine-tailed whip and the fox eye ring and started to play mind magic. My experience is simpler. I played illusion, mind magic, spirit magic, and some messy things in my life. After I died, I still played illusion. After all, it is not said that ghosts cannot play illusion. Right? I stopped studying mind magic and spirit magic. After all, ghosts have no. There are mental fluctuations. But those messy and unsystematic things have been picked up again. And some weird methods have been used more handily. Now with this fox eye ring and nine-tail whip, I can use my mental magic again. This is good news for me. By the way, because what I have learned is more diverse. I have a title called Scholar. I may not be as good as the previous one in combat. After all, I don't have such a strong flame. But I have no problem in control and other aspects. Gushi understood why this new Ninetail can stand out as soon as he heard it. If the previous orange-clad guard Ninetail relied on powerful combat power to kill, then the orange-clad guard new Ninetail in front of him is the choice of the Fox Eye Ring and Ninetail Whip themselves. The route she took is naturally compatible with the Fox Eye Ring and Ninetail Whip. It can be said that after the orange-clad guard Ninetail was completely killed and could no longer be resurrected, all the corpses under the corpse mountain war god shrank. This time, the orange guard was selected by Fox Eye Ring and Ninetail Whip. It is the most suitable orange guard for these two equipments. It can be said that no matter whether Gushi and the orange guard new Ninetail are satisfied or not, Ninetail Whip and Fox Eye Ring are probably satisfied. After knowing that the orange guard has made a big move again, Gushi did not say much. Then you came at the right time. Let's not talk about illusion and mind magic for now. Didn't you say that you have learned some messy things? Is there anything that can be used to deal with the current situation? Gushi pointed to the layers of space in front of him. Now Gushi is not sure where his Nether Spirit Flower Road has been paved. After all, he only slept for about a day. If the Nether Spirit Flower Road has not been paved, then he will have to find a way to see other ideas. If it doesn't work, he may have to go in from the Apple Forest. Orange Guard New Ninetail took a look at the layers of space and laughed instead. Boss, now that you mention it, I really have a way. Oh, tell me about it. Boss, you should know about the ghost wall. The orange-clad guard Xingua smiled mysteriously. Gushi rolled his eyes when he heard it. Isn't this just nonsense? As a necromancer, how could he not know about the ghost wall? Not to mention that the necromancer has this skill. Even if there are no subordinates in the skill, there are always undead who can play this. When Gushi was still in Balian City, he met several players who could play this. It can be said that the necromancer has studied the ghost wall thoroughly. Even if you can't use it yourself, you have to deal with it. The situation in front of us is actually because the space is stacked. Boss, you said people to explore the way, right? The road in front of us? It takes time to explore the way, and it may not be able to find the right way. And you can't fly. Right. Because flying will rush to other spaces. So we don't need this at all. The space is chaotic. Right? Then let's make the space more chaotic. We don't need all the control. As long as we get the protection control of the place we pass by. Gushi also understood the meaning of the orange guard new nine-tailed. Gushi thought for a while, and finally asked, but the level of Ghost Wall is not so high. Boss, whether Ghost Wall can handle this actually depends on the level of Ghost Wall. It just so happens that I, who am standing in front of you, am a Ghost Wall master. I have integrated illusion, necromancy, mental spells, mind spells, and weird effects into Ghost Wall. Now I can set up a huge Ghost Wall area. As long as it is set up, this road will be temporarily open. I will take you out of the Ghost Wall road, and we will be able to pass here soon. After being said by the orange-clad guard Xingua, Gushi suddenly thought of a situation in his mind. Isn't this idea the same as the means of changing the environment? He didn't have any means to change the environment before. But now it's different. Gushi just learned a trick. The Yellow Spring Road can be taken. Chapter 2052 Gushi is a good person. The words of the orange guard new Ninetail were like a guiding light, directly waking up Gushi. He can still do this. In fact, this is also a very normal thing. After all, it is reasonable that sometimes you don't think of the time and place to use the newly learned skills. Besides, Gushi really didn't expect that he could put the Yellow Spring Road here. If it weren't for the orange guard new Ninetail's awakening, Gushi might really use the ghost flower to open the way. In the end, it didn't work, and he changed to the Apple Forest. The orange guard new Ninetailed also discovered Gushi's idea. After all, the orange guard new Ninetailed is much better at playing mind magic than the previous orange guard Ninetailed. She would never let Gushi see that she was using mind magic. Instead, it was like a spring breeze blowing on Gushi's face. soothing Gushi's mind. Soon, the orange guard knew Ninetail was in front of Gushi, setting up the ghost wall step by step. At the same time, she also taught Gushi how to use the ghost wall to deal with this chaotic space. How to judge whether the space has been assimilated and whether it can be passed normally. Gushi just watched there at first. But as the orange guard Xinjiawei led the way in front, Gushi also slowly joined in. The Yellow Spring Road he used was the Yellow Spring Road that started with the Ghost Gate and ended with the Naiha Bridge. Just as the orange guard Xinjiawei taught, Gushi's Yellow Spring Road could also ignore part of the space layering and move forward like the ghost wall. However, this kind of ignoring is also limited. It can only ignore 5 times of space layering conversion at most. If the number is too many, with Gushi's current level, he can't cover his own Yellow Spring Road. On the contrary, the ghost wall of the orange guard Xinjiawei can ignore about 6 times of space layering. This can also prove one thing, that the casual research mentioned by the orange guard Xinjiawei before has actually reached a very high level. The two of them cooperated with each other to arrange the ghost wall and the Yellow Spring Road. And soon they fought their way out of the layers of space. When they reached the other end of the layered space, Gushi turned back and thought seriously, and finally released about 5,000 liches to take the seeds of the ghost flower back to pave the way. Gushi would kill in this way because he was in a hurry. But Gushi still needs to take down this place later. Arrange it now, which will be of great benefit to clearing the area of the eye in the future. As for now, Gushi still has to go to the throne of the Great King to rescue people. After increasing the speed of the evil coffin to the fastest, Gushi sat directly in front of the evil coffin, and the orange guard Xinjiawei stayed beside Gushi. Soon Gushi found that the orange guard Xinjiawei seemed to understand him very well. When Gushi didn't want to chat, she sat there doing her own things, and didn't even make a sound. But if Gushi wants to ask something, he doesn't even need to look over. The orange guard new Ninetail can directly start the conversation. This is much stronger than the orange guard Ninetail and the orange guard undead origin. Although Gushi was somewhat curious about what was going on, he didn't go into it in the end. In fact, Gushi didn't know that when he was silent, the orange guard new Ninetail had been patching up Gushi. After all, Gushi had too much contact with the power of the mind. Although he had the Flame Light 6-Path Lantern for immunity to the power of the mind. But Gushi himself also used the means of the mind, and his immunity effect was full immunity. Unlike the Psychic Warlock, who dealt with the confrontation through means such as guidance and utilization. This brought many loopholes to Gushi's mind. In addition, the Flame Light 6-Path Lantern itself is just an orange equipment. It is not as strong as imagined. And Gushi would switch to other immunity effects from time to time, which brought various problems to Gushi's immunity to the mind. If other people saw it, they might just remind Gushi at most. But the orange guard new Ninetail was different. She really couldn't stand it. When she was free, she started to help Gushi clean up and fill these holes. As for why she didn't tell Gushi, but directly cleaned and filled these holes, who made her unbearable. The orange guard new Ninetail was an obsessive-compulsive disorder. Every day, she couldn't stand looking at the messy room and thought about dealing with it herself. The orange guard new Ninetail in front of her was like this. Without Gushi knowing, she repaired most of the holes that could be repaired, but there was a situation in the end. And the orange guard new Ninetail didn't know whether to tell Gushi, because she found that there was a sealed memory deep in Gushi's memory. This sealed memory was also disguised to fill in some blanks caused by the memory seal. At the beginning, the orange guard Xinjiawei thought that Gushi's mind was attacked by others, and finally part of his memory was erased. But just when the orange guard Xinjiawei wanted to help Gushi unlock this part of the memory, he found that there was a trigger effect on this sealed memory. When Gushi reaches level 45, or when Gushi has more than 4 red clothes, the memory seal will be automatically unlocked. In other words, this memory seal is likely to be left by Gushi himself. As for why, the orange guard Xinjiawei is not sure. But she took a look at Gushi and determined that Gushi had not reached the level of unlocking the memory seal. So she simply did not destroy the memory seal. Instead, she went to deal with other situations. With such a precedent, when the orange guard Xinjiawei found another very small sealed memory in Gushi's memory, she did not pay too much attention to it, and did not tell Gushi that she was looking into his mind and found some sealed memories. Gushi had no idea about the behavior of the orange guard Xinjiawei. At this time, he was still busy there. After all, he had a lot of things on hand. He needed to know about the battle command on the front line. He also needed to find out the way forward for the evil coffin and the current situation of Wei Hu and Shirley. Sometimes when he was free, he would read books and supplement his knowledge. How could he have time to observe the demeanor of the Orange Guard Xingwe? He didn't know that the Orange Guard Xingwe had already patched up his mental defense. He also didn't know that the Orange Guard Xingwe had seen through him and labeled Gu Shi as a good person. Now Gu Shi is still happily studying the knowledge he currently lacks, preparing to make a big move at the throne of the Great King. Chapter 2053 The Strange Throne of the Great King. After leaving the space layering area, Gu Shi and his party moved forward quite smoothly. After all, most of the enemies that were blocking the road nearby were transferred to the front line. In addition, with the orange-clad guard Xingwe leading the way, Gu Shi did not encounter any enemies along the way. Soon they arrived near the Great King Throne. When he saw the Great King Throne from a distance, Gu Shi understood why Shirley and his own Black Blood Knights got lost when they rushed in. The Great King Throne in front of him was a huge chaotic collection. The entire Great King Throne covers an area of about 90,000 square kilometers. This is a very amazing data. You must know that the entire Winter Mirror Kingdom is only more than 40,000 square kilometers. And the Great King Throne in front of him only covers an area more than twice that of the Winter Mirror Kingdom. And the Great King Throne is not that kind of plain city, but an overlapping space with countless spaces stacked on top of each other. This makes the practical area of the entire Great King Throne dozens of times larger. But if it was just like this, Gu Shi would at most say that this is a huge city, or a huge 5D city. He would not say that the Great King Throne in front of him is a huge chaotic collection. The reason why he has such a feeling is entirely because the shell of the Great King Throne is simply a combination of technology, antiques, twisted plants and starlight. Let's put it this way. The space layering area that Gu Shi came from before is a variety of environments, land and space layered together. And the Great King Throne in front of him is a variety of different cities squeezed together. Most of these cities are still Victorian style, but there are also some high-rise buildings up to hundreds of meters mixed in. At the same time, there are some buildings like churches, which are chaotically stuck between spaces. Between these buildings, sometimes a large number of twisted plant roots appear, coupled with the starlight that flows out of the gaps in the empty space. The whole style is quite messy. If you insist on making an analogy, the situation in front of you is somewhat similar to an enlarged and squeezed version of the Cave of Time of a certain bronze dragon race. Looking from afar, you can see starlight of different colors emerging from the gaps between space and buildings, dyeing the entire throne of the Great King with different colors. It's no wonder that Shirley was silent after entering. It's no wonder that the Black Blood Knight got lost after entering. Who wouldn't get lost after entering such a large territory? New Ninetail. Let's work together to open a road out this time. I'm afraid it will be more difficult. The Orange Guard New Ninetail responded immediately. Sir, it's not that I don't want to use the Ghost Wall to open a road out, but the situation here is obviously different from the layered space we encountered before. Since ancient times, starlight has been used for positioning. Although the starlight in front of us is chaotic, the concept still has a certain impact on this starlight. Under the cover of starlight, the effect of the Ghost Wall will not be too good. After speaking, the Orange Guard New Ninetail also glanced at Gu Shi. Without the Orange Guard New Ninetail to say, Gu Shi also understood that his Yellow Spring Road was not very useful here, because Gu Shi was not very familiar with the Yellow Spring Road. He could only cover 5 spaces at most at a time. But the area occupied by the area in front of him made Gu Shi realize the amount of space here. Gu Shi came to save people, not to be a slave. Before, Gu Shi might have foolishly cast spells by himself. But after suffering a few losses, Gu Shi's mentality changed. Whenever he was about to be used as a slave, he would always think about whether there were other solutions. Seeing Gu Shi start to think, the Orange Guard Xingwe didn't say much. She knew her position very well. She could make suggestions, but she couldn't make decisions for Gu Shi. Now Gu Shi obviously wanted to handle it himself, so she couldn't do anything wrong. At most, she could only help when Gu Shi took action. Gu Shi thought about it seriously, and then took another look at the current throne of the Great King. At the same time, Gu Shi's mind flashed through the efforts made by Cui Xian and other underworld masters to arrange their own underworld. Blood sacrifice. What did Gu Shi think at that time? He didn't need a blood sacrifice. The method he used was simpler than a blood sacrifice. Gu Shi's idea at that time was correct. In Gu Shi's eyes, it was all due to insufficient firepower and insufficient manpower. As long as there were enough manpower, just push it forward. Now Gu Shi encountered the same situation as those underworld masters at that time. He didn't know how many times he had to pave the Yellow Spring Road before he could break through the thick layered space in front of him and hit the king. At that time, he had consumed most of his mana, and he would definitely suffer a great loss when facing the king who was gathering his strength. But once his mentality changed, Gu Shi's thinking also changed. He thought about the problems of the ENC lords. And his thinking at that time, how could he make the same mistake now? It would be foolish to set up the Yellow Spring Road layer by layer and kill his way in the huge throne of the great king in front of him. Today Master Gu Shi will ask him to change his name. Thinking of this, Gu Shi reached out and took out a jade seal of Taos Han, which was given to Gu Shi by Taos Han origin before he entered the Yin city. He was given 3 at that time, and Gu Shi always hung one on his waist, usually as a decoration, and could suppress 1 or 2 if he encountered some powerful ghosts. Gu Shi used one when dealing with the Holy Land, first suppressing the Holy Land, and then converted it into a high mountain castle. It can be said that the Jade Seal of Taos Han, which suppresses ghosts, has been used to the extreme. And Gu Shi took out another Jade Seal of Taos Han, which suppresses ghosts. And naturally he also has his own ideas. He didn't break into the throne of the great king in front of him. Such a large throne is just right for making a ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain on the Yellow Spring Road. That's right. At this moment, Gu Shi's thoughts were suddenly released. He had almost finished the Mirror Underground Palace on the Great Lord side. Now, only the Apple Forest and the Great Lord Throne had not been taken down. And there are still some other positions that have not been cleared. Then some arrangements can be handled in advance. Before, Gu Shi had thought about turning the Mirror Underground Palace on the Great Lord side into the Yellow Spring Road. But as Gu Shi entered this half, his idea became less and less. In Gu Shi's eyes at that time, the land of this half of the Mirror Underground Palace was quite large. And with the layers of space, it was somewhat wasteful to make it into the Yellow Spring Road. It would be better to turn the entire Mirror Underground Palace into a complete underworld. But now, Gu Shi's thoughts have changed again. The Mirror Underground Palace on the Great Lord side can only be made into the Yellow Spring Road. And the Great Lord Throne will be Gu Shi's ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain. Chapter 2054 The wind rises, and the war begins. Facing the current situation, Gu Shi did not think of the initiative to do it. He seriously thought about the technical reserves in his hands. Then released the Ghost Flower, summoned 2 Black Blood Knights and handed them over. Gu Shi also quickly jumped off the evil coffin and dealt with it quickly. The orange-clad guard New Nine-Tailed Fox looked at Gu Shi's actions, and she was somewhat curious. She was there watching Gu Shi's every move, as if she wanted to understand Gu Shi's behavior. However, Gu Shi ignored this. At this time, he released a ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain in front of him. And then a pair of new arms appeared behind Gu Shi. This pair of arms did not connect to Gu Shi's back, but had its own movements. Under the treatment of this pair of arms, the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain that Gu Shi had just released was actually pulled up from the ground and floated in the air. In fact, the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain and the pair of death hands behind Gu Shi have some origins. After all, Gu Shi's pair of death hands follow the route of the Death Lord. And the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain is actually a similar method. It's just that one relies on the Death Lord affinity for the undead to attract people, and the other relies on the suppression of the undead by the Peach Mountain of ghosts. The two have the same origin but different routes. But the final result is the same. After Gu Shi released the Peach Mountain of ghosts, he used the pair of death arms to quickly dismantle the Peach Mountain of ghosts in front of him into powder. Such behavior made the orange-clad guard Xingioe look puzzled. She didn't understand what Gu Shi was doing. It was clear that he could just let the Yellow Spring Road kill his way into the throne of the Great King. Why is Gu Shi doing these things again, before the throne of the Great King? What's going on? Before the orange-clad guard Xingioe could figure out the situation here, the petals of the Nether Spirit Flower fluttered. The Night Blood Road appeared, and a large number of undead laborers walked out of the Night Blood Road carrying the seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower. It turned out that Gu Shi had arranged the Black Blood Knight to go to the rear to adjust the seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower. After all, there was such a big throne in front of him. If Gu Shi wanted to arrange the Ghost Flower, he couldn't produce so many seeds. The number of ghost flower petals released by the ghost flower arm per second seemed large. But the number was actually limited. If you want to release a large number of ghost flower seeds, it takes a lot of time. And sometimes it also consumes a lot of energy and energy. There are ready-made ghost flower seeds. Why do you have to tire yourself like a puppy? Now all the seeds of these ghost flowers are calculated by tons. What's wrong with using them? Watching the undead laborers transporting the ghost flower seeds from the Night Blood Road in batches, Gushi also took the initiative to fly. This time Gushi wanted to do a big one. Before doing big things, Gushi needed to ensure that his mana was sufficient. Now is naturally the best time to use the King of the Sky. When Gushi flew up, he had already thought of how to deal with it. As Gushi took off, the tornado automatically rose and swept the seeds of the ghost flower into the air. Gushi's hands behind him kept operating, blending the peach mountain that had just turned into powder into the tornado. The amount of powder in these peach mountain was still somewhat insufficient. But Gushi's extra pair of arms could be said to be quite spiritual in this regard. Once the amount of powder was low, the pair of arms would take the initiative to release the peach mountain and grind it into powder and add it to the nether spirit flower. If one time was not enough, then do it a few more times. Anyway, Gushi now had unlimited mana, and this matter did not require Gushi to do it himself. So the pair of arms could do everything by themselves. At most, it would just delay a little time. Anyway, Gushi was planning to get the Great King throne in front of him in one fell swoop. And preparing for 1 or 2 days in advance was not a big deal for Gushi. And this time, Gushi did not prepare for that long. As tornadoes rose one after another, the mixture of the seeds of the nether spirit flower and the powder of the peach mountain was slowly pushed into the sky, flying to a position of about 2,000 or 3,000 meters. After that, Gushi used the atmospheric force field and strong wind to hold all the powders and seeds, mix them fully, and push them towards the throne of the Great King. Although there was the help of the black throne of the griffin. Although Gushi borrowed this method to let the seeds fly into the air, and guaranteed unlimited mana. But Gushi himself is not a magician who takes the route of air elements, and the details of his operation will still be affected to some extent. In some micro-operations, Gushi may not be able to achieve the level of moistening things silently. But Gushi does not need to do that at the moment. At this time, what Gushi wants to do most is to send all the seeds and powders here to every space of the throne of the Great King. Such things can be done with strong winds. The bigger the wind, the better. Gushi's action naturally caused the reaction of the Great Lord in the Great Lord throne. But the Great Lord did not intend to come out and fight with Gushi. In his opinion, his Great Lord throne has been arranged for so many years. The outer wall is so thick that even he may not be able to pass through it in the shortest time. Others who come in will get lost. And finally, they don't even know how they died in the space wall. It can be said that for the outer circle of space wall, anyone who wants to break it will not be able to do it without 3 to 5 years. Not to mention that he is not dead. If he really fights for 3 to 5 years, he can definitely use the layered space at the space wall to delay for another 30 to 50 years. By that time, he can recover. And he doesn't have to hide here like now, and can only let the clone go out to act. He may even break through the shackles and break through the level 45 level. But the Great Lord never expected that Gushi would not play according to his ideas at all. Gushi found a new way out by himself. When he saw that the number of seeds and powders blown into the air was large enough, Gushi activated the effect of the Nether Spirit Flower. Infinite Resurrection. The Shirley troops and ancient undead, who died in battle or got lost in the space wall immediately felt Gushi's position. The Black Blood Knights who got lost in the space wall received Gushi's order. They did not follow the Nether Spirit Flower back to the Night Blood Road, but took their companions to different spaces along the road they explored. At this time, Gushi said calmly, "The wind is rising." The Orange Guard Nu Ninetail looked up and found that Gushi had thrown out a jade seal of Taos Han in his hand. Then the strong wind blew the seeds and powder of the Nether Spirit Flower, carrying the jade seal, and blew it towards the throne of the Great King in front of him. Gushi stood in the air, closed his eyes, just rested for a while, and immediately raised his hand and pushed forward. Chapter 2055 The Great Lord Attacks. With Gushi's push, Gushi felt as if he had returned to the strange no-man's land, dealing with the feeling of the purple storm. Gushi felt like a storm converter. The wind blew out from him, but he was not in control of it. He could only specify the direction of the wind. Under the strong wind, The seeds of the ghost flower and the powder of the ghost-suppressing peach mountain floated into every space. Some fell on the ground, and some fell on some buildings. Anyway, no matter where they fell, as long as they touched the space, the seeds of the ghost flower immediately began to germinate and grow rapidly. Gushi tried his best to control the wind, and he didn't care about what happened next. But this doesn't mean that Gushi didn't have any follow-up actions. The pair of death hands behind Gushi also started a new action at this time. The powder mixed with the ghost flower, under the stimulation of enough mana, actually became the coordinates needed by the death hand. At the same time, the nether spirit flower will provide some help, and the peach mountain of ghost suppression will quickly appear and grow in every space. The status and situation of the peach mountain of ghost suppression in the underworld are relatively strange. If you say it is a mountain, it is actually made of peach wood. But if you say it is a plant, it is the name of a mountain. If you say it is pure yin, peachwood is pure yang. But if you say it is pure yang, this thing is staying well in the underworld. Peach mountain also has vitality, but it is also considered in existence on the side of death. So the nature of the peach mountain of ghost suppression is quite peculiar. At present, Gushi is doing something that normal people can't imagine. He is filling every space of the Great King Throne with the peach mountain of ghost suppression. Let the peach mountain of ghost suppression grow freely in every space. Now is just the beginning stage. Neither the nether spirit flower nor the peach mountain of ghost suppression has started to work. But as time passed, in Gushi's eyes, the color and style of the Great King Throne in front of him began to change. The space wall of the Great King Throne, which was originally formed by countless cities, buildings and spaces, slowly turned blue and white. In this kind of planting, the ghost flower still has the upper hand. The peach mountain of ghosts has also turned into the color of the ghost flower. It is no longer like before, where pink flowers bloom first, and then green leaves grow after the flowers wither, and then fruits such as peaches grow. The peach mountain of ghosts in front of us blooms blue flowers, and then white leaves grow after the flowers wither, and then blue fruits grow. It can be seen that the new peach mountain of ghosts has been stained with Gushi's style, and the peach mountain of ghosts is adapting to the environment of each space. In some spaces, the peach mountain is full of peach flowers in spring. Some are full of peaches, and some are full of leaves but no leaves. The most speechless thing is that in several spaces, for some unknown reason, various lightnings will appear all the time. Every time the peach mountain of ghosts appears, it will be struck to death by lightning. However, the ghost flowers growing on the ground were not so troublesome, and the lightning seemed to have no effect on the ghost flowers. Gushi, who was standing in the sky and controlling the strong wind, carefully watched the changes in every space occupied by the ghost-suppressing peach mountain and the ghost-suppressing flower, and a smile appeared in his eyes. It seems that his plan was successful. At this time, the Great King and the Great King Throne also found that something was wrong. If this continues, the layered space wall of the Great King Throne will become the territory of the ghost-suppressing peach mountain. When Gushi seals this space, the Great King will be directly sealed up and will never have a chance to escape. Don't think this is impossible. When the ghost-suppressing peach mountain was planted in half of the space, the Great King had already felt the suppressing effect of the ghost-suppressing peach mountain. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. So the Great King, who had turned into starlight to restore his combat power, finally moved. The starlight inside the Great King Throne all gathered towards the center point, and finally turned into a human figure composed of starlight. This figure is somewhat similar to the giant made of stars that Gushi had seen at the beginning, but the eyes are obviously bigger. In fact, the Great Lord himself is a branch body made of the eyeballs of the giant made of stars. This is why the Great Lord troops are always classified by eyes, hearts and tentacles. I think the boss above him uses eyes, hearts and tentacles to act as clones for his subordinates. After the starlight turned into a human-sized body, the Great Lord stretched out his hands, and a red robe with black inside fell from the ceiling of the Great Lord throne, wrapping the Great Lord up. Now the Great Lord looks like a living person, although his figure looks like a straight barrel because of the material of the robe. It is much better than the pure starlight before. At the same time, a long sword rose from the ground. The sword was silver blue and translucent, with countless constellations painted on it, and it looked like a long sword made of starlight. After holding the long sword in his hand, the Great King looked at a certain place on the Great King Throne. He pointed forward with his right hand holding the long sword. Open the door. With the Great King order, a silver light lit up. and a large amount of silver liquid like flowing water quickly formed a city gate. From the city gate that has not yet been assembled, it can be seen that behind the city gate is an open space outside the Great King Throne. This is the real way to enter and exit the Great King Throne. Like Gu Shi, the idea of wanting to kill directly from the space wall into the Great King Throne is feasible. But it is quite troublesome. Not only does it require a large number of manpower, but it also takes a lot of time. The most important thing is that as time goes by, the space wall entering the Great King Throne may become larger and larger, and it will become more and more difficult to break in. Entering and exiting through the portal in front of you is the most reasonable choice. He looked out along the silver portal. The Great Lord already knew what was happening outside. A little guy with infinite mana at level 16. Did he dare to stand in front of the Great Lord because of his infinite mana and master level air element spells? When the Great Lord was fighting beside the giant, he didn't know how many such enemies he had killed. Now he just had to go out and give this guy a sword and kill him. He really didn't need to do anything else. As for the methods of the undead, the Great Lord didn't take them seriously. There were too many people who used the methods of the undead in the British royal family. Gu Shi's undead methods were normal in the eyes of the Great Lord, and he didn't take them seriously at all. As long as the Great Lord attacked, he could clear all these undead. These were all trivial matters. The Great Lord thought as he walked towards the portal. The moment he stepped out of the portal, he heard a whoosh. Chapter 2056 Plan to kill the Great Lord. Boom! Ding! Boom! The Great Lord just walked out of the portal and felt 3 black feather arrows flying towards him. The Great Lord reacted quickly and raised his hand to slash. As a result, the 2 black feather arrows flew too fast and were not blocked. They just pierced into the Great Lord's body, causing a small explosion. As for his sword, it only blocked 1 black feather arrow and flew out of his hand and fell to the ground nearby. The situation in front of him made the Great Lord himself confused. These 2 arrows directly blew off 2/3 of the Great Lord's body. If the Great Lord himself was not a human figure formed by the gathering of starlight, he might have been gone in just like that. At this time, the Great Lord had only one thought in his mind. How am I here? Where did the enemy come from? He is not dead yet? Gu Shi, standing in the sky, looked at the Great Lord below and was also a little surprised. He had tested the power of black feather arrows. Except for some special cases, a level 45 enemy can be killed in 1 shot. I didn't expect that this guy in front of me would not die after being hit by 2 arrows. How strong is his defense? My lord, be careful. His spirit body is abnormal. Just as Gu Shi was preparing to shoot 2 more arrows, the voice of the Orange Guard Xinjoe came to Gu Shi's mind. What's the situation? This guy seems to be a collection of starlight and powerful telekinesis. Starlight is his lifeline. His body will not disperse until the starlight is used up. Telekinesis? Gu Shi was a little puzzled. The Orange Guard Xinjoe didn't know how to explain it, so she directly sent an animation to Gu Shi's mind. The picture of this animation is relatively short, but the meaning is quite clear. In the picture, a person cut off his arm and pointed at his arm and said, "You stay here and protect my home." Then the arm really moved by itself and kept protecting the man's house, even if the skin on the arm rotted and the bones turned into ashes. He did not leave. Can it be played like this? Watching the animation, Gu Shi also roughly understood what the situation of the king was. Thinking back to the battle at the source of the void, Gu Shi had a guess in his mind. Could the Great Lord in front of him be part of the body of the giant made of stars? For example, it was made of a random planet and a little bit of body material. Or maybe it was strengthened mentally, or something. No wonder he could withstand 2 arrows and not be killed. But it was useless. The source of the void was blown up, and the Mirror Underground Palace now had no direct connection with the source of the void. And the giant made of stars could not reach out to this side now. The power of the Great Lord in front of him could not be replenished after it was lost. If 1 or 2 times didn't work, then fight more times. The telekinesis that made up his body couldn't be dispersed. So just disperse the starlight. Besides, the greatest ability of the Orange Guard, the new 9-tailed beast, is not the mind and spirit. When the starlight is dispersed, the telekinesis will have no place to attach to. Then, whether it is collected to make other items or transformed into undead, it will not be a problem. So Gu Shi pointed his hand in the direction of the Great Lord, and black feather arrows flew from all directions to the Great Lord location. At the same time, Gushi took the initiative to contact the Orange Guard Xingwe in his heart. After I kill the Great Lord, will the telekinesis that formed him escape and have nowhere to go? Yes. Although this telekinesis is only a trace. The source is not simple. If I am still alive, I can find a way to erase or cut off the connection with its body. But with my current level, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult. Unless there is one more piece of this suit, I can do what you want. What about extracting his power and sealing it permanently? Gushi didn't want to leave such a big trouble in his territory. So whether it was the Great Lord himself or the idea that formed the Great Lord, Gushi had to deal with it. Regarding Gushi's request, the Orange Guard Xingwe thought about it, looked at the Great Lord who was about to get up and was seriously injured by the black feather arrow again, and finally said a sentence. There is no problem with the seal. I have a good idea for the seal. But I have to steal a dead soul from you. Sir. Which one? Gushi was a little confused. What did the orange-clad guard Xingwe want the dead soul for? Use the dead soul as materials? Gushi had done this before. For Gushi, it was normal to use low-level dead souls as experimental materials or construction materials. He was just a little curious about why the orange-clad guard Xingwe wanted a dead soul as a material. Boss, you should have killed a figure when you got this. I heard them say that every time you killed a person, there would be an extra dead soul in the city of Aridov. The Orange Guard Nu Ninetail shook his hand. And Gushi only noticed at this time that 9 very flexible long whips appeared in the hands of the Orange Guard Nu Ninetail. This is the change from the Ninetail whip to the hands of the Orange Guard Nu Ninetail. Now Gushi also understood the undead that the Orange Guard Nu Ninetail wanted. Isn't this the black figure that came out after the weird windmill and the killing stone were dealt with? At that time, Gushi's attention was all on the Orange Guard Ninetail. And Gushi really didn't consider the undead that the black figure transformed. Now it seems that this black figure is still useful. Gushi thought for a while. I will transfer people here now. But it will take a certain amount of time. See if this works. As Gushi spoke, he opened the Night Blood Road. In the Night Blood Road, except for the Black Blood Knight who has a name, the undead servants and undead laborers have no names no matter how powerful they were in their lifetime, and how high their levels were. But the only advantage is that the ghost flower is semi-intelligent. As long as Gushi thinks about it, the undead inside will stand out by themselves. After Gushi determined the target, an undead laborer immediately walked out of the Night's Blood Road. This undead laborer is no different from ordinary undead laborers. Gushi couldn't see any shadow of a black figure on him. But when the Orange Guard Xingwe saw this person, he immediately said, "That's him. I can use him to temporarily seal it. When another undead is sent over, I will seal it completely. Okay. You deal with it first. And I will deal with the prince." Gushi nodded without thinking. Then Gushi turned around and faced the prince again. At this time, the prince wanted to stand up again. He stretched out his hand, and the long sword that was knocked out flew back into his hand. But at this moment, 7 black feather arrows flew from different angles and pierced him accurately. Then, boom! Chapter 2057 The Sealed Great Lord. The Great Lord body exploded again. Gushi also noticed at this time that something was wrong with the clothes on the Great Lord. This clothes seemed to be restraining the Great Lord astral body. Even if the Great Lord body was broken into pieces, this clothes could put the Great Lord body back together. Even if the Great Lord body was completely broken, it was okay. He could still be saved. This was the case with the Great Lord at the beginning. He could usually turn into countless starlights and gather in the Great Lord throne to restore his consumed vitality. When he turned into a human form, putting on such a piece of clothing could reduce his consumption in maintaining his human form. At the same time, the defense of this clothing was pretty good. Gushi's black feather arrows had exploded the Great Lord body several times, and the ground was sunken. But the Great Lord clothes did not seem to be damaged. Seeing this situation, the Orange Guard Nu Ninetail said immediately, "Boss, that piece of clothing has the function of protecting the prince's mind power. We need to find a way to knock that piece of clothing off." Hearing this, Gushi pressed his hand down, and the black feather arrows fell again. This time, a total of 9 black feather arrows fell and nailed the clothing to the ground. Because the clothes were pulled open, Gushi could see the condition of the prince's body clearly. Under the clothes, the starlight was already quite dim. In addition to the starlight, there was something similar to the fire of the soul. This was what Gushi saw with the vision of the soul lamp. Normal vision cannot see these. With the strength of the Orange Guard Xinjiaowei, she naturally saw everything in front of her. She stared at the starlight that had not completely dissipated and kept talking to Gushi. You are still a little short. At least 2 more shots. And boss, can you see that flame and hit it? Boom. As soon as the Orange Guard Xinjiaowei finished speaking, the black feather arrows fell from the sky and hit the fire of the prince's soul. At the same time, a group of Black Blood Knights rushed out, holding their weapons in their hands, and rushed to the Grand Lord, wanting to chop the Grand Lord clothes into pieces. But this piece of clothing was obviously orange quality equipment, and its quality was quite good. Gushi's black feather arrows couldn't destroy it. So how could some Black Blood Knights deal with it? After rushing a few times, they couldn't destroy the clothes in front of them. On the contrary, because of their appearance, Gushi's black feather arrows were not so easy to fall. Fortunately, Gushi had his own way, and the Nether Spirit Flower was in hand, and a large number of Nether Spirit Flower seeds fell on the Grand Lord body. With the effect of the Nether Spirit Flower, Gushi activated the Nether Spirit Flower induction, turning the Nether Spirit Flower into a blade, constantly cutting the clothes. The attack of the Nether Spirit Flower is different from that of the Black Feather Arrow. The effect of the Nether Spirit Flower induction is actually quite good. At least the number of Nether Spirit Flowers is relatively large, and it can be used back and forth. The original killing stone can be ground off, and there is an orange outfit in front of you. Well, there is no way to grind off the orange suit, but it is still possible to grind off the starlight protected by the orange suit. At this time, the Orange Suit Guard Xinjiaowei was also ready. She took the undead laborer that Gushi had just found for her, and strode to the king. 1 orange suit, 1 quasi-red suit. At least it is the clone of a super boss. How can you be so poor? At this time, there was only a little starlight left in the clothes nailed to the ground, and the starlight still gathered into an eye, staring at the Orange Suit Guard Xinjiaowei, as if wanting to remember her appearance. It's useless. The news can't be spread. I have played a lot of things about the mind and spirit. I knew your idea a long time ago. Do you think I won't have some means of self-protection when I come here? Or do you think that you have many years of combat experience? I think it's better to forget it. Your experience is not worth mentioning in my eyes. After saying that, the Orange Suit Guard Xinjiaowei stretched out his hand to the last bit of starlight. As the Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed made his move, Gushi noticed that the Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed's right hand had turned into 9. Each one was waving like a fox's tail. This situation gave Gushi an idea in his mind. Who was the Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed before he died? Before Gushi could figure out the situation, the Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed had already pulled out the last bit of starlight, and the soul fire representing the Lord Mind power. After casually dispersing the starlight, the Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed stuffed the soul fire into the body of the undead laborer with a backhand. After that, the Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed kept putting various soul seals on the undead laborer. At the same time, she also said to Gushi, "Send the other undead here, so that it can be sealed permanently. Then you can suppress this thing under the Peach Mountain where you want to suppress ghosts." It seems that the Orange Guard Xinjiaowei has seen through Gushi's plan to turn the throne of the Great King into the Peach Mountain where ghosts are suppressed. Can it be wiped out directly? Didn't I tell you before? I don't have that kind of strength now. So let's wait a little longer. Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed Fox didn't even raise her head, but her hands didn't stop moving. It was obvious that she was still there sealing the last bit of the Lord Mental power. Hearing this, Gushi quickly turned back and sent an order to the rear, asking the city of Aridov to send the undead as quickly as possible. At the same time, Gushi's transformation of the Lord Throne has not stopped. Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed Fox has already started to deal with the Lord Last affairs, so Gushi naturally has to focus on the Lord Throne. If Gushi used this method on the Lord Throne before, it was to open the Lord Throne and drive the Lord out. It's different now. Gushi really wants to turn this place into a new huge Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts. The battle just now has affected Gushi's progress. Now Gushi has to focus all his attention on this. So Gushi and the Orange Guard, the 2 Nu Ninetailed, were doing their own things, and no one disturbed anyone. At this time, Shirley's troops, who were revived by Gushi's infinite resurrection, finally passed through the thick space wall of the Great King Throne with the guidance of the Nether Spirit Flower and the Peach Tree, and entered the interior of the Great King Throne. At this time, this was still a place where the Nether Spirit Flower and the demon-suppressing Peach Mountain had not touched. In this space, there was a lot of starlight everywhere. After Shirley came here, he obviously felt something. He looked up at the ceiling, pointed to the center of the ceiling and ordered, "That is the key to the entire Great King Throne. Let's go!" Chapter 2058 Discovery in the Great King Throne. Shirley's actions naturally attracted Gu Shi's attention. After all, a correct passage was opened, and the Netherworld Flower naturally sensed it. Gu Shi immediately sent out the undead laborers in the Knight's Blood Road and asked them to rush over along the new road with the seeds of the Netherworld Flower. After these undead laborers rushed into the space in front of him, they did not pay attention to Shirley's situation at first, but planted the seeds of the Netherworld Flower they brought in on the ground. As the Netherworld Flower was planted, Gu Shi, who was standing in the sky as a storm converter, could also feel the situation inside the Great King Throne. Although the Great King was still sealed outside the Great King Throne, Gu Shi had already regarded everything inside the Great King Throne as his own property. When he could observe the interior of the Great King Throne with the Netherworld Flower, Gu Shi first looked for resources and gains inside the Great King Throne. Observing the interior of the Great King Throne with the Netherworld Flower, Gu Shi found that there were treasures here. The entire interior of the Great King Throne covers an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers. The height of the ceiling and the space wall is about 600 meters. Although Shirley pointed at the center of the ceiling and shouted as soon as he entered the Great King Throne, they had not reached the top of the ceiling of the Great King Throne until the Nether Spirit Flower came in. However, new Nether Spirit Flowers have begun to grow on the ground inside the Great King Throne. The rooting of these Nether Spirit Flowers also paved the blood road for the knights to enter, and more undead laborers transported the seeds of Nether Spirit Flowers. At the same time, they also saw various resources and equipment piled up inside the Great King Throne. Inside the Great King Throne, Gu Shi saw at least 16 mines. The quality of these mines is no longer rare quality, but a higher level of quality, because of the long-term influence of starlight and void. The mines here mainly produce two kinds of resources. One is starlight resources, such as star wood, star goldstone, star crystal, starlight mercury, etc. And the other is void resources, such as twisted wood, void stone, void purple sulfur, void gemstone, etc. All these materials are considered high-quality materials. Starlight resources are quite valuable in some space-based spells, while void resources are mainly used by warlocks. Of course, for Gu Shi, if he wants to build a portal or a teleportation array, these two types of materials are indispensable. In addition to the 16 mines, there are also a large number of weapons and equipment from unknown sources piled up inside the Great King Throne. Some of these weapons and equipment are standard. Judging from the quality, they should be equipped for the guards of the Great King Throne, the throne's tricky troops, or the Great King personal guards. Others should be the spoils of the Great King troops, and the quality of these spoils will be relatively good. After all, the Great King men have already divided up the ordinary things, and all the things that can be sent to the Great King are high-quality things. The equipment sent here does not have blue quality. All the equipment sent to the Grand Lord is a purple quality or above. Even with such quality, the Grand Lord did not use a warehouse to store these equipment carefully like the guild where Gu Shi was originally. Instead, they were piled up in a corner casually like garbage. If there were no special people watching these things, no one would be willing to believe that such quality things would be piled up on the roadside like garbage. After hearing about this situation, Gu Shi didn't know what to say. He turned around and contacted Catherine, asking her to take over the supplies here. In Gu Shi's order, all the materials dug out here must be transported away. After all, the Grand Lord throne in front of him will be changed by Gu Shi into the Peach Mountain on the Yellow Spring Road to suppress ghosts. This core part must also be adjusted. Gu Shi will not regard this place as a city, or change his mind again. Gu Shi generally will not readjust the plan that has already been implemented. Gu Shi first asked the undead laborers who had entered the throne of the Great King to count the various materials in front of him, waiting for the portal of the throne of the Great King to open, and waiting for Gu Shi's troops to rush here. This time is not long. On the second day after Gu Shi captured the Great King, the Orange Guard New Ninetail completed the initial seal of the Great King. At the same time, the passage to the Apple Forest has also been opened. The remaining troops of the Great King are being blocked in the Apple Forest by the troops led by Lord Magic Mirror. and there is no way to stop Gu Shi's army from rushing through the defense line of the apple forest. Now Gu Shi's undead transport troops and labor troops have begun the final processing. Some of them have begun to sort out the areas that have been captured and started to transform the areas that have just been occupied. The first renovation work was the construction of roads. After all, with this half of the Mirror Underground Palace being taken down, it would take a long time to get from one end of the Mirror Underground Palace to the other. Gu Shi was not the kind of person who didn't know the importance of transportation. The speed of the command hall's movement had caused Gu Shi to suffer a loss before. This time, Gu Shi would definitely not be stingy in this regard. Not to mention the position just occupied. Gu Shi needed to invest more resources and troops to clear the field and take care of it. Without a fast transportation network, it would be quite disadvantageous for Gu Shi to digest this half of the Mirror Underground Palace. So the road problem was placed in the most important position at the first time. Regarding the requirements for the road, Gu Shi only made one suggestion. Straight road. Don't do some detours. Gu Shi needs a straight road that leads directly from Dragon City to the throne of the Great King. In Gu Shi's mind, a straight line is the shortest. As for the amount of work, Gu Shi never took it to heart. This kind of thing can be done by the undead. With so many undead laborers, Gu Shi has enough time. Gu Shi can change the Mirror Underground Palace in front of him in any way he wants. And he doesn't need to consider the cost at all. Of course, Gu Shi can only make suggestions now. After all, he is still floating in the sky, acting as a relay for the strong wind. Compared with the Orange Guard new nine-tailed fox, Gu Shi's work may have to support another 2 to 3 days before he can stop. After all, the area occupied by the Great King throne is really too large, and the space is stacked. Gu Shi's ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain needs to occupy all of this. He must ensure that every space is planted with peach trees of the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain and the Nether Spirit flowers that represent Gu Shi's control over it. Gu Shi, who said that he would not be a cow or a horse, actually acted as a cow or a horse in the end. It's just that he didn't feel it. Chapter 2059. A few days of sorting and harvest. In the next few days, Gu Shi's progress was accelerating. On the third day after the Great King was captured, Shirley finally came to the top of the ceiling of the Great King throne. There was a little starlight hidden there. Under the starlight, Shirley, who had always been a quasi-epic level, finally stepped into the ranks of the epic level, and he gained full control of the Great King throne for Gu Shi. The portal leading to the interior of the Great King throne was activated, and Gu Shi's men no longer needed to enter through the passage paved by the Nether Spirit flower. On the fourth day, Gu Shi manipulated the strong wind and the jade seal of the Peach Mountain, and buried the jade seal in the position on the ceiling of the Great King throne to control everything. At that moment, the entire Great King throne turned into a blue and white style. The little starlight that originally flowed between the spaces of the Great King throne also completely disappeared, replaced by a strange gloomy wind and peach fragrance. From this time on, the throne of the Great King was finally renamed and became the Peach Mountain of suppressing ghosts under Gu Shi. On the fifth day, Gu Shi finally completed his first action. In the entire throne of the Great King, no, in all the layered spaces of the Peach Mountain of suppressing ghosts, at least one peach tree was planted. This was considered to have completed the initial control of the Peach Mountain of suppressing ghosts. And Gu Shi didn't need to worry about the next thing. In this way, Gu Shi, who had been flying in the sky for nearly 7 days, could finally stop and rest. Gu Shi, who fell to the ground, was directly supported by someone. These 7 days were a test of great pressure for Gu Shi. If it weren't for the help of the pair of death hands behind him, Gu Shi would not be able to hold on. Even so, Gu Shi's energy was almost exhausted at this time. After confirming that the initial control of the Peach Mountain of suppressing ghosts was successful, Gu Shi fell asleep as soon as he landed. The rest of the matter was handed over to the orange-clad guards. On the 6th day, the undead transported from the city of Aridov finally arrived. The undead that came here was the undead that was created when Gu Shi killed the shadow in the killing stone. So the Orange Guard Xingioe immediately began to seal the prince. The undead that was sent here this time was quite confused. He was staying well in the city of Aridov, but he didn't expect to be called out directly. He was hurrying along the way. At the beginning, when he was in the distance of Aridov, he could still ride a 2-legged dragon, but after passing the dragon city, he could only follow the troops mobilized by Gu Shi. Sometimes he could get a ride in a mud truck, but most of the time, he walked by himself. Fortunately, Gushi set a goal for him at the beginning. Although he walked a little slower along the way, he finally walked here completely. But he never expected that he would be caught by the Orange Guard Xingoa as soon as he arrived here. And his bones were removed and made into something like iron chains. And the king who was sealed in the undead was hung inside the Peach Mountain of Suppressing Ghosts. At the same time, the Orange Guard Xingoa also personally entered the Peach Mountain of Suppressing Ghosts and arranged some sealing arrays to activate the Peach Mountain in the layered space of the outer wall of the Peach Mountain of Suppressing Ghosts. This kind of sealing array has only a simple activation effect. After activation, the roots of the peach tree will actively absorb the life force and telekinesis of the king, so as to strengthen the peach tree itself. It can be said that after sending the last part of the king into the Peach Mountain of Suppressing Ghosts, the king suppressed at the bottom of the mountain will eventually become a part of the Peach Mountain of Suppressing Ghosts. On the 7th day, Gushi, who had slept for 2 days, finally woke up. These 2 days of sleep allowed Gushi to recover most of his spirit. At the same time, the road to the front line has been repaired here, because the portal was opened. Various resources inside the Peach Mountain of Suppressing Ghosts have also been transported out. After counting, there are more than 73,000 purple equipment found in the Peach Mountain of Ghosts. Among them, there are more than 6,000 high-quality purple equipment. At the same time, there are 19 orange equipment and orange quality props. After this battle, Gushi finally understood why In City can give such a high offering every year. It turns out that in high-level battles, orange equipment and orange props are so easy to get. Among these 19 orange equipment props, 8 are orange quality props. 6 are weapons and equipment related to Starlight. And it is obvious that these are used by the prince himself. The rest are weapons and equipment of different attributes and styles. It can be seen that these are the spoils of the prince. If it was before, Gushi might have run over to check the attributes of these dozen weapons and equipment. But now, Gushi's mind is not on this at all. He just woke up and took the 2 pieces of equipment that the prince brought when he came out. That piece of clothing was okay. A standard orange outfit. And it was obviously given to his subordinates by the giant made up of stars. The properties were just as Gushi had thought. It could fix a void body like Starlight into a human form. And the defense was pretty good. This thing could also be used by ghosts. But the long sword made Gushi's eyes light up. This was exactly the quasi-red outfit in the hands of the legendary Great King. This is a good thing. Stargazer's sword, quasi-red. In nurturing a long sword made of the eyeballs, Starlight, and some special items of a powerful boss. This long sword is naturally of quasi-red quality, and can be used as an orange outfit, or it can be nurtured. If the nurturing is successful, this sword will have routes such as Stargazer, Starry Sky, Planter, and Distortion. Just by looking at the situation of this sword, Gushi knew that this sword was specially made for the Great King. Of course, judging from the current properties, this sword is also a mass-produced type, like that piece of clothing. However, unlike the orange equipment, the properties of the quasi-red equipment have actually changed during the nurturing process. It is obvious that the sword in front of him has already met the attributes of the Great Monarch. If Gushi directly nurtures it, the Stargazer sword that is finally nurtured, Gushi is afraid that he will not be able to use it directly. Of course, Gushi can also change the properties of the Stargazer sword during the nurturing process and transform it into the direction of the undead. But in that case, the previous nurturing will be in vain. Gushi needs to nurture it again, and he does not know what the final result of the nurturing will be. After taking a look at the Stargazer sword in his hand, Gushi was thinking about what to do next. This Stargazer sword has only benefits and no disadvantages for Gushi. It's just that Gushi has not figured out where to nurture the sword, and how to adjust the direction of nurturing. After all, this is a long-term job. If it is not handled well, Gushi will not only waste an opportunity, but also waste a red equipment embryo. Chapter 2060 Special Orange Equipment. Starry Sky Dome. Don't rush to send it to Iridavi City. When everyone arrives, I will consider what direction to adjust this sword to. By the way, among the dozen or so orange equipment, are there any that meet the attributes I need? Gushi is actually more concerned about this. What he needs for his death hand is orange quality weapons, wristbands and rings. Now Gushi wants to see what is here first. What can be exchanged for what he doesn't want? Gushi has already thought about it. With his current status, if he really wants to find a trading place where he can exchange orange equipment, he can really find it. If it doesn't work, he can also borrow the power of the military. After all human equipment must be given priority to the military. The first ones sent up are non-starlight weapons and equipment. Gu Shi was more interested in these things at first. After all, the great king had fought with Victoria's City for so many years, and the style of Britain was half holy light and half undead. Among these orange equipment, there may be some equipment that can be used by undead. But Gu Shi really didn't expect it. The Mirror Underground Palace is not the main battlefield of the Great Lord. The spaces and plots sent in are. Sometimes when the space and plots are sent in, there are no enemies inside. And sometimes there are enemies inside. The Great Lord lets his subordinates deal with ordinary enemies. Only when the enemies are stronger, the Great Lord needs to take action himself. And when the Great Lord takes action himself, the enemies he faces almost all have orange equipment. Even if an enemy with orange equipment appears only once every few decades. Even if the orange equipment may not be left every time the enemy is killed. But over time, there will always be some gains. So these equipments are strange and have all kinds of styles. Not all of them are in the direction of the undead. It is precisely because of this that Gu Shi did not pick the orange equipment he wanted. Instead, a starlight-style orange equipment attracted Gu Shi's attention. This is the only wristband among so many equipments. And among the equipments needed for Gu Shi's Hand of Death, only the wristband has no attribute requirements. It can be said that as long as the attributes of the wristband are good, Gu Shi can choose to equip it. The attributes of the wristbands in front of us are quite good. Although they are centered around starlight, they are not as twisted as the fighting style of the Great Lord. Instead, they have a natural domineering aura. Starry Sky Dome, orange. Wristband. Ownerless. After equipping, spatial positioning ability +1. Attack speed increased by 30%. Equipment requirements, agility 30. Constitution 30. Special 1, Starry Sky. After equipping this wristband, the wristband will automatically condense a little starlight every minute. In battle, the gathered starlight can be formed into a light curtain for defense. No one can break in before the starlight is consumed. The starlight can also be formed into a barrage for attack, with a power of 120% of the player's spell attack. Special 2, Sky. Build a starlight arsenal in the sky and launch an attack with 20 purple weapons in the sky. Special 3, Meteor. Unleash the power of meteors to increase the wearer's movement speed, thereby reducing the wearer's travel time. Special 4, Pole Star. 7 pole points can be arranged for positioning, and direct teleportation can be carried out through the pole points. Cross-game teleportation is possible. Explanation 1. Starlight has the power of time and space. Mastering starlight is equivalent to mastering time and space. Explanation 2. What does the star represent? Looking at the properties of the Starry Sky Dome, Gu Shi felt that the giant composed of stars was not an ordinary person. He really can use any power at will. The characteristics of the Starry Sky Dome equipment in front of him are obviously divided into 2 categories. The first 2 items are used for fighting, and the last 2 items are used for traveling. The ones used for fighting are related to starlight, and the ones used for traveling are directly related to the power of time and space. The Starry Sky skill is the simplest, although it may not be very powerful now. This trick really automatically condenses a little starlight every minute, which is 1,440 points of starlight a day, and more than 520,000 points of starlight a year, if you save it for 10 or 8 years, and then concentrate it together. Even gods can challenge it. If possible, you can also watch the ground with starlight. It can be said that this move is a powerful move in the late stage, and the move of Sangqiong is to use purple weapons as ammunition, although the method of use is not clear for the time being. Gu Shi thinks that this is a bit like Gu Shi borrowing the effect of the Griffin Black Throne to release black feather arrows, and the attack falls from the sky. This is enough for Gu Shi. After all, such an attack method is a supplement to Gu Shi's attack method. And the most important thing is that as long as this pair of wrist guards are equipped, the control can be placed on the Hand of Death. Gu Shi can double attack during the battle. He controls one side of the battle, and the Hand of Death controls the other side. As for the last 2 abilities of the wristband, they are all used for movement. Meteor can increase Gu Shi's movement speed, but Gu Shi is not sure now whether it is his own flying speed or the speed of the evil coffin. If the speed of the evil coffin can be increased, it will be a good thing for Gu Shi. After all, the speed of the evil coffin can be increased, so the movement speed of the command hall should also be increased. The matter of the command hall at the beginning embarrassed Gu Shi for a long time. He forgot the most critical thing about the mud truck. Other necromancers can do without the city gate. But how can Gu Shi, who has mastered the city of death, do without the city gate? The command hall without the city gate can only move by itself. And there is no chance to deploy. Fortunately, there is now an acceleration function, as long as the speed can be increased. Other problems are also minor problems. The last pole star is relatively simpler. It is a means of spatial positioning and spatial transmission. The main method is to use starlight to set a coordinate. As long as Gu Shi wants, he can teleport through the coordinates at any time. This method can be regarded as making up for some of Gu Shi's mobility problems. When encountering such a large-scale battlefield again, Gu Shi can also move through the coordinates. It is no longer necessary to spend several hours rushing back to Yin City from the battlefield like before. It is no longer like before. Everything can only be transferred through the hearthstone of the fireplace. It can be said that this orange outfit has helped Gu Shi a lot. After taking this orange outfit in his hand, Gu Shi did not hesitate at all. A pair of arms appeared behind him, and quickly picked up the pair of wristbands. Then the two arms crossed each other, and the wristbands were put on the arms, and a starlight quickly wrapped around the pair of arms. Obviously, one of the arms is a skeleton hand made of white bones, and the other is a translucent ghost hand. As a result, under the effect of starlight, they turned into astral bodies, which looks much more beautiful now. Gu Shi really didn't expect that this starry sky dome can also act as skin. Chapter 2061 Preparing for the Battle of Clearing the Field. After equipping the starry sky dome, Gu Shi looked through the remaining 18 orange equipments, hoping to find a few more things he could use. Gu Shi didn't count on the undead plus lightning for the time being. But Gu Shi still had some ideas about the undead plus dragon slayer. The news that the King Remnant Soul brought to Gu Shi before was that the superior of the Great Lord often fought against dragons. And he had a red suit in his hand, which was used against dragons. So what if there was an equipment that could be used to deal with dragons? Wouldn't it be just right to use it? But Gu Shi searched for a long time, and didn't find the most suitable thing. The only thing that seemed acceptable was a book of Starlight Atlas among the orange equipment props. Through this Starlight Atlas, you can learn some magic such as astrology. Of course, according to the instructions, the Starlight Atlas can finally attract meteors and meteorites. But Gu Shi was unwilling to believe the records here. The reason why he was interested in this Starlight Atlas was because it involved divination and fate. Gu Shi needed to learn about fate. After all, Gu Shi suffered some losses in terms of fate. If he did not master some means of fate, the Nether Spirit Flower alone could not protect him for a lifetime. At least Gu Shi had to know whether he was entangled by other fates. This was very critical. Before he was sure whether he was entangled by other fates, Gu Shi did not dare to use the fate choice of the Nether Spirit Flower. After taking this Starlight Atlas, Gu Shi did not pick up other things, but asked people to transport all the supplies and equipment to the rear. At the same time, Gu Shi also picked up the 3-life stone mirror again and asked about the situation of the entire battlefield. After 7 or 8 days, the battle situation in front of him naturally changed again. Now most of the land of the Mirror Underground Palace on the side of the Grand Lord has been occupied by Gu Shi's troops. Lord Magic Mirror no longer arranged the front line. She sent all her troops out to clear the territory they had just occupied. After all, this was the most time-consuming. The most important thing was that there were too many areas with overlapping spaces on the Grand Lord's side. These areas were the most troublesome to deal with. They could only be dealt with bit by consuming time. There was no way to flatten them directly. Of course, there was another problem. That was that Gu Shi had no intention of building a city on this side. Although there were cities on Huangquan Road, just like the gathering place where Gu Shi had been. But those were built by the undead spontaneously for temporary settlement. The purpose was to provide some shelter for those undead who were about to pass through the gates of hell and had not yet passed through the gates of hell. It was just that Gu Shi had no idea of building a city on Huangquan Road in his arrangement of his own Huangquan Road. In this regard, he still respected tradition. In his opinion, the most important thing was that there were no cities on Huangquan Road. Because there is a city on the Yellow Spring Road, it means that the undead have a place to stop and rest. It may be okay for them to rest. But what if some undead want to stay? They don't want to pass through the gate of hell, enter Gu Shi's territory, and become Gu Shi's subordinates. Then will they stay on the Yellow Spring Road? Some weaker undead can stay. But what about the stronger undead? And what about the ambitious undead? Gushi doesn't want to find such a trouble for himself on his own Yellow Spring Road. So there will be no city on the Yellow Spring Road. At most, there will be checkpoints to deal with and divert those undead. And with this idea, when Gushi dealt with the half of the Mirror Palace territory of the Great Lord, he didn't set up some cities like Yali-Dovi. There is no city here. This also brought some trouble to the clearing, because the troops for clearing the field have to be mobilized from Longcheng, and all kinds of materials have to be transported back to Longcheng. There is no way to deal with it immediately. It was fine for 1 or 2 days, but it became a bit chaotic after a long time. Fortunately, Lord Magic Mirror and the command hall were stationed near the Apple Forest and took over the matter temporarily. But the next thing is not something that Lord Magic Mirror can handle alone. It will gradually add logistics, the guidance of the undead, the construction of roads, the layout of the Yellow Spring Road, etc. These are not things that Lord Magic Mirror can handle alone. At least the contracted undead of the level of Princess Anna must come. But the problem is that Princess Anna cannot stay here permanently. So Gushi will have to worry about the following things. But now Gushi can't worry about this for the time being. At this time, in the battle report he received, the biggest problem is the lack of manpower and the lack of seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower. Because of the previous explosion and storm, all the spatial layers on the side of the Void Source are gone. But the spatial layers on the side of the apple tree are still there. When Gushi passed the spatial layers, he used the means of Ghost Wall and Huangquan Road to get through. Now Lord Magic Mirror needs to clear the field. So she naturally can't just leave these layers of space alone. In the end, she must take down the spaces one by one, plant ghost flowers, pave the flower road, and determine the properties and functions of each space. There are many things to consider here, and Lord Magic Mirror can't just take down these spaces and leave them alone. Not to mention that from the Apple Forest to the throne of the Great King, which is now the location of the Peach Mountain that suppresses ghosts, there are no large-scale layered spaces like the 2 sides of the Apple Forest, but all kinds of small layered spaces are really everywhere. Now the largest layered space here, the throne of the Great King, has been taken down by Gushi. So should the remaining layered spaces be dealt with? It also brought some trouble to Gushi's troops. This was the first time that Gushi felt that he was short of troops after his troops had exceeded 10 million. Gushi was speechless about this situation. Was it because he left too far away? So far that Double Death could not convert new undead? Gushi asked Princess Anna curiously. But it turned out that this was not the case. The effect of Double Death was quite good. New undead appeared in the city of Aridov every moment. And there were even leaders and heroes among them. Princess Anna had been dealing with the issue of troop organization during this period. It was impossible for Gushi to have no troops. Listening to Princess Anna's response, Gushi was somewhat puzzled. What went wrong? Gushi thought seriously and turned his head to look at the situation nearby. After confirming that there was nothing he needed to deal with on the spot, Gushi quickly walked back. Chapter 2062 On the way back to the city. On the way back to the city, Gushi communicated with Luna, Shea, and Princess Anna through a dream meeting. He temporarily arranged the next work. After the Great Lord was captured, Gushi's next work focus would naturally be placed in the Mirror Underground Palace, as the core area of the largest and first Death City under Gushi's command. Gushi can be sure that the Mirror Underground Palace will be treated as the main underworld by him. It just so happened that the original Mirror Underground Palace was divided into 2 pieces by Gushi with the Axe of Creation in order to prevent the attack of the Great Lord. Now the Light Curtain Defense Shield transformed by the Axe of Creation has not been cancelled. For this reason, Gushi's plan is to use the Mirror Underground Palace on the half where the city of Aridov is located as his own underworld troops. And the Great Lord, who has just been captured as the Yellow Spring Road. His Yellow Spring Road will start from the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts, and arrange various diversion and selection methods along the way. The Apple Forest and the big pit that was blown out of the original source of the void must be left. Finally, at the Light Curtain Defense Shield, another ghost gate will be arranged. After passing the level, you can enter the Dragon City, and Gushi's underworld will use the Dragon City as the starting point to divert the undead again. Gushi's general idea is like this, but how to do it still needs to be considered. After all, Gushi himself has not studied the Yellow Spring Road clearly. The knowledge of the Yellow Spring Road he now has mainly comes from 3 parts. The first part is the information recorded in the original secret records of Taishan Mansion. The second part comes from the research of Cui Xian and several other underworld masters. They are all players who have not encountered or missed the skill of the Yellow Spring Road. In order to ensure that they are not left too far behind, they studied the topic of small Yellow Spring Road. Gu Shi learned some from them at that time. The last part, of course, comes from the Yellow Spring Road skill that has just been mastered. This part is considered the official standard. There is definitely no problem with rationality, but the agility is definitely insufficient. The Yellow Spring Road released by the skill is definitely the most standard Yellow Spring Road. But this kind of Yellow Spring Road does not consider the geographical advantages and other factors at all. This is definitely not in line with Gu Shi's idea of using half of the Mirror Underground Palace as the Yellow Spring Road. That's why Gu Shi discussed with Luna and the others to see how to arrange the Yellow Spring Road. After a period of discussion, Gu Shi decided on the current plan. Of course, this is just the initial plan. To start this plan, Gu Shi still has 2 levels to go through. The first level is naturally the clearing level mentioned earlier. If the Mirror Underground Palace is not cleared, this thing can't be done. While clearing the field, Gu Shi also needs to plant his ghost flower all over that half of the Mirror Underground Palace. At the same time, it is necessary to arrange liches and use the dead witch force field to convert this half of the Mirror Underground Palace into the underworld state. Although these things can be done at the same time as clearing the field, but there will definitely be a sequence of time. Add to that the trouble of the half of the Mirror Underground Palace. Gu Shi estimates that it will take 3 to 5 years to complete this set, and Gu Shi plans to figure out the geographical environment of the Mirror Underground Palace in these 3 to 5 years. Only then can we arrange the layout of Huangquan Road. This matter is also more troublesome, so it must be carried out together with the clearing of the site. At the same time, some changes in the geographical environment can be started. Apart from other things, there must be a few rivers to be arranged, and the entrance to Huangquan Road must be placed near the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts. In addition, there is the murderous intent in Huangquan Road, and some other arrangements. Gu Shi can think of quite a lot about this Huangquan Road. However, there are not many people who can help Gu Shi with this matter at hand. Luna is good at building a city, but Luna has no way to change the environment. Princess Anna can only help clear the site, and Shea can only be responsible for the exploration of the environment. They are powerless for the rest of the things. Eve can do experiments, but she is really not professional in arranging these. Lingxi and Yin Ryu can't help much in this regard. At most, Yin Ryu said that she could help Gu Shi copy the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu, and help Gu Shi record research notes. There is nothing else. Yes, there is nothing. It can be said that none of the contracted undead can really help. This gave Gu Shi the idea of recruiting another batch of contracted undead. After all, Gu Shi is now short of suitable personnel, and his things will gradually increase. Just like there can be no city on the road to the underworld, but there must be ghost messengers and guides. If a judge is arranged, it will definitely be great. These people need to be controlled by confidants. There are also personnel in diplomacy and administration that need to be supplemented. Gu Shi also needs to arrange people in this regard. Each of these things was a hassle for Gu Shi. For these things, Gu Shi did not rest even when he was on his way back. Every day when he was awake, he studied and analyzed. And when he was asleep, he had to hold a dream meeting to discuss solutions with his subordinates. It can be said that Gu Shi used himself as a dead spirit. When he stepped over the Naiha Bridge outside Longcheng and entered the Longcheng area, Gu Shi felt that he was about to become a dried human. If this continued, he would go crazy. So Gu Shi simply stopped here in Longcheng and planned to rest. Just at this time, Moore also appeared in front of Gu Shi. "My lord, do you know what I bought in the ghost market over in the activated giant rock city?" When he saw Moore appear, Gu Shi also smiled. He always wanted to find something to relax himself along the way. As a result, he found that he had just experienced a battle with the Great Lord, and he was not interested in anything. Moore saw that his mood was not right, and wanted to use this method to make himself happy. Although he didn't think this would make him happy, Moore was kind-hearted. So Gu Shi said, "Oh, what did you buy at the ghost market? Did you get anything big?" Of course, Moore didn't know what Gu Shi was thinking. When she heard Gu Shi asking her, she raised her head and said proudly, "I bought the blood of the ancient dragon at the ghost market." "Oh, the ancient dragon. That's great." Gu Shi didn't actually know what the ancient dragon was. To him, any dragon, as long as it was alive, was all experience. and as long as it was dead, it was all material for the transformation of the undead. The name of the ancient dragon was not as powerful as the 100-headed dragon, but more couldn't see Gu Shi's mentality. She was still preaching. My lord, you don't know that these ancient dragons are actually the 4th generation of dragons. That status. Chapter 2063 Demigod Arms. Ghost Dragon Squad. Wait. What did you say? Status. Go one sentence earlier. Those ancient dragons are of the 4th generation, not the 1st generation. Listening to Moore's words, Gu Shi did not ask why dragons were divided into generations like apple trees. He knew very well that no matter what kind of weak chicken existence, there would always be some kind of enhancement in the 1st generation. This kind of 4th generation ancient dragon must have some good things in its hands. Even if it is just a corpse, it will be stronger than ordinary dragons. 4th generation dragons. More. Do you think they have clues about red suits? Speaking of red suits, Gu Shi suddenly became excited. He now has a long sword-like quasi-red suit in his hand, and is ready to take it to the Corpse Mountain War God statue for warming. When this long sword is placed there for warming, if another red suit can be added to fill the gap in Gu Shi's hand, it will definitely be good. After all, no one would complain about having too many red suits. Right? Seeing Gu Shi's eyes glowing, Moore said helplessly, Sir, please be clear-headed. That is a red dress. Not a big sale on the street. You can find a lot of it at random. This time, after I found the blood of the ancient dragon in the ghost market, I immediately went to find the body of the ancient dragon. But in the end, I followed the clues and still found nothing. Not to mention finding red dresses with clues. Sir, we have red dresses in hand, but luck is really not used in this way. Okay. Hearing that there was no red dress, Gu Shi's spirit was obviously not as excited as before, but he still planned to encourage more. Anyway, she at least went out to find good things by herself, and also went to look for red dresses. This is a good thing. Unlike Gu Shi's other subordinates, they are not even active in finding a purple dress for themselves, and usually let Gu Shi consider orange dresses for them. This is not okay. If this continues, how can Gu Shi leave everything to them? With this thought, Gu Shi shook his head. He was about to praise more, but suddenly something happened in his heart. A strange feeling appeared in Gu Shi's heart. Gu Shi looked up at the sky, and the Ice Mirror Ghost Prison sent a message. The first batch of Dragon 2 soldiers and 100-headed dragons sent to the Ice Mirror Ghost Prison had been wiped out. Until now, they were officially dead, and the effects of double death and night blood road fell on them. Gu Shi was silent for a moment, and then he remembered who the Dragon 2 soldiers and 100-headed dragons were. Gu Shi was somewhat curious about the various types of undead that the Dragon 2 soldiers and 100-headed dragons dragged into the Ice Mirror Ghost Prison would eventually transform into. Of course, Gu Shi was more curious about the situation on the side of the 100-headed dragon. Gu Shi didn't need to consider the Dragon 2 soldiers. Even if they died, they could only be transformed into nameless undead servants and demigod-level ancient undead, and they couldn't do anything. But the 100-headed dragon was different. When he attacked the apple tree, Gu Shi really couldn't kill any of the 100-headed dragons. In the end, all of them were sent to the Ice Mirror Ghost Prison. Until now, these 100-headed dragons have died at Gu Shi's hands. However, after being processed by the Ice Mirror Ghost Prison, the bodies may not be recovered. After all, they have been decomposed and become part of the Ice Mirror Ghost Prison. Now Gu Shi can only focus on the new undead brought by the double death. As for the Night Blood Road, Gu Shi has no hope. The 100-headed dragon will at most become an undead servant, and there will be no changes at all. So he didn't even look at it. At this time, Gu Shi is more concerned about what the 100-headed dragon will get after the double death transformation. Maybe it will be a certain type of undead dragon. After all, the 100-headed dragon belongs to the dragon category. After looking at more, Gu Shi smiled and said, "You came back at the right time. There is a new batch of undead dragons in the city. Come with me to Aridavi City." After listening to Gu Shi's words, Moore nodded and agreed. After all, Moore is the leader of the undead dragons. Moore is naturally happy to have more new undead dragons under his command. As for the poor productivity of the undead dragons? What a joke. The undead dragons this time are demigod level. Even Moore doesn't have demigod level undead dragons under his command. How can it be bad? So Moore simply put down the things in his hands and followed Gu Shi to Aridavi City. As soon as he entered the scope of Aridavi City, Gushi saw a group of undead dragons flying in the sky. The situation of this group of undead dragons surprised Gushi. It was obvious that they were the undead transformed from the 100-headed dragon. However, among them, there are all kinds of dragons, including bone dragons, ghost dragons, corpse dragons, blood dragons, and even dragon liches. What made Gushi speechless was not this. It was that they seemed to be a group, with one flying in front, and more than 100 behind would follow. It was obvious that there was corresponding coordination between them. Corpse dragons and bone dragons would fly outside. Ghost dragons and ghost dragons would fly in the middle. And the innermost were long-range dragon liches and blood dragons, which looked like someone was commanding them. But whether it was Gushi or more, they all understood that there was no one commanding them. These 100 undead dragons, some of which were similar to the ghost team, were actually a type of army. Gushi looked up and the corresponding information flashed in front of him. Ghost Dragon Squad, Level 42. Special Summon. Demigod Force Experience, 0/200000. Attack 93. Defense 84. Life 4970. Skills, Undead Creatures. Flying Creatures. Dragons. Incorporeal. Orange Armed. Combat Squad. Dragon Aura. Counterattack Aura. Dragon Breath Aura. Curse Master. Element Master. Combat Master. Command Master. Sure enough, when the information of the Ghost Dragon Squad flashed before Gushi's eyes, he knew that his vision was correct. These ghost dragons are counted as one demigod soldier for every 100. There is a bone dragon and a ghost dragon in the team. Look at them. At this time, Moore reminded Gushi specifically. Gushi looked and found that at the front of the Ghost Dragon Squad, the Bone Dragon was obviously bigger, and in the middle of the Ghost Dragon Squad, there was a Ghost Dragon hidden among the other undead dragons, which seemed not so eye-catching. What's going on with them? Warrior and Brain. Among these 100 undead dragons, there are 3 orange armors for soldiers. 2 of them are equipped on them, and 1 is distributed among all the undead dragons. Chapter 2064 Moore's Upgrade Plan. Did you figure it out? Gushi looked at Moore curiously and asked. No. They told me. Moore pointed to the Ghost Dragon Squad in the sky. They were assigned like this at the beginning. The one flying in the front is the warrior, the strongest undead dragon among them, and they dominate the battle. The one hiding in the middle is the brain, the smartest undead dragon among them. The rest are miscellaneous dragons. Each dragon has orange equipment with different functions. The strongest undead dragon has a different joint on his neck, which is an orange equipment specially given to him. Joint? Gushi was a little speechless. You undead dragons have equipment. Gushi admits this. But why do your equipment sound so weird? Yes. Joints. This is the case with bone dragons. Equipment can only be joints. And weapons can only be claws or teeth. There is no way to change it. The function of the joint is to increase physical defense for physical attack dragons such as bone dragons. If it is a spell attack dragon such as ghost dragons or ghost dragons, it will increase the defense shield. The main thing is to rush to the front, so that you will not die the fastest. Moore explained the situation to Gushi. Of course, the main reason is that she complained there, as the boss of the undead dragons. Moore herself is in human form, and she can equip normal equipment. So she actually doesn't like the equipment of the undead dragon. The most important thing is that she still has to take care of the equipment of the undead dragon. Every time she has to argue with the blacksmith, she feels very annoyed. Of course, after talking about this situation, Moore did not stop, and explained the situation of the other 2 orange equipment to Gushi. Another orange equipment that was mastered separately was something like bone wings. Its function was also very simple. It could use group spells, such as group acceleration and group defense, and could also directly contact all the undead dragons in the Ghost Dragon team. The main feature was an all-round auxiliary. It could be said that with such an auxiliary, the combat effectiveness of the undead dragons could be greatly improved. Finally, there were orange equipment scattered in all the undead dragons. Because there were too many undead dragons, the power of this orange equipment was not very good at ordinary times. But as the undead dragons in the Ghost Dragon team died, the power of this orange equipment would be brought into play, and the main addition was the combat effectiveness of the undead dragons. That effect was like a berserker whose morale was raised after his companions died. Of course, morale was really useless for undead dragons. Gushi took a look and guessed how these 3 orange equipment appeared. The 100-headed dragon at the beginning probably had similar corresponding characteristics. After the head of the 100-headed dragon was chopped off, it would become more and more difficult to fight. It's a pity that Gu Shi didn't fight the 100-headed dragon head-on. If he couldn't beat it, he would just drag it to his own ice mirror ghost prison. In the end, the situation became what it is now. Okay, these orange equipments are not something that normal undead can equip. Just tell me what this ghost dragon team can do. It's okay to fight alone. Or just assign them a task. These ghost dragon teams are very useful. They have brains, so they can understand when you assign them a task. They gather together, so their combat effectiveness is strong enough. The most important thing is that they have all kinds of undead dragons. As long as they are not killed instantly, they can kill them back. It is a better choice to directly separate them and act independently. After listening to Moore's words, Gu Shi knew how to use this kind of ghost dragon team. Although they are hundreds of undead dragons acting together, they can only be regarded as a soldier. Let them participate in the clearing operation over there first. This is the most important thing now. As for your matter, I have always kept it in mind. Due to the Grand Lord, I couldn't move away from Dragon City during this period. And you were dragged there. This matter is my problem. Now that the Grand Lord is gone, you can just start the work of dealing with the dragon blood bottle. I dare not say much about the others. You know about the Poison Peach Mountain. That world has experienced a dragon invasion. There are many dragon nests on the islands outside that world. I have fought some dragons there before. You can ask your men about this matter. They should have experienced that battle. It just so happens that Dragon City is now free. You can take the troops there to have a look. I think the dragons there are also a supplement for you. When Moore heard this, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. If what Gu Shi said is true, then this kind of world is a great supplement for Moore. Sir, it's okay. I have delayed you for a few years anyway. I should have arranged for you to go there a long time ago. Fight well there. And if you encounter any problems, just go to Poison Peach Mountain directly. Don't be afraid. We are always your backup. I understand. Sir, should I leave some undead dragon troops? Take them all with you. It's better to take more troops with you when you go out. But if I need you, you have to come back immediately with the troops. Gu Shi thought about what he was going to do next. In the next 10 years or so, Gu Shi probably wouldn't encounter any major battles. The main focus was on learning and dealing with the Mirror Underground Palace. It was a bit of a waste to keep all the undead dragon troops around him. It would be better to let Moore take them out and complete the task of the dragon blood bottle. In this way, Gu Shi could have won more red equipment. And no matter what happened in the future, he would be relatively safe. After all, the battles during this period also gave Gu Shi a strong sense of crisis. At first, he thought he could do whatever he wanted with the red equipment. Now it seems that the situation is not really the case. There are people outside people and mountains outside mountains. Gu Shi suspected that if he really jumped hard, he might. Some big guys just slap themselves to death. So now Gu Shi must calm his pounding heart and honestly improve his strength. Apart from other things, even if he didn't reach level 60, he had to reach level 45. Otherwise, with Gu Shi's level, holding so many red equipment, and provoking here and there, he would definitely be the one who died the fastest. Gu Shi, who understood this, certainly knew what he needed to do in the next period of time. Letting Moore take the undead dragon out was also an idea he had thought of a long time ago. But he really didn't expect that he would encounter the Ghost Dragon Squad at the last moment. This also happened to keep the Ghost Dragon Squad, which filled the gap left by the undead dragon troops. Chapter 2065: The Stargazer's Sword. After arranging Moore and the undead dragon to go out, Gu Shi did not forget his original intention to return to the city of Aridov. After telling the matter at hand, Gu Shi came to the vicinity of the Corpse Mountain War God statue with the Stargazer's Sword. The Corpse Mountain War God statue has 2 red equipment warming positions, which can be used to place a long sword and a shield of quasi-red equipment for warming. At the same time, when the quasi-red equipment is warming, the 2 quasi-red equipment will also produce corresponding orange equipment guards. Although it cannot be used all the time, it is better to have it than not. At present, the Stargazer's Sword has been warmed up for a long time at the Grand Lord Place. As long as it is warmed up for a period of time, this Stargazer's Sword will have the opportunity to change from quantitative change to qualitative change, and upgrade from quasi-red equipment to red equipment. It can be said that if Gu Shi wants the Stargazer's Sword, he only needs to put the sword in the Corpse Mountain War God statue and wait. But the problem is that she does not just want a red Stargazer sword. She wanted to forcefully change the properties of the Stargazer sword. Then she would need to invest a lot more resources. At least the Great Lord could only recover 70% of the investment in nurturing. And for the investment in strengthening the properties of the long sword, it was quite good to recover 30%. Coming under the statue of the god of war on the Corpse Mountain, she saw the contracted undead, who came back because of his order. She directly took out the Stargazer sword and explained the situation. It is certain that this sword will become a red equipment in the end. But everyone understands our current situation. I have a magic wand task in hand. And that is the red equipment weapon I want. I don't use the long sword very much. But red equipment is bound to rot in the pot. Just because I don't use it doesn't mean I will give it away. I am not such a generous person. So do you want any? If you do, just decide. If not, then I will ask the epic level and the leader level. Listening to Gushi's words, all the contracted undead were moved. After all, who doesn't want red equipment? But they all understand that when they get the red equipment, the pressure on their shoulders will be greater. Luna gave up the Stargazer long sword immediately. I don't want it. I usually stay in Aridavi City. Going out to fight has nothing to do with me. There is the Griffin Black Throne in Aridavi City. So there is no problem with safety. It's useless for me to take it. If it's a red mirror, I might be tempted. But I really don't need a red long sword. After Luna gave up the Stargazer sword, Lingxi and Yen Ryu also gave up the Stargazer sword at the same time. Their situations are different from Luna's. It's not that they can't leave Aridavi City, but they will appear in the human world as Gushi's contracted undead. The two of them are usually more concerned. If they have an extra red long sword in their hands, they will be targeted at the first time. Gushi is not sure whether he has the ability to protect them at that time. Of course, Gushi is not sure how long it will take to reorganize and nurture the Stargazer sword. If it takes a few decades, by that time, Gushi may have his own star field. At that time, he let his subordinates contract the undead to carry a red suit, and no one would dare to touch them. But now these two really have no interest. Then Catherine also shook her head and refused the sword of Stargazer. In Catherine's words, she is not the material for playing with long swords at all. Instead of investing all her energy in it, it is better to go her own way. However, Shea, Princess Anna and Eve are interested in the sword of Stargazer. Hearing this, Gushi turned his head and looked at Eve. Gushi can understand that Shea and Princess Anna want a long sword red suit. But why is Eve here to join in the fun? So Gushi looked at Eve curiously. Starlight, plants, Stargazer. These attributes are acceptable to me. If I take this long sword, I can learn spells in this area. And I don't need to turn it into a special undead one. You learn? Gushi now understood what Eve wanted to do. Eve nodded. Yes, sir. Please believe in our learning ability. And this sword has the potential to turn into a magic sword. As long as it can be turned into a magic sword, it will be of great help to my research in Starlight, plants, destiny, etc. Listening to Eve's words, Gushi did not immediately agree. In Gushi's mind, the red suit is not used to improve the strength of his subordinates. If they are equipped with red suits, they need to participate in the battle. After all, Gushi can't put another red suit in the city of Aridov like the Griffin Black Throne. And he just calls on the power of this red suit. So at the beginning, Gushi was most optimistic about Shea. If Princess Anna was willing to go to war, then Princess Anna could also take the red suit. But Eve's words were a head start. The most important thing was that she didn't need to change much when she took the red suit. The time for the red suit to be nurtured would be shortened a lot. As for Shea and Princess Anna, no matter which of them got the Stargazer sword, the attributes of the sword would need to be greatly changed. Seeing Gushi's eyes looking at her, Princess Anna said immediately, I am already an undead, and the attributes of the sword must follow the undead route. And it must be able to strengthen the attributes that are useful to the undead troops. I can have this sword, but I have the final say on how to change the attributes. Gushi knew after hearing this that Princess Anna's request was the most troublesome point. But what Princess Anna said was right. She was the commander. She must consider the role of the red suit. Besides, as a commander, when Princess Anna really has to fight in person, her subordinates are probably gone. Therefore, the red outfit for the campaign is what Princess Anna needs. If the attributes are not changed in all aspects, there is really no point for Princess Anna to take the Stargazer sword. So Gushi turned his attention to Shea. I need a weapon. No matter what. A long sword. A dagger. A short stick. A pistol. Or a crossbow. As for the attributes of the weapon, it actually has little impact on me. Of course, for me, it is best to have a weapon with simple and effective attributes such as poison and sharpness. But the other effects are not that big. You can change this sword or not. Gushi nodded, and then said to Shea, Shea, the Stargazer sword is for you. The Stargazer sword will be placed in the Corpse Mountain War God statue later. When it is warmed up, you can come here to adjust the attributes. In the next period of time, I hope you can improve your swordsmanship. I also hope that this sword will be useful to you. Chapter 2066 Warming up the sword of the Stargazer. After confirming some things, Gushi brought Shaya to the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses. If he had simply placed the sword of the Stargazer in the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses, Gushi would not have needed to call everyone over this time. It was just that the properties of the sword of the Stargazer needed to be adjusted. And Gushi himself was not very willing to use the sword. So Gushi had to pass on this matter. After bringing Shaya to the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses, Gushi took out the sword of the Stargazer and handed it to Shaya. Put this sword in the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses, and then directly put forward your requirements. How to adjust the properties of this sword. How long it needs to be warmed up. And how many resources need to be invested in it. It all depends on you. Shaya had recovered from her shock at this time. She understood that handing the sword of the Stargazer to herself was the best choice at the moment. So she held the sword of the Stargazer and walked up on the corpses on the Mountain of Corpses. With every step, Shea had some idea about the need for the Stargazer sword. In Shea's mind, the Stargazer sword must be a melee weapon, not a magic sword as he said. After all, for Shea, the long sword can be enchanted. But the sword is a sword, which is used to kill enemies in close combat. Turning the long sword into a magic weapon is a real waste. In addition, Shea's requirements for the sword are not much. The sword must be fast and sharp, which is the most basic. It is Shea's habit to have poison on the sword. As for other things, Shea actually doesn't have too many ideas. Whether the sword is starlight, distortion, or the attributes of the planter is not very meaningful to Shea. For this reason, Shea didn't make many adjustments to the attributes of the Stargazer sword. There were only some changes in the appearance, and some undead attributes were added. In addition, Shea didn't have too many requirements for the Stargazer sword. As Shea came to the foot of the Corpse Mountain War God statue with the Stargazer sword in his hand, the long sword in the hands of the Corpse Mountain War God statue had begun to change. From Gushi's perspective, the long sword held by the Corpse Mountain War God statue has some shadows of the Stargazer sword. But it is different. It seems that Shea's communication with the Corpse Mountain War God statue has worked. The Stargazer sword has been recognized by the Corpse Mountain War God statue, and can be placed inside for warming. At the same time, Shea's transformation direction of the Stargazer sword is also reflected on the Corpse Mountain War God statue. Gushi stood under the Corpse Mountain War God statue, watching the sword held by the Corpse Mountain War God statue slowly turn into a translucent long sword, with some starlight on the long sword, and a light green skull hidden under the starlight. This is with poison and undead attributes. Then a red light flashed, and a large amount of red powder began to swirl on the long sword. This means that the warming of the Stargazer sword has begun. When the red powder completely disappears and the long sword turns red, it means that the Stargazer sword has successfully become a red equipment. Seeing this, Gushi also nodded with satisfaction. Although it is not known how long it will take to nurture it this time, this thing is on the right track. Red Dress finally has hope. Right? After Shea put the Stargazer sword into the Corpse Mountain War God statue, she also got some information. There are the number and types of materials needed to transform the attributes of the Stargazer sword. All of this needs to be delivered by Shea herself. After taking a look at these materials, Shea was ready to run to Catherine. For things like finding materials, it is definitely inconvenient for Shea to do it herself. Shea has a different talent in finding information. But when it comes to finding materials, no matter how strong she is only one person. At this time, Shea actually still has to rely on her companions. Catherine has a different talent in this regard. She controls the entire business market of Gushi. I don't know how many goods flow through her hands every day. There must be all kinds of material Shea needs in it. As long as Catherine is willing to help pay more attention, Many ordinary materials will not need Shea to find them again. The remaining rare materials can also be found out by Shea's own intelligence network. It is believed that Shea will be able to find all the materials needed to transform the Sword of the Stargazer in a short time. Gu Shi, who understood this, finally felt relieved. After handing over the Sword of the Stargazer, Gu Shi did not feel reluctant at all, just as he thought at the beginning. He needed a red weapon, but it must be a magic wand. And it was a magic wand that was transformed into an undead, or even a Taishan mansion lord, rather than a Sword of the Stargazer that was quite inconvenient to use. So when he saw the Sword of the Stargazer was placed in the statue of the God of War in the Corpse Mountain to be warmed up, Gu Shi left directly. Shea wants to find the right materials to transform the Sword of the Stargazer, and Gu Shi has the same need. After all, Gu Shi also has several quasi-red suits that require various materials. Let's not talk about the magic wand for now. The Hair of Death has quite detailed requirements and instructions. If Gu Shi can't get a piece of red equipment like this, then he won't think about red suits in the future. As early as when he returned to the Mirror Palace, Gu Shi had sent the required materials to Catherine and asked her to keep an eye on this matter. However, the materials that seemed simple to Death were quite difficult to find in Catherine's place. Even if Death gave the materials and explained where to find them, it was useless. It was still impossible to find them. According to Catherine's estimation, it would take 30 to 40 years to find all the materials. Of course, in the eyes of some people, spending 30 or 40 years to get a piece of red suit was a great thing. But for Gu Shi, it seemed too slow. Gu Shi is not even 30 years old yet, but he already has 2 red suits. And there are several quasi-red suits or sealed red suits. 30 or 40 years is too long for Gu Shi. It is not certain whether Gu Shi will still want this red suit by then. Gu Shi shook his head at this time. Collect them. They are already delivered to our door. If we don't collect them, we will really be sorry for the great gift sent by Death. After muttering, Gu Shi turned around and left the city of Aridov. There are too many things to do next, and they cannot be handled in one day today. Gu Shi needs to deal with these things slowly. But before that, Gu Shi still has to go back to the Yin City. After all, he stayed on the battlefield for more than 10 days this time. Now that his things are done here, he always has to go to the Yin City to see if there is anything he needs help with. Chapter 2067 changes after 1 year. 1 year after taking down the Great Lord, Gu Shi had already resumed his normal routine. After all, he had no way to interfere with the things in the Mirror Palace. Whether it was clearing the site or the construction of the Great Lord half of the Mirror Palace, Gu Shi didn't need to interfere. Gu Shi only listened to the report every day and knew the progress. The rest of the time, Gu Shi was studying in school, and the place where Gu Shi stayed the longest was actually the Undead Civil Engineering Institute. Gu Shi would spend time here not for the mud truck that had been transformed to version 3.0. Now this thing can be regarded as the flagship product of the Undead Civil Engineering Institute. But it is not the reason why Gu Shi came here. The reason why Gu Shi stayed here for a long time was entirely because the Undead Civil Engineering Institute had a department that was about to be abandoned. The Feng Shui Department of Yinjia. This Yinjia Feng Shui Department was originally a department that focused on building Yinjia according to the terrain for the rest of the undead. This is of course also a part of civil engineering. At the same time, the Yinjia also has the effect of expanding incense and expanding the Yin space. Normally, this should be considered a prominent study among the necromancers. But no one knows why the Yinjia Feng Shui Department cannot develop in the Undead Civil Engineering College. The entire Yinjia Feng Shui Department can only recruit more than 10 students each year, and the total number of students in the entire Yinjia Feng Shui Department does not exceed 300. But the research of the Yinjia Feng Shui Department is not weak. There are special studies on Yin veins and Feng Shui treasures. Of course, there are also methods such as how to adjust the ground veins and the environment. These things are exactly what Gu Shi needs to arrange the Huangquan Road. Gu Shi occupies such a large area, and it is certain that he will arrange the Huangquan Road. But Gu Shi must not only arrange the Ghost Gate, Taosan, and Wanchuan River. In the mirrored underground palace on the other side, every inch of land must be used. In this way, Feng Shui and environmental studies have become things that Gu Shi needs to learn. As early as half a year ago, Gu Shi had already obtained the detailed map of the Great Lord. Now Gu Shi is learning how to arrange the roads in these places. The professors and tutors of the Feng Shui Department of Yinjia have no objection to Gu Shi coming to audit the class. In their opinion, Having one more student is a good thing for them. You should know that fewer and fewer students are willing to learn the art of feng shui for Yinjai in recent years. The main reason for this is actually very clear to the teachers. On the one hand, learning the art of feng shui for Yinjai requires a relatively high talent. On the other hand, learning the art of feng shui for Yinjai requires a lot of field surveys. Everyone says that civil engineering is hard. But feng shui for Yinjai is the hardest of civil engineering. Usually they rely on methods such as transfer and forcing people to gather some students. Now that someone comes to audit the class, how can they not be happy? So these professors all set their sights on Gu Shi and started one-on-one teaching for Gu Shi. And Gu Shi was really not idle. Every day when he got up and rushed to school, he would read the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu Emperor. When he almost arrives at school, his body will reach the limit of resisting the erosion of the manual of the Lord of Fengdu. At this time, he will put down the manual of the Lord of Fengdu and rest for 15 minutes. Then spend another hour to review what he has learned on the road and organize it. The next time is Gu Shi's own study time. Usually at this time, Gu Shi will study around what he has learned in the past few days and what he just read today. During the study process, Yin Ryu will help Gu Shi get materials and record them. Lingxi will deliver lunch at noon. And then Gu Shi will take a break. In the afternoon, Gu Shi will take time to come here to audit. Of course, sometimes he will go to other places to attend classes. As long as there is a chance to audit, Gu Shi will take out all the problems he encountered in the construction of Huangquan Road in the past few days and ask special professors or teachers. Some of these problems were casually said by Gu Shi during the study process, but they were recorded by Yen Ryu. Some were encountered by Gu Shi during the audit process. Anyway, Gu Shi always has questions of this or that kind. Later, Gu Shi will readjust the layout of Huangquan Road based on these answers. It can be said that under this way of learning, Gu Shi has grown rapidly in civil engineering and Yinjai feng shui. Today is the same. After lunch, Gu Shi took out the new map of Huangquan Road that had just been delivered. At this time, the map of Huangquan Road was already full of various patterns and different records. Gu Shi's fingers moved on the map. After more than a year, the original throne of the Great King has completely turned into a ghost-suppressing peach mountain. The layered spaces on the outer wall of the peach mountain to suppress ghosts have also been used by Gu Shi. Gu Shi divided the peach mountain to suppress ghosts into 3 parts, the inner, outer and core parts according to the guidance of the professors of the Yinjai feng shui department. The interior of the peach mountain to suppress ghosts is naturally the interior space where the Great Lord originally lived. It is now full of ghost flowers, and there are 30,000 liches here to take care of it. These 30,000 liches will take turns every day to ensure that there are 10,000 liches to convert the dead, which force field at all times. The ghost flowers planted here emit a strong yin energy, making the yin energy in the interior space of the peach mountain to suppress ghosts become thicker and thicker. The Great Lord hanging high on the ceiling of the interior space is now in a sealed state. In addition to the iron chain hanging on the Great Lord, there are also a large number of jade-like roots piercing the Great Lord body, extracting the Great Lord telekinesis. These roots come from the core position of the peach mountain to suppress ghosts. That is, the position where Gu Shi buried the jade peach mountain to suppress ghosts before. This location can only be entered from the inside of the peach mountain. There, the jade peach mountain has grown into a jade peach tree. All ghosts and undead souls that enter the range of the peach mountain will be affected by the peach tree and surrender honestly. Unless someone can break into the core area and destroy everything here, they will definitely be affected if they enter. As for the matter of this core area, Gu Shi did not tell anyone except the Orange Guard Xianjiawei. It can be said that it is strictly confidential. Everyone thought that the key to the Peach Mountain was in the internal space. As for the external space of the Peach Mountain, it is the layers of space walls. Now, at least 7 peach trees are planted in each independent space, and all the places on the ground where grass can grow are covered with ghost flowers. Gu Shi also used the color of the ghost flower to arrange the representative road, and built a pure white flower road in this space wall. Chapter 2068. A sudden letter. Blue is wild. White is road. Red and gold are special plantings. After more than a year of adjustment, the ghost flowers planted by Gu Shi in the Mirror Underground Palace have completed the first classification, although the ghost flowers have not yet planted the entire Mirror Underground Palace. As long as the location where the ghost flowers are planted has been classified according to color, except for the blue and white ghost flowers released by Gu Shi's ghost flower gloves. The remaining ghost flowers have become pure colors. The pure blue ghost flowers almost cover the entire Mirror Underground Palace. As the basic color of the Mirror Underground Palace, it provides heat energy for the entire Mirror Underground Palace. The pure white ghost flowers are paved into roads. Even in the layers of space, just follow the flower road paved by the white ghost flowers to go to where you want to go. Pure red and pure gold ghost flowers are very strong economic crops. Pure red absorbs flesh and blood to grow, and pure gold absorbs special earth energy to grow. Different fruits and flowers can be produced according to the absorbed flesh and blood or special earth energy. These things are very beneficial to the undead. So the places where these two kinds of ghost flowers are planted are equivalent to farmland and medicinal fields on the human side. As for those special ghost flowers with blue and white, red and gold, no one cares. As the first level on the Yellow Spring Road, the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain must also be fully affected by the ghost flowers. In each layered space, there are 1 or 2 white flower roads. After entering the layered space, as long as you follow the white flower road, you can easily enter and exit the outer space wall, walk out of the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain, or enter the inner space of the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain, and you will not get lost. In this year, Gushi has also completed the integration and upgrade of the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain skill, because Gushi already has a fixed ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain. When he uses the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain in the future, as long as he does not specifically remind you to release other ghost-suppressing Peach Mountains, what he will release will be part of this ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain. Every time Gushi puts out a Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts, a new space will be added to this Peach Mountain. There is no portal in the space, but there will always be some souls that will inexplicably enter this space and join the Yellow Spring Road that Gushi has not yet arranged. For Gushi, this will be the starting point of the Yellow Spring Road in the future. All those dead souls will walk out of the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts, follow the White Flower Road, and go all the way to the Ghost Gate. After leaving the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts, Gushi has also begun to arrange this road. Targeted arrangements have appeared on both sides of the Flower Road. Some ghosts, who can't stand the temptation, will be led to the Fork Road. In the end, some will be cleared. Some will become free laborers in nearby mines. And some will walk out by themselves and go back to the right road. No matter what these ghosts are like in the end, as long as they can get to the Ghost Gate, they will join Gushi's team and become one of Gushi's undead. What Gushi is learning in the Feng Shui department of Injai is the various methods and means of arranging the Yellow Spring Road. The purpose is to prevent the invasion of the enemy through the Yellow Spring Road, and to screen the first wave of undead. After all, the undead have no brains. They will keep going along the main road, and few people will take the initiative to go to the side road. On the contrary, those enemies who invade Gushi's territory will run to other places on the Yellow Spring Road. In the end, they will definitely die on this Yellow Spring Road. Pointing at the map in front of him, Gushi quickly recorded the different problems encountered during the construction of the Yellow Spring Road in the past few days. Just wait for the professors to come over and ask some professionals. But at this moment, Gushi's eyes suddenly lit up. A white light fell from the sky, and an arm full of bones appeared in front of Gushi. There was a letter on this arm. Gushi recognized that this arm belonged to Mr. Feng's messenger. But Gushi was a little unsure whether the white light was the messenger's body, or the arm was the messenger's body. Gushi was dealing with the last bit of the problem at this time. He didn't even raise his head. An arm with starlight appeared behind Gushi and took the letter. In a year, Gushi's 2 arms didn't become much stronger. It's just that the operating altars in the 2 ghost prisons have all been built. The equipment needed for the arm upgrade and the strange creatures that need to be suppressed in the ghost prison have not been dealt with yet. Without the strange creatures or creatures suppressed, the suppression throne cannot be built. Without the most core things, the most important strengthening altar, and the bones and ghost environment cannot be built. It's not known how long Gushi has to wait to deal with these. This is really as Mr. June said. Don't look at the things given by death. It looks like it will succeed soon. But in fact, it's not known how many years it will take to deal with it. With Gushi's current progress, he hasn't even finished the first pair of arms. But if you say that Gushi didn't try his best to find the right materials, that's impossible. Gushi can be said to have searched all the channels he could get, and he and his senior brothers have all asked. But up to now, Gushi hasn't figured out everything. Think about the new Death City that hasn't found a suitable location to build, and the new Death Incarnation that hasn't found the right materials to make. And you can understand how much time it will take for the death hand to reach red quality. The only benefit that the death hand brings to Gu Shi is that it makes things much easier. It's like when encountering the current situation. The death hand can take things first. Wait until Gu Shi has dealt with the things at hand, and then come back to deal with this matter. When Gu Shi finished dealing with the things he was dealing with, the two arms had already flown in front of Gu Shi. The letter paper has been spread out in the most convenient position for Gu Shi. Gu Shi can see the words on it clearly. Teacher Jun is back. Come quickly. Seeing this line of text, Gu Shi stood up immediately. During this year, he almost forgot about Mr. Jun, who was still bound in red clothes in death. Without Mr. Jun, the style of Yin City is changing slightly. From time to time, some dark clouds appear in the sky of Yin City, sometimes blocking the high sun. When the cold wind blows, Yin City slowly looks like a super city where undead professionals gather. Gu Shi also noticed the changes here, and at the same time, he also saw Mr. Feng's ambition. However, this matter has nothing to do with him, so Gu Shi didn't care about it. But Gu Shi didn't quite understand why Mr. Feng sent this letter now. Chapter 2069 Unexpected News Brought by the Return of Mr. Jun. In the underground palace of Yin City, Mr. Feng was talking with Zheng Qingxing. Principal Lu and Gong Lingyu were watching from the side. When Gu Shi came over, he found that among the people present, Zheng Qingxing had the ugliest expression and seemed a little reluctant. Gu Shi had heard about Zheng Qingxing's situation over the past year, although the military took over the ambush of Zheng Qingxing last time. But the military is not omnipotent and cannot always send people to follow Zheng Qingxing. So Zheng Qingxing has always encountered some inexplicable attacks over the past year. Although these attacks did not have a big impact on him, they always interrupted the work he was doing, making him quite depressed. Gu Shi was also a little speechless about Zheng Qingxing's situation. He is so old, so high in level, and has obtained red equipment. Why can't he be calmer? He offended so many people for no reason and made himself like this. Gu Shi shook his head. At this time, Gong Lingyu also came over. Xiao Gu, you are here. Yes. Teacher, what is the situation now? Didn't you say that Teacher Jun has returned? Why can't I see anyone? Teacher Jun has successfully bound the second red outfit and is communicating with Xinhua. Gong Lingyu came earlier and knew more about the situation here. When Gu Shi asked, she answered directly, and then she immediately changed the subject. By the way, how did you read the booklet I gave you last time? The booklet that Gong Lingyu mentioned was given by Gong Lingyu when it was determined that Gu Shi would start from Huangquan Road and take the route of changing the weather and environment. And he no longer needed to wait until the level of the Death City was higher before he could take the step. It records Gong Lingyu way of fighting using the weather and environment, among which Blood Moon, Battle Formation, and God-Killing Rain are Gong Lingyu exclusive skills. It is also a big move for Gu Shi. For Gu Shi, these things are quite useful. Many of them can be used. So Gu Shi immediately arranged them to go to the Yellow Spring Road. At the same time, Gu Shi still remembered Gong Lingyu's big move. In order to emulate Gong Lingyu, Gu Shi now directly attacked the dark spirit flowers planted in the Mirror Underground Palace. He planned to study some dark spirit flowers that can represent sharp swords. After all, the last time in death, the attack method of the dark spirit flower with black feather arrows made Gu Shi taste the sweetness. It happened that Gong Lingyu gave ideas and research directions, so Gu Shi naturally had to have some ideas of his own. I have learned half of it, and some things I have put into my Yellow Spring Road. Now the blood moon in the sky has not risen yet. This thing will cause considerable trouble, and I haven't considered how to deal with some of the arrangements here. Gu Shi answered honestly. The progress is very fast. It's only been a year, but you are different from them. They rely on the Death City to learn these things. But you are different. You have already taken this step in advance since the Naiha Bridge of the Lord of the Underworld. The environment you can use is also stronger than the Death City. But there are some differences here. Your Yellow Spring Road is considered to be in the wild. You should take this into consideration when using it. Gong Lingyu talked about it ramblingly. Gu Shi also quickly asked some of the problems he encountered. These problems were all the problems Gu Shi encountered during the learning process. After being pointed out by Gong Lingyu, Gu Shi also reacted quickly and understood many things that he didn't understand. At this time, Mr. Feng and Zheng Qingxing had almost finished talking. Zheng Qingxing lowered his head and didn't seem to be in a very good mood. And Mr. Feng came to Principal Lu and talked there. What's wrong with him? Looking at their appearance, Gu Shi was somewhat curious. Oh, Mr. June sent back some news in advance. He got the second red dress this time. Xinhua will definitely make other arrangements. They want to take advantage of it before Mr. June comes back. Gong Lingyu and Gu Shi are from the same department as Principal Liu. But to be honest, Principal Liu was actually taught by Mr. June. The Yin City will become a university town for the undead profession. And Mr. June's existence is indispensable. On the contrary, Mr. Feng is responsible for managing the Yin City when Mr. June is not around. He and Principal Liu are from different systems. Mr. Feng doesn't really have that many ideas about education. On the contrary, he values the rights of the Yin City. Gu Shi also understood this a little bit during the time when Mr. June was away. Mr. Feng's actions were very obvious at this time. He seemed to be preparing for a retreat. It seems that the other arrangements that Gong Lingyu mentioned must be quite important. After talking to Principal Liu for a few words, Mr. Feng walked in front of Gong Lingyu again. He first glanced at Gu Shi and smiled at him. Teacher Gong Lingyu, have you heard about Teacher June's matter? I heard a little, but I don't know the details. Do you know? Mr. Feng nodded affirmatively. Teacher June contacted me when he came out. He said that he got the second red dress this time. And Yinzidu has been very popular recently. It has been noticed by Xinhua. Yinzidu is afraid that it will split up and migrate. Hearing this, Gong Lingyu and Gu Shi were stunned. Split up and migrate? Yinzidu will split up apart? Looking at the expressions of Gu Shi and Gong Lingyu, Mr. Feng smiled with satisfaction. With such an expression, he was more confident about what he was going to talk about next. Mr. Feng said, I guess the Xinhua Club will make a request in the past, leaving only 3 red-clad players, including Teacher June and Yinzidu. But now, apart from Teacher June, there are 5 of us. That is to say, 3 of them will leave when the nests are split and migrated. I will definitely leave at that time. And Principal Liu will definitely stay. I want to ask about your plans. Mr. Feng did not talk about Zheng Qingxing's situation. But based on Zheng Qingxing's reaction before, Gu Shi could understand that he would definitely go with Mr. Feng. It's just that the time to leave is probably after completing some agreements between him and Yinzidu. After hearing this, Gong Lingyu shook his head and said, Forget it. In addition to teaching at the Hades University, I also have my own position in the Ghost Domain Committee of the Ghost Realm. Even if I want to leave Yinzidu, I will go back to the Ghost Realm. Mr. Feng knew Gong Lingyu's situation a long time ago, and his target this time was actually Gu Shi. After hearing what Gong Lingyu said, Mr. Feng looked up at Gu Shi and asked, What about you? Classmate Gu? Chapter 2070, The Nest Division and Mr. Feng's Invitation. Me? Gu Shi was speechless when Mr. Feng asked him this question. He asked me what to do. He didn't think that he would help him. Even if Gu Shi wanted to leave, he would follow Gong Lingyu. If that doesn't work, it's possible for Gu Shi to build a star field by himself. So Gu Shi said directly, Mr. Feng, I'm still learning. I will definitely stay in Yin City if I can. As for the future, we will talk about it later. Besides, Mr. Feng is planning to leave, and Zheng Qingxing should leave with Mr. Feng. Teacher Gong's job is not in Yin City. She can only be considered a temporary stay. It is reasonable for me to stay here. As for the time when Xinhua thought that I shouldn't stay here, it would be more than 10 years later. Mr. Feng also smiled after hearing this. He shook his head and said, Student Gu, that's not what I said. There are exceptions to everything. Nest migration is a big deal. As long as you are willing to participate in the nest migration, all previous contracts can be invalidated. This way, you don't have to be trapped in Yin City for more than 10 years. But Gu Shi shook his head. If I'm not trapped in Yin City for more than 10 years, I will definitely be trapped in a new place for a longer time. And after I go with you, what will I do with my studies? Mr. Feng, I'm different from you. I'm only level 16 now, not level 46. I still need to learn. If it weren't for learning, you want to use the nether spirit flower in my hand, my death city, and my profession. I want to speed up the impact. Can I rush up? Gu Shi was telling the truth. In fact, if he hadn't been bound to Yin City because of the nether spirit flower, with Gu Shi's style of wandering around with red clothes, and the opportunity to play 4 ordinary games every year, he is now at least level 20. If he didn't care about the skill level and just kill people with the nether spirit flower, it would not be a problem for him to reach level 25 now. It's not like now, still stuck at level 16, slowly rising. So Gu Shi was not interested in Mr. Feng's proposal at all. On the contrary, he felt that Mr. Feng had bad intentions and was destroying his future. Mr. Feng glanced at Gu Shi, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He always thought that he had mastered Gu Shi's weakness, and thought that as long as he persuaded him this time, Gu Shi would be willing to follow him. But he didn't expect that Gu Shi would respond to him like this. It seems that he still underestimated Gu Shi, but he didn't understand where Gu Shi's confidence came from. Mr. Feng glanced at Gu Shi, and said with a fake smile, "Well, if you have other ideas, you can tell me. I have a lot to give you." Gu Shi shrugged and didn't say much. After Mr. Feng left, Gong Lingyu came to Gu Shi. "Why? You look down on Mr. Feng?" "Not really. He is one of the earliest 3 red suits for the undead, and a veteran red suit master. I don't think he doesn't have a few red suits under his command, and a few close friends in his pocket. The reason why he came to me directly is probably because he thought I was young and energetic, and I was foolish and easy to deceive. He wanted to trick a cannon fodder back. After my usefulness is exhausted, he will marginalize me. In the end, I will get nothing," Gu Shi said lightly. He actually saw it. When there were only 4 red suits for the undead, Mr. Feng still stayed in the Yin City instead of going out to open up a new star field in the direction of the undead. I'm afraid he had some calculations. If he didn't have a little trick, the boss of number 229 White Bone Spear established the Ghost Realm, and the boss of number 609 Throne of the Dead established the Yellow Spring Realm. How come Mr. Feng is still hanging around in the Yin City with number 400 Heart of the Netherworld in his hand? If it weren't for Mr. June getting the second red suit this time, Xinhua felt that there were too many red suit bosses gathered in Yin City and issued a death order. Mr. Feng might not have split up and migrated and left Yin City, following such a boss. I'm afraid that all kinds of troubles will come before the benefits are obtained. Besides, others don't know Gu Shi's strength. But doesn't Gu Shi know it in his heart? On the surface, Mr. June is the first human double red suit boss. But did Gu Shi tell about his Griffin Black Throne? Did he say that he had the head of goddesses and the sword of Stargazer in his hands, which were red suits that he could use immediately? Gu Shi hid his family background. Even if Gu Shi wanted to leave Yin City, he would definitely not follow a boss with an uncertain future and a lot of tricks. Gu Shi must have established a star field like the underworld and become the boss himself. Although Gu Shi himself has no experience as a boss, he has experience in managing many dead cities. Now he has begun to build his own Yellow Spring Road. When Gu Shi grows up, there is no reason why he can't handle a new star field. So Gu Shi's attitude is very clear. I won't hang out with you, Mr. Feng. I will study here and lay a good foundation first. No one can make me leave for this matter. After hearing what Gu Shi said, Gong Lingyu also understood Gu Shi's attitude. She also smiled. But Gong Lingyu also understood that her position as the vice president of the Underworld University was the end of the road. Once Xinhua made a move, it would definitely not allow anyone to have a chance to steal the chicken and fish. Okay. As long as you have your own ideas, I will explain the situation to Principal Liu. You are a member of Principal Liu's department anyway. Before the new red suit is nurtured and bound, your chances of staying are quite high. But you have to pay attention. Yin City is just a place for you to study. It is not a permanent place. I don't think you have any intention of being a teacher. It is also a good thing for you to prepare early. If you really don't know where to go after graduation, you can go to the Ghost Realm first. The status of the teacher there is still high, and it is okay to protect you for a while. Gu Shi has also heard about the situation in the Ghost Realm. The Ghost Realm is completely different from the Yiming Realm and Huangquan Realm where Yin City is located. The Ghost Realm has a 12-member committee, but in fact, there are at least 20 undead cities that can be regarded as main cities in the Ghost Realm. Each undead city has a different style. At the beginning, Gong Lingyu was just the deputy city lord of a city and an alternate member of the Ghost Committee, so she has never been willing to go back to the Ghost Realm. But now it's different. After getting the red suit, Gong Lingyu's status has risen a lot. Although she doesn't have her own undead professional city, it's not a problem for her to protect her disciples in the ghost world. So seeing Gu Shi's firm attitude towards learning, she said this. Chapter 2071 Level 1 Death Knight Teacher June. I will. Hearing Gong Lingyu words, Gu Shi felt warm in his heart. But he had already made up his mind that after completing the contract mission in Yin City, he must brush all the game resources owed by Hades University during this period. Push up his level first. After that, He will do the 20th level graduation mission to see if he can use the relationship between Teacher June and Principal Lu to be a teacher in Ean City for a few years. After the network of people and other things are complete, he will go out to choose a suitable place to build his own star field. By that time, Gu Shi is estimated to be 25 to 30 levels, with at least 3 red clothes in his hands. Although he may not be able to compete with 2 larger races, he should be able to walk sideways in the human world. Only in this way can Gu Shi keep his control over the star field. He will not become someone else's subordinate and make wedding clothes for others. Gu Shi, who knows what he wants, is quite firm at this time. No matter what others say, Gu Shi will not change his mind. If he had that time, Gu Shi might as well learn some new knowledge to lay a good foundation for the future. Just as Gu Shi and Gong Lingyu were exchanging new technologies, Teacher June suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Gu Shi looked up and glanced over, and then his eyes widened bigger than his fists. When Gu Shi looked at Teacher June before, he felt that he was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person who would make people feel that he had no fighting power when standing there. But now when Gu Shi looked at Teacher June again, he felt like he saw a level 1 Death Knight. This was the first time that Gu Shi saw through the enemy's level and profession directly. But faced with such information, Gu Shi couldn't help but ask a question. Teacher Gong. This Teacher June seemed to have taken the route of a necromancer before. It seems that he should have changed his path after reincarnation. But I think all his necromancer skills should still be there. When he reaches level 60 on the road of Death Knight, he should have the idea of merging the 2 professions together. Gong Lingyu can obviously see more than Gu Shi. When Gu Shi asked this question, she would also give Gu Shi some advice. Looking in the direction pointed by Gong Lingyu, Gu Shi found that just as Gong Lingyu said, even if Mr. June was now a Death Knight, his professional abilities as a mage were not erased. On the contrary, everything was still preserved. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that Mr. June was holding a metal spear in his hand. The style of this metal spear was clearly a metallized branch that was casually processed. But thinking back to Mr. June's efforts in death, Gu Shi understood that this seemingly inconspicuous metal spear was actually his second red outfit, the immortal relic. But Gu Shi didn't expect that this thing could be turned into a spear. After walking out, Mr. June didn't care that his level was only level 1, and he had no equipment on him. He glanced at everyone, and then looked at Mr. Feng. Feng, how are the people you found? How many people are willing to go with you? Hearing Mr. June's words, Mr. Feng's face was a little ugly. He was about to say something, but Teacher June said, I asked Feng to invite everyone here. I think everyone should know the reason. I have communicated with Xinhua, and Xinhua agreed that it was legal and reasonable for me to get the second red suit. At the same time, he also acknowledged my identity as the first person in the human race to master 2 red suits. But he also asked me a question. During this period of time, our Ean City has grown too fast. There are now 7 red suits gathered in Ean City. And as time goes by, the number of red suits in Ean City will increase. In order to avoid some confusion and problems, Xinhua hopes that I can handle the affairs of Ean City within a round. Start the migration work. After speaking, Teacher June glanced at everyone again. Among them, Teacher June paid the most attention to Mr. Feng and Gong Lingyu. Mr. Feng was a little helpless. He knew what he would face a long time ago. When Teacher June looked over, he said it at the first time. I have already discussed with Zhang Qingxing. After the teacher's red dress exhibition, I will take them away from Ean City and open another star field of the undead system. But I didn't come to an agreement with Teacher Lu and his team. Very good. Feng, it's enough that you are willing to think so. I have already talked to the origin of the star field for you. As long as you are willing to split the nest for an expedition, he will choose a suitable star field for you and prepare the initial planets for you. If you have any ideas about the star field, you can also talk to him in person. While Teacher June was talking, Gong Lingyu was still supplementing Gu Shi with some common sense. Star origin. Human number 3 red suit. The user is unknown. The situation is similar to Xinhua. It is a treasure belonging to all mankind. The function is very simple. Powder the world in the game. Take these worlds out and stitch them together. And finally form a star field that can be lived in by humans. This is also the basis for the continuous expansion of the human star field. According to some potential rules, when humans occupy a certain starry sky, the star origin will take the initiative to dismantle the game world in that starry sky and stitch the star field that can be lived in by human players. If there are red suit players who are willing to take the initiative to participate in the expansion, they can also apply to the Star Origin and put forward corresponding star field requirements. Ask the Star Origin to help build your own star field. All Star Origins are free, but they have only one requirement. That is, if you apply for a star field, you must be stationed in the star field for at least 100 years. I just put a lot of effort to arrange the star field, and you just run away. That would be a slap in the face of my Star Origin. Of course, if your star domain develops well and becomes stronger, and you want to expand externally, and you ask me to come and expand the size of the star domain, then I'm sorry. You have to pay extra. Star domain origin is a thing that belongs to all mankind. But it's not free work. Star domain origin can participate in normal human expansion behavior, but you have to pay for abnormal behavior. Mr. Feng wants to split the nest, which is a normal expansion behavior. It's free. And because Mr. Feng is a red dress holder, and he also brings a red dress holder, when arranging a new star domain, Mr. Feng can put forward opinions and ask his star domain to be changed to what he wants. However, Mr. June is willing to talk to Star Domain Origin about this matter, which means that Mr. June has done a favor for this matter. And I think Mr. Feng will get more benefits. When Gongling Yu explained all this to Gu Shi, Mr. June's eyes also turned to Principal Lu. Teacher, you know me. The situation between me and Hades University. I came here for the gem gloves, and I will not leave before I die. Chapter 2072 Gu Shi's Choice. Teacher June nodded. He knew Principal Lu's situation very well. Unlike Gongling Yu and the others, Principal Lu's red dress belonged to Hades University. At the beginning, Principal Lu squeezed out many colleagues and grabbed the opportunity to bind the gem gloves. If Principal Lu gave up the position of the principal of Hades University, he would have to unbind the gem gloves himself and give the opportunity to bind the gem gloves to the next principal. After all, he had been through this before. Most of the principals were unwilling to give up the red dress that they had finally obtained. In fact, most of them sat in the position of principal until they were about to die. Let Principal Lu give up the position of the principal of Hades University and leave with Mr. Feng. He was not drunk, so how could he have such an idea? Then Teacher June turned his head and looked at Gongling Yu. Gongling Yu said calmly, Teacher, you know me. Originally, I had reached the level and planned to return to the Ghost Realm to be an alternate member. As a result, I got the red suit and brought a student. So the time was delayed. Even if the teacher didn't say it, I would return to the Ghost Realm after my student completed his studies. This time, it's considered early. It's just that my disciple really came to learn. Teacher, you see, at the beginning, we agreed that you would lead him for 10 years, and I would lead him for 10 years. It just so happens that my red suit exhibition conference will take some time. So he will study with you first. After you leave, he will study with me for 10 years. Just in time for graduation. His foundation is already very solid, and there is no need to suppress his level. Teacher June must know Gu Shi's situation. At the same time, he also knows that the key to his nest migration this time lies in Gu Shi. He hopes that Gu Shi can stay and maintain the level of 3 red suit holders in Yinzadu. Maintain until the new red suit in Yinzadu is nurtured. Now after hearing what Gongling Yu said, Teacher June understood that the matter was settled. But out of his attitude towards the red-clad boss, Teacher June still looked at Gu Shi. I still have a lot to learn, and I think I will study here for a while. After my contract with Yin City is completed, I will reach level 20 in Yin City, complete the graduation project of Hades University, and leave. Gu Shi directly stated his decision. Hearing this, Teacher June finally laughed. Very good. Since everyone has made a decision, let's do it. Feng, I will personally help you talk about your matter. In addition, I will also help you deal with the matter of your subnest relocation. And you can start choosing a location. At this time, Principal Lu and Gongling Yu directly surrounded him. As old players, they have never seen things like subnesting. Out of curiosity about subnesting, they also want to see what needs to be prepared for subnesting. Gu Shi saw that there was still excitement to watch, and immediately surrounded him. At this time, Teacher June also smiled and said, you haven't experienced nest splitting, so you can come and see it. The last time we split the nest was when the Yellow Spring Realm was established. The Su family kid is still too independent. He doesn't regard the players as human beings, and only believes in the undead under his command. Otherwise, his Yellow Spring Realm would be much larger than it is now. When Teacher June saw everyone gathered around, he didn't stop them, but instead spoke seriously. Things like nest splitting and migration should be explained in as much detail as possible, especially Gushi and Gonglingyu. They all play the Death City. When the Death City becomes bigger in the future, they will also encounter various problems. In this case, it is also good to have more experience. So Teacher June began to explain to Gushi and others the preliminary preparations for nest splitting. First of all, when splitting the nest, the most important thing is not land and manpower, but sufficient supplies. Without supplies, you can't play anything. With supplies, no matter how far you run, there will be people willing to follow you. This is human nature, especially Gushi and others. They are all necromancers. There is really no need to worry about manpower. If you want something, just use the undead. What are the undead laborers used for? It can be said that as long as Gushi wants, he can split the nest and send it out. Oh, sorry. This is a bit exaggerated. But the current Gushi is not good, which does not mean that the future Gushi will not be good. The person in Huangquan Realm was like this. He established Huangquan Realm alone and opened the city for players to live in. And then, he didn't care about the players anymore. He called himself the Emperor in Huangquan Realm. And no one thought there was anything wrong with such behavior. After all, the entire Huangquan Realm is his territory, and 80% of the residents in it are the undead under his command. After Gushi grows up, he will definitely be able to do this. On the contrary, the situation in the Ghost Realm at the beginning was different. When the Ghost Realm split out from the Yin City, it was a Death Knight Order that split out. The player holding the Bone Spear number 229 is the Knight Order leader. He split out with 300 Death Knight players, because he did not lead a large army like the Undead Mage. He suffered a lot when splitting out. Of the 300 Death Knight players and their families, only 12 survived. This is the predecessor of the Ghost Realm Committee. After the death of the Knight Order leader, the Bone Spear also circulated among these 12 families. Even though the Ghost Realm later developed quite large, the Ghost Realm Committee did not disappear and still controlled everything in the Ghost Realm. Gonglingyu was born in the Ghost Realm. He had heard a lot about the development of the Ghost Realm since he was a child. It can be said that they suffered a lot at that time because of insufficient preparation. It is also a negative example in terms of splitting and migration. Teacher June also smiled at this situation. This is also the first time that the undead class has split up. The previous Starfield development was all controlled by the Power Council. We didn't know anything at the time and thought that Starfield development was like this. So we followed the plan of the Power Council and prepared the things that the Power Council prepared. No one expected to encounter such a situation. But now it's good. We have the experience of failure and success. Although we can't be considered experienced, we can still guarantee the success of this split. Feng, what kind of Starfield do you plan to have? Mr. Feng had already thought about it at this time. Teacher, you see I am wearing a red suit. Plus Zheng Qingxing is wearing a red suit. I think I can establish a model of the main and deputy kings. The two red suits maintain the star field. One is in charge of internal administration, and the other is in charge of external combat. This ensures the safety and stability of the star field in the first century. Zheng Qingxing listened without saying anything, just nodded there. It is obvious that he has been convinced by Mr. Feng. Chapter 2073 Refusal to Participate. For Mr. June, who has experienced nest splitting many times, nest splitting and migration is not difficult. He called Gushi and others here just to take this opportunity to let them learn how to split nests, how to organize the necessary resources, and how to find a suitable route forward. How many people to bring forward, and how to determine the location of the capital are all what Mr. June wants to say. For Mr. June's chattering, whether it is Gushi or Mr. Feng, they all listen carefully. After all, Mr. June is a first-generation human player. It can be said that he has lived for as long as the human race has existed. Every word here is all experience. As he was talking, Mr. Feng talked about the shortage of manpower. Listening to Mr. Feng's words, Mr. June couldn't help but laugh. I have never heard that the necromancer will be short of manpower. If you feel short of manpower, just buy more corpses, and you will have enough troops in no time. I don't want troops, but players. Powerful players. This time, no matter where the star field I choose is, the train can't go there directly. The most likely possibility is that the train will reach the end of the border, and then it will definitely go alone. The new star field needs warships, commanders, and guardians. The military will definitely not help too much. And the nearby forces will definitely have other requirements if they take action. So I hope to use some of the power of Yin City. Mr. Feng said while looking at Gu Shi. It is obvious who he is referring to here. Mr. Feng actually sees it very clearly. Although Gu Shi's level is relatively low, Gu Shi's hidden network of relationships is quite strong. Red suits are not counted. The Arrow Tower Hunter, Mud Truck, and Command Hall brought by Gu Shi all have a fundamental impact on the frontline battle situation. It can be said that Gu Shi has a wide network of contacts in the military. Even if they don't know Gu Shi, they will give him some convenience when they hear his name. After all, if they offend Gu Shi, and Gu Shi comes up with some good things one day, the military will take it or not. So Gu Shi has a very good reputation in the military. Mr. Feng now wants to get something from the military for free. So he naturally sets his sights on Gu Shi. Gu Shi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. What does this have to do with me? Teacher June? I feel that my Huangquan Road is not good enough now. And I can't handle many situations properly. I feel that this matter is a bit stuck. I plan to apply to participate in a game to test the effect of Huangquan Road in actual combat. Gu Shi turned around and told Teacher June a reasonable reason. Anyway, Gu Shi has made up his mind that he will not participate in this nest migration. After all, this kind of thing is troublesome and has no benefits. If it is farther away, he may be imprisoned in several years. Wouldn't it be better for Gu Shi to study at that time? Listening to Gu Shi's words, Mr. Feng understood that Gu Shi had directly rejected him, and he was a little embarrassed. So he simply stopped talking about it. But the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward. Teacher June lost interest after seeing it. Okay, this is almost the case this time. Feng, you can directly recruit people in Yinzadu next. All graduates of Yinzadu University in the next 2 years will be selected by you first. After that, I will arrange some positions for training to ensure that they can be used in the new star field. Thank you, teacher. Mr. Feng hurried forward to thank him when he heard it. After being in Yinzadu for so long, Mr. Feng must know how many universities related to the undead are there in Yinzadu. In fact, this is also the credit of Teacher June. He has always believed that the undead are the other side of humans. The professions that humans can choose can be replicated by the undead. Even if it is not the main job, there can always be a route. So as long as there is one more profession in the human world, there will be one more corresponding university in Yinzadu. Some universities have no students at all. But Teacher June will also support them in his own way. Just like Master Lu's Death Secret Arrow University. From the beginning, it didn't recruit many people. It was all supported by Teacher June until Gu Shi provided the new profession of Undead Arrow Tower Hunter. There are many similar universities. It is just as Teacher June thought. There are all kinds of talents here. It can be said that 2 years of college students are enough to undertake all the work of players before and after death. Migrating with 2 years of college graduates can ensure that there will be no problems when the new star field is established. At least it can ensure that the trains between star fields can pass. And new resources and population can be sent to the new star field by star field trains. This can be said to be the lifeline of Mr. Feng's new star domain. Now Mr. Feng can't take care of Gu Shi, so he asked Mr. June for relevant information. Although Gu Shi and Gongling Yu didn't say anything, they were still listening carefully. Of course, slowly, Gongling Yu also began to teach Gu Shi. After all, Gu Shi is different from her. As for Gu Shi's current situation, he will take the initiative to go out to establish a star domain when he is about level 25. Listening more now, and preparing early will be of great benefit to the establishment of a star domain in the future. If Gu Shi doesn't understand something, Gongling Yu will explain it to Gu Shi. And at the same time, she will also talk about how to manage players. After all, the scale of managing the undead and managing players needs to be grasped. You must know that players are players, and undead are undead. The necromancer can directly give orders to the undead, even if they are sent to die. But you must never do this to the players. Sometimes you even need to discuss with the players. Of course, if Gu Shi's final goal is to build an imperial starfield similar to the Yellow Spring Realm, then just pretend that Gongling Yu didn't say anything. After all, the Ghost Realm where Gongling Yu was before was a parliamentary system. Gu Shi was already thinking about where to find the administrative contracted undead he wanted to find when he heard this. He really couldn't learn this kind of thinking. It seems that I have to find a game to play around. After thinking for a while, Gu Shi asked Gongling Yu, Teacher, can the game of the Underworld University be applied for in detail? Gong Yu knew what Gu Shi wanted to do as soon as he looked up. Why? Do you really want to apply for a game? Yes. Apply for a game that can be completed in a short time to relax yourself. There are also experiments that need to be carried out. After all, the study has been stuck during this period. I always feel that my Yellow Spring Road is still missing something. Chapter 2074 Choosing a New World. This is a good idea. You can't just study in isolation. Sometimes you need actual experiments. Gong Yu agreed with Gu Shi's idea as soon as he heard it. The Yin city in front of him was like a quagmire. It would not be a good thing for anyone to fall into it. Gu Shi had no need to participate in it. It would be a good thing to stay in a game and avoid the limelight. When do you plan to leave? Well, I leave as soon as I finish the military mission this month. Gu Shi thought about it and set a time. Let's go now. And don't wait for any military mission. I help you talk to the military. You should settle this matter first, and don't wade into any muddy water. Gu Shi could see Mr. Feng's thoughts. So how could an old hand like Gong Yu not know it? At this time, as a teacher, Gong Yu naturally had to stand up and help his students as soon as possible. The most important thing at the moment is to keep his students away from this place of right and wrong. Okay. I apply when I get back. Gu Shi didn't object when he heard about this. After all, Gong Yu was doing it for his own good. As for whether Mr. Feng would do something to the game that Gu Shi was going to play, Gu Shi was not afraid at all. After all, Hades University belonged to Principal Liu. If Mr. Feng messed around, he would offend Principal Liu and the entire university system of Yinzadu. By then, let alone the university graduates of 2 years. If he could bring a fresh graduate from Yinzadu, it would be Principal Liu's incompetence. At this time, Principal Liu also nodded to Gu Shi. Principal Liu was also very optimistic about Gu Shi's choice. For Principal Liu, this was the right route. If Gu Shi hadn't already mastered a red dress, Principal Liu would have considered training Gu Shi as the future principal. After Teacher Jun finished teaching everything he should teach, Gu Shi left immediately. He had been in Yinzadu for several years, and almost forgot where the door to the game opened. Gu Shi felt that if this continued, the nature of this book would change from a game world to a fantasy world. So at this time, it was quite appropriate to open another game world for the Game Entry and Exit Management Department of Hades University. This is always the busiest place. Every day, a large number of students come to apply for game worlds. Some students are not picky, as long as there is a game world to enter. Some students are very picky and have various requirements for the game worlds they want to go to. The staff of the Game Entry and Exit Management Department are busy to death. They really want to say, "Is it you who arranges it or we arrange it? Go to any game that has any game. And if you don't want to go, just wait in line there." But they don't have such courage, because those who can choose the attributes of the game world all have backgrounds. When they come, they don't say that they want to go to the game, but say that it is an experimental task arranged by the teacher, or a task requirement of the teacher. If you don't arrange a suitable game world, you are not giving face to our teachers. For such students, the staff are exhausted. But no matter how difficult it is to deal with, they have ways to deal with it. But they really have no way to deal with this one who appeared today. Gu Shi, the big boss in red, the darling of the military. I heard that if he had not graduated because of his low level, he could have mastered a star field now. As soon as he appeared here, he did not need to use the name of Gong Yu to speak. He just sat there and started to put forward various opinions. Gu Shi had a very clear positioning for the game world he wanted to go to. He was going to enter a game world to experiment with the effect of his own skills. This time, he would not lead troops to fight on a large scale. After all, his current troops were still doing the final clearing in the Mirror Underground Palace and had no time to come. So Gu Shi's requirement was a relatively safe game world that a single necromancer usually used normally. And it needed to have a weird, city-like environment. For Gu Shi's requirements, the staff immediately found a large number of game worlds to choose from. After all, Gu Shi's requirements were not too difficult. It's just that few necromancer players would choose this way. After all, for necromancer players, their first choice is still a large battlefield with many people, or a time when the plague is rampant. For necromancers, collecting a large number of corpses and undead auras is the best way for them to grow. The world that Gu Shi requested is the world chosen by some necromancers who are not necromancers, or necromancers, weird masters, and other elite necromancers. Usually, this kind of game world is not the first choice. As soon as Gushi asked this question, they immediately took out all of them for Gushi to choose. They were afraid that Gushi would be unhappy and make a big fuss. In order for Gushi to choose a game with peace of mind, they even took out some internal information of the game and told Gushi directly which games in front of him had good things. Gushi was also a little speechless about this situation, but this saved him a lot of trouble. At least Gushi didn't need to consider whether there would be things he didn't want in the game world. So Gushi was quite happy to choose here. Gushi didn't force the game world he went to this time, the Eastern and Western styles, and the time point. His requirements had been explained before, and it was actually easy to find the game world he wanted to go to by following his ideas. And Gushi was not the kind of lonely player. He didn't say that other players were not allowed to participate in the game, nor did he say that he had to choose a new game world. For this reason, when choosing a game world, these requirements were relaxed, and Gushi easily found the game world he wanted to go to. Looking at the target world selected by Gushi from so many game worlds, the staff immediately said, "Student Gu, don't worry. This world is the most suitable for players like you. This is the entry form. This is the game world number. And this is your ID. Take these things and go directly to the portal. No need to queue." After hearing the last sentence of "no need to queue," Gushi couldn't help but glance at them. But Gushi also understood that this was a gesture of goodwill from these staff members. So Gushi nodded to them and thanked them. Then he put a few gold coins on the table and walked out of the game entry and exit management department. When Gushi closed the door, he could still hear a voice behind him. "What? You want a simpler battlefield game world? I tell you, don't try this trick. If you don't have it, you don't have it." Chapter 2075 New Game World. Game ID Gunk22247 GFR World Login is enabled. Please enter the game ID. Game ID confirmed. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 welcomes you. Since this is your first time entering the GHUNKD22247 GFR world, according to the game rules, you will be randomly placed in the novice area. As the familiar prompt sound rang in front of him, Gushi's eyes became somewhat moist. For so many years, he almost forgot the prompt sound when entering the game. At the prompt of the prompt sound, Gushi pushed open the portal in front of him and stepped into the current game world. When entering the game world, Gushi did not look down directly from the sky to observe the situation of the entire game world like the previous times. There was no cutscene animation, only the alternation of day and night in the current game world. The game world in front of him was quite strange, and the whole world had no sun. There is actually no difference between day and night here, as there is no sun. The only difference is that you can't see your hand in front of you at night. During the day, there will be a strange white fog covering the whole world, which can at least allow people to see the situation within 3 meters. In this strange world, whether it is day or night, people can't live without lights. As long as they are not under the light, they will be dragged into the darkness. And when they come back, they don't know whether they are human or ghost. In order to ensure that they will not die, everyone here has understood a truth since childhood, that the lights cannot be extinguished. It is precisely because of this that there are more strange and ghosts in this world, and the lights here have gradually gained magical power. This world is the most suitable world for all of Gushi's current needs. The moment Gushi stepped into this world, he felt that all the light in front of him began to disappear. Gushi raised his hand, and a white candle appeared in Gushi's hand. Holding this white candle, Gushi's eyes also revealed a trace of nostalgia. This candle was the product of the candle factory in the city when the city of Aridov was just established. This white candle has a certain influence and strengthening effect on ghosts and undead, and it can be regarded as the fifth product in Gushi's hands at that time. Even now, the white wax factory is still upgrading and producing, and provides white candles of various qualities to the undead in the city. In this world, this white candle is considered hard currency. Gushi just took out the white candle and just lit it, and felt that countless eyes were staring at him in the darkness. However, Gushi did not pay attention to these. He first took a look at the surroundings and found that no matter how bright the white candle was, the range that could be illuminated was only about 2 meters around him. It was dark further away. This made Gushi understand that in addition to the lack of sun in this world, the darkness was also a strange situation. In this world, pathfinding is the most critical, because no one knows whether they will go to the wrong place when they walk forward in the dark. There is no way to guarantee that the place they just passed can be found again. So in order to ensure that you don't get lost, Pathfinding becomes the key in this world. At least She came here to complete tasks and conduct experiments. Not to get lost by playing tricks. He raised the white candle in his hand upwards. And an arm stretched out from behind She and took the white candle. At the same time, She began to observe some of the conditions on the ground. Because the visibility is quite low now. He can only see the situation 2 meters away. And there are not many things that She can observe now. At this time, She's attention is on the ground. He must first confirm where he is. When She lowered his head, the ghost dragon hand behind him suddenly grabbed into the darkness and dragged out something like a ghost from the darkness. She turned his head and just glanced at the ghost dragon hand and ignored this matter. This is probably that the undead weird saw She lowering his head to observe the surrounding situation, thinking that the opportunity has come, and wanted to sneak attack She. As a result, he never thought that She's death hand has a full range of protection system. There was no need for him to observe behind him. The hand of death could clear out some weaker monsters. As for the stronger monsters, the hand of death also had ways to deal with them. You know, She's 2 new ghost prisons have not yet found suitable monsters or monsters to suppress. If there is a monster that cannot be torn apart directly, She will definitely send them to the ghost prison to deal with them. The ghost-like existence in front of him wanted to attack She. As a result, he was dragged out of the darkness. She couldn't find any suitable clues on the ground at this time. He just caught such a thing. So he turned around to deal with the guy in front of him. After being dragged in front of him by the ghost dragon's mighty hand, She raised the secret sword staff and hit the guy with one stick. The secret sword staff has the ability to turn She into a ghost. And naturally it also has the effect of hitting the ghost body. With one stick, the head of this ghost-like thing was directly knocked off. But after this blow, She understood that the thing in front of him was not a ghost. Nor a ghost. But a weird thing with special power. This feeling was familiar to She. But he couldn't remember where he had come into contact with it. She touched his chin with his hand. Where have I encountered such a thing? Just as She was thinking, there was another movement in the darkness. The white bone lightning hand made a move at this time. And a lightning bolt hit the darkness. A scream came from the darkness. And it was clear that a strange person was hit by the lightning. At this time, She suddenly thought of Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng's world was like this. People were not people. Ghosts were not ghosts. And strange things were not strange. Thinking of this, She raised his hand immediately. And an owl appeared on She's right hand. His left hand cooperated with the white bone lightning hand and quickly wrote a note. Under She's operation. This behavior was so natural. Just like the instinct of a normal person. And it would not distract She at all. She himself did not feel that there was anything wrong. But his behavior was in the eyes of the strange person in the dark. That was a very strange situation. Anyway, when She wrote the letter and released the owl, no one dared to sneak attack She in the dark. And even the strange person, who was secretly observing She disappeared completely. This made She quite speechless. At this time, She turned his head to look at the strange person, who was still caught by the ghost dragon's hand, with a smile that looked more kind on his face. Come on. Let's talk about your name. Chapter 2076 Information that was not obtained. The guy caught by She was really stubborn. No matter how She beat him, he just refused to tell me about the world in front of him. He kept saying, I don't know. I don't know anything. I really don't know if this guy is stupid. Does he know? Can She not see it? This guy was obviously not taught enough. And he will be honest after 2 more beatings. She used the secret realm sword stick to the guy's head and said seriously, I say it again. Tell me all the information you know. It's very simple. As long as you open your mouth, you can say anything. But this guy is still saying, I don't know. I don't know anything. She really has nothing to say about the situation in front of him. His requirements are already so low. And this guy still says he doesn't know. So he must not have been beaten enough. With this idea, She took the secret realm sword stick and kept beating him. After beating for a few minutes, She stopped. There was no point in fighting like this. She wanted to find this guy to ask about the situation nearby. But now it seemed that it was impossible. It was also a hassle for She to drag such a guy on the road. So She raised the secret sword staff and pointed it at the guy's head. The sword staff turned into a long sword and pierced the guy's head. As the guy was killed, a message popped up to tell She about the guy's situation. You killed a possessed thief, level 16. And you got 187 experience points. Thief? How does he look like a thief? Gushi shook his head helplessly. Put the ghost corpse that quickly rolled into a ball on the ground. Pointed his right finger at the ball of light. And a petal of the ghost flower fell down and disappeared into the ball of light. Then the knight's blood road was spread out at the same time. And an undead laborer poked his head out from the knight's blood road. This was the possessed thief that Gushi had just killed. It was obvious that he was not very confident. How much memory is left? Gushi glanced at the undead laborer and asked. Not much memory. The undead laborer said honestly. The only memory is that one night. The sun suddenly appeared in the sky. And then the sun fell from the sky and fell into the sea. After that, there is no memory at all. Then he has no memory of the surrounding environment, people, etc. Gushi was also a little speechless. No wonder that guy kept saying that he didn't know. He wouldn't really have no memory. It's a pity that this guy's body turned into a ball when he died. And Gushi couldn't find out whether this guy really had no brain. The undead laborer thought about it. And finally shook his head. Really? No. No memory. Then how did he usually move in the dark? And he could find it so accurately. Relying on instinct? It doesn't seem to be. I don't have any memory of him surviving in the dark. So I always feel that there is something wrong. The undead laborer thought about it seriously. But he really didn't find the right memory. He couldn't lie to Gushi about this. So he could only say that he didn't know. Faced with such a situation, Gushi was speechless. What kind of thing is this? Gushi originally thought that it would be the easiest thing to find someone to ask about the situation when he arrived in the new world. He never expected that he would be stuck in this simplest part when he just came here. He couldn't see 2 meters away from the road. And the person he caught when he asked was still a person without memory. How did those players find the main quest and survive in such a place? Gushi shook his head. Although he was puzzled, he was still ready to go to other places to take a look. After all, he had not found the right information at the moment. So going to other places to look for it became Gushi's only choice. In order to ensure that he would not get lost, Gushi left the undead laborer, who had just come out of the knight's blood road, and also gave him a white candle so that he could always stand in the light. Of course, Gushi also put some ghost flowers on the ground, which was regarded as a coordinate for himself. After doing all this, Gushi let the arm behind him hold the white candle and walked forward step by step. When Gushi walked forward, he used the pathfinding technique at the first time. This time, Gushi needed the pathfinding technique not to remember the way, but to ensure that he walked in a straight line. After all, as a necromancer, Gushi knew that in addition to some ghosts and weird attacks, a large part of the reason for the ghost wall was that humans walked crookedly. Gushi was not worried about the interference of ghosts and weird attacks. As long as he walked in a straight line, he didn't believe that he couldn't find the place where the crowd gathered. However, after Gushi took 2 steps, he couldn't help but pat his head. He hadn't opened a new game for so long that he was a little stupid. He was already at this level. What else could he do? What was the evil coffin used for? So Gushi quickly released the evil coffin, and took out many white candles, lit them one by one, and inserted them in various corners of the evil coffin. After everything was arranged, Gushi jumped on the evil coffin. Gushi did not let the evil coffin rush up quickly, but let the evil coffin move forward at a slower speed. Gushi also took this opportunity to look around, trying to find a weird to ask for information. But Gushi never thought that after he released the evil coffin, the weird nearby was obviously much less. I don't know if it was because they saw Gushi took out so many candles, or because they saw the evil coffin. After all, the evil coffin is so hard, and the weirds don't want to try whether they will die after being knocked out by the evil coffin. On the way, the evil coffin was not blocked at all. However, because the evil coffin was not moving too fast, Gushi also took this opportunity to see some situations. Along the way, there was no scenery nearby, and there was not even a blade of grass growing on the bumpy ground. However, Gushi could see that the ground in front of him was mostly asphalt and concrete. This obvious situation forced Gushi to consider the age of the world in front of him. At first, he thought that the world in front of him belonged to an ancient weird world. Now it seems that this is not the case. The age of this world should be after the age of technological development. Perhaps it will not be long before Gushi can see high-rise buildings standing in the dark, or a metropolis hidden in the fog. Chapter 2077 Clues in the Dark. Gushi's idea was not realized in the end. The evil coffin moved forward for about an hour. At the current speed, as long as there is no problem, it will be about 60 to 70 kilometers. Gushi received the news from the ghost flower. The undead laborer he left behind as a coordinate died. Gushi was surprised but expected this situation. He thought about it, snapped his fingers, and a piece of ghost flower petals floated out and landed on the evil coffin. The undead laborer who had just died was mentioned by Gushi again. How did he die? Gushi asked quite directly. The undead laborer shook his head. He really didn't know how he died. Normal. Although the undead laborer has no combat power, he is an undead himself. Normally, it is not so easy to die even in the dark. And Gushi also left him a white candle. Gushi glanced at the white candle on the evil coffin. They were lit at almost the same time. Now the white candle on the evil coffin has only burned less than half. The white candle in the hand of the undead laborer cannot be burned out. So his death was quite abrupt. But the response of the undead laborer made Gushi speechless. This guy would not die so easily. He would have to struggle at least to see how he was attacked. Just when Gushi was speechless about the situation in front of him, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he turned his head to look in the direction he had just come from. In Gushi's feeling, the ghost flower he left in the original place was also wiped out. This situation is even more wrong. The ghost flower in front of him is not the kind planted with seeds, but the kind that Gushi transformed with the ghost flower gloves. This can be regarded as the first generation of ghost flower. The connection between it and the ghost flower gloves is quite close. In the past year or so, Gushi has learned to locate and attack through the ghost flower. Wanting to erase the existence of the ghost flower is really overthinking. I haven't found you before. I didn't expect you to come to my door by yourself. Gushi pressed his right hand on his eyes. And then the power of the ghost flower was activated. Fate choice. Since learning divination, Gushi has mastered how to observe the fate of others through a little bit of destiny power. Generally speaking, as long as a large amount of destiny power is not mobilized, as long as the result of destiny is not actively changed, with the level of destiny selection of the nether spirit flower, Gushi will not be affected by other fates. Even if he is, with the means after Gushi learned divination, he can find a way to avoid it. Now Gushi is using his own means to check what is hidden in the darkness. However, when Gushi looked at the position where the nether spirit flower was wiped out in the darkness, he found that the white candle was still burning. It seems that everything that can shine will be despised in this world. Gushi's eyes condensed, and he found the situation on the ground. The petals of the nether spirit flower that Gushi had just put here had withered. There were even some traces of being crushed by someone on the petals. Anyway, someone must have come to check the situation here and destroyed the nether spirit flower that Gushi used as a coordinate. As for why the other party did not extinguish the white candle, Gushi is not sure yet. But the other party has been stained with the juice of the nether spirit flower, so it is much easier to find it. Although the juice of the nether spirit flower is not as accurate as the nether spirit flower, Gushi can find some of it by carefully searching. Soon Gushi found that the object stained with the juice of the nether spirit flower was quickly heading towards the depths of darkness. That direction was exactly the opposite of the direction Gushi was going. Gushi thought about it, turned his hand, and a nether spirit flower flew out, marking the target. Gushi didn't care about the rest. In Gushi's mind, if he didn't find the right person or the main task in the direction in front of him, he could follow the person in front of him all the way and see if he could find other different places in the end. But now that he has run so far, Gushi has no intention of going back. He just marked that place. And in other cases, Gushi didn't do anything else. At this time, the evil coffin was still moving forward. But Gushi was no longer in the good mood as before. The situation he encountered when entering the new game world made Gushi realize that he had encountered a rather strange and inexplicable world. If he didn't figure out the situation here, Gushi might not even be able to find the main task. Gushi would not give up if he could find a clue now. After all, who knows which clues are useful? After locking the target, Gushi finally turned his attention back to the road ahead. Although Gushi's mind was not focused on the road ahead at this time, he could still notice that some white bone fragments were slowly appearing on the ground. These things were like a guiding light for the necromancer. This meant that a gathering place for creatures had begun to appear nearby. Or perhaps a more powerful beast's nest had appeared. In either case, it was a good thing for Gushi who wanted to find clues. Gushi thought about it, jumped down from the evil coffin, took a white candle, and squatted on the ground to study. Although there were only fragments of bones left here. But Gushi could tell whether these bones came from humans or beasts just by touching them. As for how these bones died, Gushi could also tell that they were almost certain. Anyway, Gushi really didn't intend to give up any clues now. Just as Gushi was studying the white bone fragments on the ground, a strange bird call suddenly came to his ears. That's not right. Gushi stood up immediately. He heard that this sound was not a bird call, but a bell sound similar to a bird call. The sound was not too loud, but it traveled quite far. Gushi could also hear that the sound seemed to have obvious rebound and echo. Something seemed to be wrong. Gushi was confused for a moment, and then he reacted immediately. It turned out that the people in this world also knew that they could not see far in the dark. And in order to facilitate movement, they also thought of a corresponding solution. This corresponding solution was to explore the way through sound. It seemed that there were living people not far away. Thinking of this, Gushi did not care about the bones on the ground. He turned over and jumped onto the evil coffin, and drove in the direction where the sound came from. While driving forward, Gushi considered whether he should send some men who could hear sounds in the dark to explore the way. Chapter 2078 Team in the Dark. Gushi hadn't figured out the other party's wayfinding situation, and the strange bell sound was getting closer and closer. At this time, Gushi immediately released the small evil coffin guards, asking them to hold white candles in one hand and defend with the other hand. At the same time, the person holding the soul lamp appeared behind Gushi, allowing Gushi to see the soul lines of other people. However, Gushi noticed that even the soul line can only see one direction in the darkness, and nothing else can be seen. Gushi was a little helpless about the situation in front of him. This darkness made Gushi unable to see the reality clearly. But slowly he found that the sound in the distance was approaching him. But the darkness was still dark, as if there was no light at all. Could it be that the other party could move forward in the darkness? Or could the darkness really swallow up all the light? Before Gushi figured out the situation here, a voice came from the darkness. If there is anyone ahead, report your number if you are alive, and step aside if you are dead. There are 2 roads for the living and the dead, and passers-by will pay for the passage. We will meet each other in life and death, and return home without being swallowed. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't answer for a while. He really didn't know his current situation, whether he was alive or dead. If he was a living person, as a necromancer, he had so many undead around him, and it would be hard to explain when they came over. But if he was a dead person, Gushi would definitely spit on his face. He was alive and well. Even if he was a necromancer, he couldn't be said to be a dead person. Just as Gushi was hesitating, another voice came from the darkness. It's the Dark Ghost. Everyone get ready for battle. Wait a minute. I'm a passing necromancer, not a ghost. When he heard that the other party was about to attack, Gushi spoke quickly. It's not that Gushi was afraid of the other party, but he still wanted to keep a living person to inquire about the situation nearby. After hearing Gushi's words, the voice in the darkness asked again, Are you alive or dead? I am a living person, with a group of dead people. It's an outsider, not a dark ghost. Come closer. After hearing Gushi's words, the voice in the darkness finally breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly, Gushi heard some tiny footsteps coming out of the darkness. But no matter what, as long as the other party is more than 2 meters away from him, Gushi can't see any human figure. The crowd in the dark walked to a position about 10 meters away from Gushi. At this time, Gushi was already considering whether he had put people too close, because this distance was already at Gushi's limit. At this position, Gushi could kill more than a dozen people in 1 second. But the darkness in front of him made it impossible to see things 2 meters away. Gushi was also hesitating whether he really wanted to put people within 2 meters. Fortunately, the people on the other side were quite used to walking in the dark. When they approached Gushi, they took the initiative to ask the one on the other side, Can you spread the fire? What is spreading the fire? Well, you are a newcomer at first glance. I don't know how you can walk so far in the dark. You wait there and make a sound so that I can locate you. Gushi was also skilled and bold. In the dark, he could not see the other party's situation, but he still knocked heavily on the evil coffin. Then Gushi saw a ball of fire being thrown along with the sound. Gushi was about to defend himself, but he saw a string behind the fireball. As the fireball lit up, Gushi vaguely saw some people pulling the string to surround Gushi. Every time they walked about 3 meters, they would stick a torch on the ground, and there seemed to be something twisting on the torch. Before Gushi looked closely, the people in the dark had already formed a circle of fire on the ground. The range of the circle of fire was not actually large. At most, it could be regarded as a large circle with a diameter of about 15 meters. However, under the influence of the fire circle, all the darkness nearby was dispelled, allowing Gushi to see the other party's situation. The team near the fire circle was a combat team, because they had been in the darkness for a long time. Although they still looked like human beings, their hair was dry and yellow, and their skin was pale, as if they had not seen the sun for a long time. There were 10 of them. The one walking in the front and the one walking in the back were 2 shield guards. They held a shield in one hand and a torch in the other. It was obvious that they were the kind of people who protected the team from strange attacks in the dark. Behind the shield guard walking in front was a man holding a bell. He was wearing cloth and had more than a dozen pockets of different sizes hanging around his waist. In his pockets, there were obviously many different things. It is obvious that this person is the captain of this team. Then, there are 7 armed troops holding heavy crossbows. After living in the dark for so many years, they are very clear that rushing into the darkness to fight the enemy, when the line of sight is only 2 to 3 meters, is a suicidal act. Even if you can survive after rushing in, others will not believe whether you are still alive. So the best way to go out is to hold the heavy crossbow horizontally. And when you hear any wrong sound, just shoot it directly. Moreover, there are wind whistles in front and behind their heavy crossbows. After shooting, you can know whether it hits the enemy by listening to the sound. At the same time, you can also rely on the sound to find the crossbow arrows shot out. However, Gushi still saw their differences from their situation. Among the 7 people holding heavy crossbows, 3 are wearing leather armor. In addition to the heavy crossbows, they also have daggers and short muskets hanging on their waists. It is obvious that they are the main force in the battle. When encountering things, they have to stand in the front. The one following behind them had a heavy crossbow, many crossbow arrows, and 3 long muskets on his back, and many pockets hanging around his waist, which contained gunpowder and other materials. It was obvious that he was the ammunition team of this team. The 3 following behind also held heavy crossbows, but they carried more things on their backs. Each of them had a large backpack, and it was obvious that they were porters. As for the heavy crossbows in their hands, they were only used for self-protection during normal battles. After they appeared, they also looked at Gushi. Seeing Gushi's dress, they were somewhat surprised. "Didn't you say you were a necromancer? Why do you look like an elf archer?" Gushi didn't know what to say. He didn't want to explain why he was dressed like an elf archer, nor did he want to explain that he was really a necromancer. Gushi just looked at the one holding the bell and asked a question. "I just came here. Can you tell me what the situation is here?" Chapter 2079, The End of the World. He is really an outsider. Look at his skin. It must be the legendary sunburn. He is really tall, and his eyes didn't turn red. When Gushi asked the question, the humans in the team also started to talk. The leading man was also a little speechless. He looked at Gushi a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Gushi was not the kind of person who cared about things. He was more curious about the current situation in this world. "Would you like to come and sit down?" "Forget it. We are exploring. My name is Wu Weiquan, and I come from the gathering place of the Night Finger." The man kept making gestures while talking. His fingers were quite flexible. Although Gushi couldn't understand the meaning of his finger movements, it was obvious that he could express at least a dozen words with one movement. At the same time, Gushi noticed that his gestures and voice seemed to be out of sync. Could he be saying hello to someone else? Gushi looked at Wu Weiquan in confusion while introducing himself. "My name is Gushi, and people call me the breath of nature. No, the breath of the dead. I came here by accident and wanted to find someone to ask about the situation, but I couldn't find anyone. By the way, what is this place? Why does it look so weird here?" Wu Weiquan had finished communicating at this time. He put down his hands, looked up and said to Gushi, "This is the world of lost light. At least that's what we call it. Of course you can also call it the end of the world of lost light. About 700 years ago, the sun fell into the sea, and there was no sunlight in this world anymore. Something called dark ghost occupied the whole world. As long as there is no light in the darkness, the dark ghost will occupy the human body and use the human body as fuel, forming a terrible disaster. So all humans can only stay under artificial light and try their best not to fall into darkness. whether it's a living person or a corpse. It's the same. As Wu Weichuan's voice fell, Gu Shi heard a ding in his ear. You have contacted the gathering place of the Lost Light Doomsday Force, the Night Finger, and the reputation system is turned on. Now the reputation is friendly, 1000/3000. You can trade with the Night Finger gathering place, and buy some exclusive items belonging to the Night Finger gathering place. It seems that what he said is true. The situation in this world is correct. But now even if he knows the situation in the world in front of him, Gu Shi has not yet introduced the main task. So Gu Shi asked again, what is the situation of the Dark Weird? And I noticed that you have been doing a set of actions just now. Is this to contact you? This is a long story. Do you want to go to our Night Finger gathering place to rest? We don't have many fire ropes. And I'm afraid we can't support the fire circle for too long. After looking at Wu Weiquan, Gu Shi finally nodded. Okay. How do we go now? Gu Shi now also wants to find a place where he can know the situation. Figure out all the information here. And then consider what he should do next. As for the main task, Gu Shi actually doesn't care much. Gu Shi came to the new game world this time for several purposes. The first is to avoid the trouble brought by Mr. Feng. After all, the biggest trouble in Yin City now is Mr. Feng's migration. If Gu Shi was just an ordinary player, he might be able to avoid it. But the red outfit in Gu Shi's hand means that he can't avoid the disaster in front of him. So he can only dodge early and avoid it. The second is, as Gu Shi said, he came here to experiment with the Yellow Spring Road. When he was learning to arrange the Yellow Spring Road, he really encountered many big and small problems. Although there are people to teach these problems, Gu Shi always feels that something is wrong. His own Yellow Spring Road is like patched up piece by piece in this and that modification. Gu Shi is very uncomfortable. So he needs to find a place to experiment with the role of the Yellow Spring Road and see if there is anything he hasn't discovered. Finally, there is another goal, which is to come here to see if there are any suitable contracted undead materials. In the past year, none of the corpse materials sent by Yin City are suitable for making contracted undead. Gu Shi had several plans to add contracted undead, but all of them were stuck. Sometimes Gu Shi felt that he might not have expressed himself clearly, and the corpses sent were completely different from what he wanted. But sometimes Gu Shi felt that the corpses sent might be wrong. Otherwise, the quality of these corpses was quite good, and the levels were quite high. How could Gu Shi not like any of them? So Gu Shi finally decided to try his luck and see if he could meet someone who satisfied him in the game world. As for the main quest here, Gu Shi planned to complete it if he could, and forget it if he couldn't. After all, the rewards given by the main quest are at most purple equipment. For Gu Shi, he directly distributes the purple equipment to his subordinates. He himself does not care about these. So when Gu Shi heard Wu Weichuan's words, he also expressed his willingness to go to the gathering place of the Night Finger to take a look. At least Gu Shi needs to find out what the situation in the world is like. Seeing that Gu Shi agreed so easily, Wu Weiquan was a little surprised. But he is also knowledgeable, and has seen the situation in front of him. Seeing that Gu Shi is willing to follow them to their gathering place, he is also very happy. So Wu Weiquan made a few more gestures. Then looking at Gu Shi's eyes, Wu Weiquan explained to Gu Shi, "Oh, I was just in contact with a dark ghost raised in the gathering place of the Night Finger. Let him open the way for us." Hearing this, Gu Shi became somewhat curious. Wouldn't the dark ghost cause the ghost disaster? How can you still raise the dark ghost? At this time, the team had turned in a direction. Wu Weiquan had also stood in the team, and asked someone to take out a rope and tie it on the evil coffin. At the same time, he explained to Gu Shi, there are also weaker dark ghosts. As long as the light is controlled well, the dark ghost can also be controlled. After all, humans have no fighting power in the dark. If they want to fight, they can only use the ghost to fight the ghost. While Wu Weiquan was speaking, he signaled Gu Shi to pull the rope. Please be sure to pull the rope well, because we will separate into two parts later, and you can only follow the rope in the dark. If you feel that the rope is broken, we will think you are lost in the dark and will not come to find you again. Gu Shi took a look at the rope and asked worriedly, "Is this rope strong?" "Don't worry. We used to rescue people and lead people to the gathering place like this, and nothing happened," Wu Weiquan said confidently. "We are a glorious hero team." Chapter 2080 Arrival at the gathering place. Wrapping the rope in front of the evil coffin, Gu Shi jumped onto the evil coffin. The combat team maintained the combat mode and entered the darkness. Gucci could only hear the bell sound getting farther and farther away, until the rope began to tighten. Gucci signaled the evil coffin to move forward. The combat team's movement speed was not fast, but they walked quite directly. They seemed to know where they were going, even if they kept turning in front of them. They did not stop. From this point, it can be seen that they have a better understanding of the world in front of them. Gucci also noticed at this time that this combat team always took a relatively wide road when moving. I don't know if it was to ensure that the evil coffin could pass, or if it would be safer to walk this way. When they walked for more than an hour, Gucci suddenly saw the rope dragging the evil coffin shaking constantly. Gucci stretched out his hand to hold the rope tightly and waved it up and down vigorously. Then the rope began to slowly fall down, and someone holding a torch and pulling the rope walked towards Gucci. Gucci didn't see this person until he was about 2 meters away from the evil coffin. Gucci noticed that the person who came over was a human he didn't know. He had the same yellow hair and pale skin as the humans in Wu Weichuan's team before, but he was carrying an old shotgun. Gucci knew that they had reached the gathering point at night. Only the guards at the gathering point would use such a configuration, because they didn't need to retrieve the ammunition. They just needed to shoot the bullets when they heard something was wrong outside. After he looked at Gucci, he held up a torch in one hand and stood in the torch. With the other hand, he pulled out an emergency light from his back. The strong light made Gucci's eyes white. But this person didn't say anything, just shone it up and down at Gucci. He didn't nod with satisfaction until he circled the evil coffin. And then he looked up and said something to Gucci. Okay. You don't have the dark and strange aura on you. You are a living person. Go in. While he was talking, his fingers kept making various gestures. It was obvious that he was communicating with someone. Are we here? Gucci couldn't understand the gestures of this person, but he could still understand the words. Yes. Welcome to the gathering place of the Night Finger. You will have to stay in the outer area for 3 hours later, and you can enter the living area after dawn. I wish you a happy time in the gathering place of the Night Finger. As the man spoke, he was about to leave. At this time, Gucci stopped him. Wait, where is the team that brought us here? Oh, they still have exploration and collection tasks, and they have set off again. By the way, do you want to park your mount outside? Gucci didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand, and the evil coffin fell into his hand. Did Wu Weichuan leave too? I was thinking about asking him about the situation in this world. Does anyone know that he's gone? Don't worry about that. We will have someone to take you into the city and explain the situation in the city in detail. If you have any questions, you can go to the librarian after entering the living area. They will answer everything you want to know. You have a library here? Gucci was also surprised when he heard it. He thought that he was in some kind of doomsday environment, and a gathering point might only have 300 to 500 people. It turned out that a library could be built here and a librarian could be supported. It seems that this is not a small place. Gucci immediately put away his contempt for the world in front of him. He asked seriously, Of course, our gathering place has a complete administrative system, and the system of the entire city is well maintained. By the way, do you have matches or something like that? Gucci was also a little surprised by this question. Ah, yes. What's wrong? We don't have any cash or other equivalents here. We usually use fuel and fire as trading currency. You're new here, and I'm afraid you don't have money. It would be great if you have it. Fuel and fire? It's very suitable for the lightless apocalypse in front of us. It seems that in this apocalyptic game world, light source is the greatest wealth. Okay, I know. Seeing that Gucci had figured out some of the situation here, he dragged Gucci forward. In this strange world of the lightless apocalypse, anyone who enters the darkness must be re-identified, unless you can guarantee that he has always been standing in the light, or you can guarantee that you have always dragged people. Otherwise, even if it is a relative, you must confirm again and again whether he is occupied by the dark ghost. Following this person, Gucci soon entered a wall. The wall in front of him was not actually very high. At most it was just a roadblock. But all the places that could be erected were lit with different lights. The most important thing for the people patrolling back and forth here was not to stare at the outside, but to watch these lights not go out. When Gucci came over, he had already put away the evil coffin in advance. The world was so weird at the moment, and Gucci was not at ease leaving the evil coffin in the dark. If Gucci put an undead in the dark, it would be wiped out by someone. What if his evil coffin was stolen? An undead laborer was nothing to Gucci. But the evil coffin was different. It was an orange quality mount. Gushi had finally upgraded the evil coffin to this level, and he didn't want to accidentally lose his most precious mount. The person who came to explore the way was also speechless about the action of putting away the mount. You can put the things away. Why didn't you say it just now? How would I know that you would be greeted by a white light as soon as you came up? When I wanted to ask what was going on, you had already turned around. This man was also a little helpless. He held a torch and walked to the wall, then stuck the torch into the ground, and then took Gushi into a circle of fire. Stand here and wait for a while. This is the fire extension position. The situation here can be seen from inside the city. We have to go through another round of inspection before we can go in. Then why didn't you bring me here directly just now? Looking at the white light shining straight down, Gushi couldn't help but ask. Because Wu Weiquan said that you are a complete newcomer. You don't know the way at all, and you don't know how to find the way. If you are not brought in, you may get lost here. Stand still. After the white light passes, we can go in. Chapter 2081, Outer Area of the City. After the white light passed, Gushi followed and walked into the wall. At this time, Gushi noticed that he seemed to be able to see farther from the wall. At least, he was no longer limited to a 2-meter range. There were some people patrolling behind the wall, and some people who were obviously not patrolmen were sitting in the corner sleeping or eating and drinking. Although there were sporadic candles and flames around them, it was obvious that the range of light should not be so large. Don't look at it. This is a means of extending the fire. The man who led the way pushed Gushi and said, "Why? I see that there is such an arrangement on your coffin. I thought you knew it." The same arrangement on the evil coffin? Gushi shook his head. He didn't know. At this time, the guide asked with a puzzled look, "You don't know? It's very simple to extend the fire. Use a standard light line to draw a circle in the darkness, and tell the dark ghost that this circle belongs to the light. After that, clear the darkness in the circle, and you can form such a safe bright land. Usually, just manage the outer fire circle well, and handle the details well. And don't let too much darkness appear in the circle." The guide just said it casually, but his words reminded Gushi. In the things they felt ordinary, Gushi thought of something different. It seems that this idea of extending the fire can be used in the dead witch force field and the planting of the ghost flower. At the same time, it also helps Gushi to clear the mirror underground palace. Although it was just a small sentence, Gushi obviously felt that this time was not in vain. After bringing people to the fire circle and the wall, the guide pointed to the crowd on one side and said, "You go over there and wait. When it gets light, you can enter the living area. The hot water there is free, but everything else costs money. There is no shelter from the wind and rain in the outer area, and there is no takeoff and landing service. Don't mess around in the outer area. You will be killed directly if you mess around." Gushi understood the guide's words immediately, but he looked up at the sky. Can you play like this in such a place with a sky and a floor? Forget it. Gushi didn't ask any more questions. He knew that every rule in every place was learned from blood lessons. There was such a rule in the gathering place of the Night Finger, and it must have been a big loss at some point. It's not because they really play it. So Gushi didn't ask why, but just walked into the crowd and found a place to sit down. As soon as he sat down, someone next to him reminded him, "The light is blocked. You need to light a lamp to dissolve the shadow you created." Gushi looked back and found that there were several light sources blocked where he was sitting. Gushi looked up at the situation nearby and found that most of the people sitting here had placed a few candles or lanterns beside them. However, they all chose small lights. Unlike Gushi, who held a white candle before, which could directly illuminate a radius of 2 meters. They only used very weak light to wipe out the shadow they brought, and they didn't care about the rest. It seems that this is a kind of wisdom of a small person. Gushi did not generously take the light nearby, but followed their example, took out a small piece of candle, lit it with a small flame, and placed it near the shadow. After doing all this, Gushi looked at the person who reminded him just now and said, "Hello. What's your name?" "Jiang Tianxing." "What's your name?" "Gushi. You can call me the breath of the dead. By the way, are there so many people staying here every day?" Gushi glanced at the surroundings. There were about 40 people in this corner, but not all of them were asleep. Some were sitting around a fire or holding small oil lamps or candles, whispering, or eating and drinking. And there were at least a dozen such corners in this outer area. Gushi was also a little curious. Were they all people who didn't have time to get back at night? Or was there another reason? Oh, you mean them? They are second-hand dealers. They just want to grab the new goods that will come into the city tomorrow morning. There are usually so many people. If you are not used to it, just ignore them and sleep by yourself. There are patrols here, and second-hand dealers are more careful about the safety of their property and will not let thieves appear here. If you want to buy something, you can also talk to them directly. They are all people with some skills. It's always right to buy things from them. Jiang Tiansheng looked at the direction Gu Shi pointed and explained in a low voice. Gu Shi also nodded. It turned out to be second-hand dealers. Now Gu Shi can understand. However, Gu Shi did not have much idea about the new goods in their hands. Instead, he wanted to find someone who knew about the situation of the Night Finger gathering point. After all, Wu Weiquan, who had brought him here before, and the guide who had brought him into the outer area, had rather strange behaviors. They seemed to be used to talking and making gestures at the same time. But Jiang Tiansheng in front of him did not have such a habit. This situation made Gu Shi a little confused. So Gu Shi moved the white candle towards Jiang Tiansheng. He asked quietly, "By the way, I want to ask if the patrol soldiers here need to learn some sign language. I saw that when they talk, they keep making some gestures with their hands." You asked the right person for this. Jiang Tiansheng got excited when he heard it. That is the dark ghost that is unique to our Black Night Finger gathering point. The person behind. I have no idea how this dark ghost came from, how it was controlled, and how it ended up at the Black Night Finger gathering point. The only thing I know is that everyone in the patrol team, the expedition team, and the city guard team will carry a person behind them. This person behind them can prevent them from being dragged away from behind in the dark. It can be regarded as a very strong protective dark ghost. But the only bad thing is that they usually either don't speak, or as soon as they speak, they have to chat with the person behind them at the same time. In order to ensure that they don't offend the person behind them, they usually practice a method of talking while chatting with the person behind them through gestures. After hearing this reason, Gu Shi was also a little speechless. He really didn't expect that it could be played like this. But he asked again, "Brother, you keep talking about the dark ghost. The dark ghost. What is the dark ghost? Why are they sometimes afraid? Afraid that they will fall into the darkness. Some can control the dark ghost. Is there any meaning in this?" You asked the right person. Let me tell you. This dark ghost is actually the sun falling into the sea, awakening some things on the bottom of the sea. Chapter 2082. A temporary mission blown up by bragging. Jiang Tiansheng began to tell Gu Shi about the information about the dark weirdness. And Gu Shi just listened to it as a story. After all, Jiang Tiansheng bragging was too fantastic. Gu Shi might believe that the sun fell into the sea, but Gu Shi would not believe that the weird king hidden in the darkness of the deep sea swallowed all the weather and natural phenomena, and tore out the things that could not be digested from his body, turning into the current dark weirdness. Although the story told by Jiang Tiansheng explained why the dark weirdness controlled so many natural phenomena, and was not like ordinary weirdness. For example, the white fog that allows people to see everything within 3 meters during the day is a natural and gentle dark weirdness. But this situation could not make Gu Shi completely believe it. He just kept in mind what Jiang Tiansheng said about the 10 infinite weirdness and the 30 incredible weirdness. He didn't say much. Among these 10 infinite weirdness and the 30 incredible weirdness, Gu Shi was most curious about the 2 weirdnesses. One of the strange creatures is called Weird God Electric Grid. It is said that it was formed after the weird king in the deep sea swallowed the electric grids of the whole world and controlled the electric current. The other strange creature is called Nine Heavens Weird. It is said that it was formed after the weird king in the deep sea swallowed the wind, rain, thunder and lightning in the sky. Therefore, in this lightless apocalypse, there is wind, but it is not cold. There are clouds, but no one can see them. There is rain, but it cannot fall to the ground. And there is thunder and lightning, but it never sounds. The reason why Gu Shi has thoughts about these 2 strange creatures, it is entirely because these 2 strange creatures control the power of thunder and lightning. Gu Shi's white bone lightning ghost prison needs at least 5 strange creatures or strange things of this type. Now that he can inadvertently find out about 2 of them, it is already an unexpected surprise for Gu Shi. Because of this information, Gu Shi thought that this game world was a treasure. He also wanted to ask if there were any dragon shapes, or strange creatures related to giant dragons and dragon veins in this game world. But Jiang Tiansheng shook his head. Why didn't there exist any strange stories about giant dragons, dragon veins, and dragon chi? I don't know if there are really no strange stories about giant dragons, dragon veins, and dragon chi in this game world, or if they are hidden. But for Gu Shi, it doesn't matter. In order to avoid Mr. Feng, he might have to stay in this game world for a long time. In Gu Shi's eyes, as long as he stays for a long time, the secrets of this world can be dug out. It's just a matter of time at most. So Gu Shi didn't take Jiang Tiansheng's uncertainty to heart, but talked about strange topics with Jiang Tiansheng. As they talked, their topic gradually attracted the attention of some people nearby. Some of them listened there, as if they were recalling the stories they had heard when they were young. Some would join in and point out the mistakes in what Jiang Tiansheng said, and they looked like the reincarnation of a nitpicker. Some saw so many people gathered together, and didn't know what happened here, so they came to join in the fun. Anyway, at the beginning, Gu Shi was just planning to have a bedtime meeting. As a result, now that the fun has come, he is afraid that he can't sleep. So Gu Shi simply took out a few white candles, asked the nearby merchants for some hot soup and warm wine, asked everyone present to sit down, and ate and drank happily. It must be said that Sheo was right to establish the intelligence organization in a place like a tavern. When eating and drinking, some information will always be inadvertently spread out. For example, Jiang Tiansheng has no way to determine whether there are dragon veins or strange things transformed by dragon energy in this world. But a second-hand dealer said, just near the gathering place of the Night Finger, there is an ancient tomb that is unknown thousands of years old. When the sun had not yet set in the sea, an archaeological team went to investigate and said that it was the tomb of the emperor of a certain dynasty. However, due to technical reasons, it has never been excavated. Later, after the sun fell into the sea, no one cared about archaeology. It is said that the emperor's tomb has also fallen into darkness. But after all these years, no one knows whether the emperor's tomb has become strange. But the emperor's tomb must meet Gu Shi's requirements, because the emperor must be buried on the dragon vein. Even if there is no dragon vein, it is still a dragon vein if the emperor is buried there. After hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. Now, who can still say that he is playing a single player? As long as he opens his mouth and says a few words, the clues will come by themselves. Ding! You accidentally get a special message. You activate a temporary task. Temporary task, Emperor's Tomb in the Dark. Task description, find and explore the Emperor's Tomb swallowed by darkness. Task requirements, find the Emperor's Tomb, 0/1. Explore the Emperor's Tomb, 0/1. Task reward, special weird items. Description 1. Things and rumors are not necessarily true. Description 2. Weird things that are taken seriously will be credible. Look! This temporary task is here. Moreover, the temporary task at hand was written quite simply, and there was no requirement that Gu Shi must go there in person. If not, he could just send a few of his men to explore. Anyway, Gu Shi had many troops under his command that were more suitable for tomb exploration. At that time, no matter what the quality of the special strange items was, as long as they were available, they could be put into Gu Shi's ghost dragon prison to suppress them. It seemed that if Gu Shi stayed here for a while longer, he would probably be able to get all the materials needed to suppress the two ghost prisons related to the Hand of Death. For this reason, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. However, Gu Shi still underestimated these middlemen in front of him. As merchants walking the streets, their greatest ability was to read people's expressions. They knew at a glance that Gu Shi was a big fat sheep, although they didn't know where Gu Shi came from. They knew that Gu Shi's family had a mine, and Gu Shi wanted to know some news that they didn't know whether it was true or not just by looking at Gu Shi's generous attitude when he took out the candle. What's so difficult about that? The news that these middlemen usually got could satisfy Gu Shi. If they collect their own things, or take out the things at the bottom of the box and brag about them, maybe they can trick Gu Shi into buying them. Then they can not only clear their inventory, but also make a fortune. So some middlemen nearby began to squeeze in here. They did not take out their own things, but surrounded Gu Shi, bragging there, sometimes expressing their own opinions and ideas, and even bragging there that they bought a good treasure. It was something in myths and legends. It looked like they wanted to take out their things for Gu Shi to see as long as Gu Shi looked at them. Chapter 2083 Dawn. But Gu Shi is not a fool. He has seen some tricks from Catherine countless times. He is generous only because he doesn't care. But whoever wants to cheat him is really wrong. Gu Shi ignored the ideas of those middlemen and ordered some more wine and meat. Anyway, Gu Shi has made up his mind. There are only so many things. You sit down and brag. If you want to eat and drink, no problem. But I'm sorry if you want to cheat money from me. I'm not stupid. Gu Shi's attitude is actually good, mainly because he doesn't know the details of the world in front of him. And he hasn't found the main task yet. If he finds the main task, or if it is a world he is familiar with, these guys dare to come and show their teeth. Gu Shi can knock out all the teeth in their mouths. Seeing that Gu Shi ignored them, most of the middlemen chose to stop. But there were also those who didn't believe in evil. One of them took his goods and squeezed to Gu Shi's side, trying to persuade him to take a look at his goods. Gu Shi was so annoyed that he stood up and retreated to the corner. Stop it. I don't care what you are up to. I don't want to talk to you about this now. If you come closer, don't blame me for being rude. The second-hand dealer wanted to say something, but Gu Shi's actions had attracted the attention of many people, and some patrol soldiers raised their muskets and pointed them at this side. What are you doing? Sit down. Sit down. Gu Shi glanced at the muskets over there, and his skin turned golden. Even with such weapons, he was not afraid when he didn't have the nether spirit flower. Not to mention now, Gu Shi just didn't want to cause trouble and ruin his chance to find clues to the main task. He was not afraid of anything. Gu Shi raised the secret realm sword staff in his hand, turned it into a long sword, and pointed it at the second-hand dealer just now. Tell him to stay away from me. Otherwise I won't know when I will strike next. The patrolman turned his attention to the second-hand dealer after hearing this. Su Si, it turns out to be you. Are you using your garbage to cheat people again? Sit back down, or I will shoot your legs and throw you out of the city. People here know that the wild is the most dangerous. If you are injured and thrown out of the wild, it is equivalent to waiting to die. So the second-hand dealer named Su Si also shrank back, holding a cloth bag full of patches and hiding in the corner, looking at Gu Shi viciously. Seeing that guy walk away, Gu Shi's eyes flashed with a disdainful smile. I know that this kind of guy who is full of calculations in his mind is not courageous and a coward. If he had the ability to kill directly, he would never be like this now. Gu Shi sat back again and lost interest in chatting. After dispersing the remaining wine and meat, he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. In such a strange place, Gu Shi would definitely not put his own safety above the conscience of others. When he closed his eyes, Gu Shi had already called out the 3 sacrifices of the Orange Guards. The 3 sacrifices of the Orange Guards were lurking directly under the earth. If anyone wanted to attack Gu Shi, he would be killed by the 3 sacrifices of the Orange Guards in the first place. After his safety was guaranteed, Gu Shi closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for more than 2 hours, Gu Shi was awakened by Jiang Tiansheng. Gu Shi looked up at Jiang Tiansheng and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "It's dawn. The passage to the living area is open. You can go in." Gu Shi looked up and found that the situation in front of him seemed to be just as Jiang Tiansheng said. The sky was already bright. A faint white mist enveloped the entire world, although the white mist was so thick that only about 3 meters around him could be seen. At least, it was no longer dark in front of him. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that the living area in front of him was also covered. The previous method of seeing far away at night because of the fire was useless now. Why? Not used to it? Seeing Gu Shi frowning, Jiang Tiansheng also asked with a smile. Yes, the field of vision is too small, and I can't see clearly at all. You? Don't say that your brother didn't teach you. You can see through the fog if you go over there and break a fog mirror and wear it on your body. Jiang Tiansheng pointed in a direction and said. Looking in the direction pointed by Jiang Tiansheng, Gu Shi saw nothing, and there was only fog in his eyes. Forget it. You don't have a fog mirror yet. I take you there. No need to drag my hand. It's foggy now, and darkness won't come out for the time being. As long as you don't run to other people's territory, you be fine. Jiang Tiansheng took Gu Shi to a place in the outer area. Mr. Liu, I'm bringing a guest here. Do you have a better fog mirror? In the mist, Gu Shi noticed a table in front of him, and behind the table sat a pale fat man. When he heard Jiang Tiansheng's words, the fat man looked up. Aren't you the one who confronted Su Si last night? You are still good. I also ate your wine and meat last night. This is the first full meal I have had in 3 days. I must give you something good anyway. Look at this. This is the 9th generation of fog mirror. Although it is not the latest model, it is the most practical one. The main point is that one thing can be passed on to the world, and the thing will still exist after the person dies. As long as you take this, no matter how you smash, run and jump, there will be no problem. This thing will not break. I heard that the factory that produced this fog mirror went bankrupt because this fog mirror was too practical. They don't need to be replaced. Do you think this is funny or not? Gushi took a piece of something similar to a monocle, looked at it in his hand, and then asked, "How far can this be seen?" It is said that it can see 30 kilometers away. But who has such vision? Right? As long as you can see 600 or 700 meters away, it is already the best vision. And you can't wear this too much. It will affect your vision. You have to control it yourself. Gushi played with the monocle in his hand for a while, and then put it on the right eye socket. The moment he put on the monocle, Gushi felt that his mind was clear. His eyes were bright, and the fog in front of him dissipated. He could clearly see the gathering place of the Night Finger behind the wall of the outer area. Just as Gushi thought. This is a huge city that has been abandoned and renovated by people. The steel forest composed of reinforced concrete has become dilapidated in the darkness. And in every street and alley, inside and outside every window, there are a large number of electric, oil, candle, and even wooden lamps hanging, turning the entire city into a very strange neon style. Chapter 2084 Bustling Living Area. Just as Gushi was observing the gathering place of the Night Finger in front of him, a gust of wind blew. Just as Jiang Tiansheng and the others said, there was no coolness in the wind. At most you could just hear the sound of the wind. The sound of the wind brought all kinds of strange things, such as bells, glass collisions, creaking wood boards, etc. The sound was quite chaotic and without any rules, which made Gushi feel quite uncomfortable. It's okay. You get used to it slowly. Jiang Tiansheng comforted Gushi on the side. From Jiang Tiansheng words, Gushi understood that this kind of sound was specially arranged to prevent people who couldn't see far from bumping into the building. But Gushi always had a feeling that the gathering place of the Night Finger in front of him had become a weird one. At this time, the gate to the gathering place of the Night Finger was also opened. Jiang Tiansheng said to Gushi, "The door is open. I won't stay here with you. Just go in by yourself. It's okay. The Night Finger is a good gathering place. Even if you don't have a place to stay at night, you can find a place by asking a young lady on the street. There is only one thing. The shadows that appear during the day are used to keep the people behind you. Don't light the lights randomly when you see the shadows. There must be no shadows at night. Otherwise, even in the living area, there is no way to guarantee the safety of others. When it gets dark, it is best to light up the lights and fires immediately." After saying that, Jiang Tiansheng really walked in by himself. Gushi looked at Boss Lu to see if there was anything he wanted here. However, most of the things that Boss Lu sold were things that the exploration team found in the wild. Most of them were broken and needed to be repaired. A small number of them were relatively intact, but they were not useful to Gushi. Finally, Gushi could only shake his head helplessly, gave up the idea of caring about Boss Lu, and turned to the direction of the open door. When Gushi turned around, the 6 flame lights on his left hand turned, and the soul lamp was reminding Gushi that someone was staring at him. Gushi looked back and found that Susie was quickly shrinking back into the corner. Gushi didn't care about this situation at all. Even if he didn't understand the situation in the world in front of him, he could still deal with a small character like Susie. If Susie didn't come to him, Gushi would just pretend nothing happened. But if he jumped out to commit suicide, it would be embarrassing. No one would care if he committed suicide, Gushi thought while looking at Susie provocatively. Then he entered the living area behind the gathering place of the Night Finger, even though it was daytime now. And Gushi came here for the first time. He was still more worried that he would accidentally encounter something weird. When entering the living area, Gushi's movements were obviously slower. Gushi noticed that the skin of the people living in the living area was also the kind of pale skin that had not been exposed to the sun for a long time. But their hair was obviously darker. Although the clothes they wore were a little worn, the colors were still bright. At the same time, they always had some parts that could emit light and sound, so that people could see them at first sight. Maybe they felt very good about themselves. But in Gushi's opinion, weren't they just a group of non-mainstream people with black hair? In such a chaotic world, what would a library look like? Shaking his head, Gucci still took a few steps forward. After all, his clothes and dress were somewhat out of tune with this place. If he stood there all the time, he would probably be regarded as a lunatic. So Gucci simply followed the crowd and walked in. Let's see what there is in this city first. As he walked, Gucci observed. He noticed that there were actually people patrolling in the living area. But they didn't hold the aim-in muskets of the outer area patrol team, but some cold weapons. At the same time, there were shields and nets. Such an obvious attitude made Gucci understand one thing. That is, there are actually weird things in this city. It's just that those weird things are relatively weak and not very threatening to humans. It's better to catch these weird things and study what use they have. The patrols on the street are not actually staring at the humans in the living area, but at the small weird things that appear in the living area. They won't even look at the weird people who walk in front of them. On the contrary, they will stare at some abnormal situations and try to find something different from them. Gucci just took a few glances and lost interest. Instead, it was the newsstand on the street that attracted Gucci's attention. With Gucci's current eyesight, he only glanced at it and could see that all the newspapers were newly printed. It records the news and strange things that happened in the gathering place of the Night Finger in the past few days. It mainly talks about a family in a certain house being dragged into the darkness at night because they were careless and did not turn on the lights. But Gucci was not interested in this. He was interested in the fact that there was a complete newspaper system in the city in front of him. This shows that life in this gathering place is very good. If everyone here is working hard for life, they will not think about understanding the things around them. It seems that the weirdness of this world is not that dangerous. Gucci just made such a judgment in his heart, and heard a voice behind him. Be careful. Someone has turned into a dark weird. And they are coming. Where? Where? The walking 50,000. Get out of the way. Let me come. Let me fight. Gucci didn't even have time to turn around, and the crowd nearby surrounded him and ran towards the direction of the sound. Gucci looked back and saw only the dazzling light and heads, and nothing else. I don't know if the dark weird person inside can be saved, but this also made Gucci understand a situation. You can use force in this city. Gucci was very happy at this moment, as long as he could use force. Apart from other things, the city gates and dump trucks that Gucci could deploy at any time could ensure his safety. Not to mention that Gucci also had the Naiha Bridge and the Yellow Spring Road that he was going to experiment with here. Gucci suddenly became confident. He did not care about the chaos behind him, but took a look at the surrounding situation, and then set his sights on the map sold on the newsstand. Because the newspaper seller also ran to fight, Gucci did not ask any more questions, and directly put a white candle on the newsstand, and then picked up a most detailed map and went out. Chapter 2085 Weird Nest Library. With a map, the field of vision can be expanded, which is enough for Gucci to use the pathfinding technique. Once the pathfinding technique is turned on, Gucci's movement speed is increased. Start walking in the city center, where the Night Finger gathers. Gucci found on the map that in addition to the library and the commercial center in the city center, there are all the supporting schools from elementary school to high school. In addition, there are small apartments that can be rented on the roofs of various landmark buildings. If you can't get back at night, you can rent a room in a small apartment. It doesn't need to be too big. 3 or 4 square meters will do. Turn on the lights. The room is full of lights. Lie down and sleep directly. And the next day, the white fog will rise, and it will be another normal day. It can be said that it is much safer in the city center than near the outer area. When he was on the road, Gucci had already thought about it. First, take a look at the quality of the Night Finger library to see if he can find something he can use. If there is, then stay in the city center for 10 days or half a month. It has been a long time since I happily took a vacation. Although the world in front of me is the end of the world, there is a newspaper system here, and there are schools from elementary school to high school. How can it be the end of the world? Right? In Gucci's eyes, it is just a little chaotic at most. He just came here to relax. Yes, he came here to relax. But when Gucci followed the road on the map and came to the city center, he stood in front of a ruin and flipped the map in silence. The map in front of him is obviously the latest version. How come the library here is gone when he turned around? Looking at the situation in front of him, the ruins here are all covered with grass. It would not be like this without decades of wind and sun. Picking up the map again, Gucci flipped through it carefully, but did not find any clues. At this moment, Someone saw Gushi's strange behavior there, and he stepped forward to look. You bought the wrong map. This map is weirdly drawn, trying to lead you to the weird lair. Fortunately, you didn't go in. You would have died if you had gone in. Gushi looked back and found that it was an uncle who leaned over. This uncle was obviously a resident living in the city center. He was wearing pajamas, a single-sided glasses on his right eye, and holding a bunch of green vegetables and a piece of pork in his hand. It was obvious that he had just woken up and ran out to buy vegetables. But he looked quite excited now, as if he had encountered something exciting. Weird lair. Where do you mean? Gushi pointed to the ruins in front of him. Yes. I tell you. Don't look at this place like this during the day. A 20-story building will rise again at night. No one dares to go in. And those who go in will appear in the corner over there the next day, with a pale and bloodless face. Gushi blinked. Why did he sound more excited? It seems that this is still a time-limited copy. No wonder Wu Weiquan kept asking him to come to the library to ask. There must be good stuff in this library, let alone other things. When the library reappears, it should not be a problem for him to rush in and fight some weirdness. After killing the weirdness, the new undead he got should not forget everything. Thinking of this, Gushi's expression changed when he looked at the ruins in front of him. Brother, you don't want to go in, do you? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Gushi looked back at the uncle. No. There are weirdness inside. The dark weirdness is very dangerous. After entering, your blood will be sucked out. The uncle was still persuading Gushi. Uncle, I also know there are dark ghosts here. But think about it. Such a big nest of dark ghosts is placed in the city center. It has not been dealt with by the people above. Which means that the dark ghosts here are not the kind of deadly ones. It is safer to defeat the dark ghosts here than to run to the wild. Right? And after I go in, as long as all the lights are turned on, I think the dark ghosts may not be able to touch me. When I grab some good things from inside, they should also be mine. When Gushi said this, the uncle's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of it? I say, little brother, you came here specifically for the library this time. What are you going to find? Do you want to form a team? Do you think I can do it? I have lived nearby since I was a child. When the library was not yet turned into a weird nest, I went in to play every day. There is no place here that I am not familiar with. Gushi originally wanted to refuse. He was never afraid of the size of the weird nest. No matter how big it is. Can it be as big as the city of Aridov? Gushi released a group of undeads and cleared everything. But what this uncle said is also reasonable. It is definitely better to find a guide to go with you when opening a dungeon. So Gushi said, I came here to find information about the weird. I think the library should have these things. You think too much. The library is full of popular science books. Of course, there are also some novels. When I was a child, I often went there to read some novels. As for weird things, there are really no such things. Hearing this, Gushi was speechless. The librarians there must know something about the weird. And they must have some research on the weird. No. The librarians just need to have a good memory, and know where the books were taken from, and put them back. They really don't have the work of research and recording. Ah. This. Gushi was also a little speechless. Could it be that this trip was in vain? At this time, the uncle remembered something. You really think the library is too simple? Your library also has research work. Gushi wanted to say, yes. My library really has part-time research work. Eve has always handled it this way. But he didn't say much in the end. Maybe the situation in this world is different. But it doesn't matter. Your uncle is capable. I have a childhood friend who went in before. He came out the next day, with a pale face, and no color on his lips. We were scared at the time. We thought he was going to die. Later, he finally survived. But he was so scared that he didn't go out at home. He didn't come out to play when he was asked to drink. He might be useless. It's just right for you to find him for this matter. Come with me. I take you to find him. Wait a minute. Before Gushi expressed his agreement or not, he was dragged to another direction by the uncle. At this time, Gushi was also speechless. Are the people in the city so enthusiastic? It's not a trap. In fact, Gushi didn't know that this was not a trap. But he was just trapped in the city and couldn't leave the city. So he was bored. Chapter 2086 Dark Weird Wisdom. Brother Young, this is my friend. He heard that you have been to the weird nest in the library. So he wanted to come and ask, What is there to ask? Just close your eyes and choose Xiaojia. I tell you. Although Xiaojia has an average face and average skin, I don't have a good face. If you ask anything, I will say that I am socially anxious. You can play by yourself. But when you are really held in her arms, and your head is pressed on her chest, you will feel that 598 is not a loss. Wait. My friend is here to inquire about the weird things in the library. He plans to go inside to dig deep into the reasons for the weirdness, and find the treasure belonging to the weirdness. When the uncle heard his friend start talking nonsense, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, and at the same time smiled awkwardly at Gu Shi there. Hearing this, the man called Brother Yong realized that it was not only his friend who came here. He turned around quickly, spit a little saliva on the palm of his hand, and combed his hair. He then turned to look at Gu Shi. Look at you. Dealing with weirdness is everyone's responsibility. Even if you don't say this, I will publicize it to others. The weird nest under this library is actually a conceptualized dark wisdom. Wisdom? Although what Brother Yong said at the beginning was a little unreliable, the information he gave this time was clearly directed. Yes, you came from outside the gathering place. Right? You may not know that those of us who have been living in the Night Finger have long been familiar with the changes of every plant and tree here. This old guy must have told you that he went to the library every day when he was a child. Right? I went there every day when I was a child. And there is nothing to brag about. But I am better than him in that I was also in the library on the day it became a weird nest. I saw the process of the library becoming weird. So I know some of the situations in the library, and where it is safe in the library. Usually, I sneak in and take a look at it from the safe position. And I can tell you for sure that turning the library into such a weird place is. It is dark wisdom. The reason why the library was not cleared by the patrol team is that after the library becomes a weird nest, it will produce a kind of weirdness called Dark Woman. Killing this weirdness will get some unknown dark weird knowledge. The upper level stayed here because they regarded it as a treasure land for knowledge. Usually no one cares about this place. Even if someone runs in, it's okay. Someone also needs to send nutrients into the nest. The upper level will not care about the death of 1 or 2 disobedient guys. But if you want to take away the dark wisdom, it's not that easy. If you make this nest collapse, the upper level will not let you go. Hearing this, Gu Shi's eyes became solemn. Looking at Gu Shi's expression, Brother Yong also smiled. What's up? Are you scared? I'm not afraid. But I don't like uncertain things. After all, I still have a lot of information to find out. If I take down the dark wisdom, will I be hunted down by the people in the city? Listening to Gu Shi's words, the 2 people present were all stunned. They really didn't expect that someone would be so confident. Just now, Brother Yong wanted to tell Gu Shi that there was a conceptual weirdness hidden under the weird nest in the library. If you go in and provoke, you are likely to die. But what is Gu Shi's reaction? He actually wants to take down the dark wisdom. And he is still asking there. After taking down the dark wisdom, will there be a conflict with the gathering place of the Night Finger? Brother Yong looked at his friend. His eyes seemed to be asking, has he always been so arrogant? But the uncle who brought Gu Shi here just wanted to watch the fun. How could he know Gu Shi's situation? When Brother Yong looked at him, he just shrugged, not sure what he should say. Brother Yong, can you tell me about the situation inside the library? Did you see the concept of wisdom become weird with your own eyes? Seeing Gu Shi's expression, Brother Yong didn't ask much. He directly talked about what happened when the darkness devoured wisdom and made the concept weird. At that time, many people were actually reading in the library. The Dark Night refers to the library here, which is mainly built around the students from elementary school to high school nearby. There are relatively more teaching supplementary books here. In addition, there are some common sense books. As for higher level research books, there may be some here. But old residents like Brother Yong have never seen them. What they usually see more are actually famous quotes posted on the wall. These are normal decorations in the library. Most of them are printed oil paintings with a small line of text written below. Many of these texts are taken out of context, and some are even misattributed. These celebrities have never said anything, but they are forced to put it on the head of a certain celebrity. However, due to the dark weirdness, the inheritance in many places has been interrupted. It's enough to have this kind of decoration. Who cares whether this person said it? No one expected that the final weirdness would come from this. Although some people usually pay attention to the problem of lighting the library at night. But few people will pay attention to the promotional pictures and decorations hanging on the walls or pillars. Even if they notice it, they will just take a look when passing by. But the result is that after these are accidentally touched by darkness, these promotional pictures have become weird. The previous dark weirds, after becoming weird, they were the first to hurt people, and were finally discovered and dealt with by people. But these are intelligent weirds in front of us, and it doesn't matter whether what they say is true or not. Anyway, they don't devour ordinary humans like the previous weirds. Instead, they use darkness to devour those books. There are quite a lot of books in the library. So many that no one would know if a few books were missing. So no one noticed this for a long time. Until the day that Brother Young saw. Dark Wisdom felt that his power had accumulated enough. So he found a way to turn off the lights in the library and drag the entire library into darkness. For a period of time afterwards, a large number of black words appeared near the library. Some people who have read books in the library, or those who are not so determined when passing by the library, will be attracted to the library and eventually become a part of the weirdness in the library. That is, the dark female leader living in the library's nest. As for why there is no dark male leader, look at Brother Yong's appearance. In his eyes, the dark male leader is just a dog-headed carrot or something like that. How can he remember it in his heart? If Gushi hadn't asked, he wouldn't even introduce him to Gushi. Chapter 2087 Library at Night. After listening to the story of the library, Gushi was quite satisfied. Especially when Brother Young said that the upper echelons of the Night Point had taken out many books contaminated by darkness and weirdness from the library in recent years. Gushi knew that he had come to the right place. He glanced at the uncle. Didn't you say that there are no books related to weirdness in the library? How can you say that? I say, little brother, don't blame him. There are really no books about weirdness in the library. All the books taken out here are survival guides on how to live in weirdness. For example, Talents for Dual Use in Weird Places, Handbook of Bare-Legged Weird Doctors, and Weird Survival Guide are all life materials found in here. In addition, there are some weird novels or recipes, like Diary of Cannibalism, Guide to Being a Human, Human Recipe, and so on. Brother Young helped to persuade him. After listening to this, Gushi slowly believed it. But he still muttered, when I came here, Wu Weiquan said that if there is anything you don't know, you can go to the library to find the librarian. They will know more. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Oh, the library you are talking about is the newly built library, which is in the 4th living area. The various books taken out from the strange nest in front of me, some of which are less strange, are all sent to primary and secondary schools for children to study. Some books that are not knowledge points are placed in the library over there for people to borrow. If you want to find out how to survive in such a place, you should go to the library over there. Okay. Gushi realized that it was not Wu Weiquan who deceived him. But he did not explain the changes in the city clearly. And the map that Gushi got was not a serious map. If Gushi took out this map again at night, he would find that the map in front of him was a map that teaches you how to avoid strange locations at night. Because the strangeness is related to the life and safety of everyone in the living area. The drawing will be more detailed. When Gushi took the map, there was no one at the newsstand. In order to ensure that he would not get lost, Gushi chose the most detailed map. This led to Gushi's mistake this time. But this time it was a mistake. This allowed Gushi to know the situation inside the weird nest of the library. Now Gushi is quite interested in the dark and weird wisdom. Maybe he can send this dark and weird wisdom directly to the city of Aridov and put it in the magic area to improve the wisdom attribute of the city. Or he can find some better weird items from it. Thinking of this, Gushi became excited again. After he and Brother Young agreed to set off at dark, Gushi left Brother Young's house. Gushi naturally went to the city, while Brother Young and the uncle talked about the past. They all missed the days when they sneaked in to read books when the library was still there. Uncle and Brother Young didn't realize that when they were eating and bragging there was a pair of ears eavesdropping on their words. Yes, it has been confirmed that they plan to go to the library's weird nest tonight. Which library? Of course, the old library. Why go to anything? Hey, Susie, are you crazy? Your total scores in all subjects have never exceeded 50 points since you were a child. And you told me that you want to go to the library? Forget it. I won't listen to any of your reasons. Anyway, I won't get involved in this matter. If you want to go, go by yourself. At most, I can help you find a better cemetery. After the matter was settled, Gushi relaxed a lot. At this time, his mind was naturally not focused on finding clues. Since everyone is here, why not just take a walk around the living area to see if there is anything that can be eaten? Or is there anything that can be bought? At the same time, Gushi also wants to buy some of the books that Brother Young just mentioned. When there is no one to communicate with, reading will be the best way to learn. It's just that Gushi underestimated the enthusiasm of the residents in the living area. They really have something exciting to watch, and even put down their work to watch the excitement. In their eyes, Gushi, who was obviously a foreigner, was a walking bustle. Whenever Gushi stopped, someone would come over to ask if he had anything to do. If he did, a bunch of people would soon gather around him, talking about this and that. Although Gushi's journey was interrupted by them again and again. But there was one good thing about it. That is, Gushi got a lot of information. Of course, Chin also bought a lot of different things from them. Most of what Gushi bought was food. In Gushi's opinion, he would not be fooled when buying food. If it doesn't work, just eat it yourself, or give it to the undead under his command. But because of this, it was getting dark, and Gushi didn't rush to the library in the fourth living area. Looking at the fog that was about to dissipate, Gushi could only shake his head helplessly, turned around, and went back the way he came. Maybe it was because the sky was getting dark. In this environment, Gushi didn't plan to release the evil coffin. He just held a white candle to ensure that when the sky suddenly got dark, he would not be dragged into the darkness because of being caught off guard. After ensuring his own safety, Gushi started to hurry on his way. In order to hurry on, Gushi didn't even plan to eat. When he was hungry, he took the strange food he bought on the road to fill his stomach. When Gushi finished eating the food in his hand, he happened to be back near the ruins of the library. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and all the lights on the nearby buildings were lit. In places where it is impossible to light up, there are also various sounds to serve as ears and eyes, ensuring that people can know that there is a building in front of them and must not bump into it. At the same time, Gushi noticed that because of the lights and the flames, a black building shadow appeared in the ruins of the original library. This is the former library that has become a strange nest. The shadow of the black building in front of him is not much different from the nearby buildings. The first 4 floors are used for commercial operations, and the upper 20 floors are used as office and residential Soho areas. The main building can take care of all functions. However, unlike other buildings, there is no light in the shadow of the black building in front of him. And sometimes even when the light shines on it, it will be absorbed by the building. On the outer wall of the 4th floor below the main building, there is a huge text painted with a variety of black oil paints. Dark Wisdom Library. Chapter 2088 Library Elevator Corridor. Here. As soon as Gushi appeared, Brother Young and the uncle waved at Gushi. Gushi found that the position they were standing in was rather strange. They were not walking to the main entrance of the library, but waving at Gushi from the side door near the library building. If he hadn't seen them holding torches, Gushi would have suspected that they were being transformed by darkness. After hesitating for a while, Gushi finally walked towards them. After all, they had agreed to explore the library together at the beginning, and Brother Young had obviously been to the inside of the library, so he knew a little bit about the way. Gushi planned to follow him in for the first half of the way, and then go out on his own after he understood the situation inside. Gushi didn't believe that when he released the Naiha bridge, someone could run to him. As he walked forward, the hands of death behind Gushi appeared, and some starlight began to appear around Gushi. At the same time, Gushi pointed his hand, and a petal of the nether spirit flower fell in front of the library gate. Just now, Gushi had used the Starry Sky Dome's Polestar method to locate. In the more than 1 year since the Starry Sky Dome fell into Gushi's hands, he had already studied this wristband thoroughly. Gushi was quite skilled in Polestar positioning. After all, he could locate 7 locations, except for 1 location in the center of Aradovi City. The remaining 6 locations were all mobile. As long as Gushi wanted, he could locate at any time to ensure that no one would find out. After the location was located, as long as it was not covered by the new location later, or Gushi took the initiative to cancel it, Gushi could come here as many times as he wanted. As for the nether spirit flower, it was left as an observation point by Gushi. He wanted to see what the situation was like outside. After entering the library building, Gushi saw that this was actually the lobby and elevator room inside the building. It was obvious that this could go directly to the Soho area upstairs. As soon as he entered, Gushi looked around. Except for the lights he raised on his side, he could not see anything 2 meters away. Wait a minute. Are we going to the library? How did we get here? Is this elevator still usable? Of course it is usable. Don't worry. There is only no light now. Not no electricity. Besides, don't worry. I will lead the way. I promise you can enter the core area of the library safely. Brother Young said seriously. Really? Gushi was somewhat unconvinced. Of course. Just follow me. Nothing will go wrong. The elevator is here. Come in quickly. Press the 14th floor. Although Gushi still didn't quite believe it. He finally got on the elevator. The elevator cabin is actually not big. No more than 2 meters from front to back. But the three of them did not take the initiative to put down the lights in their hands at this time. But each of them protected their own lights. Brother Young and his friends are old residents. And Gushi heard something about the dark ghost on the way today. In this small elevator cabin, sometimes there will be a ghost blowing the lamp. This kind of ghost blowing the lamp is extremely fast, usually lurking in a very small space, taking advantage of the momentary negligence of humans, and blowing out the lamp. As long as you fall into darkness, the person will be dragged into the darkness and become a part of the weirdness. So the smaller the space, the more careful you have to be. Don't be careless just because the light in your hand can illuminate the entire small space. Gushi and the uncle held the light, and Brother Young pressed the elevator floor. Just as Brother Young said, although this world is dark, it is not without electricity. The elevator can still be used. As Brother Young pressed the elevator started to work with a click. Okay. This road has never been discovered by anyone. We have taken the lead. You wait and follow. Gushi also had a solemn and unbelieving look on his face. After all, he still hasn't figured out why they went from the building behind this time, when they were obviously going to the library. Fortunately, the elevator went very fast. In less than a minute, it stopped on the 14th floor. Gushi was about to open the door and walk out. But Brother Young stopped him. Look there. Gushi looked down and found something like oil paint flowing into the gap of the elevator door. See, this building is full of weirdness. In fact, there are weirdness on every floor. Some places are stronger, and some are weaker. On the 14th floor, the weirdness is relatively easy to talk to. They are not aggressive, and can be bribed through some means. We came here to pass through the weirdness on the 14th floor and enter the deepest part of the library, which is the core of the dark wisdom. I tell you something first. No matter what, don't get involved with these paints. These are the eyes and ears of the dark wisdom. Now the paint hasn't come in yet. I can tell you all this clearly. If the paint comes in, I won't say anything. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but take a step back to prevent the paint and pigment from getting on him. At this time, the elevator door opened. Gushi looked inside and found that the corridor outside the elevator was dark. The candle he held couldn't illuminate very far. At this time, Brother Young seemed to have known that there would be such a situation in front of him, and began to take out various different lighters from his pocket. I don't know how Brother Young put all these lighters into his pocket. Anyway, he took out at least 30 lighters, and he would use each one to prove that the lighter could be used. After all the lighters were taken out, Brother Young shouted to the outside. Tazi, I'm here to see you. I also brought guests here. All of them want 598 sets. Come out and take them, Brother Young said as he threw the lighter into the darkness. At this time, a woman's voice came from the dark corridor. You really came. Wait for me. I find a light. Don't get any paint on you, or it will be hard to leave. By the way, you brought a few friends here. Do you have any good friends? Today, Shujia, Chichi, Mumu, Meili, and Xiaoqing are all here, Brother Young also explained. Mumu and Meili are relatively strong and are considered the strongest here. Chi-Chi's situation is similar to Shichia's, and Xiaoqing has never been in contact with him. But Gushi was a little puzzled. Wait, Brother Young, didn't you say that you would choose Shijia without thinking when you got here? Why did you change your mind when you got here? What's the situation with Taozi? Brother Young rolled his eyes at Gushi. I say, little brother, you don't understand this. Shujia is just round, and Taozi is E. Chapter 2089 The Girl in the Dark. Give me the money. 598 for one person. 966 for two people. If you have any other requests, Add 100 at a time. Speak in advance. They can guarantee your safety in the building. They can also take you to other places. Brother Yong waved to Gu Shi and the others. I go first. Remember, this floor is relatively safe. As long as you don't get any paint on it, it's fine. The other floors may not be. It's best to listen to them then. Brother Yong ignored everything after that, holding the lantern in his hand, and walked into the corridor. When Brother Yong disappeared into the darkness, Gu Shi and the uncle looked at each other. The uncle finally said, "Believe him. At least he has been here several times. Although he may not have gotten anything good, but he must have gotten out alive." While the uncle was talking, he took out a bottle of lamp oil and said loudly, "Close your eyes and choose Shujia." 598. After throwing the lamp oil out, the uncle also walked into the dark corridor. At this time, only Gu Shi was left in the elevator. Standing in the elevator, Gu Shi could clearly feel the slight sound of wind behind him. If it weren't for his death hand floating behind him, someone might have come up to blow out the candles. Gu Shi thought about it, and took out a bunch of white candles. He didn't count the number, and threw them directly into the dark corridor. This is a tip. I want a 966 package for 3 hours. And the rest is another matter. As for the candidates, Chi-Chi and Meili are fine. While Gu Shi was speaking, his death hand had already pushed out a cardboard box, which was full of white candles. There are many such candles in the city of Aridov, and even the undead in the city of Aridov don't like to use them. Gu Shi's box of white candles has at least 3,000. And the number is only more. Gu Shi raised his foot, and kicked the box of white candles into the darkness. Then he held the candles in his hand, and walked into the black corridor. Gu Shi had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would just max out all the values. What he wanted here were just some candles, which could be mass-produced in his own factory. He could get as many as he wanted. As long as he could lead Gu Shi to find what he wanted, that would be enough. As for the safety issue, not to mention the various subordinates hiding around Gu Shi, he was not afraid of these with his own strength. The most important thing was that Gu Shi also used the Polestar to locate the periphery of the strange nest. If it didn't work, he would just teleport out. Gu Shi, who was confident enough, kicked a box of white candles into the darkness, and walked into the black corridor. As soon as he stepped into the black corridor, Gu Shi noticed that the range that his light could illuminate did not seem to be reduced much. At this time, he could see the surrounding situation clearly. The corridor in front of him was a normal corridor style of a Soho building, and the main body was actually an I-shaped corridor. You can walk on both sides. When you look up, you can see that the ceiling is full of various colors of paint that are about to drip down, and there are traces of blackening on the wall due to the fire. The most speechless thing is that on these blackened marks, no one knows who has pressed many small handprints. It looks like someone wanted to escape but failed to escape from the flames. As for the situation on the ground, it was fine, and no weird scenes appeared. This made Gu Shi feel much more at ease. At least there were no weird enemies at the moment. Just then, a voice sounded not far away. "Hello? Is it okay?" Gu Shi turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, and found that 2 girls dressed normally were standing not far away. If it weren't for the weird environment in front of him, Gu Shi's eyes would definitely stay on them for a long time. One of them was shorter, with a small round face, and wearing a stepmother skirt. Apart from other things, her figure made Gu Shi admit that he drooled. She was not the kind of person who made people feel beautiful at first sight. But when she stood there, Gu Shi would not ignore her existence. The other one was taller, with an average figure, mainly long legs, but her face was quite in line with mainstream aesthetics. The kind of face that makes people satisfied at first sight. When she saw Gu Shi looking at her, she took the initiative to smile. "What should I call you?" "Just call me Brother Gu." "Who are we?" "My name is Meili. This is Chi-Chi. According to the agreement, we can guarantee your safety for 3 hours." Meili first introduced the 2 of them, and then waved to Gu Shi. "Please follow me. It's still not safe here. By the way, what do you want to do this time?" "I plan to go to the deepest part of the library, which is where the dark wisdom is." Hearing this, Meili and Chi-Chi quickly came to Gu Shi's side, each holding Gu Shi's arm, and Meili whispered, "Don't talk nonsense here, and don't talk about things related to dark wisdom. Let's go to a safe place to talk." After saying that, Meili looked up at the ceiling. Gu Shi followed Meili's gaze, and found that the ceiling was painted with a distorted starry sky. In the vortex composed of stars, there were bubbles composed of paint. It was obvious that it was the eyes and ears of dark wisdom. Gushi wanted to say that he didn't need to be afraid of him. But Meili and Chi-Chi dragged Gushi to a nearby room. The room in front of him was not small. It was about 8 or 9 square meters in total. There was a red sofa in the corner of the room that could seat 3 people. The coffee table in front of the sofa was filled with various foods and drinks. After entering the room, Chi-Chi led Gushi to the red sofa, and Meili carefully closed the door. If you want it to be brighter, then light the lamp yourself. We won't give you any light. Gushi didn't say anything. He took out a few white candles, lit them, and placed them on the coffee table. After putting down the white candles, Gushi couldn't help but smile. Do you think we are not burning money now? Hearing Gushi's words, both girls laughed. Chi-Chi even sat directly next to Gushi and pressed her body against him. At this time, Gushi patted the other side of the sofa, and a new cardboard box immediately appeared there. What other services do you have? Think carefully before answering. You should know what I am here for. We have all kinds of services. Here is a quotation sheet. Of course, if you want to go to other floors, that's fine. But if you go to other floors, we can't guarantee your safety. Even if the 2 of us go all out, we can't guarantee that. At this time, Meili also walked to Gushi's side, took the box of white candles aside, and then sat down, leaned her head on Gushi's shoulder, and whispered, Dark wisdom is very dangerous. You'd better not go there. Chapter 2090. Gushi is being targeted. While Gushi was hesitating whether to stay and drive the roller coaster, the exploration team belonging to the Night Finger had already entered the library in the main hall of the library. For the long-term copy of the library, they really don't like to brush it. But who made the high level of the Night Finger quite interested in the weirdness of the library? After all, some different weird books can be brushed out every day. Although these weird books may not necessarily bring strong combat power to the troops of the Night Finger, they can make the residents of the Night Finger live better. For every high-level person, the more such books, the better. So every night, the Night Finger will organize people to explore the library again. Among these troops, there are those who are responsible for exploration, those who are responsible for fighting, and some who follow in. For such a situation, the Night Finger will never ask. As long as they can take out good things from the library nest, they don't care where these things come from. So the patrol team guarding outside is only responsible for the part of people who come out, and they really don't care who goes in. So some people took this opportunity to sneak into the library. Inside the library, because it was dark and weird, it no longer had the effect of extending the fire like outside. So you could see farther. Here, even if everyone turned on the brightest lights, the field of vision was only about 2 meters. As long as you hide yourself in the corner, no one will notice some people's small movements. Taking this opportunity, the second-hand dealer Susie also hid himself behind a bookshelf somewhere. As a second-hand dealer, Susie did not necessarily run to the outer area at ordinary times. He must have been to several strange nests left in the city. Although he was not as strong as those people who brushed the weird here every day, he still knew some of the secrets here. This time he got a lot of information. In order to save face in the outer area, Susie really didn't care about anything. After looking around and making sure that he was standing in the right place, Susie turned over the backpack on his back and dumped all the various items he brought in it on the ground. Among these items, some are garbage found by the exploration team outside the city, and some waste collected by Susie from the city. The most important ones are of course some flesh and hair. These are the favorite things of the weirdos. At the same time, Susie also knew who the biggest weirdo in the library was. And he also brought some brightly colored stone fragments. These stone fragments are the best materials for making oil paints. Of course, the best here refers to the current situation. In the past, these stones were not good things. But who made it the end of the world now? Even the weirdos can't find so many good materials. So let's make do with what we can now. After piling these stone fragments and human flesh and bones together, Susie took out a painting he had drawn and placed it on these materials, and then poured lamp oil on the materials. Wisdom from darkness. I brought you the material you want most. Blood-stained paint fragments, which can make your appearance more gorgeous. Please take the offering to you. After saying that, Susie took a step back. When he retreated 2 meters away, and the firelight could no longer illuminate the pile of items, Susie breathed a sigh of relief. Trading with the dark trick was still a bit stressful for a second-hand dealer like him. At this moment, a voice came from the darkness. What do you want? Wisdom? Books? Or the dark lady? Wisdom in the dark. I have an enemy that has entered your area. Please kill him. I only want his head. You come to me just to kill someone. What hatred do you have with him that would make you make such a decision? You must have collected these things for a long time. If you make other requests, I can give you something that will make you a fortune. Do you really want me to help you kill someone? Yes. Wisdom in the dark. Everything cannot escape your sharp eyes. But I still only want his head. Okay. As you wish. You wait here. I'll be back soon. After the voice was finished, it disappeared into the darkness. Susie took the lamp and walked forward a few steps. He found that all the materials that had been piled there before had disappeared, leaving only some paint that had not dried yet in the original position. Seeing the scene in front of him, Susie finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said to himself, Weird eyes. Weird eyes. Is what you said true? Is that person really glowing red? At this moment, a voice flashed through his mind. Susie, when have I ever made a mistake in what I said? That person really has a red light on him. As long as you can get this thing back, you will be the greatest king in this world. Susie, do you still remember your dream? Susie heard this, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He said in his heart, Of course I remember. I want to be the strongest garbage king in this world. The voice in Susie's heart heard it, and directly said, What garbage king? You want to be the sun of this world. Does the sun know? Susie was also a little helpless. Although this strange eye is good, it can let him see the details of various items, see the quality of these items, and make him a fortune. But this strange eye always persuades him to become the sun of this world. This made him speechless. The sun has fallen into the sea. Is it so easy to be? Didn't you see that in this world now? If there is no such thing as extending the fire. A fire can only illuminate a distance of less than 2 meters. How can he be the sun? He is not stupid. So it is better not to do such things. He just wants to use the strange eye to snatch the red light on Gushi's body. As long as he gets this little bit of red light, it will definitely be much better than the blue equipment he collected before. Then maybe he can build his own family, like those big families in the city that inherit purple equipment. As for why there is red on the blue, Susie really didn't think about this. In Susie's mind, he might think that red is a normal term, and red is just a little lower than purple. This is why, when Gushi disdained to look at Susie, Susie jumped out to make trouble for Gushi. Of course, Gushi certainly didn't know this. He finally came back to his senses from the idea of driving a roller coaster, and discussed everything with Meili and Chi-Chi, borrowing their help to enter the deepest part of the library through certain passages, which is where the dark wisdom is. Chapter 2091 Entering the core of the library. Slide down from here to the underground first floor, where the dark wisdom is. After moving the red sofa away with Gushi, Meili pointed to the quicksand-like ground under the red sofa and said, Don't look at me like that. We are weird, but we also know how to get things done for money. This is developed to deal with humans who don't pay. If someone really doesn't pay, we will send them down and let the dark wisdom help collect the money. You go down this passage. As long as we sisters pretend that there are still people here, the dark wisdom will not notice your situation. But we have agreed that it will only take 3 hours. As soon as Meili finished speaking, another cardboard box appeared at Gushi's feet. I will pack it for another 3 hours. No. I will pack it until dawn. Meili and Chi-Chi smiled gently. Don't worry. The room and us are reserved for you. We will wait for you to come back here. Gushi glanced at them, suppressed the idea of driving, turned around and jumped into the quicksand-like ground. As Gushi jumped down, he felt as if he was floating in the air. The quicksand did not give him any sense of pressure. Instead, it protected him from falling directly from the sky. However, such good intentions were of no use to Gushi. As the king of the sky, Gushi had the ability to fly. Moreover, when Gushi flew up, the pair of death hands behind him also floated up. In the starlight, many purple equipment phantoms flashed. This is exactly the characteristic of the starry sky dome. The sky. At the beginning, Gushi just wanted to find 20 standard purple weapons and put them into the sky transformed by the starry sky dome to serve as star railguns. At that time, Gushi thought that it was easy to find and not afraid of waste. But after Gushi tried several times, Gushi found that what he called not wasting was really a waste. The sky characteristic of the starry sky dome is actually very compatible with the Secret Realm Sword Staff Evil Slash. The Evil Slash can activate the negative effects of all purple equipment on the enemy, even if it is stabbed into the enemy. And the sky can hold 20 pieces of purple equipment. These purple equipment were all selected by Gushi, and Gushi has the final say on what the negative effects are. Gushi doesn't need purple equipment to kill people at once now, as long as it pierces the opponent and allows Gushi to activate the Evil Slash effect. Of course, this kind of fighting method is really hard to say compared with Gushi's other skills. Anyway, it's disgusting to watch when fighting, but Gushi just regards it as a choice made to relax his tense nerves. After all, if all attacks are pushed to the strongest, sometimes Gushi will feel boring when fighting. At present, this method can more or less let Gushi have some fun. Of course, others will not know this. Sometimes when Gushi is flying in the sky, 20 weapons will appear around him, which feels quite cool. This makes Gushi fly very happily, which is enough. This time is also the case. Gushi is also the same. When flying, he habitually opens the sky skill, and 20 purple weapons float around him. At the beginning, Gushi went to compare with the sword fairy, and when he was selecting, he picked 20 purple long swords. Later, after discovering this way of playing, Gushi went to compare with negative effects. There are all kinds of weapons, but later Gushi's purple equipment gradually increased, and the purple long swords with strong negative effects gradually caught Gushi's eye. At present, Gushi finally changed back to 8 purple long swords, and the remaining ones are spears, iron rods, daggers, broadswords, hammers, etc. And the main ones are all kinds of things. This made Gushi somewhat unhappy. Every time he flew up, Gushi always thought that next time he would replace all these 12 weapons with long swords with stronger negative effects. It's a pity that every time Gushi didn't find a suitable long sword for various reasons and replaced everything. It's the same now. Gushi muttered and flew down along the quicksand in front of him. During the flight, Gushi noticed that he could still see everything within a 2-meter range. There is really nothing to see 2 meters away. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the passage in front of us looks like quicksand. But in fact it has nothing to do with quicksand. When Gushi flew down, he could see different situations on each floor as he passed through each floor. Although it was only 2 meters away, Gushi could more or less confirm the style of each floor. It seems that what Brother Yon said is true. Only the 14th floor is relatively safe. At least after the group of dark women received the money, they really guaranteed the safety of those who went in. Soon Gushi followed the path and entered the lowest floor of the library. When Gushi landed, Gushi's brows could not help but frown. He didn't feel anything before, but now that the battle was about to start, Gushi suddenly felt that the view in front of him was quite uncomfortable. With this view, isn't it a situation where Chun Chun was attacked by someone? Gushi thought about it, and finally raised his hand, and the petals of the nether spirit flower floated outward, and various candles were lit on the petals of the nether spirit flower. Gushi tiptoed, and he no longer fell, but half floated, borrowing the power of the King of the Sky. Gushi controlled the breeze to blow the petals of the nether spirit flower, so that these nether spirit flowers floated around him. Candles were lit on all the nether spirit flowers, and the light shone all over Gushi's body. However, the situation around him was still the same. No matter how many flames were lit, Gushi could only see about 2 meters away from him. It was useless to go further, because as long as the nether spirit flower floated out of this range, Gushi would not be able to see it directly. This situation made Gushi speechless. Fortunately, Gushi released the nether spirit flower not for himself to see, but to ensure that his men would not be in the dark. After releasing the nether spirit flower with a candle, Gushi closed his eyes. By sensing the nether spirit flower, he observed the situation around him. This method is just like Wu Wei Quan and others using sound to explore the way. It's just that Gushi used the nether spirit flower to explore the way. Gushi had done this before. Gushi used this method to fight the Red Dead Ghost in death. Gushi didn't believe it. The dark ghost in the darkness could be stronger than the Red Dead Ghost in death. When the nether spirit flower began to release petals, the dark wisdom had already noticed Gushi's existence. After all, the underground negative layer is his territory. He can react to any small movement. Not to mention that Gushi is not making a small movement at the moment, but telling everyone that he is here, and he is going to start a big move. Chapter 2092 The Attack of Dark Wisdom. Dark Wisdom has been dominating this library nest for quite a long time. Even though he knew that some people usually came in to look for things in the library. And some people sneaked into the library. And they could find weird things in the library every day and leave. He didn't care too much. Because when they leave with good things, they will also leave some good things. It's just that because everyone can only see about 2 meters away from them. Unless they are best friends or the most familiar members of the combat team. Otherwise no one will find out even if they are lost. If you really want to calculate, Dark Wisdom may still make money. And earn benefits and reputation. Sometimes people like Su Si will send gifts for communication. I have never seen someone like Gu Shi who took the initiative to come to the negative first floor to provoke. As soon as the petals of the ghost flower floated out, Dark Wisdom had already noticed Gu Shi. It's just that as a conceptual body of wisdom, Dark Wisdom has the excellent qualities related to wisdom. For example, calmness, insidiousness, and non-impulsiveness are the main personalities of Dark Wisdom. Let's put it this way. As long as it doesn't hit Dark Wisdom directly in the face, Dark Wisdom always has to consider whether it can sneak up on the enemy from behind. So when Gu Shi released the Nether Spirit Petals, he still had the intention of sneaking up on Gu Shi. It wasn't until the Nether Spirit Petals were about to touch his face that he reacted. And his reaction was naturally to operate the dark ghost hidden in the library to attack. In this weird nest of the library, apart from Dark Wisdom, there are only a few kinds of serious dark ghosts. The general ones are the blowout ghosts in the elevator, the ambush ghosts wandering in the dark, the fifth ghost in the large dark space, etc. The ones exclusive to the library are the dark female and dark male who came to the library to study before, or did not escape when the library was transformed. The brainwashing ghosts that were attracted by the words in the books and finally transformed, etc. It can be said that in this library, the main thing to play is the brainwashing and soul-sucking in the dark. As long as you fall into the darkness and doubt your own perception, then I'm sorry. This is your graveyard. But what is Gu Shi doing now? He lit the candle, and Gu Shi closed his eyes. The main one? I lit the light. So I am in the light. But I don't need to see with my eyes. The ghost flower is my eyes and ears. You have the ability to wipe out all my ghost flowers. Even if you wipe it out, there will be the juice of the ghost flower. And I can still know your location. As for the method of my attack, you don't want to know. At this moment, Gu Shi felt that something was sneaking behind him. This is the most common ambush trick. Hiding in the dark. Mainly to drag people to a place without light. They rely on that dragging action to get benefits. After dragging into the dark, they have nothing to do. So they are usually good at sneaking in the dark. Usually he can always sneak out of the light. And before people can react, he will pounce on them and drag them into the dark. But this time, they haven't sneaked behind Gu Shi yet. And they feel something is wrong. It seems that something is staring at him all around. All these ambushing ghosts were full of disbelief. They were so stealthy, and were not even under the light. How could it be possible? Before they could finish thinking, some of the ghost petals bounced onto them. After the petals passed by, the bodies of these ambushing ghosts were cut into pieces. Smelling the smell of blood and decay, a trace of disdain flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. The enemy was too weak. He didn't even have the action of using the ghost flower to release the black feather arrow. The ghost flower attraction could be used. Now is a good opportunity for Gu Shi to use the ghost flower and practice the ghost flower attraction. New ghost flowers grew on the bodies of the killed ambushing ghosts at the first time. Gu Shi also took this opportunity to expand the influence range of the ghost flower a lot. At the same time, new candles appeared from the ghost flower. But this time, the candles were no longer Gu Shi's white candles. That thing was still a little slow to light. Gu Shi simply transferred various candles used by the undead laborers from the city of the Night Blood Road and placed them on the ghost flowers. As for Gu Shi himself, he floated in the air, heading towards the location sensed by the Nether Spirit Flower. In order to protect himself, all the defense effects that could be activated around Gu Shi were activated. Gu Shi's skin was now golden yellow, and there was a faint starlight flowing around him. This was only visible for the invisible places. Gu Shi had no idea how many layers of defense he had added. It was like the 8 faint flashes of light behind Gu Shi. That was the Orange Guards. The 3 sacrifices were hiding their existence. And the Orange Guards, Xingwa, directly told Gu Shi where he was through telepathy. Gu Shi was quite confident at this time. He felt that he could kill 10 people by himself. when Gushi launched his attack and killed a group of ambushing ghosts. Dark Wisdom was also shocked. He really didn't expect that these ghost petals were not only Gushi's eyes and ears, but also a means of attack. If he had known this earlier, he should have wiped out the ghost petals earlier. But it's not too late now. This is his home court. He still has some means. Dark Wisdom didn't move around, just secretly attacked. But when he attacked, he clearly felt it. The ghost flower that Gushi released in one direction was gone. This situation made Gushi speechless. It's the same again. The ghost flower he had released in the wild before was gone. As a result, when he arrived in the city, the ghost flower was still gone. This is too much of a disdain for the red dress. Gushi felt it carefully, and it seemed that the nether spirit flower was sent to some space. After feeling this situation, a disdainful smile flashed through Gushi's heart. Night. The blood road is open. Kill me. Infinite resurrection is open. I don't believe that you can trap my nether spirit flower. In fact, the tricks used by Dark Wisdom this time are his main tricks. Drag everything into the oil painting. Yes, it is the oil painting. After all, the main body of Dark Wisdom is the famous quotes posted on the wall. And most of these famous quotes are copies of oil paintings. Dark Wisdom has been collecting oil painting materials, just wanting to use oil paintings to redraw a body for himself. And from the situation in the library, it can be seen that oil paintings are also the main means of control for Dark Wisdom. This time, Dark Wisdom saw that the nether spirit flower acted as Gushi's eyes and ears, and wanted to take away all the nether spirit flowers. In his mind, the inside of the oil painting is his home court. Even if the nether spirit flower has a certain destructiveness, it is useless. But he never expected that there was a knight's blood path inside the ghost flower, and there were a large number of undead troops inside. Under Gushi's command, the Black Blood Knight rushed out of the ghost flower and immediately killed people in the oil painting. Chapter 2093 The Dark Wisdom Seeking Death. The interior of the Dark Wisdom's oil painting is not actually an oil painting. It can only be regarded as a space inside his body. This situation is actually sending the ghost flower to a place where the Dark Wisdom can store items. This kind of oil painting space is really much worse than the Night Blood Road of the ghost flower. As soon as he rushed out of the Night Blood Road, Ryan knew what was going on. He didn't need to think about it at all. Just rush forward with the Black Blood Knight. After all, the quality of the oil painting in front of him was not high. At most it was a little weird, and there was no way to stop the impact of the Black Blood Knight. 1 or 2 Black Blood Knights were fine. But Ryan saw the situation in front of him. Gushi was clearly planning to win by quantity. What else is there to say? It just so happened that they hadn't come out for training for a while. Drag out all the Black Blood Knights, Undead Servant, and even Undead Laborers. Ryan didn't expect that the Black Blood Knights and Undead Servant were fine. They were only responsible for fighting. After rushing out, tens of thousands of people charged together. No matter how big the space of the oil painting was, it could not withstand such an impact. The oil painting was broken by the first wave of impact. Ryan, the Black Blood Knight, and the Undead Servant broke through the oil painting and rushed to a strange place. This place was full of black blood like black oil. There was also some smell of pigment in the blood. When the Black Blood Knight broke through the oil painting, Dark Wisdom couldn't help but scream. The oil painting was his body, but the place hidden behind the oil painting was his core. That was why he had been forbearing until now. Being discovered there meant that his roots were caught. For a while, Dark Wisdom didn't care about anything else. He just flashed and wanted to go back to that strange place. But his movement was too loud. When the Black Blood Knight broke through the oil painting, Gushi already knew the situation inside. After so many years of fighting, Gushi's actions are now faster than his brain. Upon hearing this, Gushi flicked his finger. The pole star was located on a petal of the Nether Spirit Flower. And then, the Nether Spirit Flower followed the Knight's blood road, and flew to the location mentioned by the Black Blood Knight. At this time, Gushi also felt that the pressure in the space in front of him was reduced. This means that the most powerful weirdness in this space has left. So Gushi didn't think much. Determined the location of the pole star, took a step forward, and appeared on the Nether Spirit Flower. Stepping on the Nether Spirit Flower, Gushi pressed his hand down. 20 purple weapons fell from the sky and fell into the black liquid. Then Gushi raised his hand, and the Secret Realm Sword Staff was thrown out. Evil Slash. All negative effects related to purple equipment are activated. Although Gushi couldn't see too far, he was now acting completely on instinct. First, the purple weapons came to attack. If it doesn't work, the black feather arrows will come to attack again. If it doesn't work, Gushi has other means. Anyway, people are here, so just go all out. Dark Wisdom didn't expect that Gushi would appear here. What's going on? Shouldn't Gushi be trapped on the negative floor of the library? How did he get here? Dark Wisdom was quite speechless. He could understand that the Black Blood Knight was here, because the Black Blood Knight broke through his oil painting. He accidentally exposed the core area in front of him. But how did Gushi get here? Dark Wisdom was shocked. Then he found that the situation was quite wrong. As Dark Wisdom, his greatest ability was not combat power, but his conceptualization of wisdom. But his body was a famous saying that was unknown whether it was true or false. It was only true if others believed it. So there was a situation with the weirdness of Dark Wisdom. What he said and did had to be believed by others. This moment, however, made him have a trace of doubt in his heart. He didn't even believe in himself. So the situation naturally became different. As a trace of doubt arose in Dark Wisdom's heart, the black air on his body quickly dissipated. At the same time, his power was like a punctured balloon, rapidly dissipating. Dark Wisdom knew immediately that this would not work. He needed to regain his confidence. As a mastermind hidden in the dark, his fighting style was actually somewhat similar to Gushi's. He had some magic skills, but he usually liked to stand behind his men and let them do the work. However, as a necromancer, Gushi used some of his skills in an upright manner. As a mastermind, Dark Wisdom used some tricks that were a bit shady. At this time, he immediately used poison. Dark Wisdom can see it very clearly, but Gushi can't. This is Gushi's biggest weakness now. Don't just look at Gushi's big move when he gets here, but as long as you notice the way Gushi attacks, you can see that Gushi is using range magic. This means that Gushi can't see things beyond 2 meters away, which is the strange power of darkness. It can't be changed. In other words, although Gushi can sense his position through some means, but he can't see it. Those means can sense someone sneaking up to him, can sense their current location, can sense the surrounding environment, but this means can't sense poison gas. Although the color of the poison gas is wrong. It's dark all around. And when Gushi reacted, the poison gas had already floated in front of Gushi. So at this time, poisoning is the most appropriate. It's just that Dark Wisdom was forced a little anxious this time. Many things were not checked clearly before they were attacked. Just like before with the Nether Spirit Flower. He thought he could deal with the Nether Spirit Flower. But in fact, it was because he chose to bring the Nether Spirit Flower into his oil painting that caused such a change. If he had not sent the Ghost Flower to the oil painting, but used the underground first floor as a battlefield to fight Gushi, the ending would definitely not be like this. As a result, he did it himself and sent the Ghost Flower to the oil painting as an ordinary means. He did not think about what the red suit could do in this world where the purple quality is close to the ceiling. This is also why Gushi wanted to relax himself in this game and delay time. Otherwise, on the first day he came here, he would fly into the air and release a wave of black feather arrows, which would kill more than 80% of the humans and weirds in this world. Dark Wisdom wants to control the Ghost Flower, which is simply a joke. To be honest, Dark Wisdom's means are better for controlling the 20 purple weapons hovering around Gushi than attacking the Ghost Flower. Now Dark Wisdom is the same. He did not even think about whether Gushi was afraid of poison or not, and directly gave Gushi such a blow according to his own ideas. When the poison gas floated in front of Gushi, and Gushi smelled something wrong. Everything could not be stopped. Chapter 2094, The Yellow Spring Road. The taste is wrong. When he found that the situation was not good, Gushi immediately poured a large amount of potion into his mouth. No matter what the taste was, he had to protect himself first. After all, Gushi knew his weaknesses very well. As a necromancer, Gushi was not qualified in poison. Although Shea, Eve and the Orange Guard Undead Origin were there to help, Gushi could not do anything he could not do. Fortunately, Gushi did not expect that he could poison. In Gushi's mind, as long as he knew that he was poisoned and could detoxify himself, that was enough. When Gushi encountered such a thing, he drank the potion first. All the potions in his hand were given by the Orange Guard Undead Origin with the help of Eve. There were strong detoxification potions, poison antibody constitution potions, toxicity weakening potions, etc. The main point is that no matter whether you are poisoned or not, You must not let others poison you to death. As long as you can resist it. The next thing is to detoxify. This is actually a normal way of thinking. After all, the first thing to do when you are poisoned is not to find the corresponding detoxification method immediately, but to save your life first. Gu Shi's ability to save his life is very strong. And now he has used the most correct way to deal with it. The poison in front of him will naturally not have any effect on Gu Shi. At the same time, the orange guard Undead Origin, who has been hiding on the side, also appeared beside Gu Shi, and quickly helped Gu Shi analyze what kind of poison is in front of him. Seeing that he would not die from poisoning, Gu Shi immediately became energetic. Although it is uncomfortable to be poisoned, it is a good opportunity for Gu Shi at the moment. The opponent used poison. Then don't blame Gu Shi for using a big move. Gu Shi quickly switched to the state of the King of the Sky at this time. And then the strong wind carried the poison gas everywhere. In this poison gas, Gu Shi also added some poison gas he brought. Don't you like playing with poison? Then let you play enough. The quality of these poisonous gases is not necessarily the best, but they are definitely the most useful at the moment, because Gu Shi himself does not have an antidote. After throwing out the poisons, Gu Shi immediately opened an atmospheric force field for himself, anti-poison bubbles, and other gas spells to prevent the poison from getting on him. Gu Shi sent out the poisonous gases with his eyes closed. He did not notice that as he sent out the poisonous gases, all the candles on the ghost flowers turned into a faint green. As soon as Dark Wisdom saw Gu Shi like this, he understood what Gu Shi was up to. Facing the situation in front of him, Dark Wisdom immediately reacted that his bottom line attack did not kill Gu Shi, but instead made Gu Shi understand the means of fighting here. This situation became awkward. The first thing Dark Wisdom thought about was, if he used any more tricks, would Gu Shi learn from him? In this way, Dark Wisdom did not realize that his confidence in his own wisdom was reduced, so his power weakened again. At this moment, in Gu Shi's perception, he was just a bigger weirdness, and he no longer had the feeling of controlling the entire library as before. How could he be weaker? Although he didn't understand what was going on, Gu Shi didn't give up such a good opportunity. The enemy had become weaker, and there was no way to even connect with the entire library, and no way to be the master of this weird nest in front of him. Then how could Gu Shi miss such a good opportunity? So Gu Shi acted decisively. He used the biggest purpose of coming to this game at the first time, Huangquan Road. Although Gu Shi had practiced Huangquan Road many times in Yinzadu and Yaladui City before, this was the first time he used this move on the battlefield. Gu Shi didn't use it as naturally as other moves, and he could decompose it as he wanted and arrange it as he wanted. At this time, Gu Shi still followed the original idea of Huangquan Road and released a complete Huangquan route. Ghost Gate, Taos Han and Naiha Bridge are necessary. In addition, there are a lot of Yin Qi and some mirror effects. The Yin Qi comes from Gu Shi's blessing on his own Huangquan Road during this period. After all, the efforts of the Nether Flower and the Lich for more than a year are not in vain. The mirror effect is because Gu Shi's territory, that is, the entire Mirror Palace, has been occupied. Even if this place is turned into the underworld, the various strange effects of the mirror have not been reduced at all. Not only that, in fact, Luna has always been considering whether to integrate the strange mirror space outside the city of Aridov into the Mirror Palace. Now Luna is practicing in the strange mirror space. But the effect of this strange mirror space on Luna's improvement is getting smaller and smaller. If the strange mirror space is integrated into the Mirror Underground Palace, as long as Gu Shi's underworld layout is successful, then the mirror property will always follow Gu Shi's underworld. Even on the Yellow Spring Road in the underworld, in the various ghost prisons of the Yellow Spring, there will be shadows of the strange mirror space. It can be said that Luna has given up the strange mirror space on the surface, but in fact, she has expanded the scope of the strange mirror space. After getting Gu Shi's consent, Luna is taking this route. The Yellow Spring Road currently arranged has some mirror effects, which is the result of Luna's experiment this year. Although the mirror effect does not play a big role, but it is quite useful at the moment. With the blessing of the mirror effect, the Yellow Spring Road in front of you looks quite large, and the route is quite confusing. You may not feel anything from the outside, but whoever goes in will find that this is not the case. In the Yellow Spring Road, sometimes you can see the road, but it turns out to be a mirror. Sometimes there is no road, but you can transfer through the mirror. Sometimes what appears in the Yellow Spring Road is not a ghost wall, but a mirror maze. Anyway, although this strange mirror empty palace and the Yellow Spring Road do not reach a 100% match, The cooperation between them is still good. At least when Gushi released the Yellow Spring Road, he did not feel anything wrong. As for the Dark Wisdom, Gushi did not take it to heart at all. Gushi has simulated the release of the Yellow Spring Road many times. There are those centered on Gushi himself, those centered on the Naiha Bridge, those starting from the Ghost Gate, and those starting from Taos Han. There are also direct large-scale releases. No matter where the enemy is, the Yellow Spring Road will cover the enemy. As the Yellow Spring Road was released, the Dark Wisdom and the dark liquid sea below were swallowed up. At the same time, Gushi also felt the long-lost Yin Qi. At this time, Gushi opened his eyes. This was the first time he saw the appearance of Dark Wisdom. Chapter 2095. No living person on the Yellow Springs Road. The scenery of the Yellow Springs Road, apart from the Ghost Gate, Peach Mountain and Naiha Bridge, is determined by the location and style of the placement. The Yellow Springs Road that Gushi placed this time is the standard Yellow Springs Road, not a section of the Yellow Springs Road in his mirrored underground palace. So the Yellow Springs Road in front of him is still affected by the current environment. In Gushi's eyes, he is now floating above a swamp formed by black blood and paint. Above and below the swamp, a large number of dark green candles are floating. Bursts of poisonous wind are circling back and forth above the swamp. The scene in front of him looks very hellish. And the Dark Wisdom is like a ball of black liquid composed of unknown things, floating above the swamp. The color of this liquid will change as it creeps. But no matter how it changes, the color is inseparable from those colors that represent coldness, darkness, and weirdness. You didn't expect it. I see it now. Gushi smiled at Dark Wisdom, raised his hand, and threw the Secret Realm Sword Staff. Faster than the Secret Realm Sword Staff were the 20 purple weapons hovering around Gushi. Gushi didn't even need to do anything. The Death Hand behind him had already controlled the battle in front of him. Dark Wisdom had seen the attack methods of these 20 purple weapons before. Although he was a little confused about why this kind of melee weapon would fall from the sky and attack automatically, Dark Wisdom still understood that he couldn't be hit by this weapon. So Dark Wisdom turned his body, and his huge body, like a dark cloud, shrank rapidly. In front of Gushi, it turned into a black water line, trying to inject it into the black swamp below. But Gushi couldn't let the enemy run away like this. Now he was on the road to the underworld. Want to escape? Gushi pointed at the ground, and the Dark Wisdom, who was rushing down, felt that he had hit something at the first time. Pa! A ball of black liquid stuck to the mirror that appeared at some unknown time. Then various mirrors popped out from under the swamp. When these mirrors appeared, a ball of black liquid appeared in each mirror. But the movement of each ball of black liquid was obviously different. The scene in front of him also made Gushi stunned for a moment. It was Gushi who used the mirror to block the escape direction of the Dark Wisdom just now. But the current situation was not Gushi's work. What is going on? Gushi, who was a little puzzled, took out a Sansheng stone mirror and took a look at the situation below. After a closer look, Gushi found the reason. It turned out that the mirror here had such an abnormal movement, which was entirely due to the Dark Wisdom. Dark Wisdom itself is not an independent entity. It was originally composed of the wisdom concept of famous quotes. On the wall of the library, there must be more than one famous quote from more than one person. From the beginning, Dark Wisdom was a split body made up of many pieces. In other words, Dark Wisdom was a schizophrenic from the beginning. Later, he turned into a dark and weird thing, devouring so much material and flesh and blood. Not only did his schizophrenia not get cured, but it got stronger and stronger. Just now, when he was running away, he happened to encounter the weird mirror image placed in the Yellow Spring Road. This weird mirror image originally had the means to transform into another darker and weirder person with a spiritual body and a mirror. It was the kind of weird mirror image that Luna usually had to keep a close eye on. At this time, when no one was watching, the Dark Wisdom automatically split into so many mirror bodies. Now the mirror bodies here are staring at the main body of the Dark Wisdom, trying to drag it into the mirror and replace it. Although the Dark Wisdom didn't know what was going on, the scene in front of him immediately made him understand that he seemed to be surrounded by himself. The Dark Wisdom understood at the first time that if he didn't escape, he would be replaced by someone. As the Dark Wisdom, this guy finally showed his wisdom at this time. At least, he was quite decisive in doing things. As soon as he saw the mirror popping out from nearby, he knew what the weirdness behind the mirror was. So Dark Wisdom actually contracted and expanded his body, spraying out a large amount of black liquid. These black liquids sprayed onto the mirror, and actually helped him solve the problem in front of him. On the one hand, the black liquid was mainly blood and paint. These things covered the mirror, directly destroying the biggest advantage of the mirror. The mirror that was least covered by paint is not called a mirror. On the other hand, his flesh and blood body was in the liquid he sprayed. Don't these weird things want his body? Then go and grab those that he doesn't want. When these weird things go to grab, Dark Wisdom can go to the black swamp and regain his power to fight. It can be said that Dark Wisdom's brain was quite useful when he was running for his life. But Gushi's actions were faster. When Dark Wisdom's body swelled up, 20 purple equipments pierced into Dark Wisdom's body. When part of his body was sprayed off, the secret sword staff thrown by Gushi had already hit Dark Wisdom. At first, Dark Wisdom didn't know why Gushi threw out his weapon. But when the evil slash was launched, Dark Wisdom understood. This throw had already activated the negative preparation results of all the purple equipment that had just pierced him. These negative effects were all picked out by Gushi. Some caused great harm to people. Some caused continuous harm that could not be removed. And some were specifically designed to disgust people. 20 purple equipments. 60 negative effects. Although these negative effects were not fully activated. In addition to this feature, the evil slash also had the feature of strengthening these negative effects. If there were only 1 or 2 negative effects, it would be fine. Dozens of negative effects exploded at the same time. Gushi only watched the Dark Wisdom body that turned into a black water line in front of him turn red and green. The color was much richer than the previous color of the paint. In this case, Gushi discovered something. There was always a part of the Dark Wisdom that always maintained a pure black color no matter how the body changed. At the same time, Gushi also found that there were pure black objects in the black swamp below, although he didn't know what was going on. But Gushi would never allow any accidents to happen. So Gushi raised his left hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 black feather arrows fell from the sky, hitting the darkest part of the Dark Wisdom and the black swamp. Boom! Boom! The violent explosion blew up the Dark Wisdom and the black swamp. Chapter 2096 Main Quest, Black Salt. Amid the explosion, a mixture of rotten blood, oil, pigments, seasonings, and some rotten corpses mixed with books came up. The moment he smelled this smell, Gushi knew that the Dark Wisdom had exploded. But the next moment, Gushi's face became a little solemn. As the explosion happened here, the surroundings became dark again, and the speed of darkness was quite fast. It felt as if his Yellow Spring Road had no effect, and everything was occupied by darkness again. If it was a normal situation, what Gushi should do was to withdraw first. Anyway, the Dark Wisdom was dead, and Gushi didn't need to drag it here. But Gushi didn't leave, but instead released the Yellow Spring Road again and again towards the darkness in front of him. At this time, Gushi had only one thought in his mind: to suppress the darkness in front of him. While Gushi was constantly attacking Huangguan Road, Susi also huddled in front of a bookshelf in the main building of the library. He held the lantern he brought with him and tried to expose himself to the light. I brought the head you wanted. At this moment, a voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Susi stood up immediately. This was the voice of Dark Wisdom. It seemed that he had got Gushi's head. Really? Sir? Before Susi finished speaking, a voice came from his heart. Stupid. You were deceived. He didn't bring what you wanted. Instead, he became weak. Hurry up and raise the lamp. But Susi's action was still a step slower. When that voice rang in his heart, a ball of black liquid wrapped Susi. The lamp Susi was holding also fell to the ground, and the flame in the light went out immediately. If you pass by here at this time, you will hear a rustling sound, and at the same time a disdainful voice. I was wondering why you wanted a head. So you have the eye? I'm so lucky. I just said I lost the black crystal, and this good thing came. Don't run. With your little strength, you are no match for me. At this time, Gushi had already cast the Yellow Spring Road for the 15th time. The effect of the Yellow Spring Road was getting worse and worse. Not only did the darkness not dissipate because of the Yellow Spring Road, but it began to approach Gushi. But Gushi's hands were not idle. Not only did he keep casting the Yellow Spring Road, but he also kept shooting the Nether Spirit Flower and the black feather arrow towards the location where the explosion just happened. But Gushi could feel that he didn't hit anything. This situation made Gushi speechless. He gritted his teeth and cast the flame field. Gushi cast the flame field directly at the center of the darkness. It was to release a little fire and determine the location. But no matter how big the flame was, it was useless. Gushi noticed that once the flame field was released, it would shrink inward with the center. It was there. Without thinking, Gushi threw another yellow spring road down. However, when the yellow spring road fell, the black feather arrow and the nether spirit flower also hit that direction. Boom! This time, the attack was no longer as silent as before. When the black feather arrow fell to that position, there was an explosion. Gushi, who was floating in the air, felt the shock wave blowing towards him. It hit. After the shock wave dissipated, Gushi found that everything around him had returned to its original state. Although there were traces left after the explosion, the black swamp and the faint green candle light floating above the swamp were still there. The only change was that there was an extra fist-sized black crystal in the center of the swamp. Gushi thought about it, and the nether spirit flower floated by. A group of undead laborers rushed forward and delivered the black crystal to Gushi. You have come into contact with the origin of the darkness and weirdness of this world. The main task is being generated. Do you want to accept it? Main task? Not a good thing? Gushi thought for a while and finally said, accept it. Task accepted. Main task, black salt. Main task, black salt. Task description. The world in front of you is weird because of darkness. And what all dark ghosts want most is naturally the source of power from the darkness. But the biggest source of darkness is occupied by people in the deep sea. And no one has ever been able to snatch it. The dark ghosts on land can only get some things that come from the sea. From the black rock at the beginning, to the black stone at the end, and finally turned into black crystal. If this continues, what they can get may become black salt. Task requirements. Please collect 7 pieces of black crystal and make them into black salt. Task success. Reward purple equipment must be 1 piece. Blue equipment must be 3 pieces. And green equipment randomly. Mission failed. The passage to this world is closed to you forever. And you can no longer enter this world through any normal or abnormal means. Explanation 1. It is said that the source of the dark and weird power is suppressed by the sun falling into the sea. So the output of black rocks in the deep sea will decrease. Explanation 2. What the dark and weird need is not flesh and blood, but the source of dark power. If there are no such things, flesh and blood are their substitutes. Explanation 3. If you find black rocks, you can only count them as black crystals. But the harvest will definitely be greater. Looking at the mission information in front of him, Gushi understood what the main line of this world was. Anyone can come to this world for the first time. But if you leave without completing the main quest, then I'm sorry, you won't be able to come in next time. After all, this is not a public toilet. You can come and go as you like. Gushi was a little surprised about this situation. But thinking back, it was reasonable. After all, the entire sun was swallowed, making the whole world constant in the state of night. For someone who can do this, it is still easy to prevent players of more than 10 levels from entering this world. Okay, let's do the main quest. What Gushi is most worried about is that there is no main quest. Anyway, there is no time limit for this. Gushi can take his time. Now is not the time to think about it. Gushi likes the dark swamp in front of him and the green candles floating on it. Such a good place can't be wasted. After taking down the black crystal, Gushi placed a few more yellow spring roads, blocking the entire space in front of him. After that, Gushi contacted his yellow spring road in the Mirror Underground Palace. He did not choose a suitable location, but just pointed in the direction of the Mirror Underground Palace. Collect. The next moment, the dark swamp and all the candles disappeared. At the same time, the Book of Life and Death appeared in front of Gushi. The page he opened reminded Gushi that there was a fork in his yellow spring road. The Dark Candle Swamp. Chapter 2097, The Candle Swamp. Gushi was not surprised at all when he saw the Book of Life and Death that suddenly popped up. During this period of time, whenever something was added to his Yellow Springs road, it would automatically appear in the Book of Life and Death, and it recorded various information in detail, such as the size, advantages and disadvantages of these places, and what kind of people they were targeting. The current Book of Life and Death is like a map. The current situation is the same. The Candle Swamp covers an area of 3 square kilometers. The Yellow Springs Road has a fork in the road, which is a convenient passage for blind undead. If other undead accidentally enter this place, They will be attracted by the candlelight in the swamp and slowly enter the swamp, falling into the swamp in darkness, and will never be able to leave. In addition, even if the swamp here is not attracted by the candlelight, the visibility is only about 2 meters around, and it is impossible to see farther. Only blind people can pass through safely. Looking at the records in the Book of Life and Death, Gushi understood what was going on. It seems that this place already belongs to Gushi. But now is not the time to celebrate this matter. Gushi turned his head and looked in one direction. He could sense that the breath of the nether spirit flower was quite strong far away from here. People who had come into contact with the nether spirit flower or even destroyed it were there. Gushi cancelled the pole star positioning here and took a step forward. The next moment, Gushi returned to Meili and Chi-Chi's room. The candles in the room were still lit at this time. Meili and Chi-Chi were sitting on the red sofa, waiting there with all their strength. When she saw Gushi appear, Meili stood up immediately. She gestured to Chi-Chi to go forward and comfort Gushi, while walking to the door and looking out. "How are you?" "I'm fine. But your nest is probably in danger, and Dark Wisdom may be finished. If the people of the Night Pointer don't get anything new for a long time, they may clean up this library. If you have a safe place to go, it's better to choose it early." Seeing Meili and Chi-Chi so nervous, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally said something to them. Anyway, he had said everything he could say. What the other party would choose was not up to Gushi to decide. Hearing what Gushi said, Meili smiled. They won't. Even if someone wants to clean up this library, they won't come to the Soho area. Even if someone wants to come, someone will stop them. Ah, someone will stop them. Yes, our 14th floor is just the safest. But there are more people on our 14th floor. Meili nodded affirmatively. Okay, there is such a thing. But this is no longer a problem that Gushi should care about. Gushi felt the location of the current breath of the nether spirit flower, and asked Meili, "Meili, I want to ask, do you have a way to go directly to the lobby on the 2nd floor of the library?" "Yes, but it's not in the room. Do you want to go?" After hearing Gushi's question, Meili immediately answered, "This box of candles is also for you. Take me there now." Gushi did not go from the teleportation position outside the library. He was afraid that after he went out, if someone knew that something was wrong in the library and stopped people from going in again, he would lose out. Fortunately, Meili and the others had a way, and Gushi didn't plan to try to get out from the outside. Meili told Chi-Chi and took Gushi out. After going out, Gushi said to Chi-Chi, "Wait for me to come back." Chi-Chi blushed and nodded to Gushi. After the two of them left the room, this time Meili led the way with a candle in front. Gushi asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid of light? How can you light a lamp?" "We just don't like light." "Not afraid of it. And light can be used as a trading material to buy many things. Why should I have a problem with money?" Meili is quite realistic. Light is annoying. But who hates money? When bringing Gushi to the elevator, Meili said to Gushi, "This is a special passage leading to the library on the 2nd floor. Don't go into the elevator. Jump down from here, and you can reach the lobby of the library on the 2nd floor." Gushi looked into the elevator shaft and found that it was dark below, with no light at all. And Gushi believed that no one in the elevator shaft would light candles or anything. But Gushi didn't care about these things now. He touched Meili's face. "Wait for me in the room. I will definitely come back." After saying that, Gushi turned around and jumped down. When flying down, Gushi turned his speed to the maximum. The meteor effect was so powerful that he could fly to the distance of more than 10 floors with a turn of his head. Just as Meili said, as long as he didn't take the elevator and flew directly down from the elevator shaft, he could quickly fly to the library building. Gushi easily entered the 2nd floor. Gushi immediately released the nether spirit flower and used it to explore the way for himself. At the same time, he also raised the white candle in his hand to ensure that he would not fall into the darkness. At this time, there were many combat and exploration teams on the 2nd floor looking for various things, in addition to using lights to ensure that they would not be dragged into the darkness. They also kept making various noises to prevent others from attacking them as weird. It can be said that there is no quiet atmosphere of the library here. Moreover, most of the bookshelves in the library on the 2nd floor have fallen down, and various books are scattered all over the floor. If Gushi came here to search for treasure, these books on the ground are actually good things that can be transported out. But Gushi did not come here to search for treasure. He came here to kill people. After arriving at the second floor, Gushi immediately felt a familiar breath near the bookshelf in the southwest corner. But that breath was a little strange. And he seemed to be snatching something there? Gushi felt it carefully, and had an idea in his mind. Could it be that the Dark Wisdom, that was not killed, wanted to steal a human body, and escape because it lost the black crystal? But what can he do if he escapes? The outside is the human living area. A large Dark Wisdom should be caught after going out. Thinking about the enthusiastic residents he saw near the newsstand when Gushi first came, he did not think that the Dark Wisdom could leave safely. Then why did he steal a human body? Gushi was puzzled. But no matter how puzzled he was, he still had to fight. The Dark Wisdom was already stealing a human body. If he didn't take advantage of the fact that he couldn't move and couldn't leave to attack, would he have to wait for the other party to escape? So Gushi pointed at that position. Black Feather Arrow. Swish. Chapter 2098 Eye of Dark Wisdom. Boom. Because I have seen Dark Wisdom's vitality and escape ability before, Gushi used all his strength this time with the Black Feather Arrow. This arrow almost pierced through the library in front of him. Dark Wisdom should have no chance of survival this time. Sure enough, in the next moment, a ding sound came to Gushi's ears. You killed Dark Wisdom, level 19 Weird Lord. You get 481 experience points. After receiving the system prompt message, Gushi ignored the other people on the second floor and flew directly to the location where Dark Wisdom was just now. When Gushi flew over, he found that only half of the body was left here. Only the lower half of the body below the abdomen was left of the body, and the upper half was gone. Gushi turned the body over, and he didn't know who the body belonged to. But Gushi noticed that there were a lot of black liquids, like paint mixed with dirty blood on the body. At the same time, there were traces of gnawing and erosion in the body. This thing is the body of Dark Wisdom. It is obvious that Dark Wisdom really wants to take a body back. It's just a pity that he was seriously injured in the previous battle with Gushi, and his combat power has obviously decreased. Now he can't even take down an ordinary person. As for why Dark Wisdom is so easy to fight, how could he be killed by Gushi in one move? Gushi was not surprised at all. After all, this Dark Wisdom is a big boss in the library, to put it nicely. To put it bluntly, it's just a waste. The level is not even 20, and the combat aura is not turned on. He still thought that Gushi would use the fighting method he used to fight Yakshayushu King to deal with him. You think too much. To have the Black Feather Arrow is already a respect for Dark Wisdom. If he really looked down on him, Gushi would just let one of his men come over and clear the library. Gushi glanced at the half of the corpse on the ground and planned to leave. But just when Gushi stood up, he found that there seemed to be something under the corpse. Gushi turned the corpse over curiously and threw it aside. Then Gushi found that it was a piece of flesh that was torn off, and there was a pair of walnut-sized eyeballs in the flesh. The eyeballs were generally made of stone, but the black liquid had soaked into the stone eyeballs, making the eyeballs look like they were painted with oil paint. If you take a closer look in front of the flame, you can also see that the stone eyeballs are slowly turning into eyeballs made of oil paint. Although this process is very slow, it is always going on. You get the eroded weird eye weird item. Eroded weird eye. It was originally a weird item close to orange quality. By consuming flesh or blood, you could observe the quality of the items carried by other people, equivalent to the pseudo-omnipotent and omniscient eye. But the Dark Wisdom invaded and was seriously injured, and the item was weirded again. And now it has begun to have a different weird aura. It is transforming towards orange quality. But the transformation direction is weird, and the player cannot use it. Please seal it and trade with strange forces. There will be a chance to get orange quality equipment. Are there any chances? Gushi took a look and laughed. He has been a player for so many years, and he knows very well how high the chances mentioned in the game prompts are. If he really wants to trade this thing with strange forces, he can get purple equipment at most. Orange equipment? He thought too much. He would rather take this thing to the eldest Sun City to see if there is anyone who can make orange equipment with it. And he does not intend to trade it in the game. But when holding this corroded strange eye, Gushi suddenly had an idea. The first seal of his goddesses needs 5 orange equipment. There is a part of the goddess of wisdom in it. Although Dark Wisdom is not the goddess of wisdom, it is a real eye. Anyway, it will become orange strange equipment in the end. And Gushi can't use it himself. It is obviously a loss for Gushi to exchange it for purple equipment. Then Gushi might as well give it to the head of the goddesses to unseal it. After thinking for a while, Gushi raised his left hand and the special mirror in the bracelet on his wrist directly contacted Luna. Luna, call the town incarnation. Luna immediately contacted the town incarnation when she heard it, after watching the stone statue wearing the black throne of the griffin appear in the mirror. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. He sent the pair of strange eyes he had just obtained through the mirror. This is the orange equipment used to unlock. You send this thing there. Only Gushi, Luna, and the town incarnation of Aridov City knew about the matter of the head of the goddesses. At other times, Gushi never told others. The town incarnation knew what was going on at a glance. The head of goddesses has been in Gushi's hands for so long, because he couldn't directly state what he wanted. So a lot of information was secretly inquired. There is no suitable material for unsealing now. This is the first one in front of him. And although it looks weird, it seems to be in line with the style of the head of goddesses. So the town incarnation took the thing over immediately and said to Gushi, "Don't worry, sir. I will take care of this. Okay, you go and deal with it. By the way, Luna, I just used the Yellow Spring Road, and the effect of the weird mirror space is quite good. This shows that our plan is feasible, and the fusion progress on your side can be accelerated." Okay, I know. Luna always does things so directly, and just does it directly when she hears Gushi's order. After sending out the things he just got, Gushi flipped around for a while and found that the books on the ground were all ordinary popular science books, and they did not become weird life encyclopedias. This kind of ordinary books are meaningless to Gushi, but it does not mean that these books here are useless. There are so many books on the second floor. You can always find some useful ones. Now that we are here, we can't go for nothing. Gushi thought about it, and finally decided to give up the idea of the dump truck crashing into the second floor of the library. He didn't want the library building to be knocked down by the dump truck while he was driving the roller coaster. Gushi just pointed at the half of the body, and a not-so-big city gate appeared here. Although the city gate was not too big, it supported the entire second floor. Gushi, who opened the city gate, decisively ordered everyone light torches, arrange the blind swordsman of the sewer unit to come over for protection, and take away everything here. All the books, whether they are useful or not. Send them all to the magic area and to Eve. As for the others, you can do whatever you want. Remember that this is the second floor. Don't be too excessive. After saying that, Gushi flashed and returned to the room on the 14th floor. The roller coaster that was supposed to start hasn't started yet. And Gushi, has time now. Chapter 2099, the most chaotic scene in the early morning. This is really throwing people out before dawn. Slowly falling from the sky, Gushi looked up at the white fog that had not yet risen from the living area of Heiyeji, and his face looked a little ugly. He was clearly sleeping well on the 14th floor of the library building. As a result, he was thrown out before dawn. Gushi hurriedly changed his clothes in the sky and asked about the situation in the city of Aridov. After all, Gushi left a city gate there before driving the roller coaster. Fortunately, the news that Gushi got at the end was that the city gate was taken back. All the undead porters retreated, and they transported away all the books, bookshelves, and everything they could see. Everything mentioned here also includes all the items on the troops assigned to the library by Heiyi. Hearing that his men were safe and got rewards, Gushi had no more ideas. As soon as he landed, he wanted to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, before he walked out, he was stopped by several humans with muskets. Gushi's eyes narrowed, and he was about to ask what you were going to do. Unexpectedly, they spoke first. "I just saw you change clothes in the sky." Hearing this, Gushi was speechless. How could they be so sharp-eyed? They could see Gushi changing clothes. At this time, they said, "Don't be nervous. We just want to ask you a few questions. Did you see anything different in the library last night?" Different things? No. What he saw last night were all normal sizes. Gushi shook his head with certainty. He even wanted to ask what happened here. Looking at Gushi's eyes, the one who asked the question asked again. "Think about it again." Hearing this, Gushi was also a little unhappy. "I said what happened? Do you have to keep asking like this?" "Oh, no." Hearing the dissatisfaction in Gushi's words, those people hurriedly explained. Something went wrong in this weird nest last night. The dark weird hiding inside must have broken through his limit. He abandoned the nest, snatched many people's clothes and equipment, and sneaked out in the crowd. When we came here this morning, a bunch of naked people fell from the second floor of the library. They were obviously knocked unconscious by someone who attacked them from behind. And then, their clothes were snatched away. So we suspect that there is something new here. After hearing this, Gushi finally realized what was going on. But he didn't want to get involved in this matter. So Gushi asked again, "No. There are so many people. Why are you staring at me?" "No. It's like this. We just asked." There was no situation on the first floor. People were awake. And their clothes were still there. It's useless to ask them. All the clothes and equipment on the second floor were gone. And everyone was unconscious. There is no way to find out what's going on now. As for the Soho area upstairs, there are some people in disheveled clothes. But they were thrown out directly from the upstairs. Either unconscious or half dead. No one can fly like you. You can also change clothes in the sky. Okay. You are bullying me because I'm awake. Right? Gushi also understood what these people meant. Listening to Gushi's words, these people hurriedly bowed and apologized. But they just didn't let Gushi go. At this time, Gushi also said to them directly, "Well, I stayed on the 14th floor for a night yesterday. You also saw the height I fell from. I found out some things there. It seems that the dark wisdom behind them got a pair of strange eyes." "Dark wisdom? Oh, you are talking about the famous saying. What is the situation when he got the strange eyes?" "I don't know. Anyway, the strange eyes should be pseudo-omnipotent and omniscient, and can see the quality of other people's equipment. Maybe this will be of some use to the dark wisdom." Gushi would definitely not say that the dark wisdom had died in his hands, and the strange eyes had been sent to the city of Aridov. Anyway, he said what he could say. These people didn't expect to ask such a situation from Gushi. They looked at each other, not knowing whether they should report what Gushi said. At this time, Gushi stepped forward and patted their shoulders. "Anyway, I think the dark wisdom is gone." What Gushi said was gone means that the dark wisdom was dead. But it was not the case in the ears of these people. In their minds, dark wisdom must have escaped. As for why he stole other people's clothes when he escaped, it was just dark wisdom's bad taste. After all, the dark wisdom had been lurking in the darkness, and had gathered enough power to swallow up the entire library and the building above in one fell swoop. After swallowing it, he did not run away with his territory, but stayed in the living area, and even reached a tacit understanding with the people of the Night Pointer. Usually, when people are let in, most of them will be let out safely, even if the injuries are more serious. It is just the loss of blood in essence, and there will not be a large number of deaths. This time he took away so many clothes. He must want to do something different. If he is not in the library, then he is in the living area. This matter cannot be left like this. So they thanked Gushi and left quickly. Of course, they just reported this information to their superiors. They did not completely believe what Gushi said. In their eyes, this information can only be regarded as an isolated case, and cannot represent the final result. They need to check whether such a thing happened. Their reactions are actually nothing in Gushi's view. Anyway, Gushi has said what he can say, and he does not intend to say what he cannot say. After these people left, Gushi looked around. Because of the library incident, many ambulances came nearby. Medical staff were carrying unconscious residents into the car. Gushi saw that most of the people here were not wearing clothes, and the medical staff did not find them clothes or anything, just casually covered them with a sheet. And the main injuries of these people were in the waist. They should have been knocked unconscious by means of kidney shots. It seems that the blind swordsman under Gushi was quite lenient. Otherwise these people would have died. After walking around here, Gushi did not find Brother Young and the uncle who brought him here before. This surprised Gushi a little. However, Gushi did not stay here for long in the end, and turned around and left the chaotic scene. Chapter 2100 Inquiry for Intelligence. After leaving the immediate area, Gushi realized that the Night Pointer had a good control over the living area. After a few blocks, no one was heard talking about the situation here. It was obvious that they didn't know what happened in the library. As for the library, Gushi only asked a few questions and let it go. The main task has been found, so Gushi has to focus on the direction of the matter. And the two most important places to inquire about the matter are pubs and bars, and the other is naturally the library. Perhaps because he felt that he had a conflict with the library during this period. After breakfast, Gushi simply contacted Shaya and asked her to arrange a few good thieves and spies to come. Gushi took them to a nearby pub. This is also due to the situation in the living area. In this world without light, even if someone wants to go out and have fun at night, they rarely go to the pub. What about those people who are drunk? The only solution they can think of is naturally early wine. So breakfast shops will provide drinks in the morning. And pubs and bars will also be open in the morning. At most, the style inside is more quiet, not as noisy as a nightclub. When Gu Shi led people into the tavern, at most, some people looked up at Gu Shi, and no one asked much. Gu Shi found a table and sat down. What's delicious? Give me some drinks. The waiter of the tavern knew that Gu Shi was a stranger from outside the area. He did not ask Gu Shi's preferences, and directly picked a few of the most expensive dishes and drinks for Gu Shi. Yesterday on the road, Gu Shi also ate food from this world. At that time, the feeling was that this was something that people could eat. But there was no local specialty. He never thought that today, as soon as it was served, it would really be featured. The food served was mainly offal, and the fresh offal was fried in oil. Add to that the green steamed buns that looked like mold. And this is the most expensive breakfast here. Of course, the wine was similar. A large glass of purple liquid was served, and no one knew how the wine was made. At first, Gu Shi was surprised by the color of the food in front of him. But seeing that the residents nearby were eating happily, Gu Shi just tried it casually. After eating it, Gu Shi had to admit that although the color of these dishes was a little ugly, they tasted really good. So Gu Shi asked the waiter, "Can I know what these are made of?" The waiter rolled his eyes at Gu Shi and didn't say anything. Some residents who were drinking nearby laughed. "You are a foreigner who just came here? Don't ask them. They won't tell you. These internal organs are all weird meat. The wine is made from purple dragon fruit, and the steamed buns are made from weird blood. Not bad. It tastes really good." Gu Shi nodded while eating. "Aren't you curious?" The residents who were drinking were a little surprised. "What's so curious about this? This tastes really good." "Ha! I thought you were a spy from another city, wanting to find out the secret of our food source." The resident looked at Gu Shi and found that he was really not interested in the source of food. So he smiled and said. Gu Shi shrugged. "What's there to ask about this? His city is not short of these grains. What he lacks is the means to make grains and ingredients into edible food. This weird flesh and blood can be made into food. So I think they can also make food for the undead." So Gu Shi asked about this. As long as it is not about the source of food, these residents are not so stingy. Drinking wine, they talked to Gu Shi about various weird seasonings. The reason why they dare to eat weird flesh and blood, especially weird internal organs, is because they have a good seasoning. This seasoning can neutralize the weird breath in the weird flesh and blood, making the flesh and blood become normal flesh and blood. As long as the flesh and blood become normal, even if the color is a little ugly, most residents will accept it. Besides, the food with these seasonings is really delicious, especially the purple wine made from dragon fruit, which tastes really good. In this case, what can they be picky about? Gu Shi also has some interest in that magical seasoning. "Can I buy some of this seasoning to take with me? After all, I have to go out of the city, and I will always encounter this and that in the wild. Without a little seasoning, I really dare not eat these things." "What? You actually eat in the wild? Kill and eat in the wild?" Listening to Gu Shi's words, these people quickly surrounded him. Gu Shi looked at their appearance and realized that he might have said something wrong. "Why? Aren't you like this in the wild?" Oh my god. He actually ate weird things in the wild. Could he be the most special profession in the legend? The weird eater? It shouldn't be. He looks like a shooter, not a cannibal. He doesn't look mutated. Gu Shi wanted to turn the topic back several times, but found that he didn't seem to have the ability to do so. He wanted to interrupt several times, but the topic was led away by the residents every time. Gu Shi could only know some random things at most, but the topic he really wanted to lead was not successfully led at all. After eating, Gu Shi couldn't sit down anymore. He understood the principle that every profession has its own specialty. He couldn't get any information at the moment, and it would depend on the level of the thieves or spies that Gu Shi brought with him. After leaving the tavern, before Gu Shi took a few steps, a voice came from behind him. "Friend, you want to get some information, right?" Gu Shi turned around and found a man wearing a windbreaker and black sunglasses standing behind him. The man's hair had almost fallen out. Seeing Gu Shi turn around, he smiled at Gu Shi. "How about it, friend? Do you want information? I have a lot of information here. Some about various cities, and some about weird things, and the latest and fastest information. Do you want to know what happened in the weird nest of the library last night? Why did those people lose their clothes? I have the most detailed information here. Gushi didn't want to listen at first, but as soon as he mentioned the weird nest of the library, Gushi stopped. Oh, tell me, what happened in the weird nest of the library? Chapter 2101 Dream Eater Player. Seeing that Gushi agreed to his request, the man also smiled, took out a handful of stones, and threw them on the ground, counting them carefully. Then he looked up at Gushi and said, "It seems that Dark Wisdom lost the black crystal in the library. He wanted to find another opportunity to start over. But it seems that he encountered some trouble here. Someone is watching him from behind." In fact, when he heard that Dark Wisdom lost the black crystal, Gushi knew that the man in front of him was really capable. Although the information he provided was not complete, the direction was right. This made Gushi pay more attention to it. "Do you have information?" "Of course. This is not a place to talk. Come with me." The man waved his hand and took Gushi in a direction. In the living area of Heiyeji, although there are blind spots for surveillance, there is really no place without lights here. Even at the back of the alley, there will be people who light oil lamps and come to check from time to time. After the man took Gushi to an alley, he turned around and pushed open a door. "You are a player, right?" As soon as he entered the room, the man's voice changed. The voice that was originally normal now sounded like a broken straw. Gushi looked at the man, and there was some confusion in his eyes. "Are you a player?" The man nodded. "Yes, a Dream Eater player. The strange transformation master Kakaju. You can call me Laojio or Chungjio." Dream Eaters? While Gushi was still wondering what race the Dream Eaters were, the man pulled on Mediterranean's head. His scalp was pulled off, revealing the head of an anteater underneath. No wonder his voice became so unpleasant. It turned out that he was not a normal human. But this was quite strange. Gushi had been playing games for so long, and this was the first time he met a player of another race in the game who could communicate peacefully. At this moment, Kakaju looked at Gushi with some confusion. "What's wrong? Do I have any questions?" "No. I'm a human player. The necromancer Gushi. You can call me the breath of the dead." Hearing Gushi say that he was a necromancer, Kakaju also said, "No wonder you dare to walk alone. You are now doing the main quest to enter this game world. How is it? How many black crystals have you collected?" "I just collected one piece." "Are you also doing this main quest?" "I have finished it. But I think it's more interesting here. The weirdness here is very weak, which is just right for me to collect weird information. So I stayed. Here you can get a lot of weird flesh and blood for research. And you can also collect all kinds of information. The seasoning you asked about today was made by me. Originally, I wanted to make myself eat more comfortably. I didn't expect there would be such a benefit. No wonder. You should have heard it when I asked about the seasoning before." Gushi just reacted. It turned out that something went wrong at this time. However, Gushi immediately said, "You have been here for a long time, so you must know a lot of information. I want to ask about a few pieces of black crystal. Do you have any clues?" Anyway, they are all players, although they are not of the same race. The one in front of him will obviously be safer. Unlike Octopus Head, he will fight to the death as soon as he comes. So Gushi just asked. Gushi even thought about whether Kakaju could form a team. If he could form a team, he would let the other party take him with him for a while. Yes, although black crystal is rare, it is not uncommon. I have at least 5 clues that can get black crystal now. If you want, I will give it to you at the price of 1 purple suit for 1 clue. Purple suit? Gushi was somewhat surprised by Kakaju's offer. Yes, we are players. We can't trade with the burning materials in this world. Right? If you want to give clues, you must exchange them with equipment that everyone can use. And these clues are so important. It's not too much for me to ask for a purple suit for each clue. Why is it not too much? If you have other information, it's fine. But this is just a clue. It's not information at all. The most important thing is, I only got a few purple suits after completing the main quest. You want 5 purple suits at once. Why don't you go and rob them? Gushi started bargaining. And Kakajio also got into the state and started talking to Gushi. You can't say that. At our level, who still relies on the rewards of the main quest to live. It must be the various equipment obtained in the process of completing the main quest. There is even the last black crystal. I can guarantee that black crystal is definitely useful in this world. And it is very useful. Otherwise the main quest would not let us go to find black crystal. Besides, I just want purple equipment. Not the kind with strong power or few negative effects. I really don't care about anything here. As long as the quality is purple. The price is too high. You should lower it. You can't get a purple equipment for one clue. At least complete information is required. That won't work. The price of complete information is not this price. I tell you, the purple equipment is cheap enough for me. Really. I didn't make any money from you. This time I just treated you as a good friend I just met and gave you a discount. What discount? This is obviously doubling it again and again. No. The price you mentioned is really too high. I negotiated with you with the intention of making friends. Otherwise, in my eyes, a purple equipment in exchange for 2 pieces of information is reasonable. Are you kidding? You can ask around for this price and see what kind of information you can get. I have the most complete and accurate information here. The two really argue for a long time over this price. In the end, Gushi finally agreed to buy information about black crystal. The main quest. Special and weird information at the price of 3 complete pieces of information for 1 piece of purple equipment. Looking at Gushi throwing out purple equipment one by one. Kakaju also showed a strange expression on his face. So, you necromancers are the richest. Look at you. You were still saying that you didn't have much money just now. Now, so many purple equipments are taken out directly. I said that the price I asked for was too low. I spent a lot of energy to find this information. Do you know how much effort I put in to confirm the authenticity of this information? Gushi ignored Kakaju's chattering and looked at the information he had just obtained carefully. Compared to the black crystal, Gushi was more concerned about the special weirdness of this world, as well as some weird environments. After all, the previous incident in the Candle Swamp reminded Gushi that these things could be sewn into the Yellow Spring Road and could also be made into a ghost prison. How could Gushi miss these? Chapter 2102 Players of Other Races in the City. After completing this transaction, Kakaju changed his previous penny-pinching attitude and put on a smile on his face. I said, Breath of the Dead. Are you interested in participating in the private exchange organized by players? Organized by players? All Dream Eaters? Gushi was somewhat curious. In the real world, Gushi had always stayed in Ean City. He didn't know the attitude of humans towards other player races in the outside world. There were several contacts with other player races, and they were all with the attitude of destroying each other. He really had never participated in the exchanges between player races. When he heard Kakaju say there was such an event, Gushi became excited. Sure. Are there such gatherings every day? Of course not. It's already quite remarkable to be able to organize one every month. But you are lucky to come here. There will be a gathering tomorrow. Do you want to participate? If you want to participate, I can take you with me tomorrow. Seeing Kakaju being so generous, Gushi didn't have too many doubts. He made an appointment with Kakaju to go to the party together tomorrow. So he took the initiative to leave Kakaju's gathering point. After leaving the gathering point, Gushi saw an undead thief he brought standing in the corner. Because the shadows of this world are dangerous. The undead thief was very smart not to sneak into the shadows. Only when he saw Gushi did he quickly come to Gushi's side. My lord. How is the situation? Have you found out any news? Gushi glanced at him. I have found out some news. And the spies are sorting it out. The undead thief quickly talked about the situation on his side. Compared with Gushi's unprofessional way of inquiring about intelligence. Whether it is a thief or a spy, they all have their own way of inquiring about intelligence. Although the intelligence they inquired out may be some trivial matters. As long as it is analyzed by a specialist, a lot of useful information can be found out from it. At least these thieves and spies have found out a lot of useful things. Gushi just flipped through the latest intelligence sent by the thieves and spies, and then gave a copy of the intelligence he had just obtained from Kakaju. You arrange for someone to find out the authenticity of this information for me. Whether it is true or not, you must give me a reply before noon tomorrow. Gushi is a person who has experienced many things. He can't believe the words of an intelligence player at the beginning. There are some things that he should go and find out in person. As for the purple equipment taken from Kakaju, it was actually secretly coated with the juice of the ghost flower. If Kakaju wants to deal with Gushi, Gushi has a lot of ways to make Kakaju suffer a big loss. After arranging everything, Gushi habitually looked at the sky. But he reacted when he looked up. Now is not the real world. There is no sun in the sky, and the daytime here can only be illuminated by fog. When Gushi looked up at the sky, it was clearly asking for trouble. Gushi lowered his head and sighed. Okay. You guys go down. I'm going to find a place to rest. The night action is still too exhausting. If this continues, even if I have top fitness skills, I can't cope with all kinds of consumption, Gushi muttered. And at the same time, according to the information he had inquired at the beginning, he found a B&B to live in. In this end-of-the-world environment, various B&Bs are actually very cheap. The biggest expense here is the various lamps that are lit every day. If you are willing to take care of all the lights, the price of the B&B is actually not high. Gushi's requirements for living are not too high, as long as it is safe and stable. At present, Gushi really has no intention of choosing some things. In Gushi's eyes, what's the point of choosing those? Find him a palace? Can he sleep one more minute? While Gushi was looking for a place to rest, Gushi's men quickly integrated into the city of Nightfinger. Thieves and spies have their own ways. They have also been to the library that Gushi has never been able to go to, and saw some books that were said to be magical. At the same time, some thieves have already left the city. They want to find out whether the information given by Kakaju is true. In addition, in the city of Aridov, the large number of books that Gushi had sent in are being sorted out in an orderly manner. These things do not require Gushi to intervene too much. The undead under his command will naturally handle everything. So Gushi, who had rarely relaxed, did not go to the B&B to see how it was. He fell directly on the bed and fell asleep with his eyes closed. After finding a good sleeping position, Gushi muttered, "Chichi, you on?" Then Gushi fell into a deep sleep. While Gushi was sleeping, the Nightfinger gathering place had actually received the corresponding information regarding the destruction of the library nest. The opinions of the Nightfinger's upper echelons were actually not unanimous. Some high-level officials believed that a strange nest would be destroyed, and this kind of thing happened every day in the city, so there was no need to make a fuss. Some high-level officials also believed that this incident was very strange. Especially the Dark Wisdom disappeared like this and did not appear again. This was very unreasonable. At least the Dark Wisdom should be found first. When they were arguing about this matter, one of the high-level officials below muttered in his heart, "What's there to argue about? This situation is obviously done by new players. Only players can do such boring things. They don't care about the efforts of others in the city at all. They don't care about the plans of other players. What kind of thing is this? No wonder there are always some player forces who always shout for clearing the field when starting a mission. Sometimes, if you don't clear the field, you can't do anything." Needless to say, this person is also a player. It's just that he has been in this game world for a long time, and now he has become a high-level person in a gathering place. In his mind, he has finally stabilized the situation. We can't let others destroy it. So after other high-level people put forward their opinions, he stood up and said, Everyone, stop arguing. We didn't come here for this matter this time. What's the point of arguing? The core of the library is gone. Whether the Dark Wisdom escaped by itself, was killed by someone, or there is some conspiracy, shouldn't we consider how to save the situation now? What's the point of arguing here? I have an idea. Chapter 2103 Players Information. As the white mist slowly dissipated, the sky darkened again. Gushi also slowly woke up from a deep sleep. Looking at the dark sky outside the window, Gushi knew that he might not be able to adjust to the jet lag. If this continued, he might have to sleep during the day and move at night. Pulling the curtains again, Gushi lit a new candle. Gushi had no intention of going out today. After all, he had to attend a player gathering tomorrow afternoon. If he ran around again tonight, he might not have much energy tomorrow. Taking advantage of this free time, Gushi took out the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu and turned to the position he read, and read it carefully there. After all, Gushi also understood that the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu was his foundation. If he didn't read books at ordinary times, he would suffer a great loss when he needed them. Besides, after the battles Gushi had experienced in the past few days, Gushi's understanding of some things had also deepened, and he also saw his own shortcomings. Now is a good time to fill in the gaps. Not long after Gushi took out the handbook of the Lord of Fengdu, the special mirror beside him began to flash. Gushi swiped his left hand, and Luna's shadow appeared in the special mirror. Gushi noticed that Shea was following Luna at this time. Is there any latest information? As soon as Gushi saw Shea, he knew that something important had happened. So he put down his work and asked seriously. It's not me. It's Eve's side. Last night, an intelligent undead appeared in the city of Aridov. His level was not high, but his influence was quite large. Because he entered the magic area, all the magic corpses placed there for intelligent nurturing were activated. Now Eve is dealing with this matter over there. Hearing this, Gushi was obviously stunned. Gushi knew very well what the magic corpses Shea was talking about were. That was part of Gushi's corpse nurturing plan that he had been carrying out for many years. It has been going quite smoothly over the years. Just as Eve planned, corpses with magic potential will be buried in the magic zone for a few years. After absorbing magic, they will be dragged out to be alchemy apprentices or magic apprentices for a few years. Then, they will be sent back to be transformed into main combat troops such as corpse wizards or liches. In this way, the magic level of corpse wizards or liches can not only be improved a lot, and it can also meet the needs of various magic experiments in the magic zone. It can be said that Gushi and Eve have walked out of this road, seeing that a large number of magic undead will be transformed into corpse wizards or liches soon. As a result, this kind of thing happened. Gushi was somewhat unhappy. Where did that intelligent undead come from? It was the dark wisdom killed last night, transformed through double death. Shea came to report, and naturally checked all the situations. Gushi realized what he had forgotten yesterday after hearing this. Where is that guy now? He is cooperating with Eve to appease the awakened corpse. Eve said he is a good conspirator. He can be a consultant, but he cannot be placed in the magic area for experiments. And what else? Also, Eve said that he is not very adaptable on the battlefield. He needs to have enough intelligence information and slowly calculate behind the scenes to succeed. He can't command a troop to deal with emergencies. After hearing what Shea said, Gushi also understood the situation of the undead transformed by dark wisdom. I know. That is to say, he is a person with brains, but he can't quickly judge the situation. He can give advice, but he can't make decisions. Right? Gushi understood what the newcomer was like as soon as he heard it. I understand. You let him follow Eve to deal with the corpses, and then go to find Princess Anna. It would be more appropriate for people like him to be placed under Princess Anna. Gushi immediately sent the new undead in a new direction. Unexpectedly, Shea said, Sir, I came here in such a hurry. Not for this matter. I got a new piece of news from this person. Gushi nodded. Is there any important news? It's like this. He guessed that you might be looking for the black crystal. So he specifically explained in detail how he got the black crystal. Hearing this, Gushi was also annoyed in his heart. It would be great if this news came earlier. If this news came earlier, he and Kakaja could have lowered the price. Tell me about it. He said that the black crystal in the library did not appear by itself, but someone took the black crystal into the library. In the end, he got it, because the appearance of the black crystal was quite strange. He was a little worried that there might be something wrong. It took a while longer. Later, he found that no one came to look for the black crystal. So he absorbed the power in the black crystal and slowly mastered the entire library. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the entire library so quickly by relying on his own ability. Does he mean that someone did this on purpose? It shouldn't be. No. It should be a player who did this on purpose. Shea expressed her guess. That guy always felt that there was something wrong with the person who put down the black crystal, and he usually studied it when he had nothing to do. But because there was no comparison, he didn't find anything. It wasn't until he died in the hands of the adults that he realized that the person who sent the black crystal was in a similar situation to the adults. What's the situation? If Shea can say this, it can be confirmed that the person who said this is a player. It seems that in this world, the influence of players is very deep. But I don't know what these players are going to do. I don't know if they are enemies or friends. At this time, Gushi had a headache. He was already muttering in his heart. Should he clear the field before taking action? Otherwise, what if he conflicts with other players when he is doing things? Gushi didn't think he couldn't do it at all, even though he had only been here for less than 3 days. Even though Gushi was not too familiar with the world in front of him. Familiar, Gushi was also confident that he could drive out all the other players. After all, as a necromancer, no, he is now a master of the underworld. if he really wants to release all his troops and take over the entire world. It may be a bit troublesome, but taking over a city in front of him is nothing to Gushi. Not to mention that Gushi now has 3 different demigod-level troops. With such strength and such troops, he can really clear the field. Forget it. I talk to those players tomorrow. If they are too ambitious, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 2104, I really want to clear the place. The next day, the white fog rose again. Gushi looked at the white fog outside the window and realized that he had been studying and working all night. This is really a rare experience. In the past, Gushi mostly rested and relaxed at night, and worked and studied during the day. Studying all night like this is really rare. Rubbing his eyes, Gushi moved his body, and then prepared to take a shower and go out. But just when Gushi entered the bathroom, he suddenly discovered a situation. Because Gushi was too focused on reading his memory, the lights in the bathroom had gone out at some point. The moment Gushi stepped into the bathroom, a feeling of being stared at surged into Gushi's heart. Speechless, Gushi didn't do anything himself, and the hand of death behind him reached out and quickly grabbed a translucent human body that looked like it was made of water from the darkness. Gushi just took a look at this thing, lit a new candle, and went to take a shower. As for this translucent human body, does Gushi need to care? Under the force of the hand of death, such a large body turned into a fist-sized liquid. Gushi was taking a bath while looking at the properties of the thing in front of him. Good guy. A blue-quality weird essence. At this time, Gushi understood that it was no wonder that those players who made weirdness their profession wanted to stay one by one. It was too easy to catch a weird in such a place. If the lights were not managed for a few hours, a very weak weird would appear in the darkness. After killing the weird, the good things you get are all blue quality at the beginning. Which player doesn't want to come here to brush it? If Gushi didn't get the Death City at the beginning, and didn't get the red suit at the beginning, he also wanted to come here to brush this blue quality material. Don't think that blue quality materials are not of high quality, and are not valuable. In fact, in Gushi's territory, green quality materials are the mainstream, and blue quality materials are required for higher level buildings. At the same time, Gushi also figured out the situation of dark wisdom. Could it be that someone is raising that thing? Thinking of this, Gushi paused while taking a shower. It seems that this is really possible, judging from the various arrangements made by dark wisdom. He obviously had someone to arrange it. At least the black crystal was not found by dark wisdom himself. Thinking of this, an idea flashed through Gushi's mind. No, I have to get some too. This weirdness is so interesting. The concept of wisdom can form weirdness. And if you put a pair of eyes in it, it will be orange quality. Then can the other materials for the head of the goddesses to unlock the seal be done in the same way? Now that we have wisdom, can we also get the 4 routes of earth? Hunting, harvest, and love? Among them, the earth is the easiest to deal with. And now everyone is standing on the earth. The earth can be a concept or an entity. Although the rest are mainly concepts, there are still ideas to find. They can get famous quotes in their library to get a dark wisdom. There is no reason why Gushi can't get things like dark earth and dark love. It seems that there is another reason to stay. This place is really a good place. Don't you think so? Gushi looked up in a direction, and the hand of death grabbed there again, grabbing a pair of eyes hidden in the black fog from the ceiling of the bathroom. The eyes were also crushed by the hand of death, and a strange blue essence was produced. But Gushi believed in his own judgment more. This is a good place. At this time, in a building in the living area, a player was soaking in the strange pink fog, listening to the latest news. Beside him, more than 20 masked girls wearing belly-exposing clothes stood guard. They held a bronze lantern in their hands, and a special aroma was placed under the lantern. Even if they did not move, a pink breath would flow out of the aroma and blend into the pink fog in front of them. Have you prepared the things you want to trade today? The player soaking in the fog said slowly. Everything is ready. In addition to the special medicinal materials ordered by the 3 old customers, the yield of other crops has increased this week. We have specially selected high-quality materials this time. We will definitely let the adults steal the show at this party. Don't say that. I'm not trying to steal the show. I just can't stand the guy's attitude. When it comes to the birth and reproduction of life, who can compare with our race? He was still talking about the high-yield seeds that he made. It's funny. With his brain, he can only deceive stupid NPCs. How can his every move escape my eyes? If he hadn't come earlier and contacted the top management here, raising the reputation of this place to a very high level. I wouldn't have compromised with him. Damn it. Clearing the field is the best option, the player muttered unhappily. While he was talking, people outside the pink mist kept saying yes. Some people were also flattering the player. However, the player didn't care. He just closed his eyes and lay down again, muttering softly in the pink mist. I really want to clear the field. The same thing, the same words, not only appeared here. It also appeared at the large farm behind the Nightfinger city. It appeared at the steel center east of the city. It appeared at the outer area of the gathering place. Every player wanted to clear the field, but for various reasons, there was no way to do it. They could only try their best to show themselves, wanting to brush up the reputation of the Nightfinger gathering place, hoping to have the opportunity to become the next high-level player of the Nightfinger. They didn't know that these words of wanting to clear the field were being passed along by the weirdness of each player to the ears of the high-level player of the Nightfinger. It seems that you can't control it again. You want to clear the field? Do you think I don't want to clear the field? But now is not the time. It seems that today's gathering will brainwash them again. Otherwise, if they can't suppress their temper and cause trouble, it will be troublesome. And the lack of dark wisdom means that one of the 9 pillars is missing. We need to think of a way to deal with this matter. With the last incident of dark wisdom, the famous quotes on the wall of the library have also been included in the focus of attention. Where can I generate new wisdom next? What a hassle. If that doesn't work, I have to assign them a few more difficult tasks. I can't let them idle. Once players are idle, they will cause a lot of trouble. I can't let them destroy my arrangement again. Chapter 2105 Player Trade Fair. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Gu Shi, who had changed his clothes, came to an abandoned building according to the location Kakaju said. This is the place where the players gather. When he first arrived here, Gu Shi had already noticed the different means arranged near the building. Some are used for surveillance. Some are used for defense. Some are used for positioning. Gu Shi can see many different means, all because they did not hide themselves when they arranged these means. That look clearly told others that someone occupied this place. So don't come here if you have nothing to do. Gu Shi walked around the outside of the building and understood the situation here. He thought about it, stretched out his hand and pressed in front of the door of the building, and a corpse crawled out from the ground. After completing a necromancy, Gu Shi asked the undead to guard the door, and he tidied his clothes and entered the building. Hey, there's a new guy. A necromancer. Brother, what race are you from? Human. When a voice came from the building, Gu Shi said calmly, I know. When you walk in the game, everyone is talking about humans. I'm asking which player race you are from. The voice asked again. Really human. The one ranked 3rd. When Gu Shi first heard him say that he was really human, the players behind him wanted to laugh. But when Gu Shi said he was ranked 3rd, they couldn't laugh anymore. The players here are between level 16 and 19. They only have a vague understanding of the rankings between the races of players in the real world. Some players even encountered so many player races after entering this game. They didn't understand at all where Gu Shi got the confidence to say this calmly, and say that he was a human player. In fact, Gu Shi knew it very well. Before the first 2 races appeared, the identity of human players was guaranteed among the players. After he said this, he went upstairs. Just when they were talking, Gu Shi had already seen where all the players were. The building in front of him was completely occupied by players. They set up a space on the floor that only players could enter. Just as Gu Shi saw, before players came here, they would set up proof of their belonging to the players outside the building. But they normally enter and exit the gathering point through other means, and few people would walk through the inside of the building. For a countryman like Gu Shi, they originally wanted to see a joke. But these players really didn't expect that Gu Shi would say such a thing. After confirming where the players were, Gu Shi no longer took the usual path. He flew up and flew out of the window. With a turn, Gu Shi landed on the top of the hall. When Gu Shi landed, he noticed that there were already several players waiting there on the top of the building, because there were not many players in the Nightfinger gathering place, and the space on the top of the building was quite large. Most of the players had their own exclusive positions and areas. When seeing Gu Shi land, one of them smiled and waved to Gu Shi. Hello, newcomer. I am the convener of this player gathering. I am the left pinky of the gathering point of the Nightfinger. I am the blood-strength boxer of the Wansha tribe. Kaba Kato. You can just call me Left Pinky, the player said to Gu Shi. Gu Shi noticed that when he spoke, His skin would turn red and gray, as if it was transforming between flesh and rock. His hands were covered with white salt grains. It was obvious that he was strengthening his fists through some means. She could see at a glance that the changes in his skin should be racial characteristics, while the situation on his hands was professional characteristics. This should be a martial player. With the self-introduction of Left Pinky, the remaining players also introduced themselves. She had to admit that the current world of lightlessness was still very attractive to players. There were only 5 players here, from 5 different races, and their professions were different. The first person she met was naturally Kakaju. However, the one who attracted Gushi's attention the most was a male player who was no taller than 1.2 meters and had 4 or 5 pockets hanging around his waist. This player introduced himself as a gray spirit and a soul stealer. But Gushi could sense the weird, twisted and undead aura from him. It was unknown whether he was a part-time player or his soul-stealing skills were from other professions. Another player who looked like a black steel man, although he looked like he was made of steel. Gushi could notice that under his steel shell, there were diodes and other things. This should be a silicon-based creature, with a name of a string of numbers. His profession is a weird blacksmith, famous for processing weird materials. As Gushi got to know these people, players came over one after another. Xiaoji went up to communicate with them one by one, and introduced Gushi to them. Gushi also nodded to them one by one, asking about their origins and what they were trading. Among them, one player attracted Gushi's attention the most. This player looked like a normal human, and even Gushi couldn't tell what race he was. However, this player told Gushi that he was the largest food supplier of the Night Finger, and more than 80% of the food on the market, and more than 60% of the herbs, were all imported from him. If Gushi needed anything in terms of herbs, he could find him. As a transaction between players, Gushi could find him to order some special herbs. After all, in this world, it is quite convenient to grow herbs. Catching a bunch of all kinds of weird things is the best fertilizer. Whatever herbs you want, you can catch whatever weird things you want. Bury them in the ground, and everything will be fine. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to order herbs specially. Only players on the Night Finger side can enjoy such services, and he doesn't care about other people at all. Of course, his price will be higher, according to the properties of the herbs. Anyway, the starting price is purple equipment. In fact, Gushi came here this time, and he was not very interested in what they traded. Gushi came here this time, and what he wanted was the purple equipment they used as general equivalents. Although Gushi didn't know why they had to use purple equipment as general equivalents. But one thing is certain. That is, they have a lot of purple garbage with strong negative effects. Gushi wanted the purple longsword so badly. How could Gushi miss such a good opportunity now? When Xiaoji announced that everyone was present and the transaction began, Gushi stood up and reported what he wanted. Chapter 2106, The First Transaction. Gushi has long been accustomed to people coming out and speaking directly. In the city of Aryov, Gushi would come out and speak directly when he encountered any needs. Although this was his first time to join a gathering of players. When the real transaction really started, Gushi habitually came out and spoke about his requirements. Gushi had many requirements, but they were mainly based on some situations that Gushi had inquired about before. He went there for strange materials. Gushi's reason was very appropriate. He was a necromancer. When making undead, he had to add various strange materials to it and experiment with new special undead. Gushi's reason was quite appropriate. After all, there were no necromancers present. Even if they knew what a necromancer at this level could do, they would not know more detailed information. Now they only knew that Gushi was a rich boss, and he needed a lot of strange materials and purple quality long swords. Listening to Gushi's request, Xiaoji frowned. You want to collect in large quantities? Yes. I have a mission outside. I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. So I want to collect all the materials I need in a short time. Hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed. Xiaoji seemed a little unhappy, but a trace of happiness flashed in the eyes of others. So you are a passing player. That's fine. I have some of the things you want here. As long as you can offer a good price, you can take them directly. Although I don't know why you want a purple long sword. If you are willing to exchange purple equipment for one, I have a few rubbish long swords ready to trade with you. I can exchange them with you. I like players like you. Unlike others who don't say what they want and make people guess. I do your business. Looking at the enthusiasm of these players, Gucci was a little surprised. He thought his request would be a little excessive. Why do these people look like they want to sell things to themselves immediately, and then pack up Gucci and send him away? But the current situation is in Gucci's interest. Gucci really needs a lot of weird materials and purple long swords. As soon as Gucci made his request, someone immediately dragged Gucci aside to talk. The iron number brother, whose name is a string of numbers, directly told Gucci that he had all kinds of electric or lightning weird things. And the quality and quantity are quite a lot. If Gucci needs it, he can provide it. But he is not sure why Gucci needs lightning weird things. After all, aren't necromancers most afraid of lightning abilities? Gucci didn't say much about this question. He directly released a Death Titan. The situation of the Death Titan immediately attracted the attention of the iron number brother. As a silicon-based creature, he immediately saw the Death Titan's control over lightning. At the same time, he also saw that Gucci had a good blacksmith. After all, the quality of the two orange soldiers' equipment in the Death Titan's hand was not visible to the iron number brother. This shows that Gucci has a blacksmith who is stronger than him. No wonder you only want the materials and not the finished products. I can do this business. It just so happens that I have a batch of electric and thunder type weird essences that I just got. The quality is about blue quality. And the quantity is 300 pieces. According to the rules here, 20 blue pieces are exchanged for 1 purple piece. You just need to give me 15 purple weird essences. Or 5 purple equipment. In addition, I still have more than 1,000 thunder type weirds that have not been processed. If you still want it, you can also take 15 purple weird essences. Or 5 purple equipment. Take them all. Brother Iron Number is the most straightforward. After knowing why Gucci wants thunder type weirds, he directly packed up and sold all the useless things in his hands. Gucci was not polite either. He knew his current position very well. He came here to purchase goods. Now that he can pack so much, how can Gucci miss it? I want them all. I want them all, Gucci said while putting 10 purple equipment on the ground. Most of these purple equipment were things that Gucci had taken off the enemy in the previous battles. Many things were still covered with blood. Gucci threw the purple equipment on the ground like throwing away garbage. Such an action made all the players present stunned. They could tell from what he said just now that Gucci was a super rich boss. But they really didn't expect Gucci to be so generous. These are purple equipment. Although at their level, they can already choose purple equipment to use. But they have never dumped so much like garbage. So some players looked at Gucci differently. When Zhu Xiaoji looked at Gucci, his eyes were full of vigilance. As if he was afraid that Gucci would do something bad. Gucci didn't notice Zhu Xiaoji's reaction at this time. At this time, he was trading the lightning type weirdness and weird essence he needed with Brother Iron Number. Brother Iron Number was also a capable person. The weirdness was directly put into his body. After selecting 10 purple equipment from Gucci, he began to take out the weird essence. All these weird essences were about the same size as the weird essences Gucci had caught before. But most of them were translucent like flowing water. And what Brother Iron Number took out in front of him was like a compressed thunder ball. As for the weirdness, there were many different situations. Anyway, when Gucci looked at the weirdness that Brother Iron Number took out, he didn't know how to deal with these fresh weirdness. Fortunately, the pair of death hands behind Gucci didn't need Gucci to operate, and they acted on their own. Brother Iron Number took out a strange thing, and the hand of death took a strange thing, and sent it to the White Bone Lightning Ghost prison. It can be said that this large number of strange things supplemented the needs of the White Bone Lightning Ghost prison. It can be said that just like this, the materials for the 18 Ghost prison operation altars needed to be built in the White Bone Lightning Ghost prison were all gathered. There were also strange essences and strange things that could be sealed in the Ghost prison operation altars. There were also laborers, liches and various materials arranged by Gucci. At this time, there was really nothing that could hold Gucci back from upgrading the White Bone Lightning Ghost prison. After sending all the strange things and strange essences to the White Bone Lightning Ghost prison, Gucci pulled Brother Iron Number to ask about the strange God Power Grid and the 9 days strange things. Brother Iron Number had some information and research on these two lighting direction strange things. When he heard that Gucci wanted to inquire about this, he took it out and gave it to Gucci. He said it was a gift for buying something. And it was free. Chapter 2107 The Strange Essence of Orange Quality. Gucci happily accepted the information and glanced at Kakaju when accepting it. Kakaja didn't want to respond to Gushi's gaze at all. He sold the information based on his ability. What's wrong with that? But the eyes of others looking at Gushi were eager. They all looked at Gushi. And Gushi could buy some things from them. But Gushi was rich. And he was really picky. If he saw something he needed, Gushi would buy it all without saying anything. But as long as it was something he couldn't use, then sorry. Even if you boasted about it, Gushi didn't plan to use it. Gradually, the players also knew Gushi's thoughts. Unless they could take out what Gushi wanted, no one would go over to persuade Gushi. At most, they would pick out some purple long swords to exchange with the purple equipment in Gushi's hand. Only the farming player and Zhuxiaoji were still thinking about something. But Gushi didn't care about these. He had easily gotten what he wanted this time. The rest was not something he should worry about. After exchanging ordinary purple equipment for 41 purple long swords with negative effects, Gushi stepped aside and sat down to wait for others to trade. According to Zhuxiaoji, after the trade was over, they would have another exchange between players. Why not communicate first and then trade? In fact, there is a reason. Normal gatherings of extraordinary people are mainly to obtain knowledge and information, supplemented by exchanging materials they need. But this is a gathering of players, and the information they need is relatively small. The content that can be used for mutual communication will be wider. For example, the cooperation of tasks between players, and the possibility of teaming up. It's mainly about making appointments or cooperating in tasks. This is a way for the players on the side of the Night Finger to compromise with each other. After all, there are only so many tasks for players, and sometimes there will be some conflicts in the tasks. If the final task becomes a conflict between the two teams of players, it will definitely cause chaos on the side of the Night Finger. This is not speculation. It is something that will definitely happen. With such a gathering, they can express their task requirements in advance. Task items can be exchanged with each other. Task progress can be discussed with each other. And even some more difficult tasks can be carried out in a team. In such exchanges, conflicts between players are reduced, and the progress of completing tasks is also accelerated. Most players are quite satisfied with this situation. In fact, Gushi traded intelligence information about black crystals with Kakaju before, which is somewhat similar to this method. It's just that the current players are organized a little bigger. It is for this reason that players will trade first and then communicate. Trading first means to see the strength of the players first, and to spend the things they don't need on hand first. After that, communicate again. That is the next task for the players to do. From the transaction just now, everyone can see which player is stronger, and which player has a better temper. Which player will not cheat when completing tasks in a team. Over time, this model has been retained. Especially after the arrival of newcomers. They will be more obedient to the current routine. Guarantee the interests of new and old players. Gushi didn't know this. At this moment, he was watching the old players take out their own things and introduce them vigorously. Because all the players here are from the Night Finger gathering point. They are familiar with each other. In addition to the specially customized items, most of what they took out are some strange materials or essences collected during this period. The main thing is to sell something you don't want. Of course, there are some good things here. Just like now, the left little finger took out a material that exceeded the purple quality. Everyone, this is the last good thing we have for this gathering. Since I merged 20 blue quality weird essences into one purple quality weird essence through experiments and battles last time. This time my experiment was successful again. Using 30 purple quality weird essences to merge into one orange quality weird essence. I believe everyone can understand what this means. Why did everyone stay? Isn't it to find the right weird essence to make their own equipment? Or to improve their own strength? We have found the idea now. The orange quality weird essence has been made. This means that we can use this weird essence to strengthen or create our own orange equipment. The significance of our staying here for so long has finally paid off. You can see. This is my result. An orange quality weird essence. As Xiaoji spoke, he passed the weird essence down. All the players took the weird essence and played with it. Their eyes flashing with excitement. In their opinion, they are not far from orange equipment. Their persistence is meaningful. And this orange quality weird essence was also delivered to Gushi. When Gushi took it, the game system gave an automatic prompt, weird essence, orange. Chaos, a powerful weird essence transformed by a variety of different weird flesh and blood as firewood and purple quality weird essence as raw material through some kind of secret ritual. The quality of this weird essence has reached orange quality. But because the weird power in the essence is not divided into primary and secondary, plus the influence of weird flesh and blood, this weird essence has a 40% chance of collapse. It can only be used to strengthen or fuse purple quality equipment, and there is a chance to upgrade it to orange quality. Gu Shi knew what Zhu Xiaoji and the others were doing when he saw the attributes in front of him. He also understood what level of progress they were at. This weird essence, when taken out alone, Gu Shi didn't look down on it at all. But when it was put in front of him, it attracted Gu Shi's attention. Is this weird essence not successful yet? When passing the weird essence to other players, Gu Shi pulled Iron Number Brother there and asked, "This is already okay. At least we see hope. And even if the weird attributes are a little messy, it doesn't matter. When it is integrated into the equipment, it will be based on the equipment. And some garbage purple equipment will be used to fuse and absorb the excess weird attributes. Then, the garbage purple equipment that has been fused with garbage weird attributes will be used as the base. And the equipment to be strengthened will be strengthened with all efforts. This equipment can be safely upgraded to orange quality. This is what we have experimented with before. This is how we did it when we upgraded green to blue and blue to purple. It never went wrong. There will be no problem this time either." Chapter 2108 Communication and Conflict Between Players. While talking, the strange essence was transmitted back to Zhu Xiaoji's hand. Zhu Xiaoji also showed a satisfied look on his face at this time. This is the first orange quality strange essence made. Everyone has seen the situation. Everyone knows the properties and usage. This is the best opportunity to make orange equipment. Now it is auctioned to the public. Some can come to me to bid. It is agreed in advance that we are all friends. You also have private contacts. And I know this. But you can't discuss the price privately. Go to suppress the auction price. After all, everyone should know how much we paid to make this strange essence. Zhu Xiaoji was talking above. And Iron Number Brother and Gu Shi were whispering below. Listen to his nonsense. He just wants a high price. And believe it or not, he must have better things. So he will sell this strange essence. Isn't this normal? Gu Shi thought about it. If it were him, he would definitely study the next generation. Use the new generation. And sell the old generation. You can't just sell the good stuff you just researched and use the bad stuff yourself. Wouldn't that make you a fool who aids the enemy? But as a buyer, Brother Iron Number doesn't think so. In his mind, he must buy the best. Buying things that others have eliminated is nothing. But some people are not interested in these eliminated items, while others are flocking to them. Soon someone submitted their offer. They traded in the form of a secret auction. The general equivalents here are no longer all purple quality equipment, but also purple quality weird essences. And the number of weird essences should start from 200. It seems that they all know the true value of this orange weird essence. After submitting their own offers, they looked at each other. Finally, when they saw that Gu Shi had no intention of moving, these players were relieved. The way Gu Shi spent money just now was clearly a local tyrant. They have always been worried that Gu Shi would drive up the price of the weird essence and snatch the weird essence they want. So the prices they quoted were all their highest levels. Now that they saw that Gu Shi did not make any move, they felt relieved. As long as it did not fall into the hands of a local tyrant like Gu Shi, they still had hope. Facing the situation in front of him, Gu Shi was also a little puzzled. Why were they all looking at him like this? He did not go to grab the weird essence. No longer looking at those players, Gu Shi asked Brother Iron Number again. Why don't you buy the weird essence? I don't need to buy it. Although everyone knows how to make orange equipment with weird essence, their success rate is not high. They don't want to waste their investment. So they will come to me in the end. Whether they ask me to help or let me help take care of it, I will always get something. Brother Iron Number said quite calmly. But his tone changed. By the way, you are so rich. Why don't you buy one and try? Me? I'd better forget it. If there are more, I might buy one. Now that the first one has just been made, there is no need for me to grab it. By the way, you are a master of materials. I have a few questions to ask you. After hearing what Gu Shi said, Brother Iron Number also became excited. The two of them started to communicate with each other there. What Gu Shi actually wanted to ask was whether there was a way to extract the conceptual attributes. In response to Gu Shi's question, Brother Iron Number wanted to say no. But he couldn't say that, because the weird essence was there. After they got the weird essence, they would definitely think of extracting some attributes separately. There may be normal equipment attributes, or there may be conceptual attributes. If Brother Iron Number said no, it would be equivalent to showing his cowardice. It slapped Brother Iron Number in the face. But if he said yes, this was not like the information he had said before. This was the key that Brother Iron Number had mastered himself. And he couldn't say it for nothing. Fortunately, the farming player came over at this time. Gushi noticed that this player looked like a human. But when he walked, a pink mist would float on his body. These mists have been integrated into the white mist. If you don't pay special attention, no one will notice it. But who can blame Gushi for being sharp-eyed? Every time this player appears, Gushi always moves back to avoid being touched by the pink mist. This time when the pink mist man came over, Gushi habitually moved back a little. Unexpectedly, the pink mist man smiled and said to Gushi, "Don't ask him about the breath of the dead. Those are his most core secrets. And you can't ask them out." "Okay. I'm just a little curious." Hearing the outsider interrupting, Gushi no longer insisted. Just said one sentence, wanting to end the topic at hand. Unexpectedly, the pink mist man came over. "The breath of the dead. His methods are secret. But mine are not. How about it? Are you interested in communicating with me? Your methods?" Gushi glanced at the pink mist man. The pink mist man nodded affirmatively. "Yes. I am different from him. He puts the weirdness into the equipment, while I use plants to absorb the power of the weirdness, form fruits, and extract the properties of the weirdness. So the quality of the plants I grow is quite high. The most important thing is that I can extract the weirdness. Isn't this what you want? How about it? Do you want to learn it? Then what's the price?" Gushi didn't believe that there was any free lunch delivered to the door. He said lightly, "I can see that the pair of gloves on your hands can produce plants. Right? How about exchanging with your pair of gloves?" Gushi wanted to punch him directly when he heard it. He originally thought that the pink mist man would ask for a high price or something. For Gushi, if the price is right, he might really go and negotiate. After all, this thing may solve the problem that Gushi has never been able to find the orange suit of the head of all goddesses. But Gushi never expected that the pink mist man had such a sharp vision and fell in love with the ghost flower at first sight. When these players are still pursuing orange suits, the pink mist man said he wanted the red suit in Gushi's hand? Is this a joke? Gushi shook his head. You'd better not say that. The pink mist man was obviously stunned when he heard it. And then he looked at the gloves in Gushi's hand, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. So that's it. Your gloves are orange suits. Right? No wonder they are so attracted to me. I understand. I really understand. Chapter 2109 Player Tasks and Brainwashing. Listening to the words of the pink mist man, Gushi's eyes began to become speechless. What if someone wants to steal his red clothes? Find a chance to kill him. Does he think Gushi can't lift a knife? He rushed up to die. So Gushi didn't even look at the pink mist man, and didn't even plan to pay attention to him. After all, the pink mist man was already a dead man in Gushi's eyes. This pink mist man didn't expect Gushi to have a murderous intention towards him. After all, Gushi had been avoiding him before. As for Gushi's unwillingness to trade his gloves, he just remembered it in his heart and prepared to go back and find another way. At this time, the weird essence on it had also been auctioned off. Xiaoxi had already handed over the weird essence at this time. And now the second round of activities today. Exchanges between players were being carried out on it. Next is the exchange of this activity. I will talk about it first. I have recently accepted 2 temporary tasks. One is to go out of the city to the southeast of Wulong Mountain to find materials. I don't need to go there, as long as I get the things. Everyone knows my situation. As the left little finger of the gathering place of the night finger, I have a lot of work to do here. It is definitely not possible to leave the city for a long time. So I want to hand over this task. I can provide a map of Wulong Mountain. Give another purple equipment as a reward. Just hope you can bring back 20 pieces of blood bones from the heart of the blood rabbit in Wulong Mountain. The blood rabbit is a rabbit that eats people in the dark. The transformed blood-colored weirdness is quite powerful, and not too difficult to deal with. You can find a blood bone by killing about 3 blood-strange rabbits. Apart from the blood bone, I don't want any other parts of the blood-strange rabbit. In addition, I can provide you with some ways to use the blood, flesh and fur of the blood-strange rabbit. I just hope to bring back 20 blood bones. The other is to light the sewers in the city. This is a temporary task I will propose at every gathering. I don't need to explain it in detail. Everyone can understand it. The task is still a purple equipment as a reward. Those who are willing to go can come to me. Light the sewer lights? Gushi asked with some curiosity. The iron number's brother beside Gushi whispered, "Oh, that's a more troublesome task. In the sewers pointed by the night, the visibility is even lower. Even if you go in with a lamp, the visibility is less than 1 meter. The most important thing is that there are too many rotten things, methane, and poisonous gases in the sewers. And open flames cannot be used in some places. In some places, you can only rely on some magic light sources. You also know that magic light sources consume a lot of energy and are not bright. The most important thing is that Zuishiaoji is very stingy in this matter. The materials for lighting the lamps below are limited. If you lose it on the way, you have to make up for it yourself. And believe it or not, Zuishiaoji will say that you can keep the gains on the way. But what can you gain in the sewer? It's all sewage. Even the weird may not be willing to stay in the sewer." The iron number's brother complained a few words in a low voice. Gushi understood it now. But he didn't want to get involved at all. Gushi can easily handle the sewer matters. But why should he do it? Sending out your troops just for a piece of purple equipment? Gushi rolled his eyes. He was not someone who could not settle accounts. He was not that stupid. After Zuishiaoji finished talking about his 2 temporary tasks, he looked down again. After finding that no one responded, he looked a little unhappy. But at present, these players were not of the same race as him. So he could not force anything. In the end, he could only suppress his anger and give up his position to let the next player who wanted to issue a task come on stage. Gushi had been listening below. He noticed that these players rarely had the idea of forming a team. Most of them divided the tasks and asked people to do them. Even if some tasks were halfway done and other task items were needed, they would provide detailed requirements for the task items instead of asking people to go out of the city together. Also, if they found some new places to fight outside the city, they would not ask people to join them, but would say where they had fought and ask if they needed to transfer. There was no idea of forming a team at all. It was obvious that the relationship between the players was not that good. They were actually on guard against each other. This is really interesting. It seems that they really used the gathering place of the Night Finger in front of them as a safe zone. At this time, all the players also communicated their tasks. Some tasks were taken up by players, and some tasks were directly ignored. After seeing that no players came up to pose tasks, Zuishiaoji walked to the center of the venue again. "Well, the exchange is over. And I, the host, will say a few more words. I believe that everyone stayed here to improve themselves in this world. So there are some things I still want to talk about. I won't pursue the relationship between everyone outside the city. But in the city, can everyone be more stable? The Night Finger is not just mine, but everyone's." While Zuishiaoji was talking, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. I'd never seen such a person who talks about big principles with players. Are there really players willing to listen? I don't know what Zuishiaoji thinks. He is also a player. What kind of character do players have? Wouldn't he know? At this time, the voice of the Orange Guard Xinjiawei came to Gushi's ears. "Sir, be careful. That guy is using an incomplete version of the brainwashing technique." Gushi's heart moved, and he immediately thought, "What is the brainwashing technique?" Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed immediately explained, "It is a kind of mind-based spell, which can quietly inject a thought into the consciousness of other people. Let the person who is hit unconsciously have some ideas. However, because it takes a long time to brainwash, and it also needs to be consolidated, it is considered a relatively niche mind spell." Gushi thought of his behavior of picking only one golden apple at the beginning, and he must have been hit by this brainwashing technique at that time. It's just that the ability of this left pinky doesn't seem to be very good. He has to talk for so long. And he was even discovered by the Orange Guard Nu Ninetailed. "What you said is incomplete. Is it because he has to keep talking like this?" "Of course not. What I said is incomplete because when brainwashing people, some thoughts in their hearts will be brought in, and they themselves don't actually discover it. Obviously, he wanted to brainwash people into thinking that the Night Finger was everyone's safe zone, and the safety here depended on everyone. But he had a thought in his mind that he wanted to clear the area. This thought was also injected into everyone's consciousness through the brainwashing technique. It's nothing now. But if no one controls it, this thought will eventually become an explosion point that affects the overall situation." Chapter 2110. The party is over. Ready to take action. Listening to the words of the orange-clad guard Xinjiawei, Gushi thought for a while. Although he had some guesses in his mind, he still asked a question. What do you mean? If that guy continues to brainwash like this idea will become a time bomb when the things he arranged last start. At that time, every player here will have the idea of clearing the field. There will definitely be a battle between the players. If you want to take advantage of the loophole, I can help you detonate this loophole in advance. Forget it. There is no need for the time being. Gushi stopped the orange-clad guard Xing away from thinking. Zhu Xiaoji and the others did not offend him. And there was no conflict of interest. And Gushi was not the kind of player who dominated everything. Many things are really unnecessary. If he has that time, Gushi might as well complete the task and find clues by himself. Gushi really can't afford to fight for such a small benefit with those who have to work hard to research even an orange suit. If Gushi really wanted to rob something, he didn't need the orange guard Xing to do so many things. He only needed to release a handful of black feather arrows to destroy the world. Orange guard Xing also understood Gushi's thoughts. She just smiled, and then cut off the spiritual connection with Gushi. Gushi didn't care about these, so she didn't need to take action. After all, as Gushi said, the levels of these players look similar to Gushi. But their real strength and status were too different. Gushi didn't take action now, because there was no conflict of interest. Gushi was not the kind of person with a bad temper. Nor was he the kind of person who would kick any dog he saw on the street. However, these players didn't know that Gushi was going to let them go. When Zhu Xiaoji announced that the party was over, and that if they wanted to have another meal, they could go to the restaurant downstairs. Two players' eyes had already fallen on Gushi. One of them was the pink Miss Man who was rejected by Gushi. Gushi almost forgot his name. But he didn't forget the look in his eyes when he stared at his soul flower. This guy must die. Either today or tomorrow. Gushi glanced at the players here. And the death hand behind him moved quickly, picking out the purple long swords that he had just obtained. These purple long swords are just as the player said. The special effects are not very good, but the negative effects are very messy. There are many negative effects that can kill people directly. And there are many negative effects that Gushi could not think of before. Gushi felt cold all over his body just looking at these negative effects. He couldn't imagine how anyone could survive so many, so strong or even perverted negative effects. No wonder these players regard this kind of purple equipment as garbage. Even the dead soldiers dare not use this kind of purple equipment. This thing is not to stimulate all the potential to fight hard. This thing is completely to die before fighting hard. But now these purple quality long swords are like treasures in Gushi's eyes. He carefully selected and compared various data, and finally picked out the long sword with normal attributes, negative effects, and most importantly, gorgeous appearance. It can be said that when Gushi was listening to the players above talking about the task, the hand of death behind him had been dealing with these purple long swords. The efforts during this period of time were finally not in vain. As Wu Xiaoji announced the end of the party, Gushi turned over, and 20 long swords of different styles floated around him. These long swords flew up with Gushi, flying down from the top of the building, regardless of the speed of the flight. It was absolutely handsome. Looking at Gushi's actions, all the players were stunned. They really didn't expect that players of the same level as themselves could play so well. The most important thing is that among the long swords that just hovered around Gushi, there were several that were obviously junk that they didn't want. At this time, a player said, "I heard that orange equipment has the ability to erase the negative effects of purple equipment. Do you think that the undead breath has an orange equipment in his hand? It is possible. I think the orange equipment in his hand should be the pair of virtual hands behind him. When he was communicating with us, his hands were able to handle the purple equipment by themselves. I saw this. I saw it too. But I thought it was his racial skill. So I didn't ask more." "What racial skill?" "He is a human. A pure human. Now is not the time to talk about this. His extra hands are definitely orange quality equipment. And I also saw the power of starlight in it." As the players started to discuss in groups, the direction of their discussion slowly changed. No wonder he looked down on the orange quality weird essence. He already has an orange suit. So there is an orange suit boss in the city. No wonder he is so rich. He can give us purple equipment. If we go to him now, will he lend us his orange suit? You are overthinking about lending us orange suits. Do you know what orange suits represent? In a city, they are all city lords. But isn't he a human? I heard that the third-rank human almost has one orange suit per person. I didn't believe it at first. But now it seems possible. As they talked, the things they discussed became more and more outrageous. So Xiaoji had to stand up and say, Okay. Okay. Stop talking. If you keep talking, I really don't know where you are going. That undead breath is a good person. He is generous and not picky. At most, his purpose is relatively clear. It seems that he is the kind of person who has his own ideas. For such a person, we just need to follow his wishes. You must not disturb his life now. Anyway, we all know each other now. If he really needs anything, he will definitely find us first. So his Xiaoji words still have a certain effect among the players. After being persuaded by him, other players did not say anything more. And there were fewer discussions about Gu Shi. But they did not notice that Zhu Xiaoji, the Pink Mist Man, and several higher-level players all had flickering eyes. It can be seen that Zhu Xiaoji words can only be regarded as self-consolation. It can't be regarded as his true words. After most of the players left, Zhu Xiaoji looked in the direction where Gu Shi flew away, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Orange equipment? Just in time. Chapter 2111 Sir, why don't you run? After leaving the building, many thoughts flashed through Gu Shi's mind while flying in the sky. He decided to stay in the gathering place of the Night Finger for another day, and then leave the city. Anyway, the main task has been obtained. All kinds of information have been inquired, and the Dark Wisdom and the Dark Female Leader have all been dealt with. Staying here in the Night Finger is just a waste of time. Gu Shi still has a lot of things to do now. At least, he has to work hard for what he wants. As for why he has to delay for a day, it's because of the Pink Mist Man. Isn't he planning to take his Nether Spirit Flower? Then let him die under the Nether Spirit Flower. While flying in the air, Gu Shi had already started this arrangement. The petals of the Nether Spirit Flower were blown farther away by the wind. Although there is no way to use it as Gu Shi's eyes and ears to fight like in the battle in the library. But it can ensure that Gu Shi knows most of the abnormal situations in the city. At least Gu Shi could know where the Pink Mist Man would leave from and where he would go. After all, Gu Shi had already decided to kill someone. So he had to do it quickly, and without giving the other party a chance to fight back. After flying about 3 or 4 kilometers in the air, Gu Shi landed on the top of an abandoned building. Standing at this position, with the help of a single-sided pair of glasses, Gu Shi could just see the situation of the entire gathering place of the Night Finger. This was also something that those players had not expected. They usually stayed in a world with a visibility of 2 to 3 meters, and almost forgot what level of vision a strong person could reach. Standing at this position, with Gu Shi's vision, he could completely see people picking their teeth more than 10 kilometers away. Under such a line of sight, Gu Shi could actually see every move of the players on the top of the building. If Gu Shi placed a few more pieces of Nether Spirit Flowers on the building, he could even conduct a live broadcast with voice synchronization. Those players might have thought that Gu Shi had left and had forgotten everything. They might have thought that Gu Shi had just arrived here and had no means. That really underestimated Gu Shi. Soon the Pink Mist Man left the building as soon as possible. Gu Shi's ghost flower quickly followed the figure of the Pink Mist Man with the wind, while Gu Shi watched the direction where the Pink Mist Man left from a distance. Because he had a certain status in the Dark Night Finger, the Pink Mist Man did not hide his identity, but was more high profile when walking. Gu Shi watched him leave the building and come to the suburbs of the Dark Night Finger living area. There were not many high-rise buildings there. There were mostly factories with not too high buildings. From time to time, some vehicles would go in and out of the factory, transporting bags of things. Gu Shi remembered the previous introduction of the Pink Mist Man, who said that he controlled more than 80% of the food supply in the Dark Night Finger. At first, Gu Shi thought he was bragging. Now it seems that he didn't brag much. As the Pink Mist Man returned to the factory, Gu Shi found that a building covered by pink mist appeared in the middle of the factory. This situation surprised Gu Shi. After all, he had just looked at it many times, and there really wasn't such a big building in the factory. It seems that this should be the professional power of the Pink Mist Man. Maybe he is a professional with his own space. What profession did he say before? Gu Shi patted his head. He seemed to have introduced himself. Oh, I remember. Forbidden Forest Guardian. A branch of the Druid profession. Well, the situation in front of him is really Druid. Gu Shi rolled his eyes. Druid? This Pink Mist Man is probably a liar. But now that we know the other party's location, things will be much easier. The living area at night should not have such a good view. and it is not so easy to mobilize the direction of the troops. This is good news for Gushi. He plans to wait until it gets a little dark and go directly there to kill the pink mist man in the dark. This is really a top-notch cemetery. Gushi looked up at the sky, then pointed his toes and flew down from the top of the building. As he flew up, another strong wind blew, blowing the petals of the ghost flower toward the factory. At this time, the pink mist man who returned to his territory also quickly fell in expression. Orange suit? How could there be orange suit? What should I do? If I had known, I would not have provoked him so early. I would have thought of a way to deal with him after I stole the gloves. After knowing that Gushi was the orange suit master, the pink mist man was actually a little scared. After all, he didn't have any orange suit in his hand. The only thing that made him feel safe was that he had a lot of purple suits. But after staying in this world of lost light for so long, he knew very well where these purple suits came from. And he also knew very well that these purple suits were garbage. He didn't have the strength to fight with these purple and orange equipment. But escape? The pink mist man shook his head. He definitely couldn't escape. Not to mention his investment in the Night Finger. Even if he escaped from the Night Finger, where could he go? Just as the pink mist man was constantly looking for a way out, the maids who were originally serving the pink mist man also quickly surrounded him. They were wearing belly-exposing clothes and covering their faces, holding a bronze lantern with a special aromatherapy under the lantern. When they walked forward, there was always a pink mist following them. "Sir, what's wrong with you?" One of the maids looked at the pink mist man's face and quickly came over. "Sir, if you have anything to say, you can tell us. Don't keep it in your heart." "I'm fine. I'm just a little upset. I went out for a party today and offended a relatively strong player. I don't know what to do now." "Stronger? How much stronger?" "If not much stronger, then we fight. If too strong, then we run." The maid asked as soon as she heard it. "Run? Where to run to? It's safer in the city. If you go out of the city, it's really a fight to the death." The pink mist man shook his head. The maid said at this time, "No. Sir, didn't you say you came from the outside world? Didn't you always say that when you get tired of playing, you will leave us here and leave? Why don't you leave this world?" This sentence shocked the pink mist man like a thunder. The pink mist man was silent for a while, and then a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Yeah. Even if you can't beat me, you can still escape. Why do I have to stay in this city? Why do I always think that the Night Finger is a safe zone? This is unreasonable. Forget it. Now is not the time to think so much. I will leave first. If someone attacks you, just surrender. I don't think he will attack you. Of course, if he doesn't accept the surrender, you can open the thing in the basement. I don't believe that he can watch everyone in the Night Finger die." Chapter 2112 The Escaped Player. As the fog dissipated, the sky quickly darkened. Gushi, who was originally flying in the sky, also landed on the ground. With the effect of the night fire extension and the guidance of the ghost flower, Gushi still headed towards the factory on the outskirts of the living area at an extremely fast pace. However, when Gushi approached the factory, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Gushi paused for a moment. His eyes narrowed, and the ghost flower immediately circled back to him. At the same time, Gushi also saw a picture. Not long after returning to his own territory, the pink mist man quickly packed up his things, took away most of the information, and left the factory area. And the direction he left was outside the city. Judging from the time in the picture, he had been walking for more than an hour. Ran out of the city? No, not running out of the city, but quitting the game. What is this situation? How can he quit the game? Gushi realized this thought and said it immediately. New Nine-Tailed Fox. The orange-clad guard New Nine-Tailed Fox immediately appeared beside Gushi. Check. Have I been brainwashed without knowing it? Why do I have the idea that these players will not quit the game on their own initiative? As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the orange-clad guard New Nine-Tailed Fox appeared behind Gushi. She first looked at Gushi, then looked around in surprise, with a hint of enlightenment in her eyes. No wonder I didn't realize that someone had arranged brainwashing in every corner of the city. If it is integrated into life, people who have lived here for a long time will unconsciously think that this is a safe zone, and players will not fight here. If players encounter danger, the first thing they think of is not to quit the game, but to return to the city. To the safe zone they think of. The one who arranged all this is really a genius. His psychic ability is not really strong, but it magnifies the obsession in the hearts of players. Sir, don't you understand? Let me explain it to you. Normally, adults are players, and when they enter the game, they will instinctively have an idea. I don't want to play anymore. Gushi was stunned for a moment. It was really like this. After entering the game, Gushi really didn't regard the game world as the main battlefield. The idea in his mind is to do the task if he can. And if he can't do the task, he won't play anymore and play another game. The worst thing is to lose the right to enter the game in front of him. Thinking of this, Gushi was shocked. Wait, there is also a problem with the main quest. I don't know if there is a problem with the main quest, but the other party's thinking is likely to be arranged along the main quest. That is to say, someone has magnified the importance of the main quest in the minds of players. Let the players feel that they have spent a lot of money and made great efforts to stay. This erases the basic idea of the players. I don't want to play anymore. After hearing what Orange Guard New Ninetail said, Gushi understood. When the players don't have the momentum of not playing anymore, they have no confidence. Then a safe zone that can provide players with a sense of security will naturally take root in the hearts of players. Looking at Gushi's reaction, Orange Guard New Ninetail also understood that Gushi thought of the key here. As long as the players are reluctant to leave the game, they will spontaneously protect the city, maintain the rules set by the city, and finally slowly magnify the thoughts in their hearts. This city is safe. Why is it safe? Because they also participate in the maintenance. Speaking of this, Orange Guard New Ninetail does not need to say anything more. If no one reminds people who have been brainwashed like this, they will not even remember that they still have a way to quit the game. When they encounter danger, they will only hide in the safe house they built themselves, and use what they think is power to deal with danger. There are many reasons why Gushi was not influenced by this subtle influence. The most important one is that Gushi has always believed that his Aridov city is much stronger than the Dark Knight Finger in front of him. Gushi will not have any sense of security here at the Dark Knight Finger. Nor will he invest too many resources in the Dark Knight Finger. Because of this approach, Gushi will not forget the choice of I don't want to play anymore. The first step of brainwashing cannot be made, not to mention the means behind it. After fully understanding it, Gushi couldn't help but turn his head and look in another direction. Fate choice. Gushi activated the power of fate choice. Forced intervention in the fate of the Pink Mist Man. In Gushi's picture, he saw that after the Pink Mist Man reacted, he didn't hesitate at all, took the things he had prepared, and rushed out of the Dark Knight Finger as soon as possible. Because he set out on a foggy day, and because of his position, he knew many of the secret passages of the Night Finger, so the speed of leaving the city was quite fast. Before it got dark, he had already reached the outside of the city. After reaching the outside of the city, his movement speed was completely relaxed. He used mounts if he could, and portals if he could. Although the white fog would affect his vision, the Pink Fogman had various means to deal with this situation. In the white fog, he didn't have to worry about not being able to see the road. Before dark, he had found the exit point of the game. When standing here, Gushi could clearly see some struggle on the face of the Pink Fogman. It seemed that he had not completely gotten rid of the brainwashing effect, but he finally activated the effect of exiting the game. He took a step out. Right now, seeing the Pink Fogman preparing to leave, Gushi decisively used the power of destiny. He had no way to stop the Pink Fogman from leaving, because this was a predetermined fate. If he wanted to force the Pink Fogman to stay, he would have to change the entire fate, and the investment in this would be quite large. Even Gushi would be entangled by fate. But it is quite simple to modify a little bit of information here. Gushi took action directly and modified the coordinate data when the Pink Mistman exited, because he didn't know where the Pink Mistman came from. Gushi adjusted the order of the other party's coordinates at will, took out a few numbers, and added a few letters. Anyway, after Gushi's adjustment, the coordinates are normal except for the beginning and the end, and only the length is correct. The Pink Mistman didn't know what he encountered at all. When he took this step, he just felt that the situation in front of him seemed wrong. He wanted to go home directly, but now he was thrown to where? That direction seemed to be getting farther and farther away from his home. After completing this step, Gushi's eyes also flashed a smile. Want to escape? It's not that easy. You will die outside. Chapter 2113, The Building of the Pink Mist Man. After using destiny to deal with the Pink Mist Man, Gushi's eyes were on the building in the factory again. The player has dealt with it. so the place where the player stayed cannot be left for him. Gushi did not see the current ending of the player. If he does not destroy this place and take action, he will not be able to suppress his anger. Gushi raised his hand, and without seeing any movement, 3 dump trucks appeared. These 3 dump trucks are filled with blind swordsmen, cavemen and bone-eating mud, which do not care about darkness or day. The blind swordsmen and cavemen are blind, not to mention the 2-meter field of vision. Even if they can't see anything, they can still fight. And the bone-eating mud is a unit fighting in the sewer, and darkness has no effect on them. The 3 troops were specially selected by Princess Anna after she knew about the situation of the end of the world without light. Even the dump truck in front of him was temporarily modified. If this time is not enough, 6 more dump trucks will appear in half a day. Of course, the 3,000 troops are enough now. After Gushi sent out the 3 troops, he hesitated for a while. He controlled his men, and did not let them destroy the factory in front of him. He just let them attack the building wrapped in pink mist. The dump truck crashed into the building, and a large number of troops rushed into the building from various windows and gates. When the pink mist man left, he had arranged everything. He knew that Gushi would come to trouble him, so he arranged his men in advance. Let them surrender if they can, and if they can't surrender, release the things he studied. Anyway, he is quite clear about how weak his men's combat effectiveness is. The people raised here are not as good as the weird ones that have not been raised below. Originally, these maids and others were waiting in the building. As long as someone rushed in, no matter who it was, they would surrender at the first time. But when they saw that it was not a person rushing in, they knew that it was unlikely to surrender. They could tell at a glance that the 3 waves of troops that rushed in were the undead, the cave dwellers, and the mud monsters. These were not normal humans. Although these maids were not normal, they really did not want to become undead. So the maids did not want to surrender. They immediately opened all the laboratories in the building and released everything, whether they had successfully researched or not. Although the pink mist man had poor eyesight, one thing he said was true. In terms of the reproduction of life, there was really no one who could compare with their race. In this lightless world, there were many weird things of various qualities, weird items, and weird equipment. The pink mist man was now studying the effects of various weird things on plants and animals. Most of the food eaten in the city now was cultivated with weird blood. Those were all cultivated successfully by the pink mist man and could be taken out. But if you think about it, you can also know how many experiments failed, how many failed products there would be, and how many fine products were left for further experiments because of their high quality. Most of these things were locked up in the laboratory. Some abandoned ones were thrown into the basement. Now all the maids were released. There were some big guys that looked like 5 or 6 monsters combined together. There were also plants with eyes and teeth. There were also some human-shaped weirdos. After they were released, they directly blended into the darkness and fought with Gushi's men head-on. However, no matter how hard they rushed out, they couldn't get out of the building. It was not because there was any different arrangement inside the building. It was because Gushi's men were blocking outside the building and had not all rushed in. The weird creatures that wanted to rush out were beaten almost before they rushed to the door. To rush out of the door, they had to see the door first. As these weird creatures were killed, Gushi heard one killing message after another. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Gushi noticed that every time a weird creature was killed, there would be digested weird essence, flesh or plants stained with weird breath, and scrapped equipment fragments and other materials. It was obvious that the strange creatures that had just fought were all made up of these things. Even if we didn't know which generation of strange creatures they were, it was still the same after they died in battle. Anyway, after the strange creatures in this building were killed, none of them had a complete body. Gushi stood outside the building and didn't watch the frontal battle inside. Instead, he carefully checked the various prompt sounds and judged what kind of existence the main strange creature that was killed was by the killing prompt sound. As for whether the guess is right, we have to wait for Gushi to contact the city of Aridov and see the new undead refreshed inside. After all, no matter what creatures go in the Night Blood Road, they will be the lives of undead servants and undead laborers. Even Gushi can't tell what kind of creatures they were in their lifetime. As for using necromancy on the corpses of these strange creatures, Gushi took a look and felt that it would be better to take these corpses back as materials and use undead transformation on the high-level corpses of Gushi's men. It's really a waste to use necromancy with these materials. While Gushi was still thinking about this, there was a sudden bang from the bottom of the building. Gushi heard this kind of explosion many times. He looked at the bottom of the building with some curiosity, and he was somewhat confused. What's the situation? None of the 3 troops he sent out knew how to play with explosions. In fact, Gushi didn't know that in addition to releasing the strange creatures in the laboratory and the basement, the maids also opened all the passages in the building. Some of these passages were used to store materials and experimental objects, while others were used to store strange essences and special equipment. After the strange creatures were released, some rushed out, while others rushed in to grab things to strengthen themselves. These strange creatures had grown in a planned way with the Pink Mist Man before. At least some things could be controlled. But now that the Pink Mist Man was gone, his maid released everything again. And some strange creatures really didn't care and began to devour everything they could devour frantically. Finally, they blew themselves up. And his explosion changed the current situation, because the foundation under the basement was blown up. A passage leading to the sewer was blown open, and the strange creatures with no way out saw a glimmer of hope. After the explosion, some of the strange creatures began to rush towards the sewer. Chapter 2114 Strength and Bone Lightning Hand. Gushi, who was outside the Pink Mist building, didn't know what happened inside. He just heard an explosion. Then, because the foundation was blown up, and the surrounding load-bearing walls were knocked open by the dump truck, the pink building in front of him actually felt a little shaky. Seeing this situation, Gushi himself retreated a distance, but he did not withdraw his men, but silently put an infinite resurrection on his men. At this time, the workers in the factory also noticed the situation here. They were a little hesitant for a while. These workers were all residents of Hayezi. They were working here. That was real work. Things like fighting had nothing to do with them. Of course, they heard the unusual movements in the Pink Mist building, but they all shrank back, fearing that Gushi would notice them. No one picked up a weapon and came to help the Pink Mist building. They didn't even notice Gushi's retreat. The only fighting force here is the factory protection team. When Gushi came, they ran out directly. Of course, when they ran out, they mainly attacked someone I called Yaorun. They didn't think they were running away at all. It was precisely because of their efforts. When the explosion occurred, the patrol team in the city also got the news. They are now rushing here as soon as possible. Some players have also heard about this. Swiss Xiaoji's face became very ugly. This afternoon, Gushi had a charge with the Pink Mist Man at the player gathering. And tonight the Pink Mist Man's territory was attacked. If Gushi has nothing to do with this, then twist off your head and let Gushi kick it like a ball. Can't let him go on like this. Swiss Xiaoji knew very well that Gushi was digging his roots by doing this. If Gushi continued to do this, all his efforts over the years would be in vain. Before, he was still hesitating whether he should use the orange quality weird weapon. After all, this orange weapon has not been fully made. But now it seems that he has to use it. Gushi was so arrogant because he had an orange equipment. As long as Gushi's orange equipment could be suppressed, there was nothing to fear about an undead mage like Gushi. So Swiss Xiaoji and Zhuolu quickly contacted all the players and asked them to gather again. However, no matter how fast they reacted, they were not as fast as the collapse of the Pink Mist building. After a piece of the foundation was blown up, it was as if a switch was turned on, and explosions continued inside the Pink Mist building. At first, the explosions occurred at the foundation, but the subsequent explosions came directly from the building. In that case, even the soldiers under Gushi knew that something was wrong. So the dump truck took 3,000 soldiers back a distance. But unexpectedly, the dump truck retreated so much that it just pulled out the load bearing that was knocked away. This was a move that affected the whole body. The Pink Mist building, which was already shaky, collapsed all of a sudden. With a bang, the Pink Mist building, which had at least 30 floors, turned into a pile of ruins. Everything inside was crushed under the ruins. Gushi's eyelids jumped when he saw the scene in front of him. He just heard an explosion inside and thought that the building would collapse. But he never expected that the Pink Mist building in front of him would become like this. Looking at the ruins still shrouded in pink mist, Gushi thought for a moment, waved his hand, and the ghost flower began to float out. The undead laborers rushed out from the Night Blood Road. They carried and moved, and transported all the stones on the ruins to the Night Blood Road. Gushi also took this opportunity to move forward, wanting to see if the Pink Mist Man left any information or something when he left. After all, if you don't take some good things back, Wouldn't it be a waste of time? So when the undead laborers moved the stones away, Gushi also floated over and looked at the situation in front of him carefully. As the fallen ruins were dug up, Gushi noticed that there was a huge sewer under the foundation. Some of the construction waste and experimental products fell from the crack in the sewer. When Gushi looked down, there seemed to be 4 or 5 black tentacles in the sewer that wanted to hit Gushi. Without waiting for Gushi to make any move, several purple long swords floating behind Gushi flew down and stabbed these tentacles, knocking them away or cutting them off. Only then did Gushi react. When he was about to take action against the tentacles below, the white bone lightning hand behind him suddenly raised up, and a lightning bolt fell from the sky and hit the tentacles directly, burning them into charred black. This power is quite good. It has the power of the 2 level 60 Death Titans joining forces to attack with all their strength. But what is going on? Did the Hand of Death borrow the power of the Sky King? Gushi took a closer look and found that this was not the case. At this time, in the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison, 18 Ghost Prison Operation Altars have been built. In each Ghost Prison Operation Altar, at least 1 Thunder and Lightning Weirdness is locked up, and a Thunder and Lightning Weirdness is released. At the same time, some weird essences are placed on the Ghost Prison Operation Altar. It can be said that the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison is now fully operational. Gushi's arm can use this lightning and weird power to attack at will. The previous attack was just the active means of the Hand of Death. And now in the White Bone Lightning Ghost Prison, the first layer of bones has been laid on the ground. If you look closely, you will find that there is an almost invisible bone shield on the side of the Bone Lightning Hand. I believe that after the remaining 2 layers of bones are laid, the defense of this bone shield can be further improved. As for the right hand strengthening altar, the suppression throne, and the Ghost Prison Soul Suppression, they have not yet been dealt with. This is not because Gushi is unwilling to deal with it, but because Gushi has not yet obtained the 5 major weirdness or weirdness, and the Ghost Prison Soul Suppression cannot be carried out. Without these 5 Ghost Prisons, the Suppression Throne cannot be built. If the core of the Ghost Prison is not built, the right hand strengthening altar cannot be built. After all, without the core, the right hand cannot be strengthened. Right? So this upgrade is a ring inside a ring. Now it is considered to be the first step, and the rest still requires Gushi's efforts. After understanding the current situation of the Bone Lightning Hand, Gushi also knows what he will do next. The big weirdness of bones and lightning must be used. But before that, let's try the power of the stronger Bone Lightning Hand. Chapter 2115, the battlefield is getting bigger and bigger. Lightning Chain, Lightning Ball, Lightning Rod. Standing at the crack of the sewer, Gushi cast lightning spells into the sewer again and again. After experiments, Gushi found that the current Bone Lightning Hand has a certain strengthening effect on the lightning magic in the air spell. Originally, Gushi pushed the air spell to level 40 through the Sky King. Now with the blessing of the Bone Lightning Hand, the power of his lightning magic can be increased by about 9 to 10 levels. Now when Gushi goes out and says that he is a grandmaster of lightning magic, people will believe it. But for now, Gushi is not distracted by his improved combat power. At this time, all his attention is on the sewer. Under the effect of lightning, the weirdness in the sewer is also affected. The lightning either goes in a straight line or bounces back and forth in the sewer. Anyway, Gushi is quite happy to listen to the sound there. However, Gushi never expected that the sewers of the Black Knight Finger had reached an extreme chaos. After Gushi fought for a while, a bolt of lightning just hit a methane gathering point in the sewer. This was a big deal. A huge explosion occurred at the methane location on the spot, blowing up the ground of the Black Knight Finger. Don't be stingy with methane explosions. The power is actually quite large. Otherwise, some people would not have said that the methane was accidentally ignited in order to cover up the bomb explosion. With this methane explosion, Gushi felt that the entire Black Knight Finger was like someone had pressed the freeze button, and everything was obviously paused. Then the whole city seemed to be awakened and alive. Originally, the night of the Black Knight Finger was a relatively quiet night. The residents of the living area either stayed at home or gathered in some nightclubs, and few people wandered on the streets. The streets would be much quieter than during the day. But as the explosion sounded, a large number of people rushed out of the street. They rushed out of their homes, as if they were organized, joined the crowd, and followed the crowd to a certain direction. If Gushi was looking at everything over there in the sky at this time, he would find that the scene in front of him was like a flood of torches and candlelight gathering together and rushing towards several important locations. At this time, Zhou Xiaoji just gathered a few trustworthy players. So he killed Gu Shi directly in someone else's house that night because of the conflict with the Pink Mist Man in the afternoon. As players here in the Night Finger, they can't watch the rules of the Night Finger being broken, and can't watch players being killed in the city. If the Pink Mist Man really died like this, no one would believe that the Night Finger is safe in the future. In order to ensure that the position of the Night Finger in the Lost Light Doomsday is not shaken, they should clean up Gu Shi. As for the fact that Gu Shi has orange equipment in his hand, everyone knows this. In order to boost the confidence of the players, Zhou Xiaoji had to show everyone his methods. A piece of orange equipment that has not been bound yet and is already a semi-finished product. This is the experimental product I made with the weird essence. Although it has not really reached the level of orange equipment, the effect of orange equipment has been achieved. My plan is that I will entangle the orange equipment of the breath of the dead, and you will attack with all your strength. I have seen that the orange equipment of the breath of the dead should be the pair of arms behind him. It can control a large number of purple flying swords to attack. This is just restrained by us. Right? Look at my orange equipment. Before he finished speaking, the chaos outside came in. Zhou Xiaoji looked out with a somewhat ugly face. The face that was originally like a rock now turned blue like a bluestone slab with moss. Damn it. What's going on with them? Seeing Zhou Xiaoji's reaction, the players also ran to the window to look out. They didn't know Zhou Xiaoji's arrangement, but they felt that the situation below was a little familiar. One of the players couldn't help but shout, "Hey, isn't this a defense alarm? Is this a drill or something?" "No. I'm afraid that the undead breath has fought with someone and things have gotten out of hand," the player said as he looked at Little Left Finger. They had never encountered the current situation before, and they all hoped that Little Left Finger could give some advice or something. But these players didn't know that Little Left Finger was about to get angry at this time. This was his arrangement. In the event of an emergency at night, all members retreated to a safe place and hid, and then came out after the battle was over. This was his arrangement in the Night Finger. It's just that he only arranged the first two steps, until all members retreated to a safe place and hid, all for the residents of the Night Finger. After reaching a safe place, these residents will become chess pieces in his hands, which can be used as firewood to strengthen the orange equipment in his hands. But the timing is obviously wrong now. It's okay for these residents to retreat to a safe hiding place. But what if someone accidentally activates his arrangement? If this arrangement is activated, it can't be stopped. Zhou Xiaoji's face became more and more ugly. "No. We can't go on like this. Just do what I said just now. I will stop the orange equipment attack of the undead breath, and you kill the undead breath as quickly as possible. This time we have to create a peaceful space for the Night Finger. Let everyone understand that entering the Night Finger is a safe zone. Players are absolutely safe in the Night Finger. Whoever breaks our rules, we will fight with him. Everyone, hurry up. We don't have much time. Only 2 hours. Don't let the undead breath run away like this." The players all stood up when they heard it. They all thought that Zhou Xiaoji was right. The Night Finger is their safe zone, which they built with their own hands. They cannot let anyone destroy this safety. So they must kill Gu Shi. If they don't kill Gu Shi, then in the future, someone who comes to the Night Finger can attack at will and destroy their safety. They can't let this happen. As members of the Night Finger, they must fight for the safety of the Night Finger. Because they were so excited, no one noticed the information contained in Zhou Xiaoji's last sentence. They didn't think about why there was not much time left. Only 2 hours to kill Gu Shi. At this time, they were just full of blood, holding weapons, and rushed out with Zhou Xiaoji. At this time, the undead laborers under Gu Shi also completely cleaned up the ruins of the pink building, and some paper materials were also delivered to Gu Shi. Chapter 21:16 Gu Shi was blocked. Without stopping the action of lighting the sewer, Gu Shi reached out to take the information. Although the information was already in a mess and had not been reorganized yet, but Gu Shi could see that a large part of the information was the experimental diary written by the Pink Mist Man. There was a very detailed plant planting plan, or a synthesis record of strange creatures. If someone took this route, they could just go back and copy the homework. Normally, this thing was not on Gu Shi's route, and he didn't quite understand it. And he didn't use it much at ordinary times. At most, it was sent to Eve or to the magic plant area to increase the background of Gu Shi's city. But just when Gushi was about to put away the information and let Eve and the others sort it out, Gushi suddenly found that something was wrong with the information. He took back the information he was about to send out, looked at it carefully for a moment. Gushi finally found out why he felt something was wrong. In this information, there is a mention of black salt. This is understandable to Gushi. After all, black salt is mentioned in the main quest. These players have been here for so long, and it is reasonable for them to study the role of black salt and even open new main quests. It is not a big deal to use black salt to make synthetic materials or catalysts. But the information in front of me is obviously different. The description and use of black salt here are clearly like describing two different materials. Some places say to sprinkle or blend when using black salt, but some places use burying or throwing. It is obvious that in this information, some places mention black salt that is really the size of salt grains, and some places mention black salt that is likely to be larger, at least much larger than the black crystal that Gushi got. And coffee black salt can be buried underground, or used to feed strange creatures. Normally speaking, this is unlikely to be stone or metal. Gushi suddenly guessed that the other black salt here is likely to be a processed corpse. As for what kind of corpse it is, Gushi is not sure yet. Use the corpse as nutrients and materials. It seems that this pink mist man is not a good druid. After Gushi had a guess in his mind, he put down the information in his hand. This guess did not have much impact on the current situation. He just learned a little known fact. In fact, it was not very useful. At most, it could only prove that the information in front of him was a little useful, but not much. After putting away the information, Gushi looked up at the undead laborers under his command. Take away all the things, and give you another half an hour. After half an hour, we will leave here. Under Gushi's order, several more dump trucks appeared. These dump trucks were used to carry undead porters. It was obvious that Gushi was going to empty everything here. As Gushi stopped the lightning attack on the sewer, the bone-eating mud actually drilled in. In their view, the things in the sewer were also Gushi's spoils of war, and they could not just give up. Half an hour would allow them to clean up the things in the nearby sewers. Look at how proactive these bone-eating muds are. They also know Gushi's behavior pattern. After setting the retreat time for his men, Gushi did not circle around for a few more times. He released the evil coffin and jumped on it directly. After carrying Gushi, the evil coffin rushed to the front city gate as soon as possible. Half an hour was set for Gushi's men to clean up the battlefield. As long as they can retreat back to the mud truck or retreat back to the city within half an hour, they will be sent back to Aridov City. Gushi didn't know how many times he had used this retreat method. He was very familiar with it. He didn't worry at all whether the troops he left behind would be attacked. Apart from other things, his troops were equipped with infinite resurrection, which could crush most of the troops of the Night Finger. In addition, with the truly elite undead porters under Gushi, it would not be a problem to empty the Night Finger in front of him. Not to mention that Gushi also left some ghost flowers in the original place. If there is any accident, Gushi can also release black feather arrows or Night Blood Road in the first place. He does not need to worry about any accident here. On the contrary, now is the best time for Gushi to leave the city. Gushi believes the explosion just now. You see, when the evil coffin rushed to the street, he saw a large number of residents holding torches or candles, mixed in the team, and heading towards the safe shelter. Obviously, in such a chaotic situation, no one would notice where he went, even if some people noticed where he was going. So what? He came here for vacation. But he didn't leave everything he had in the city of Aridov. With his strength, it would only take a few minutes for Gushi to destroy the gathering point of the Night Finger. Are there tens of millions of residents in the Night Finger? Are there troops of over 1 million? Are there masters above level 40? Nothing. What can he use to stop Gushi's undead disaster? Gushi didn't attack the Night Finger, just out of kindness, not wanting players to lose a gathering place where they can rest and exchange information. It's not that he's afraid of some powerful existence behind the Night Finger. If Gushi is really upset, then Gushi can turn all the residents inside and outside the Night Finger into new residents of the city of Aridov. Gushi is now driving the evil coffin along the route he has chosen. When the evil coffin is moving forward, Gushi does not slow down, but activates the special effect of the evil coffin. Sometimes it moves on the ground, and sometimes it moves directly from underground. Although Gushi also lit a white candle on the evil coffin, his movement still attracted the attention of the weirds in the Night Finger city. They were all chasing Gushi there. But they didn't understand Gushi's strength. Those who didn't catch up were considered to have saved their lives. Those who caught up with Gushi were hit by Gushi's white bone lightning hand and disappeared before they got close to Gushi. Without any exception. As for the weird essence obtained by killing these weirds, all were sent to Gushi's hands and thrown into the evil coffin by Gushi as garbage. Seeing that Gushi was about to rush to the gate between the living area and the outer area, Gushi narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look in one direction. And at this moment, a fist with wind hit Gushi in the dark. When this punch was thrown, everything around seemed to be distorted, and countless distorted faces crawled out of the distorted void and rushed towards Gushi as if they were desperate. Chapter 2117 The Evil Coffin with Full Firepower. Orange suit? Aiming at me? Looking at the direction of the punch, Gushi made a judgment in his heart. He really didn't expect that he would be blocked by someone when he just wanted to leave quietly. Who did he offend? But a mere orange suit dared to challenge him. They probably didn't know how Gushi got his reputation. Gushi turned his hand, and before the fist hit him, a large number of phantoms, like clocks, appeared beside him. The man with the time-torn suit appeared beside Gushi at the first time and blocked the blow for Gushi. The left little finger who attacked secretly looked at it, and his eyes were about to burst. He never thought that he had overestimated Gushi and thought that the orange suit behind Gushi was like a pair of arms, as a super strong existence. And he made so many arrangements. But he couldn't even hit Gushi's orange suit when he tried his best. How could this be possible? When Zhuxiaoji attacked, the players called by Zhuxiaoji also attacked Gushi immediately. They came from different races, and each race had different ideas about basic professions. However, in the Night Finger, they had been brainwashed by the city itself. And there were strange influences, plus a lot of strange essences to strengthen. Their professions had become extremely strange. The brains of every player who stayed behind were already a little unclear. Under the stimulation of Zhuxiaoji, they didn't even think about how much difference there was between their strength and Gushi. After Zhuxiaoji attacked, they also attacked Gushi immediately. When these players attacked, they were obviously serious professions, but their methods were all full of strange styles. Distorted. It looked powerful, but in fact it had no power. Yes, in Gushi's eyes, these people's attacks really had no power. After being stunned for a moment when he encountered the attack, Gushi attacked immediately. Internal organs exploded. Gushi raised the Secret Realm sword staff and pointed forward. A move of internal organs explosion was launched. The abdomens of the two players who rushed to the front exploded on the spot, and their bodies were blown into two pieces. At the same time, the evil coffin guards rushed out at the first time. The ghost behemoth, with the strongest ground combat power, appeared at the forefront of the battlefield. The ghost behemoth has the attack and defense power of normal behemoths, and also has the special effects of ghosts. Although in terms of magic defense, the ghost behemoth has almost no magic defense blessing. But the characteristics of ghosts make ghost behemoths more difficult to be killed in physical attacks. It can be said that when ghost behemoths fight against behemoths of the same level, sometimes they can do 1 against 5 and win. So if the necromancer gets the body of behemoth, they will not consider how complete the body of behemoth is left. They will only choose to transform behemoths into ghost behemoths, rather than zombie behemoths that can better exert the physical strength of behemoths. The ghost behemoth in front of him was directly strengthened by the evil coffin. It is level 60, and all the combat power of behemoths has been preserved. It is much stronger than the normal ghost behemoth. The most important thing is that as evil coffin guards, they can share the effects of all the purple and orange equipment placed in the evil coffin with the evil coffin. Just like this time, the ghost behemoth rushed out and scratched the ground with its front claws. A player was torn into 2 pieces by the ghost behemoth on the spot. This is the effect of a purple equipment placed in the evil coffin by Gushi, which can concentrate all the user's attack power and hit a fatal move. Although the attack power of the ghost behemoth is strong enough, there is no need to use such a trick. But whether to use it is one thing, and whether to have it is another. The remaining players were all stunned. Their levels are around level 15. Not level 5 players. How could they be killed instantly in an instant? This is unreasonable. The player looked at the ghost behemoth rushing towards him, and was directly scared. He immediately cast a spell at the ghost behemoth. But the ghost behemoth didn't pay any attention to it. A layer of ghost-like earth armor appeared on his body, easily blocking the attack. Earth rock armor. This is the effect of the earth fruit. You can use the power of the earth to resist most of the magic attacks of the air, fire and water systems. This move can be regarded as a heaven-defying move for Ghost Behemoth. You should know that Ghost Behemoth is most afraid of magic attacks. Now with this move, although there is no way to achieve immunity, it is enough to resist the spell effect cast by the player. Ghost Behemoth just waved his arm and directly knocked it away. And then Ghost Behemoth raised his front paw and grabbed it downwards. And the player's head exploded on the spot like a watermelon. After completing this attack, Ghost Behemoth didn't even look at the player and rushed forward directly, constantly attacking the players and residents who had not escaped, clearing the way for Gushi. Gushi was not idle at this time. His eyes were always on Zhuxiaoji. Gushi didn't quite understand what medicines Zhuxiaoji had taken, and why he came to trouble him for no reason. Gushi didn't know at this time that Zhuxiaoji had regretted it. He regretted it when the first attack didn't hit Gushi. All his attacks were easily blocked by Gushi, which means that the clock effects that appeared around Gushi were the effects of orange equipment. And it was complete orange equipment, unlike the boxing gloves in his hand, which were forcibly fused with orange weird essence and a lot of garbage purple equipment. Although it has the effect of orange equipment, it can't fully exert the power of orange equipment. Every time he uses it, he has to use weird essence as energy, so that he can hit with all his strength. Before, he wanted to wait for the players to get the orange quality weird essence, so that the players can study how to solve this problem. He didn't expect Gushi to be so decisive, forcing him to use the orange equipment that he hadn't prepared yet. What made him speechless was that he couldn't even hit Gushi's side after using the orange equipment. Such stimulation made Zhuxiaoji crazy. His eyes were red, and his fists hit each other hard. Then he took out 2 orange quality weird essences that he had sold before from his pocket, pressed one on his gloves, and stuffed one directly into his mouth. After activating the effects of the 2 weird essences, various twisted lines quickly appeared on Zhuxiaoji's skin. It was obvious that his body was becoming weird now. However, the rapidly increasing power made Zhuxiaoji have no time to pay attention to these. After feeling that he had become stronger, he pounced on Gushi again. Chapter 2118 sacrificed the whole city. When the left little finger rushed out this time, Gushi did not move at all. The bone lightning hand behind him immediately raised his hand and shot a lightning ball at the position of the left little finger. This move is the most powerful single magic in the air magic, the Thunder Bomb. Of course, some people think that this move is the pinnacle of the Earth system, but no one will deny the power of this move. This move can directly inflict 75 times the damage of the mana consumed by the enemy. That is to say, the more mana you put into it, the higher the damage will be. And this is just the beginning. As the spell level increases, the damage multiplier will become higher and higher. Just like Gushi at the moment. With his current level 50 air spell level, the Thunder Bomb increases the multiplier by 225 times. That is to say, Gushi only needs to invest 1 point of mana to cause 225 points of damage to the enemy. If this move is not a single magic that can only be used against one person, then this move may not be called Thunder Bomb, but will be called Unsolvable. Now the Hand of Death can use all of Gushi's mana, which is very powerful. You should know that since Gushi passed level 16, his basic mana has exceeded 10,000, plus double, and other bonuses. Even if he didn't open the Sky King and didn't fly in the air to use unlimited mana, the total mana that Gushi could use on the surface exceeded 30,000. If Gushi really used the Thunder Bomb without any care, if all the mana is used, it can cause at least 6.75 million points of damage to an enemy. This kind of damage, let alone ordinary players, even if a god comes, can be killed in seconds. You should know that when Gushi was experimenting with the Black Feather Arrow, the level 60 soldier, with all kinds of defense blessings and various blood-enhancing effects, the soldier who withstood the 3 arrows of the Black Feather Arrow had just over 100,000 life. Gushi has never seen a creature with more than 600 or nearly 7 million life. The left little finger in front of him is not worth the treatment of Gushi's full strength. 100 mana consumption points are worthy of Zhuxiaoji efforts. As the lightning ball released by the bone lightning hand flew outward, Zhuxiaoji felt as if his body was pressed into the ground by something and kept hitting. His internal organs were about to be smashed into powder. Zhuxiaoji is not dead yet. Not because his vitality is strong enough, but because he just ate the weird essence, which put his body in a special state. Gushi's Thunder Bomb attack made his body look like orange equipment instead of human body. Normally, Orange equipment is indestructible. Now Zhu Xiaoxi's body is also indestructible. Although his life has reached a low point. Gushi did not notice this. After a thunder bomb, the evil coffin hit Zhu Xiaoxi head-on. Zhu Xiaoxi was still in a punching motion and was knocked away. As Zhu Xiaoxi flew backwards, the players who followed him also felt a chill in their hearts. Their brains seemed to finally wake up. Looking at the situation in front of them, they didn't know what to say. Didn't Zhu Xiaoxi say that he could use the power of the orange suit to stop Gushi? That's it? This is the power of the orange suit? These players were all confused. If Zhu Xiaoxi couldn't do it, how could they do it? So these players turned around and wanted to escape. But their actions were still a step slower. After Gushi's death, they immediately launched those purple long swords. All the long swords fell from the sky like flying swords and pierced these players. Gushi also wanted to use the Secret Realm sword staff to launch the evil slash. As a result, he found that before he used the effect of the evil slash, these purple long swords had already killed a group of players who rushed over. It can be seen that these players who followed Zhu Xiaoxi to take advantage of him are really not very strong. Seeing this, Gushi didn't think much about it anymore, and turned around and prepared to rush out of the night finger. But at this moment, the left pinky finger that was knocked out moved. Gushi felt something in his heart. He looked up and found that a black powder like the one in the black gun camp was coming here from all directions. This powder was full of vitality and strange breath. It was like it was just drawn from someone. What's going on? Gushi didn't know that this was the last backup of the left pinky. He arranged a large gathering point like the night finger here, not for the great reason of giving players a safe living environment. Instead, he wanted to use the power of players of different races to meet his needs for orange equipment and strengthen his own profession. The largest magic circle he arranged was a super strong sacrificial magic circle composed of sewers, shelters, and several industries he controlled. Once this magic circle is activated, it will use a method to hypnotize all the residents and monsters in the city. The residents will think that something big has happened and run to the shelter to hide. The monsters will think that there are things in the sewers that can strengthen them, and will flow into the sewers. At that time, Zhu Xiaoxi can activate his own arrangement and turn all the residents and monsters entering these areas into materials needed for strengthening. Extract their energy to strengthen Zhu Xiaoxi and the orange equipment in his hand. In Zhu Xiaoxi's mind, he should complete the production of orange equipment, and at the same time his level will be raised to a level that he is satisfied with. The most important thing is that he needs to prepare at least 5 or more orange quality monster essences. Then use the monster essence and the sacrifice of the entire city to strengthen himself. At that time, he will become the existence he imagined, achieve his goal. But now Zhu Xiaoxi has been beaten to death by Gushi. The current situation is actually the result of the sacrificial magic circle going out of control after Zhu Xiaoxi's death. After all, the most important point of the sacrificial magic circle is to have a target for sacrifice. Zhu Xiaoxi, who is a relatively independent person, has always set the target of the sacrifice on himself. He will not trust others, and will only brainwash other players through various means. Now that he is dead, the sacrificial array has no target. The sacrifice that may have taken some time to start is now actively launched. After the sacrifice, the life force and strange power that were extracted naturally have nowhere to go. Now all of them follow the originally set channel and come to Zhu Xiaoxi. And Zhu Xiaoxi now has only a corpse left here. These life forces and strange powers seem to be unaware of all this, and are constantly flying and pouring into Zhu Xiaoxi's body. Chapter 2119 Zhu Xiaoxi's suicidal behavior. Interesting. He can still make such a big fuss after death. As everything here in the Night Finger started, Gushi naturally discovered the situation here at the first time. With Gushi's eyesight, he understood what was going on at the first time. He could even understand some of Zhu Xiaoxi's ideas and arrangements. It seems that the person who gave the black crystal of dark wisdom also cheated Zhu Xiaoxi. He is really playing a big game. Not only did he set up such a big scam, tricking players and ordinary people into coming in as firewood, but he also raised weird things here and treated the city in front of him as a battlefield. He used the method of raising Gu to raise all kinds of weird things. No wonder Gushi felt that the players' gatherings were weird. I think he also has his tricks here, although there is no way to rededuce the details. Gushi will not be wrong about the overall direction. At this time, Gushi instead became a little interested in this situation. He really wanted to know how far Zhu Xiaoxi's arrangements could go. So Gushi raised his hand. and the nether spirit flower began to swirl around him. And at the same time, the Naiha bridge appeared under Gushi's feet. Gushi didn't care what was in front of him. And the Yellow Spring Road immediately spread out along the Naiha bridge. The Yellow Spring Road was Gushi's strongest means at the moment. At this time, the Yellow Spring Road was Gushi's territory. Even if the Night Finger changed a lot, it would not affect Gushi in the slightest. Not to mention that Gushi also released the Nether Spirit Flower. It can be said that even if the world exploded, Gushi could survive. This is Gushi's confidence. After arranging everything, Gushi's attention shifted to the corpse of Zuixiaoji. He even pushed Zuixiaoji's corpse to a better observation position. When pushing the corpse, Gushi could already be sure that Zuixiaoji was completely dead. This corpse can be used for corpse explosion, for summoning souls, and naturally for resurrection. Gushi has been a necromancer for a long time, and his summoning skill level is close to level 40. And the second breakthrough requirements have appeared. The transformation of the undead has reached the 20th level, and a breakthrough is imminent. But Gushi has not yet achieved the last step of the 3 steps of the transformation of the necromancer, the resurrection. Now is a good opportunity. Gushi really wants to see if the left little finger, which has absorbed so much vitality and strange abilities, can be resurrected. As Gushi pushed the body of the left little finger out, the black powder that surged over seemed to have found an outlet and poured into the body of the left little finger. The body of the left little finger quickly turned black, and the surface of the body looked like it had crystallized, turning into a black translucent crystal. In that way, it was clearly impossible to resurrect, but turned into a large piece of black crystal. No, according to the classification of black crystal, such a large size, it is possible to say that this is black rock. But for Gushi, this is meaningless. After waiting for a long time, using the entire Night Finger as a sacrifice, and swallowing so much strange essence, the result is this? According to these people's thinking, the quality of the strange essence can make dozens of orange equipment. Even if these orange equipment are inferior, they are still orange equipment. And now it's just like this? Gushi was speechless. Just as Gushi was about to have someone drag away Zuixiaoji's body, several explosions were heard in the center of the Night Finger city. As the sacrificial array was activated, the other arrays arranged by Zuixiaoji inside the Night Finger were also activated one by one. The explosions just now were the place where Zuixiaoji stored the weird essence and studied the weird essence. Now these weird essences also turned into streams of light and flew towards Zuixiaoji's body. Gushi saw that there was still movement, so he didn't rush to transport Zuixiaoji's body away. Instead, he observed it again, as new weird essences flew over and fell into Zuixiaoji's body. Gushi found that Zuixiaoji's body was slowly getting bigger. At first, his body was still a bit human, but as weird essences of different colors flew in, Zuixiaoji's body began to swell and slowly turned into a large black rock. In this large black rock, green, blue, purple, and orange colors flashed from time to time. Could it really turn into a black rock? This situation was beyond Gushi's imagination. The most important thing was that the mountain was constantly getting bigger, as if there was no end to it. In just a blink of an eye, the Black Stone Mountain was already 5 meters high and occupied more than 30 square meters. Can you still play like this? At this time, Gushi already understood that this left little finger was dead and could not die anymore. However, his body was affected by the previous arrangement, the strange essence, and probably the racial characteristics of the left little finger, and finally became like this. A growing weird mountain. Can you dig out orange quality weird essence from it? Knock off a random piece, and you will get the black crystal needed for weird enhancement. This should not be what Zuixiaoji wants. Waiting for the last piece of weird essence to fall into the black rock mountain, Gushi also retracted his gaze. Just like that, Gushi already knew what was going on. He shook his head involuntarily. Zuixiaoji had been planning for so long, using the scam of the entire city as a lead. And the result was such a thing? Gushi looked disgusted when he saw so many weird essences emitting orange light flying into Zuixiaoji's body just now. He thought it might turn red. Unexpectedly, it was nothing. Looking at the slowly expanding black rock mountain, Gushi sighed. Since we are here, it would be a bit of a waste if we don't bring something back. Besides, this thing can attract weirdness. It would be nice to put it on the Yellow Spring Road as a scenery. So Gushi raised his hand, and the Yellow Spring Road fell near the black rock mountain. controlling the Black Rock Mountain that had begun to take root in the ground and dragging it into the Yellow Spring Road. Compared to the treasure land of dark wisdom, the Black Rock Mountain in front of him is easier to handle. On the one hand, Zhuo Xiaoji had just died, and it was Gu Shi who killed him, so the body itself was counted under Gu Shi's name. On the other hand, because this Black Rock Mountain has not yet fully grown, unlike the treasure land of dark wisdom, it does not need multiple Yellow Spring Roads to handle. At the moment, Gu Shi only used one Yellow Spring Road to drag this Black Rock Mountain into the Yellow Spring Road. Then the Book of Life and Death took the initiative to jump out and tell Gu Shi what he had gained this time. Black Guishan settles in Huangquan Road. Black Guishan is growing. The target area is unknown. Huangquan Road has a fork road. It can actively attract powerful weirds to enter Huangquan Road. After the weird enters the range of Black Guishan, it can get an item called Black Crystal from Black Guishan. After the weird takes the Black Crystal, there is a 10% chance of improving the quality of the weird, a 20% chance of no change, a 30% chance of being trapped in Black Guishan forever, and a 40% chance of losing everything and becoming a part of Black Guishan. In addition, Black Guishan is a dangerous area and needs to be guarded and managed by Yin Cha. Chapter 2120. The harvest shouldn't be just this. After putting away the Black Ghost Mountain, Gu Shi always felt that it shouldn't be like this. New Nine-Tailed Fox. At Gu Shi's command, the orange guard New Nine-Tailed Fox appeared beside him. My lord. New Nine-Tailed Fox. I always feel something is not right. You said he spent so many years arranging this and that, and making such a big scene. In the end, there is only this little thing. I always feel like something is missing. The orange guard New Nine-Tailed Fox stood on the evil coffin and glanced around. Although the residents and the weirdness of the Night Finger were dead, the level of mind magic of the orange guard New Nine-Tailed Fox was already quite outrageous. The loss of life did not mean that she could not find other people to inquire about the news. As soon as the mind power was activated, a halo-like thing appeared above the head of the orange guard New Nine-Tailed Fox. It was obvious that she was reading information that Gu Shi did not know through the power of the mind. However, this time, the orange-clad guard Xinjiawei had a hard time reading, and her face became paler and paler. Finally, the orange-clad guard Xinjiawei raised her head and looked at Gu Shi. My lord. You guessed right. The layout here should not be just these things. I am right. The residents and weirdness of this city are gone just like that. It is impossible to leave such a black weird mountain. If you say there are 10 or 8 orange suits, I will admit it. It is unreasonable that there is not a single orange suit. Where are the things? Where is the remaining energy? No. The orange-clad guard Xinjiawei shrugged and said, No. Gu Shi was speechless. How could there be no? Really no? I just asked. There are more than one place like the Night Finger. In this end of the world without light, there are at least more than 10 places. Every once in a while, someone will come, take away some things, and help adjust the magic array arranged here. That left little finger seems to have sacrificed the entire Night Finger. But he is actually just a chess piece. When the orange guard Xinjiawei said this, Gu Shi's face gradually became solemn. There are more than a dozen such cities. Or the fact that there are people behind these cities. Gu Shi didn't take it to heart. With 2 red clothes in hand, Gu Shi can completely sweep the world in front of him. He was just a little unhappy with this plot. One nesting doll after another. When will this end? But if he doesn't deal with it, Gu Shi will be unhappy. If he doesn't say anything, Gu Shi's thoughts will not be so clear. No wonder I was wondering how a guy who only uses his fists could create such a big situation. He can use the brainwashing technique to slowly brainwash. But it is incomplete. It turns out that there is someone behind this. And he just needs to deal with it according to the script. It really affects my mood for vacation. New Ninetail. Is there any way to find the person behind the scenes? He has been arranging it for so many years. So he should have some good things in his hands. Not sure. I have to look for it. But sir, do you think the person who arranged all this behind the scenes will stay in this world forever? They are not those players who are fascinated. They have no way to leave the game and want to stay in this game desperately. Orange-clad guard New Ninetail said, obviously speechlessly. That's right. They can leave this world and come into harvest after a while. But you still look for them. Think of a way. If you don't find them, I will always feel unhappy. Gu Shi said viciously. Gu Shi's idea is quite simple. If I can't find the mastermind behind the scenes, then I will pull out these cities. If we pull out too many trees, and it affects the plans of the mastermind, they will come out on their own. Then we will teach them a lesson. Let them know that if they offend Gushi, they can't escape even if they die. This is easy. There are more than a dozen cities that can't escape. We can pull them out one by one. The Orange Guard Xingoa advised. Yes. Just pull them out. We won't leave for now. It's already like this. There's no point in staying here. Open the city gate and take away everything here. Gushi didn't have the idea of leaving the city at this time. After all, there were no residents or monsters in the city. All the living things were turned into energy for his left little finger in the previous wave of sacrifices. This city is empty. Why would he leave an empty city? He must move directly from here. Under Gushi's order, all the gates of Aridavi city were opened. Gushi's most important undead porters and Ghost team quickly set out. Waves of transport work began. Without any prior arrangement, these undead transport troops immediately classified the city in front of them. Gushi got the news very quickly. There were different versions of the plan for the Night Finger in 3 to 6 hours. The fastest version was the one that could get everything done in 3 hours. However, the version that could get everything done naturally required all the subordinates to be sent out to transport all the good things that could be seen back to the city of Aridov. After arriving in the city of Aridov, the things would be classified. This plan mainly selected high-quality items, because all the weirdness and weirdness essences were absorbed. So there were no other weirdness essences and the like here. Some were just the materials and weapons and equipment left behind. Even if the residents and the weirdness died, these things would not turn into black ash and merge into the left little finger. It was not fast to transport the materials in the city in 3 hours. Then, there was the 6-hour plan. 6 hours could handle it more finely. From various materials and books to lighting tools such as wires, electric lights, candles, and even if possible, even the clothes, furniture, toilet paper, etc. left by others could be transported away. As for how to divide the things, it would definitely be sent to the city of Aridov first. The 9-hour transportation plan is amazing. 9 hours is enough for Gushi to dismantle all the buildings in the city of Hayezi, including the glass on the top of the building, the steel bars inside the building, the sludge in the sewer, the cement or asphalt ground, etc., all of which are transported back to the city of Aridov. If you want to ask why this can be achieved, it is completely because if this plan is chosen, the undead porters will not collect various items that can be transported at the beginning. Instead, they will dismantle the buildings one by one. The things found and the dismantled buildings will be transported together. Time is saved in this way. However, after listening to these plans, Gushi was somewhat unhappy. What 3 hours or 9 hours? I will give you 1 day. Demolish the whole city for me. And don't leave anything behind. Chapter 2121 Guarding the Black Strange Mountain. Giving his men a day to move. Gushi would naturally not get in the way. He simply took advantage of this time to return to the Yellow Spring Road and prepare to deal with the 2 new forks that had just been absorbed into the Yellow Spring Road. After all, these 2 places had just been integrated into the Yellow Spring Road, and no personnel had been arranged to station and deal with them. Now he had time to deal with them. At the same time, he adjusted the situation inside the Yellow Spring Road. After leaving his men at the gathering place of the Night Finger, Gushi himself retreated to the Yellow Spring Road. After several transfers, Gushi soon arrived at the location where the Black Strange Mountain was placed. Compared to the Candle Swamp, the Black Strange Mountain is a fork in the road that is still growing. At the same time, this is not a fork in the road used to divert the undead, but a fork in the road used to attract weirdness. The difference is still very large. In order to ensure that there will be no accidents, Gushi still has to deal with this place first. So the first thing Gushi did when he returned to Aridov city was to find the undead that Zhuxiaoji had transformed into after his death. He planned to arrange him to guard the Black Ghost Mountain. After finding the undead that Zhuxiaoji had transformed into after his death, Gushi felt that his guess about the arrangement of Zhuxiaoji and Heiyeji was correct. Zhuxiaoji was not a smart person. He was not the one who planned to destroy a city. The undead that Zhuxiaoji transformed into was a variant of the zombie. Frankenstein level 17. Summon experience 0/150000. Attack 11. Defense 19. Life 220. Skills: electric current brain stimulation, electric current muscle stimulation, lung breathing enhancement, looking at this zombie that was transformed into a 3-meter giant, and looking at all the skills that were only for strengthening itself. Gucci understood that this was a reminder to himself. This kind of Frankenstein-like existence is definitely not something that zombies can transform themselves. He needs outsiders to conduct research to do this. In other words, Little Left Finger was not the one who arranged the gathering point of the Night Finger. He was just a pawn. After understanding this, Gucci looked back at Frankenstein and found that although the size was different, Frankenstein still tried to restore some of Little Left Finger's original personality or skills. Just like the original Little Left Finger knew some incomplete brainwashing techniques, Frankenstein also had similar skills. The brain can be stimulated by electric current to partially affect the mind. In addition, Little Left Finger absorbed a lot of weird essences during his lifetime, so his internal organs are more than others. Of course, there are some other transformations. However, Gucci and Little Left Finger are not too familiar with each other. There are not many differences. It's just that Gucci in front of him doesn't need to care too much. He just needs to know that this is the undead that Little Left Finger turned into after his death. The one in the Night Blood Road has become an ordinary undead attendant, and the Frankenstein in front of him has become the only undead who can have a certain connection with the Black Strange Mountain. Gucci picked him out in order to use the connection between him and the Black Strange Mountain, rather than to examine where his skills come from. Gucci really has no interest in studying this kind of Frankenstein. After bringing Frankenstein to the Black Ghost Mountain, Gucci noticed that the size of the Black Ghost Mountain had increased significantly after a short period of time. When it was dragged away by the Yellow Spring Road before, the Black Ghost Mountain was only 5 meters high at most. Now the Black Ghost Mountain in front of us is 11 meters high. The most important thing is that the area of the Black Ghost Mountain has also expanded a lot. At the same time, under the influence of the Black Ghost Mountain, the ground nearby has also begun to turn into a black rock state. There are no plants on the ground except blue and white ghost flowers. After bringing Frankenstein here, Gucci first gave Frankenstein a Incha skill. This skill gives Frankenstein an identity first, and also binds him to the Black Ghost Mountain, because the main body of the Black Ghost Mountain is actually the body part of the left little finger, and Frankenstein is the undead transformed from the left little finger. The two of them were actually one. As soon as Frankenstein entered the Black Ghost Mountain, he actually resonated with the Black Ghost Mountain. Gucci used his Incha skill, and Frankenstein became the mountain god of Black Strange Mountain. Of course, he can't be considered a real mountain god. Now he can only be considered a semi-invincible existence in Black Strange Mountain. In the future, the weirds attracted to Black Strange Mountain will be influenced by him. Even if they can't become his subordinates, they will listen to him. Especially those weirds who are left in the Black Strange Mountain and can never leave. These will be Frankenstein's real subordinates. As for those weirds who walked out of Black Strange Mountain, everything about them will also be recorded by Frankenstein. If Gucci wants to find them, he can easily discover their existence and know their weaknesses. At the same time, with the future growth of Black Strange Mountain, Frankenstein can also organize people to dig various materials here. This place will produce weird essence in the future, and it is the kind of blue quality. If time passes, you can even find purple or even orange quality weird essence. These weird essences can be used to transform undead, or to make weird weapons and equipment. Anyway, this Black Strange Mountain is not a loss. After dealing with Black Strange Mountain, Gucci went to the Candle Swamp again. Unlike the role of Black Strange Mountain, the Candle Swamp is actually a shortcut for blind people who can enter Gucci's Yellow Spring Road. It is not used to attract other undead to enter Gucci's Yellow Spring Road. Usually, no one needs to manage here. Gucci is considering whether to arrange some blind swordsmen to come, or to arrange some bone-eating mud to come. In Gucci's eyes, the main function of this Candle Swamp is to divert the undead. At most, Gucci sometimes needs a similar environment for battle, and he can use means such as the Yellow Spring Road to release this part of the Candle Swamp. At other times, this place is not that important. For this reason, Gucci did not invest too much here. He just walked around here, arranged the personnel that could be dispatched later, and told the mud truck to pay more attention when patrolling. And then, he didn't care about it anymore. As for sending the undead transformed by Dark Wisdom here to act as ghost messengers, Gucci did not do it. After all, the undead transformed by Dark Wisdom now have a more important job in the magic area. Gucci would never send an undead who could serve as a consultant here to serve as a guard. Chapter 2142 Rest and Learning. After dealing with the Black Strange Mountain and the Candle Swamp, Gushi quickly moved to the city of Aridov. After checking the progress of the transportation, Gushi saw the undead transformed by the Dark Wisdom again. Just as Gushi knew before, the reaction of this undead will be slower. But as long as he reacts, he has one plan after another. In other words, he is the kind of staff who slowly makes plans there. And on-site command and judgment are not his best abilities. Now Gushi's combat volume is not high. And most of the time, he is still clearing the Yellow Spring Road. This undead did not go to help for the time being, but helped Eve deal with the affairs of the Magic Zone. After all, who made his appearance cause chaos in the Magic Zone and almost interrupted the efforts of the Magic Zone for so many years. When Gushi was communicating with the undead, Eve also came over. "Sir, you are here. Take a look at this." As soon as she saw Gushi, Eve took out some information and put it in front of Gushi. Gushi took the information and looked at it. "What is this?" "The information just collected from the Night Finger. We found it when we were sorting out strange books. This part of the information has been sorted and modified by someone. I feel this thing is very important. Take a look." Gushi took another serious look and whispered, "Black salt?" Gushi frowned. He just flipped through it and found that it contained the production method and some usage methods of black salt. If he had obtained this information before, Gushi would have done some research. But Gushi had just destroyed the Night Finger and knew the situation behind the Night Finger. Gushi didn't believe the information in front of him. He could see that this information was very likely the research manuscript of Zhuxiaoji. But the problem is that Zhuxiaoji research ideas were all deliberately guided. What can a reckless man like Zhuxiaoji do? Yes, black salt. "Sir, this information is not important. What is important is the handwriting on the information." He pointed to a few places specifically. Gushi looked in the direction pointed by Eve and found that the contents before and after the information were somewhat altered. Although it was not very obvious, Gushi could still see that the information in front of him had been around for at least 10 years. It was modified several times, and some of the alterations and handwriting looked very similar. But a closer look would reveal that it was not the same person. Someone modified part of the research. Gushi immediately thought of the brainwashing technique that Zhuxiaoji had only learned half of. It seems that Zhuxiaoji discovered the truth of the Lost Light Doomsday World when he was researching. But he did not hide himself, but took the initiative to find the mastermind when he was researching. Gushi put the information in his hand down. "Leave this to Shaya to handle. Let her check the things behind it." Eve nodded. "Okay, sir, but you have to be careful." "Sir, I always feel that the world is a little weird." Although Eve did not enter the Lost Light End Crystal, she got the most information. Through the information, she could see that something was wrong. "Okay, I will. This little thing won't bother me now," Gushi said calmly. In Gushi's opinion, the two red clothes in his hand were almost invincible in this world of low level and low quality. If he didn't want to relax himself, he would have flattened this world long ago. Seeing Gushi so sure, Eve didn't persuade him too much. After all, Gushi himself could understand the dangers here, and he also sent corresponding personnel to deal with it. That was enough. The rest of the things were what the contracted undead, needed to help Gushi complete. After taking away this information, Eve took this opportunity to put forward several requirements to Gushi. The main thing was the problem of experimental materials. After all, Eve had been conducting various experiments all the time. As Eve's team improved, she needed more and more funds. The research direction became wider and wider. If not every research could produce good results, Gushi might have to limit the size of Eve's team. Eve's experimental materials and funds are almost used up. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of Gushi's stay in the magic area to get the funds first. "Okay, I will provide the funds. But you also need to start studying the ideas of weird fusion and enhancement. The things I brought back from the Pink Mist Man last time contained many good results. You have to find a way to digest them. Make them our own. The farms and manors in the magic planting area have never been used. In the absence of self-sufficiency in herbs and food, we have to spend a lot of money on this every year. If we can research herbs and food that are suitable for us, think about how much money will be saved here. How much will flow back into the research at that time." Eve nodded again and again when she heard it. Isn't it just to thoroughly understand the information sent before and make it your own? They will do this. So Eve retreated like this. Then Yin Ryu also sent back the class notes of the Yinjai Feng Shui department in recent days through the Lingxi channel. If it was before, Gu Shi might have to think seriously before learning these class notes. But after experiencing these two battles using the Yellow Spring Road, and adding new forks on the Yellow Spring Road, Gu Shi has a further understanding of the problems on his own Yellow Spring Road. It just so happens that these contents match the problems Gu Shi encountered this time. Gu Shi looked at the time and saw that it was still early. He simply studied on the spot. While Gu Shi was studying, he also noticed that Eve went to Luna alone and asked Luna for 3 new library building materials. Prepare to sort the books just received and send them to the new library. It can be said that everything is going on in an orderly manner. Gu Shi doesn't need to worry at all. So Gu Shi studied and rested in the city of Aridov. It was not until all the undead porters returned to Aridov and notified Catherine to go for the valuation that Gu Shi put down the class notes in his hand. Have you got everything back? Well done. Let them sort out the harvest this time. After sorting it out, just give me the list. Gu Shi heard the report from his subordinates, stood up, jumped on the evil coffin, and left the city of Aridov. When leaving the city of Aridov, Gu Shi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Everything in front of him seemed a little strange. Chapter 2143 Weird Fish in the River. Looking at the sight in front of him, Gu Shi patted his face. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Where is this? Although the visibility was only about 2 meters, Gu Shi still saw from some minor details that the gathering point of the night finger was gone. The concrete street on the ground was gone, leaving only the soil that had just been dug and sifted. The nearby high-rise buildings were gone, leaving only the big pit where the high-rise buildings were originally buried. Even the sewers were gone. The original location of the sewers was completely hollowed out, and the pipes and wires buried in them were all moved away. After walking a few steps, Gu Shi realized that the night finger was gone. It was really gone. This place was directly wiped out by someone. This is really good. Gu Shi could only praise his men for their efforts. After all, they did a good job. After lighting the white candle again, Gu Shi determined the direction according to the method he learned from the book on how to confirm the direction at night. Then jumped onto the evil coffin and chose a direction to go. Gu Shi himself fell on the evil coffin and ignored everything. But Gu Shi's men were not idle. The person holding the white bone obelisk sat behind Gu Shi, preventing any weirdness from approaching. 20 purple long swords kept circling behind Gu Shi, flying into the darkness from time to time, killing all the weirdness that wanted to attack the evil coffin. Along the way, Gu Shi did not send out any troops, but relied on his 2 pieces of equipment to suppress everything nearby. When the white fog rose, Gu Shi found that he had walked about 2,000 kilometers. He killed all kinds of weirdness and countless wild monsters along the way. The purple long sword that was taken back could no longer see its original color, and it was covered with black blood. Let's stop by the river and take a rest. Watching the white fog rising, Gu Shi finally stopped. He planned to see where he was now. After all, the white fog could be controlled. With the one-sided glasses, Gu Shi could at least restore some of his vision. If he flew higher, he could even see everything within about 50 kilometers around him. In this way, Gu Shi could take a look at the surroundings and the environment of the wilderness in this world of lost light. After all, he had been in the world of lost light for several days, and he really had no idea what the wilderness looked like. Under Gu Shi's order, the evil coffin really stopped by a nearby river. 20 purple long swords were inserted into the river water at the first time. Under the impact of the river water, all the blood on the purple long swords was washed away. However, Gu Shi immediately found that many mutated fish appeared in the river water. These fish were attracted by the smell of blood in the water, and kept swimming towards the purple long swords, regardless of where the blood came from. And they bit the purple long swords directly. This situation shocked Gu Shi. Are all the fish in this world so brave? They don't know that this is a long sword and can't be eaten. But as these fish bit the long sword, they were cut into 2 pieces by the sword's edge. And Gu Shi couldn't help but exclaimed. The body of the fish that was chopped to death turned into a human corpse in the first place, and then sank into the river. A possessed thief? Looking at the corpse sinking into the water, Gu Shi's heart moved. And suddenly he thought of the first weird he saw when he just entered the Lost Light Apocalypse. At that time, Gu Shi killed the weird, but the transformed undead had no memory. Gu Shi thought these weirds were brainwashed. I didn't expect that they turned into weird at night, and turned into fish during the day. This is no wonder. When they turned into fish during the day, They only had 7 seconds of memory. What could they remember? Everyone lost their memory. That was a normal reaction. But after Gucci understood the situation, he immediately had new doubts. How did they change from weird to swimming fish? Was it a more powerful and weird power? Or some other means? While thinking, the death hand behind Gucci dragged the swimming fish out of the water. The swimming fish that were not killed still maintained a kind of ferocity at this time. Feeling that there was a hand to grab them, they turned back and wanted to bite Gucci's death hand. But what are the situations of Gucci's death hand? One is a bone hand with lightning, and the other is a ghost hand with dragon power. You can't bite it even if you ask you to bite it, especially the ghost dragon power hand. Although nothing is arranged inside, it still has basic dragon power. Seeing that the swimming fish still wants to struggle, the dragon power itself is activated, knocking the swimming fish unconscious and throwing it to the ground in front of Gucci. Gucci stretched out his hand and picked up the swimming fish and looked at it. If Gucci hadn't just seen that the fish turned into a human corpse after being killed by the purple sword, Gucci would never have believed that this not-so-big fish in front of him was actually a weird human being. This fish is only 50 centimeters long, with thin scales and a lot of red, white and pink patterns. The tail is not big, but the belly is quite fat. It is obviously an ornamental fish kept in a fish tank. Although it is bigger than a real ornamental fish, it looks like it is for people to see. If they didn't have sharp teeth in their mouths, if they didn't want to attack the purple sword, Gucci wouldn't believe that they have any fighting power. After picking up the fish on the ground, Gucci carefully looked at the fish. Then the secret sword staff hit the fish and killed it on the spot. As the fish died, it turned back into a human corpse. As an old necromancer, Gucci has hundreds of ways to read corpses. He just turned over the corpse and found something wrong with it. The corpse was a human corpse, but Gucci found fish blood that was rapidly receding in the body. No, it should not be called fish blood. It should be called dragon blood. Obviously, these fish are also kept by someone. It's just that the means of this fish farmer are more excessive than the person behind Zhui Xiaoji. Zhui Xiaoji still needs to rely on deception. This fish farmer directly used means to turn humans into fish. This really doesn't treat people as human beings. Gucci thought while doing the same to several other fish. As a result, Gucci found that the situation he saw just now was not an isolated case. But all the fish were like this. As more and more fish were turned into corpses by Gucci and dissected, Gucci slowly found that there were more and more problems that could be found in the fish in front of him. Something is wrong. Gucci had such a thought in his mind, and caught some fish from the water again. Chapter 21-24 Ranking the Second Day Human Race. Gucci's face became more and more solemn, as he watched the blood in his hand slowly turn green, and slowly begin to condense into crystals. Because the name of the blood in his hand was changing in the fusion again and again. From weird blood to weird blood essence. And then to weird heart blood. It is now changing towards weird dragon essence. Gucci already knew that the fish farmer who made this scene was preparing to do something behind the scenes. He was using human lives to raise dragon essence. Just like the bottle of orange quality weird essence on his left little finger. It's just that his method looks more weird. The previous few kinds of weird blood are okay. All of blue quality. Looking at the attributes, it can transform people into ordinary weirds. Or transform ordinary weapons into blue weird weapons. But when it comes to the level of weird dragon essence, it actually skipped the purple quality and jumped directly to the orange quality. After taking it, people will become weird with dragon blood. If it is placed on an ordinary weapon, it will either be directly transformed into an orange quality weapon or directly destroyed. There will be no other result. From this, it can be seen that dragon essence is quite explosive. Unlike the weird essence, which will progress step by step. For dragon essence, either you control it and directly ascend to heaven, or you don't control it and get nothing. There will be no other result. Of course, normal people will be willing to take a gamble when they encounter this situation, even if the success rate is only 1%. But it is not difficult to get this weird dragon essence. With a success rate of 1%, won't 100 copies succeed? Get 1,000 copies, and you will get 10 orange equipment. And judging from the current situation, it is not difficult to condense a weird dragon essence. Fuck. Gucci was still talking about condensing a weird dragon essence. And it was not difficult. The crystal that had begun to solidify in his hand suddenly exploded. The power of the explosion was quite strong. Gushi felt his palms numb even though he had so many layers of golden skin on his hands. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the fragments of weird dragon essence might have hit him in the face. And even Gushi's face would have been covered with blood. This made Gushi realize that weird dragon essence was not so easy to make. It's not that you can make weird dragon essence by just gathering some weird blood, let alone how many fish you need to raise to get the source of weird blood. Even the final synthesis will probably consume a lot of weird blood. No wonder this person wants to raise so many fish. He's probably preparing to do something big. Gushi thought while clapping his hands and slapping off the completely useless green powder on his hands. The explosion just now had destroyed the weird dragon essence that was about to take shape. The current powder is not even as good as the white quality weird blood. It's no longer of any use. What a pity. It almost worked. Gushi glanced at the scattered fish, and then at the corpse on the shore that had no blood left, and had no intention of making strange blood again. At this time, Gushi had lost interest in this strange dragon spirit. But he was curious. When night came and these fish became strange again, would the strange blood on them still work? Just as Gushi was thinking about this, the man with the time torrent appeared behind Gushi for the first time. Then Gushi saw a bullet with dragons and phoenixes carved on it suddenly appear in front of him. The bullet immediately broke through the shield shadow transformed by the clock. However, more and more shield shadows appeared in front of the bullet. Under the resistance of the shield shadows again and again, the speed of the bullet was getting slower and slower. And finally, it was less than 3 inches in front of Gushi's eyes. Then the man with the time torrent took the bullet away immediately. Gushi noticed that the arm of the man with the time torrent that touched the bullet quickly turned red, as if it was burned by something. However, the people holding the armor are stronger than the undead, and they don't care about their own life or death. As soon as he found something unusual, he threw the bullet to the ground and disappeared behind Gushi. At this time, Gushi had already stared at the direction where the bullet had just come from. With Gushi's eyesight, he could see a man standing about 30 kilometers away. The man was not too tall, wearing a set of pure silver heavy armor, without a helmet, and holding a long spear more than 3 meters long. At the tip of the spear, there seemed to be a trace of a musket barrel in front. It was obvious that this weapon should be a combination of a spear and a musket, which could be used for close combat or long-range attack. The power of close combat is not yet clear, but the power of long-range attack, Gushi has just seen it. The man's skin was slightly pale, but his neck was pink, as if blood was stuck there, dyeing his skin red. There was a blue mark on his forehead, which was not very long, but quite conspicuous. When he saw Gushi looking at him, he also raised his head and stared at Gushi's eyes. Gushi's eyes condensed, and he muttered at the first time, Tianren, white-skinned dogs. If there are 2 races in the real world that can be recognized without introduction, they must be the first and second rank races. The appearance characteristics of these 2 races have long been remembered by all players of other races. The one with a mark on the forehead, pale skin and red neck is the daytime person in the lower 3 of the second ranked Tianren. Of course, in the mouth of the first ranked race, they are often called white-skinned dogs. The rest are the Qintian people, who are called Qin-skinned pigs, and the Grey Tian people, who are called Grey Garbage. Their main feature is that their skin color is mainly white, blue and gray. Their necks are red due to congestion, but they cannot rush into the head, and there is an obvious blue mark between their eyebrows. As for the 2 above, the blood broke through the neck and flowed into the head of the Tianren clan. They are not distinguished by skin, but by the characteristics of blood flow. One is that the blood flows into the head and the whole face turns red, and the other is that the blood flows into the eyebrows. And finally the blue mark at the position of the eyebrows turns into a red cinnabar mark. It is precisely because of this feature that the Tianren clan generally does not wear a hat or a scarf. They want to show their greatest characteristics. The neck of the man who appeared here is pink, not the darker vermilion or dark red, which means that he is still an underage Tianren player. Gushi's eyes were also quite solemn for his appearance. After all, the affairs of the Tianren clan have been exaggerated too much by humans. In addition, this person took the initiative, and Gushi was not sure what he wanted to do. Chapter 2145. When Gushi was looking at this Tianren player, this Tianren player had already looked at Gushi clearly. He was not a mortal enemy, not a king or leader of other races, and not a special profession. He was just an ordinary human player. I don't know how he came to this game and accidentally discovered his arrangement. Such a player may not be brainwashed. Then kill him. Death in the game, plus some of their methods, can ensure that this guy who accidentally entered the world of light disappears silently. No one cares about the final destination of an ordinary player. Thinking of this, the Tianan player didn't think about it, and rushed forward with the spear in his hand towards Gu Shi. When the Tianan player moved like this, Gu Shi knew what the other party was thinking. Faced with such a provocation, Gu Shi would definitely not wait for the other party to kill him without any resistance. On the contrary, Gu Shi was not the kind of player who grew up listening to the stories of the two major races. Gu Shi didn't care about the two races ranked first and second at all. In his opinion, these two races are just early. At most, they should reach the number of 5,000 red suit holders first, and then they will be ranked higher. But so what? Not all of the 5,000 red suit holders have red suits. If he can't beat the red suit holders, can he still beat ordinary people? Besides, this isn't a game now. It's normal to die 1 or 2 people in the game. Looking at the Tianan players rushing over, Gu Shi raised his hand. The Death Army. Then, in front of Gu Shi, first appeared a Death Incarnation Bone Dragon and a Death Incarnation Death God. Then a total of 250 pairs of the same Death Incarnation troops appeared in front of Gu Shi. All the Death Incarnations and Death Gods rode on the Death Incarnation Bone Dragons. There was no need for Gu Shi to make any moves, and the 251 pairs of Death Incarnations flew into the sky at the first time. This time, they used Gu Shi's latest method. But this time, because of the cooperation of the Death Legion, Gu Shi's attack could no longer be considered a nuclear machine gun. This was already a nuclear Katyusha. The Death Incarnations that turned into a self-destructive attack effect flew towards the Celestial player from all directions. Some rushed directly towards the Celestial player, while others flew towards the route where the Celestial player was advancing or dodging. 250 trajectory points directly sealed everything. When Gu Shi released so many Death Incarnations, the Celestial player clearly felt that something was wrong. His first reaction was to continue rushing forward. However, when he rushed forward, the blue cloak on his back automatically floated up and turned into 12 light bands, which quickly circled around him. In this light band, there were 12 different human faces and various heavy defense equipment. When the light band appeared, the Celestial player didn't care about anything in front of him. He raised the spear in his hand and fired 3 shots in the direction of Gu Shi. Every time he fired a shot, he would quickly change his position, and each position would be closer to Gu Shi. Gu Shi had already seen it when the Tianan player rushed forward. The long spear with a musket in his hand was his own weapon, and the cloak behind him was an orange equipment lent to him by someone unknown. As for his ability to move at high speed, it was the operation of the opponent's air spell. If he met other ordinary necromancers, he would definitely not see so much. He would only feel that the opponent was so powerful. But who made him meet Gu Shi? Gu Shi didn't want to take all the orange equipment he had, and gave it to his contracted undead. And the red equipment also had the operation of borrowing the red equipment attack effect. So Gu Shi saw the situation of the cloak behind him at a glance. And the existence of the Griffin Black Throne allowed Gu Shi to have a high level of mastery of air spells. Gu Shi saw the opponent's means at a glance. So when the opponent fired 3 shots in a row, Gu Shi raised his hand upwards, and the 20 pairs of Death Incarnations took the initiative to deviate from the direction and headed towards the landing point of the Tianan player. The Celestial player just flashed and appeared, and the Incarnation of Death had already landed in front of him. At this time, the Celestial player was also puzzled. He usually used this trick to make many enemies suffer a great loss. So why did it not work against Gu Shi? Before he could react, the Incarnation of Death exploded on the spot. Although the Celestial player was protected by the cloak behind him, the shockwave caused by the explosion still hit something on his face. This face-slapping behavior made the Celestial player's face look much uglier. He didn't even notice that there were some things similar to petals in the mud that hit his face and fell on him. Now he had to raise his hands above his head to protect himself from being killed by such a big explosion. At the same time, he could not stop and had to rush out of the attack range. As for being slapped in the face, he could no longer care about it at this time. Now he had to jump out of the explosion range first. Celestial players usually learn a lot, such as the characteristics of each profession, some arrangements in the game, etc. As for the attack range, he was still quite accurate in judging. At the same time, he could also see that Gu Shi's nuclear bomb Katyusha was quite powerful. But it was precisely because of its great power that Gu Shi did not dare to put the nuclear bomb next to him and detonate it. The position where he was standing just now was about 30 kilometers away from Gu Shi, which was why Gu Shi wanted to use this move. As long as he rushed to a close distance of about 5 kilometers from Gu Shi would no longer use this move to deal with him. At that time, how he wanted to deal with Gu Shi was still in his control. Although Gu Shi seemed to have some means. But as long as he mentioned his identity as a celestial, he could scare Gu Shi. After that, he would go all out to attack a timid enemy, which would be a piece of cake. When he kills this guy, he can keep his arrangement here. Although the process is a bit troublesome, the ending is still the same as he thought. But just when the celestial player was about to flash forward again, he suddenly felt the air condense. Atmospheric force field, air wall, reverse wind duct. Gu Shi cast a few spells and trapped the celestial player in a position on the spot. If Gu Shi himself had not used magic, he would even want to throw a magic ball over there. Fortunately, Gu Shi's air spells mastered by the Griffin Black Throne were of a higher level. He immediately cast a few air spells and trapped the celestial player in a position, and then let all the nuclear bombs Katyusha fall in a concentrated direction and exploded next to the celestial player. Boom! 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 Chapter 2126 The Celestial Player Who Died in Frustration. Poof! The celestial player spat out a mouthful of blood. In a series of explosions, he used many methods. What false life? Various magic, physical, equipment, and surface defense. Various life supplements. Bloodline increase. Instant death prevention. 8 seconds after death self-rescue effect. It can be said that the celestial player used all the methods he could think of. In the end, he was still seriously injured in the explosion. If he hadn't activated the 8 seconds after death self-rescue effect at the last moment, in the 8 seconds after being killed, he could still move by himself, and he might have died. Even so, the celestial player was seriously injured at this time, lying on the ground and couldn't even crawl up. If it weren't for the protection of the cloak, his body might have turned into meat paste, and the weapons in his hands, such as the musket and the long gun, were directly blown into pieces. The Celestial Clan player who spat out a mouthful of blood did not notice that blue and white flowers had begun to appear on the ground that was still emitting white smoke. At this moment, he was thinking about squeezing out of his pocket to see if there was any life potion that he could take. He is not dead yet. Is the power of my nuclear bomb machine gun reduced? I should have used the black feather arrows directly. At this moment, Gu Shi's voice rang out nearby. He came to take a look after the nuclear bomb Katyusha exploded, and found that he did not get a prompt to kill the Celestial Clan player. Gu Shi still believed in the power of his nuclear bomb Katyusha. Normally, a wave of nuclear bomb Katyushas would destroy the entire city. Could it be that the Celestial Clan players really have such a long life that they could survive such an explosion? Gu Shi looked puzzled and rushed to the center of the explosion in his evil coffin. There he saw the Celestial Clan player lying on the ground. The more pretentious this player was when he appeared just now, the more embarrassed he was now. When the evil coffin came over, the celestial player was still trying to struggle to stand up. But unexpectedly, when Gu Shi came over, the evil coffin rushed forward and knocked the celestial player out, rolling on the ground for several rounds. The celestial player didn't realize that when he rolled over, he was covered with many petals of the nether spirit flower. After the evil coffin stopped, Gu Shi took a look at the celestial player who was about to die. His face was quite calm, and he pointed at the celestial player with the secret realm sword stick in his hand. Tell me, since it's so hard for you to die, I can give you a chance to choose how you die. Listening to Gu Shi's words, the Celestial Clan player quickly said, Wait, do you know who I am? I'm from the Celestial Clan. If you kill me, you can expect to be exterminated by the Celestial Clan. Gu Shi rolled his eyes. You're just a redneck. There are 3 others in the Celestial Clan. I don't know how many of you there are. One more or one less is not a big deal. It's normal to die in the game. Tell me, how do you plan to die? If you don't tell me, I come by myself. The Celestial Clan player didn't expect that Gu Shi would know so much about the Celestial Clan. He immediately changed his face and cried, Brother, don't be like this. Please let me live. Isn't it said that more friends mean more ways? I am a player of the celestial race. Although I am just an ordinary player, I know a lot of secrets. As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything I know. I guarantee that you will reach level 20 in 3 years, and level 40 in 5 years. But Gushi shook his head. Level 20 in 3 years. Then why don't you have an aura yet? So, sometimes it's not good to brag too much. But if you don't choose how to die, then I will choose it for you. When Gushi was talking, several purple long swords flew from all directions, and pierced into the body of the celestial player. When Gushi selected these purple long swords, he mainly looked at the gorgeous appearance, and the strong negative effects. As for the positive effects and attack power of the purple long swords, they were not actually taken into account. After the celestial race player was stabbed to the ground by several purple long swords, he thought Gushi just wanted to torture him and let him go. After all, the reputation of the celestial clan is there, and normal people would not offend celestial clan players. But he never expected that after the purple long sword pierced into the body of the celestial clan player, the secret sword in Gushi's hand had been thrown out. Evil slash. All the negative effects of the purple long sword piercing into the celestial clan player were multiplied at the same time. The celestial clan player, who already had little vitality, felt as if his body was cut into pieces and thrown into a blender and blended continuously. The vitality he had managed to save was constantly being drained out. Save me. I know a lot of things. I can tell you everything. Save me. I am. But Gushi just smiled. After you die, I can still know your secret. As long as your memory is not like that of a fish, which lasts only 7 seconds. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the dark flower that was originally attached to the Tianren player grew rapidly, and covered the Tianren player's body. The dark flower also sprayed a large amount of pollen, destroying the things that the Tianren player used to save his life one by one. The most important one was a prop, which could lead the soul of the Tianren player back to the Tianren player's house after his death. In this way, the Tianren player could still be saved. But Gushi's move can be regarded as truly cutting off the Tianren player's last chance to save himself. When the dark flower grew wildly, the Tianren player really died. Whitley Sam failed. You have killed the player Whitley Sam, level 18. You get 2,234 experience points. Whitley Sam is sending a death message. Confirm the cause of Whitley Sam's death. Whitley Sam died due to the outbreak of the negative effect of purple equipment. Whitley Sam's death is confirmed. No abnormalities. Whitley Sam's identity is erased. Looking at the pop-up message in front of him, Gushi's eyes also flashed a smile. The reason why he used the evil slash was to prevent the Celestials from using any means to monitor the player's situation. If the player died normally, the Celestials might not have any reaction. But if the player was killed by a player of another race, then I'm sorry. Not everyone can withstand the pursuit of the Celestials. Now the only race that can survive the pursuit of the Celestials is the one ranked first. They are also relatively restrained when they meet in the game. As long as it is not fundamental or principled, they will not have too much conflict. At most, they will just have a lot of verbal attacks on each other. This time, the player named Whitley Sam was determined to have the negative effect of purple equipment. And the player died because he could not hold on. This is a relatively frustrating death. After knowing this, normal people are unwilling to look at it again. After these information disappeared, Gushi raised his left hand and said to the special mirror in his hand, Luna, find a dead soul named Whitley Sam in the city of Eladovi, and send him out to me. Chapter 2127 The Arrangement of the Celestials. Luna moved quickly, and Whitley Sam, who had just been transferred to the city of Eladovi through double death, was sent out immediately. At this time, there was another undead servant in front of Gushi. When he saw the 18th level ghost named Whitley, the undead servant nodded his head. When the Whitley ghost came to Gushi, he also saluted Gushi. Sir, it's a ghost. I thought it would be a lich or a corpse witch. Gushi muttered as soon as he opened his mouth. Sir, there is no way. Although I mastered various spells in my life, I have the ability of close combat, and can also use long-range weapons. When there is no other choice, Ghost is the best choice. Whitley Ghost responded immediately. Oh, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that you look special. After you become a ghost, you are still easy to be discovered. It's not as easy to be discovered as a lich or a corpse which without flesh and blood. The Whitley Ghost was silent for a while, and took another look at Whitley's body on the ground. In just a few minutes, Gushi had dissected the body. A level 18 corpse is actually not important to Gushi, and he doesn't need such a level 18 undead subordinate. She just wanted to see what the difference is between the Celestials and ordinary humans. Later, he found that the skeletons of the Celestials and humans are not much different. She originally thought that the position between the eyebrows of the Celestials was an eye. Unexpectedly, after only bones were left, the position of his eyebrows did not change much. On the contrary, the blood vessels under the skin of the Celestials and the internal organs in the body are very different from those of humans. Their blood vessel density is 7 to 8 times that of humans. The capillaries are at least 6 layers more than humans, especially the capillaries in the head, face, and neck, which are extremely rich. That's why the Celestials have red necks and red faces. Because of the large number of blood vessels, they also have more internal organs. In addition to the normal heart in the chest, there is also a small heart on both sides of the legs and the abdomen to promote blood flow. At the same time, She also noticed a situation. Their blood system can be controlled. That is to say, they can have 3 to 4 blood circulation systems in their bodies. In other words, if the Celestials get some strange blood, they can inhale at least 3 different kinds of strange blood without affecting their own blood system. For example, the strange blood that She discovered before is like this. It can be said that just after this dissection, She has a certain understanding of the situation of the Celestials. Of course, the understanding here is not too comprehensive. At least She has no way to judge from the muscles and the physical conditions of the Celestials what different changes have taken place in the other party's profession. Fortunately, the ghost of Whitley and the undead attendant Whitley have come out now. She can directly ask the questions he found during the autopsy process, and some questions in his mind. This is the inherent benefit of the necromancer. When you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, just call the dead back to ask. No one knows you better than the undead. This time is the same. After muttering, She asked the question he cares about most. Whitley, tell me about this guy's identity and background. The undead attendant wanted to say just now, but I was dealing with the corpse and didn't have time to listen. Now that you are all here, just tell me about the part of the situation you still remember. She put down the bones in his hand, leaned against the evil coffin, and asked directly. Hearing She's order, the 2 Whitleys quickly spoke. The main speaker was the ghost of Whitley, and the undead attendant Whitley supplemented it on the side. The 2 of them discussed it. Anyway, She didn't know anything, so they started from the beginning like Pangu opening the world. First, let me explain the situation of the celestial race. The celestial race is divided into the lower 3 and the upper 2, which is known to everyone. But there are some details that are unknown to outsiders. It seems that the lower 3 are obviously different from the upper 2. The lower 3 are limited in potential, and can only use orange equipment, and can only reach level 45. This is the basic standard line, which is also what the top 2 races can do. However, the strength of the lower 3 is limited to this. After getting the orange equipment and reaching level 45, they can no longer improve. Only the upper 2 will open the level cap of 45 and have the opportunity to impact level 60. And only the upper 2 will have the opportunity to nurture the red equipment. The 2 different situations of the top 2 represent 2 different routes. The one with a blushing face is the one who reached level 60 first, and the one with a cinnabar mark on his forehead is the one who mastered the red outfit first. The 2 are just different routes. But in fact, the final destination is the same, and there is no difference in superiority or inferiority. However, one thing is certain. The lower 3 Celestials are actually not worth much. The Celestials are not as terrible as imagined. Their reputation is only earned by the top 2. The lower 3 are also subdivided. Pink-necked chicks before level 20. Vermilion-necked old birds between levels 20 and 40. Between levels 40 and 45. And even dead birds with dark red necks at level 45. The reason for this subdivision is entirely because there is a selection system for the Celestials. Celestials players before level 20 can only be regarded as half game and half study. This is the same as the graduate student level of Hades University. It's just that Celestials players are subject to compulsory education. At this stage, the players of the Celestial tribe are guided by their predecessors and teachers, and everything they do is to follow the fastest and most convenient route. It is precisely for this reason that the players of the Celestial tribe are actually very unindividualized at this stage. Their route is the same as that of the previous players, and the equipment they use is lent to them by the previous players who were eliminated. So when they pass the level 20 mark, they will have a test. They need to make an orange equipment specifically for themselves according to their personality, profession, talent, etc. No one else can help with this matter except themselves. Those who can pass this level and make orange equipment can step out of level 20. Those who cannot pass this level and cannot get their own orange equipment will be rookies for the rest of their lives. Anyway, being a rookie will not kill you. At most you will have no status. After passing this level and having their own orange equipment, they are considered official players of the Celestial Tribe and are regarded as important members by the Celestial Tribe. And Whitley is a player who came one step ahead to prepare orange equipment. The world of lightlessness before his eyes was not set up by him. But his family happened to know about it and sent him here. Chapter 2128, The Third Age of Celestial Beings. Just happened to know. Is there anyone who just happened to know about this kind of thing? Not just happened to know. But the Sam family had been here before and successfully arranged and built orange equipment. They recorded this later. When a family member needs it, they will arrange for someone to come. Wheatley Ghost glanced at the corpse on the ground. He then added, in fact, it was not only the Sam family that discovered this place. When he was collecting materials, he also discovered the arrangement methods of at least 7 celestial being families. Because of the relationship network and team issues among the celestial being families, they did not communicate much. But it is certain that many of the arrangements here were actually left by the celestial beings. Celestial beings? Gushi was silent for a moment. Then this place is definitely the hunting ground of the celestial beings? Not really. Only a few families discovered this place and arranged it, but did not report it. And the celestial beings did not keep an eye on it. This place can actually only be considered the Third Age. Wheatley Ghost shook his head. The Third Era? Gushi asked curiously after hearing a new term. Oh, this is a special term used by the Celestials, and it is how they classify the game world. The First Era is where the Celestials have arranged many backups and have completely cleared the field. This is a game world that only belongs to Celestials. The Second Era is relatively open, and the Celestials will appear from time to time, but they have not cleared the field for players of other races. The Third Era is just like what is happening right now. It was discovered by a few families or small forces, but they did not report it, and arranged it at will. They come when they remember to, and ignore it when they don't remember to. There is also such a saying. It seems that it is not unreasonable for the Celestials to grow to this level. How do the families of the Celestials count? When they are around level 20, they will have their own orange equipment. So it is definitely not appropriate to establish a family based on orange equipment. It is impossible for them to have one red equipment per family. Right? Wheatley Ghost shook his head. That is impossible. The Celestials only have a few red equipment in total. How can every family have one? Their standard for establishing a family is to have one person at level 60, 10 at level 45, and a number of other levels. But these are the smallest families. Families of this level are not available in the Celestials. They can't even leave the countryside. Most families have more than a dozen level 60 people. Just like his family, there are more than 30 elders in the open, and more than 300 regular children in the family. The total population is more than 1,000. Although there is no red equipment in hand, the number of orange equipment stored in the family has exceeded 2,000. Their combat power is actually quite strong. 30 level 60? Gushi touched his chin. It takes about 4 black feather arrows to kill a level 60 with orange equipment. 30 people. Even if it takes a long time. Wheatley Ghost didn't expect that Gushi had the idea of directly destroying the Whitley Sam family. He was still there explaining some of the Sam family's situation to Gushi. Wheatley used the blood and profession of the Sam family, and took the family inheritance route. The Sam family's blood talent has the ability of blood sacrifice, killing and reorganization of blood. Then use the acquired abilities to strengthen yourself. Master Melee, ranged and spell abilities. It can be said that their profession is somewhat like a wizard who strengthens himself. And it is a wizard who starts to grow from the night blood breathing method and absorbs the blood of other creatures. So the players of the Sam family usually arrange some means to raise special blood. Here their arrangement is to raise fish. Raise the weird and human beings as fish. Raise the fish blood. And then merge them to form dragon essence. Just as Gushi saw before. Weird dragon essence has a 1% chance of turning an equipment into orange equipment. This is what the Whitley family wants. At this point, they can use their own methods to specially create special equipment for their profession. As for what the equipment is, it depends on each member's own growth ideas. As for the cloak behind Whitley, it is the orange equipment lent to each player by the family. This orange cloak has attack and defense capabilities, and can also be immune to a large number of negative effects of purple equipment. It is the best material to ensure that novice players can survive in the game. In fact, if Gushi hadn't blown Whitley half to death first, and then used so many purple long swords to stab him, Whitley would not have expected that the purple equipment stab on his body would also be considered a negative effect. Gushi's evil slash might not be able to kill the seriously injured and dying Whitley. Now, this cloak has been thrown aside, and the ownership bound to it does not belong to Whitley Sam. Gushi's blood sacrifice secret ritual can naturally get rid of this thing by stripping it. However, if Gushi really does this, the Sam family will probably find out that something is wrong at the first time. Gushi raised his eyebrows, wondering if he should try to use this cloak as bait to try to encircle the Sam family. Gushi encircled more than 1,000 people from their family alone? After thinking about it, Gushi couldn't help but shook his head temporarily. The world in front of him is not a suitable battlefield. If the battlefield is open to the territory of other races, it may be suitable. Or open the battlefield to the depths of the game? I don't know if the people of the Tianran tribe can still find Gushi when Gushi reaches the depths of the game. Gushi's mind flashed several suitable locations for the battlefield. He has begun to think about what he can get after defeating the Sam family. When he thought of this, Gushi realized that he was really thinking too much. What would happen if we led the Sam family here? Killing their players would not bring us any benefits. Gushi could also get some level 60 corpses. Gushi also had a lot of orange equipment. The most important thing was that the Sam family came to kill Gushi. After Gushi killed them, he did not take away all their resources except for the things they brought with them. Sam's things must still be in their city. Can Gushi run to the Tianran territory, point to the Sam family's residence, or the mansion, and say, "This is my trophy. I killed the Sam family, so I came to take what belongs to me"? That's impossible. If Gushi dared to go there, he would definitely be spotted by the red-clad masters of the Tianran clan at the first time. There is even a possibility that 4 or 5 red-clad masters will appear at the same time to fight him alone. But if he doesn't take it, then why did he kill Sam's whole family? Are we letting the Celestials take advantage of us for nothing? Gushi shook his head, rejecting the idea, and simply sealed the cloak. Then asked Whitley Ghost. Chapter 2129 The Magical Observatory. Besides this place, does the Sam family have any other arrangements? Where does Whitley usually stay? He doesn't just come here for a look and leave. Does he? Does he have any suitable good things in his hands? When Gushi asked this question, he was actually thinking about the situation at the Night Finger. The Night Finger was just arranged casually by someone, and there were so many good things. The arrangements here by the Sam family are definitely not weaker than those at the Night Finger. If you can find where Whitley lives or hides temporarily, you will definitely find some good things that have been missed. I think about it. It's true. He doesn't like to stay with ordinary NPCs. So he built an observatory on a nearby hill. Observatory? Gushi was a little speechless. What kind of living habit is this? Yes, the Sam family has always believed that the starry sky is their final home. So they are used to relying on the sky. Whitley Ghost explained. Let him be. Do you remember the way? If you do, let's go over there and take a look. The ghost of Whitley had just died. How could he not remember where Whitley was hiding? Gushi asked. And he immediately led the way. As for the bodies that had been dissected on the ground, Gushi packed them up casually and sent them all to the city of Iridavi for Eve to deal with. After all, Gushi's previous dissection was only the most basic part. There are still many in-depth studies that have not been carried out. Now Gushi is not free, so he asked Eve to take over the detailed processing. At least Gushi needs to know what other characteristics the Celestials have. Gushi took the ghost of Whitley and the undead attendant Whitley and headed towards the observatory where Whitley lived. On the way there, Gushi was still asking about the Celestials, the Sam family, Whitley, and this world of lost light. When Whitley came to the world of lost light, he had already received a lot of information from his family. According to the records of the elders of the Sam family, they experienced the moment when the sun fell into the sea in the lost light world, and also experienced the chaotic period at the beginning of the lost light world. Their understanding and transformation of the lost light world also began at that time. In addition to raising fish, the Sam family actually had several different experiments. But their experiments all failed without exception. There were many reasons for failure, including other players making trouble, strange invasions, and some disappearances due to some weird reasons. Only these swimming fish, because they are fish during the day and strange at night, usually have no gathering points except the place where fish food is placed. But they have not been captured by anyone. This time Gushi came and moved Whitley's swimming fish, making Whitley think that someone wanted to destroy the last industry of the Sam family. So he took action in advance. If it weren't for this reason, Whitley really wouldn't come to see Gushi and them. While talking, Gushi and them followed the Whitley ghost to the so-called observatory. After arriving here, Gushi said immediately, "Isn't this built by the Sam family?" Because the so-called observatory in front of him is actually a relatively old building. This building looks like a huge disc carved out of stone, with a gem the size of a human head inlaid in the middle of the disc. Just standing near this disc, Gushi can feel that the strange atmosphere around him has been swept away. Looking up at the sky, although you can't see the sun, you can see many bright stars circling around the disc. Gushi pointed to the traces left on the ground and said, "Here and here both show that many battles have taken place for this place. But the scenery here is really good. You don't have to care about the weird darkness outside. You can see the stars in the sky." Gushi pointed casually and lowered his head. Just then, Gushi heard a ding in his ear. "You watch the stars in the observatory. Feel the greatness of the starry sky, and also accept the influence of the starry sky. Your perception +1. When you watch the stars in the observatory, you will be affected by the starlight and gain a sense every 3 minutes. All air and starlight spells may be randomly upgraded by 1 level." This tip surprised Gushi. He didn't expect such a good thing. This is not a pill or something. You can just stay here and gain insights according to the time. No wonder Whitley stayed here all the time. If Gushi had time, he would stay here all the time. "My lord, how is it? Is this a good place?" The ghost of Whitley also floated over at this time. "This is really a good place. But it's a pity that such good things can't be transported back to the city." Gushi looked around. He had already seen that the observatory in front of him was a special building in this world, and could not be moved at all. If Gushi demolished the observatory, he would not only not get any benefits, but would also cause the destruction of this game world. Although the game world in front of him was already the end of the world, it was still in a state of development. It was not the kind of game that was about to be destroyed. Otherwise, the Celestials would not use this place as the Third Age. Gushi did not care about destroying this world. What Gushi was thinking about was how much benefit he could get when he destroyed this world. Gushi was not a fool. He would not do something that had no benefits. While Gushi was thinking about this, Whitley Ghost and the undead servant Whitley had already taken the daily necessities that Whitley had placed here from near the observatory. All these things were hidden by Whitley using some tricks. If there was no one leading the way, they would not be discovered at all. Looking at the large and small bags, as well as various boxes and jars in front of him, Gushi was a little speechless. He had just walked around here. How could he not notice it? While thinking, Gushi flipped through the things left by Whitley. Although the Celestials were very restricted in terms of orange equipment, before level 20, they could only give 1 orange equipment for protection. And after level 20, they could only use the orange equipment they made themselves. But in terms of other things, they really gave. And gave good things. Here Gushi found a lot of purple quality equipment and materials. And most importantly, Gushi also found a relatively large alchemy box and book box here. In the alchemy box, there was actually a crucible that was still boiling potion. And there were also a lot of purple quality medicinal materials. There were a lot of purple quality books in the book box. And Gushi even found a rare enhanced skill book in it. Chapter 2130 The Celestial Beings Attack. The Celestial Beings are really rich. Gushi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the thick stack of enhanced skill books in his hand. Think about how much effort Gushi had put in to ask for a Book of Life box, or a Book of Blood Feast in order to continue upgrading his necromancy. Think about how Gushi's necromancy is still stuck at level 40. And his undead transformation is stuck at level 20. And he can't take another step because he hasn't found a suitable enhanced skill book. You can see how rare high-quality enhanced skill books are. As a result, there are a lot of them here. Gushi flipped through them and found out what these enhanced skill books are. Light of Star Stream for breaking through level 40 in spearmanship. Book of Wind Turning for breaking through level 40 in strong windmanship. And so on. Obviously, these are all with Whitley's growth. Gushi can't use them for the time being. And even if he gets them, he has no place to sell them. I'm afraid this thing will only be wanted in the human capital. Just as Gushi was flipping through the stack of enhanced skill books, his mind became clear, and an idea came to his mind. The more Gushi thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible. He took out a few purple long swords and put them into the sky. It can be said that with just this little trick, Gushi was able to put 30 purple long swords into the sky that could only hold 20 long swords. After putting all the purple long swords in, Gushi's eyes changed when he looked at the observatory. This is really a good thing. It seems that he will stay here for a while longer. While Gushi was still sorting things out, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Gushi looked up and found that the orange-clad guard, the new nine-tailed beast, the person holding the spiritual dark lamp, and other subordinates appeared beside him. Gushi's face condensed. What's going on? Nothing. Just now someone wanted to use the telepathic positioning to check what's going on here. But we stopped them. Orange Guard Ninetail said calmly. But sir, this place has been targeted. I'm afraid we can't stay here for long. Gushi glanced around and looked up at the sky. Prepare for battle. Ah? Orange Guard Ninetail didn't expect Gushi to be so stubborn. But he didn't say much. With Gushi's current combat power, even if a few level 60 players came, Gushi would not take it seriously. Gushi's men all understood Gushi's strength, so they acted quickly. Some helped to turn out all the remaining things of Whitley, so as not to accidentally destroy them when the battle started. Some were there to check the surrounding situation and judge where the enemy would come from. Gushi was not in a hurry at this time. He first released the Naiha Bridge and arranged the Yellow Spring Road and so on. The Death Core was released 3 times at the same time, and many different types of death incarnations were prepared and sent into the air. They were ready to attack at any time. At the same time, the Nether Spirit Flower also floated out along Gushi's hand and fell to the surroundings, which was considered to be the first layer of defense. In the Nether Spirit Flower, there are also hidden attack methods such as black feather arrows. Gushi had the same idea this time. Kill the enemy in seconds, and don't let the enemy have any chance to counterattack. At this moment, Gushi suddenly heard a gong sound. A voice came from the sky. The celestial beings are attacking, and all living beings should avoid it. Then 5 celestial beings with white skin and red necks appeared in the sky. These celestial beings are somewhat similar to Whitley, who Gushi had just killed. They are all wearing silver armor, revealing their heads and necks. They are about the same size, and the only difference may be that the weapons and equipment they hold are different. These 5 celestial beings are wearing the same cloak, and the words Third Epic Inspection are written on the blue and white cloak. At this time, the Whitley Ghost whispered to Gushi, "My lord, this is the attitude of the Celestials towards the game world. The first era is called guarding, and usually at least a 40-man team will be sent to guard the game world rated as the first era. The second era is called garrisoning, and usually at least a 5-man team will be guaranteed to exist in this game. The third era is patrolling, and they will come to check after confirming that someone has died in the game world." Gushi didn't care about what the Whitley Ghost said. He just asked, "Official Celestials?" When asking this question, Gushi also looked at the 5 flying in the sky. They all have vermilion necks, and the corresponding battle auras flash around them. The level is obviously below level 40. No, they are mercenaries. They accept the mission and come to check if they find something wrong. Oh, it's not official. Then it's okay. Listen to that sound. The Whitley Ghost looked up at the sky in some confusion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 voices sounded at the same time. The 5 celestial beings turned their heads at the first moment. As a result, 5 pure black feather arrows fell from the sky and pierced the necks of the 5 celestial beings. This was what Gushi discovered when he dissected Whitley's body before. The identity of the celestial beings is their necks and heads and faces. At the same time, their weaknesses that cannot be solved are also in their necks, because their necks have the richest blood vessel system. As long as this place is hit, whether the bleeding can stop is another matter. The most important thing is that it is equivalent to cutting off the power system of the celestial beings. The most fatal thing is that the celestial beings are used to exposing their necks in order to prove their identities. At present, all 5 of them are veteran celestial beings. Of course, they know where their weaknesses are. They dare to expose their necks. On the one hand, to prove to others that they are celestial beings and have reached the level of veterans. On the other hand, it was because they cooperated well. They were friends who had risked their lives for each other, and their own strength made them believe that they could definitely defend against the enemy's attack. It was precisely because of this confidence, coupled with the slogan they usually used when they appeared, that they never thought that someone would attack them. When they heard the wrong sound, they were too late to react. 5 black feather arrows pierced their necks at the first time. Then they were pulled down by the power of the black feather arrows and hit the ground heavily. When these 5 Tianan players fell, Gushi also saw the blood spurting out from their necks. It was obvious that the black feather arrows had caused them extremely powerful damage. It seemed that someone would have to dig out the soil here later. Hey, that's not right. Just as Gushi was thinking about how to deal with the battlefield next, a golden light burst out from the bodies of these 5 Tianan players, and the cloaks behind them actually wanted to roll up their bodies and break through the air. How could Gushi let such a thing happen? With a push of his hand, the Yellow Springs Road turned and swallowed up the 5 celestial players and their bodies. Then a voice came to Chingu's ears. The Celestials are coming. Everyone get out of the way. Chapter 2131 Heavenly Sentinel Flag. Fuck you. Heavenly people are coming. All the people are dead. What are you doing? After sending the 5 corpses of heavenly players to the Yellow Spring Road, Gushi immediately cut his vision in. After being sent to the Yellow Spring Road, the 5 bodies were almost wrapped in cloaks and wanted to fly out. And in front of the cloak, there was a sentry flag flying in front. This sentry flag is actually a small flag the length of an arrow, with the words "Heavenly people are coming." All living beings should avoid it written on the flag. It will fly automatically without any operation. During the flight, when it is blown by the wind, a sharp cry will be emitted from the flagpole. This is a small benefit given by the heavenly people to the guards, garrisons, and patrol personnel of all parties. With this sentry flag, they can break through the space at will and enter and exit the game without going through the landing point of entering and exiting the game. At the same time, if they die in battle, the cloak and sentry flag on their bodies will also take their bodies and souls back. This is a reward for them. If Gushi hadn't reacted quickly and sent these corpses to his own Huangquan Road in the first place, maybe just now, the corpses of the 5 celestial beings would have been sent away. Later, the celestial beings would have discovered the fact that Gushi attacked them. At that time, the attacks from the celestial beings would continue to appear around Gushi. Fortunately, Gushi reacted quickly, and now the sentry flag and the 5 corpses all fell into the Huangquan Road. Don't look at the sentry flag still screaming and flying around. But no matter how the sentry flag flies, it is flying in the Huangquan Road. If it enters the Huangquan Road and doesn't move a step, it might be better. As the sentry flag flies, the 5 celestial beings are also affected by the Huangquan Road, struggling in the cloak, as if they want to come out of the cloak and step onto the Huangquan Road. If the sentry flag has someone to guide it, it may find the problem here. But the 5 celestial beings are already dead, and the sentry flag is relying on instinct to take people away. So how can it care about the situation of the corpses behind? After a few minutes, a corpse finally struggled out of the cloak and fell to the ground. Then the corpse rolled on the ground. And then, as if attracted by some force, it walked on the White Flower Road and headed towards Longcheng. 1, 2, 3. Soon, all 5 corpses fell into the Yellow Spring Road and became one of the wandering souls on the Yellow Spring Road. As for the sentry flag, it didn't care about the corpse at all, just rolled up the cloak and wanted to break through the Yellow Spring Road to kill out. If it was somewhere else, the sentry flag might really break through. But the Yellow Spring Road is different. It can only enter but not exit. If you want to leave, you have to follow the Yellow Spring Road and pass the Ghost Gate that has not been built in front of Longcheng. The sentry flag kept flying against the Yellow Spring Road, trying to find a way to break through the space, but failed again and again. What made Gushi speechless was that every time the sentry flag wanted to break through, it always shouted there. The heavenly man attacked, and all living beings avoided. It was okay once or twice, and Gushi still felt some momentum. But after so many times, Gushi felt a little annoyed. He thought about it, and finally found a piece of land on the Yellow Spring Road, led all the sentry flags and cloaks there, and prepared to bury them. Gushi didn't care at all whether the Celestials would find the sentry flags and cloaks. The Yellow Spring Road arranged by Gushi was to receive visitors from all directions. No, it was the undead from all directions. It was not normal for 1 or 2 undead from the Celestials to come. Gushi never worried about this. He sent the sentry flag into a layered space. At the same time, He erased the white flower road in the layered space and cut off the direction of the sentry flag's departure. After doing all this, Gushi was about to exit the Yellow Spring Road, but he happened to find that after losing the direction, some silk threads were emitted from the sentry flag. Gushi was somewhat curious about things like sentry flags, so Gushi reached out and touched those silk threads. As a result, Gushi discovered that these threads actually led to the location of the Third Age game world that this group of Third Age patrols must inspect. There are such good things? Gushi's eyes lit up. Although it is only the Third Age, it can be favored by the Celestials, so there must be good things behind it. Gushi immediately sealed the sentry flag. Such a good thing cannot be destroyed like this. Gushi plans to come and see when he is free to see if he can use some methods to reverse the Third Age game world patrol by this patrol team. Now, Gushi has no idea of using these things for the time being. Of course, he still needs to inquire about the news. After exiting the Yellow Spring Road, Gushi immediately asked Luna to send out the undead transformed by the 5 celestial players just now. The undead transformed by these 5 celestial players through double death made Gushi stunned for a moment. And then he turned his head and looked at the Whitley ghost. Look! Look! They all know that they can either become skeleton soldiers or corpse wizards. In the end, you become a ghost. After complaining for a while, Gushi grabbed the 5 undead and questioned them. I just saw your sentry flags. Are you a patrol group that needs to keep an eye on more than 20 game worlds? In response to Gushi's question, the other undead of the celestial race looked at each other. And then one of them stood up and said, No, we have 4 groups of patrols to patrol the 27 game worlds. However, there is only one sentry flag, and we usually take turns. Whoever finds a problem will take the sentry flag out to deal with it. At this point, the undead said, generally speaking, we handle such things very quickly. After all, most of the time, players will give face to the Celestials. As for those who don't give face, they will either be destroyed or we can't deal with them. So one sentry flag is enough for 4 groups of patrols. The Celestial Undead actually didn't expect that Gushi could destroy the Celestial players so quickly. So he was quite emotional when he spoke. If the sentry flag is gone, how long will it take to be discovered and applied? The sentry flag is gone? This is impossible. I have never encountered such a thing. The Celestial Undead shook their heads at the first time, but they soon realized that the sentry flag seemed to be gone. In the end, the undead could only say uncertainly, we have never encountered such a thing, and I don't know how long it will take for a new sentinel flag to be delivered. This may, possibly, take about 10 years. After all, we will not go out unless something happens. 10 years. That time should be enough. Gushi nodded. According to what you said now, there should be no more patrols in this game world. Right? Chapter 2132 Send out the troops and reap everything. Well, there shouldn't be any. Will there be other arrangements of the Celestials in this world? Gushi asked again. The undead thought for a long time, and finally said yes. There will be. Only when there are more than 5 Celestials, or when the Celestials occupy the city, will the higher authorities send out inspections. After hearing this, Gushi touched his chin. That means that there are Celestials industries in this world now. But there are no Celestials guarding them. Isn't this a big treasure house? You guys must know where the industries of those Celestials are. In this way, I will directly divide the troops, and let you guys lead the team to grab all these things for me. Grab them? So domineering? The 5 Celestials all looked at Gushi. They thought Gushi was joking, but they never thought that Gushi really thought so. After determining the target, Gushi immediately started to send out mud trucks. However, after dozens of dump trucks were deployed, Gushi's movements paused. Gushi thought seriously, let's do it one by one. This world. Just when the undead thought Gushi wanted to say that this world was too complicated, Gushi said, this world is still too big. The speed of the dump trucks is too slow, and the radiation range is not large. First take down the things that can be taken nearby. After saying this, Gushi started to wave people again. This time, Gushi released Wei-Hu, who had been idle and had nothing to do. After releasing Wei-Hu, Wei-Hu immediately looked around. Brother, this place is very dangerous. Yes, so I want to give you a task. After hearing what Gushi said, Wei-Hu immediately patted his chest and said, Brother, don't worry. With me here, there is nothing that can't be handled. It's good that you have this confidence. I originally wanted to rob here and leave. After all, there are so many weird things here. And I'm not sure which city has problems, and which city has no problems. Anyway, they are all weird granaries. So I just rob and leave. Which is reasonable. Wei Hu nodded repeatedly after hearing it. There must be no problem. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The dead aliens are the good aliens. When Wei Hu spoke, he was so righteous that he didn't care at all that more than half of the troops following him were alien soldiers. And the alien soldiers under Wei, who were nodding one by one. In their eyes, they were Wei Hu's men and were all his own people. What Wei Hu said were all enemies. Okay. These 5 are more familiar with this place. Gu Shi dragged the 5 celestial spirits over. But how could these 5 celestial spirits be familiar with the lightless world in front of them? This was also their first time here. But they couldn't tell Gu Shi that they were unfamiliar with it. So they could only laugh at Wei Hu. As soon as Wei Hu heard it, he came to the 5 celestial spirits and asked them some questions. Gu Shi was completely trustworthy about Wei Hu's situation. This time, meeting the celestial race was just an accident. The level of the game world in front of them was not that high. Most of them were players of level 17 or 18. Or weirdos of the same level. Judging from the combat effectiveness of the troops led by Wei Hu, they should not be a problem. As for the various weird abilities of the weirdos here, Gu Shi never worried that Wei Hu would not be able to handle it. There were also things like getting lost, which could also be handled. After thinking about it, it would be best to put talents like Wei Hu here. So not long after Wei Hu dragged the 5 celestial spirits aside, Gu Shi said to Wei Hu, "Wei Hu, I will stay here for nearly a year. You can also stay here for such a long time. During this period of time, no matter how you fight, as long as you can come back alive in the end. I don't care about other aspects. Of course, if you have hit or found a strange thing with lightning or dragon power, remember to tell me. I find these things useful. Strange things with lightning or dragon power. Right? Okay. I will keep this in mind." When Wei Hu heard that he could be released to wander around for a year, how could he not agree to such a good thing? As for finding several different kinds of strange things, he was familiar with this matter. So Wei Hu agreed immediately. But Wei Hu was still a little confused. "Brother, are you really going to stay here for a year?" "Yes. What's the problem? This place is so good. The enemies are not that strong. And the weirdness is good. You can get whatever attributes you want. The most important thing is that the weirdness here will also affect the environment. Look, I have only been here for a short time. And there are 2 more attractions on Huangquan Road. If I stay here for another year, there will be more than 180 scenic spots on the Yellow Springs Road. Then my Yellow Springs Road will start to grow." That's right. In addition to thinking about the weirdness of lightning and dragon power, and wanting to strengthen the Hand of Death, Gu Shi also has another goal that makes him stay, which is to increase the scenery on the Yellow Springs Road. In just a few days, Gu Shi has already understood that every additional scenery and fork in his Yellow Springs Road is an improvement for the Yellow Springs Road. This time, Gu Shi is not only transforming the Yellow Springs Road, but also strengthening it, consolidating his control over the Yellow Springs Road. It is a kind of strengthening of the Yellow Springs Road. Gu Shi feels that his control over the Yellow Springs Road is becoming more and more handy now. It's as if everything he learned in the Hades University before was learned in vain. No wonder some people say that it is better to fight than to study for 3 years. It's rare to have such a good place now. How could Gu Shi let it go? This year, he decided to spend the whole year here. As for the celestial race, what the third age? They have no patrols anymore. So what is there to be afraid of? The celestials had better not show up in front of Gu Shi. Gu Shi will kill one of them if they show up. Let them know that the celestials are nothing in front of Gu Shi. When Gu Shi released the guard tiger, a black portal was opened at the location of the Night Finger, about 1 or 2,000 kilometers away from Gu Shi. A man with a black crystal inlaid between his eyebrows came out with a puzzled look. He looked at the empty ground in some confusion, with a very strange look in his eyes. "Wait, where is the gathering point here? Where is such a big city of mine? Where is that stupid stone head? Where are the players I deceived with great difficulty? Where are the resources I invested? Where are the leeks that I can harvest? Where did they all go? Where did you all go?" Chapter 2133 set out again. As Wei Hu left, Gu Shi, who was a little excited, calmed down. Gu Shi did not regret attacking the Celestials at all, even though he was now in the Third Era game world recognized by the Celestials. It was the same. In Gushi's eyes, the Celestials were also players. There were also those who were not strong in the Celestials. Even if the average level of the Celestials was 45, and everyone had an orange equipment. So what? Gushi was never afraid of these. Anything could happen in the game. The Celestials could not guarantee the safety of all players. There was even no way to guarantee the ownership of all games. Otherwise, how could they divide the game levels into the first era and the second era? This shows that their control over some games is not so in place. In addition to the information said by several Celestial Undeads, Gushi also understood that the Celestials did not really value the games of the third era. These were actually created by the families or guilds in the Celestials. At most, they would report to the higher authorities, borrowing an official reputation. The official of the Celestial race only knows that there is such a place. As for what this place is like, they may not know. This can allow other races to do some tricks. When the Dark Knight Point came out, Gushi knew very well that there were at least a dozen cities similar to the Dark Knight Point. The response from the Celestial Undead was that it was arranged by the Celestial race. That is, 5 or 6 places. And some of them were in the wild. In this case, who made the remaining gathering points? The situation here can be understood by thinking about it. Although the Celestial race has put a label of the Third Age on this world, it is not the territory of the Celestial race. There are people who are fleecing here. So what is there for Gushi to be afraid of? He has taken advantage of this world. After sending Wei Hu away, Gushi also jumped on the evil coffin and went in another direction. This time Gushi can be said to have a goal. Although the 5 Celestial Undead followed Wei Hu. But in the Night Blood Road, there are also undead servants transformed by Celestials. They will provide Gushi with the correct direction. Just like this time, Gushi's evil coffin turned. Although the vision was not very convenient, but the direction was definitely correct. As the evil coffin moved faster, the weirds that were startled by the evil coffin also ate dust. They clearly saw something passing by them. But when they raised their heads to see clearly, they found that there was nothing. When they were still wondering what was going on, a whoosh sound came from their side. This was not the black feather arrow. Gushi really didn't have time to attack these ordinary weirds now. This is just that the speed of the evil coffin exceeded Mach 7. The evil coffin passed by itself, and the sound was still chasing behind. After the evil coffin ran away, the sonic boom caught up. When these weirds came out to see the situation, they were injured by the sonic boom. Some were directly killed by the sonic boom. So Gushi, who was sitting on the evil coffin, was a little puzzled. He didn't do anything along the way. Why did some kill data pop up from time to time? And they were all killed by him. What was going on? When Gushi found that something was wrong, he stuck his head out and looked outside. It was just that the speed of the evil coffin had exceeded the normal level. And Gushi looked back and saw nothing. He didn't know how those weirdos died. Gushi thought about it. Anyway, the weirdos were dead. What could they do to him? So Gushi didn't care about anything else. Just retracted his attention and listened to the undead servant talking about the next information. This undead servant didn't know much. After all, the arrangements here in the Third Age were made by the various families or guilds of the Celestial race. They couldn't tell the Celestial race about their core things. They just left the approximate range of their arrangements. This way, if something happened to them, the Third Age patrol of the Celestial race could rush over as soon as possible. As for other times, they would rather the Third Age patrol never appeared. So these undead servants only knew a general direction. As for what they arranged there, they didn't know at all. For Gushi, having a direction is enough. After all, the biggest disadvantage Gushi suffered in this lightless apocalypse is the lack of vision. Now he sticks his head out and can only see about 2 meters behind him. This kind of vision makes it impossible for Gushi to figure out the situation around him, let alone confirm the direction of attack or observe different situations in the distance. Now that he has a direction, the situation is different. Gushi at least knew where he could go, where he could find what he wanted. This was enough for Gushi. At least Gushi didn't have to worry about getting lost. As for getting information and finding targets, Gushi was not worried at all. He had a full year to do this. With such a long time, let alone a few gathering points. Even if Gushi went into the sea, it would not be impossible to find the sun that sank into the sea. Looking back at the situation behind him, Gushi lowered his head again. It's okay. You continue. The undead servant stood beside Gushi and told him everything he knew in detail. Gushi also kept recording. And sometimes, he would take out a map and draw it carefully. After walking all the way like this for more than an hour, Gushi suddenly heard a sound of water. Gushi raised his head and looked out in confusion. At this time, the sky had changed, and the white fog once again enveloped the end of the world. With the help of a monocle, Gushi saw from afar that the evil coffin was running on a mountain peak. The sound of water he heard was the sound of a waterfall flowing down the mountain. But when Gushi saw the waterfall, he was speechless. It was really a case of searching for something without any effort. What was in front of him was not a waterfall, but a dragon-related weirdness. It turned out that all the waterfalls on the mountain in front of him were flowing upward. When the water of the waterfall was flowing upward, Gushi clearly saw the shadow of a green dragon flashing in the waterfall. It was obvious that there were dragon-shaped or dragon-powered and water-based weirdness in this waterfall. Wasn't this what Gushi came here for? The previous, weird dragon spirit, Gushi exploded directly when he synthesized it. Now it has become a dragon-shaped weirdness. So Gushi naturally can't let it go. Chapter 2134 New Undead Titans Attack. Stop. Prepare for battle. When Gushi saw the waterfall, he immediately gave the order. At the same time, the steel gate appeared behind him, and Gushi's Death Titans rushed out quickly. Behind the Death Titans, there were some special Titans. These were specially researched by Eve after she got the Bone Lightning Hand. After all, Gushi always did what he promised. But because of the data and experimental materials, the research progress of the new Undead Titans has always been slow. The most important thing is that Gushi has never found a truly suitable new direction. But from the new Undead Titans in front of him, Gushi has really been working hard. So the Undead Titans are actually quite grateful to Gushi. They are the most obedient troops under Gushi. As soon as the Death Titans appeared, their eyes fell on the waterfall. They clearly saw the shadow of a green dragon in the waterfall flowing upstream. Fighting dragons is what the Death Titans are most familiar with. Without any orders, they immediately picked up the purple lightning spears and fired lightning into the waterfall. For the Death Titans, they have never fought such a smooth battle since they were created. Not to mention the 300% blessing effect of beating dragons. They rarely encounter such a good thing as water conductivity. The most important thing is that they appeared quite suddenly. The dragons lurking in the reverse waterfall have not yet understood what is going on. And lightning strikes directly. There is no need to aim specifically. Just shoot directly into the water. At most, the lightning ball will become a lightning chain. Anyway, this set is enough to fight dragons. Roar! A dragon roar came from the reverse waterfall. Then many strange dragons rushed out of the reverse waterfall. These dragons belonged to the eastern style of Jialong. But when they rushed out, it was obvious that they were no longer normal dragons. The thing in front of him was clearly a water column with a dragon head. And it looked a bit like the earthbound dragon suppressed by the steel gate. However, they did not belong to the earthbound spirits. Gushi could see that they were actually water. Water from the reverse waterfall. After seeing these dragons being beaten out, Gushi turned his head and looked at the undead servants around him. Do they have traces of research by the Celestials? The undead servant shook his head decisively. This was not the technology of the Celestials. The strange situation in front of him was too crude. There was no characteristic that the Celestials should have. Looking at the reaction of the undead servant, Gushi also nodded. If it's not, then it's not. Anyway, I'm not here for the third era of the Celestials. This whole world is my hunting ground. Under Gushi's order, the Death Titans rushed out immediately. At this time, the new Undead Titans that had just been researched also rushed out. The data of these new Undead Titans can only be said to be average, and they did not achieve any good results in the simulated battle. Gushi now needs to see how they perform in actual combat. If there is really no potential, then he will have to change his mindset. He cannot limit his mindset to one path. At this time, these new Undead Titans did not think that Gushi would have such an idea. In their eyes, the best time for them to prove themselves is now. Among these Undead Titans, a group of them jumped into the water. These Undead Titans are one of the new Undead Titans that Eve has researched. The Titans are in zombie state, with skin similar to that of zombies, and purple currents flowing on their arms, which looks like wristbands made of lightning. They move very fast, and they have already rushed to the waterfall in the opposite direction before other Titans start. Eve's idea is to abandon the Titans' long-range lightning attack ability and use all the lightning to strengthen their own muscles, so that the muscles have super strength and activity. In this case, the undead titan in front of him looks like a zombie, but has a moving speed that exceeds the zombie level. It can be said that this provides another idea for Gushi. And for Eve. It is actually very reasonable that titans do not use lightning arrows, because when titans were giants, they did not have long-range attack methods. As soon as this undead titan rushed out, Gushi watched there. These titans who could not use lightning arrows also gave up the traditional weapon of titans, spears. They directly used their own hands as weapons. On their hands, a large amount of lightning gathered. This can make their fists more powerful, and also give them the elemental effect of lightning. But Gushi is not optimistic about this design. If it weren't for Eve's suggestion, Gushi would not have had such an idea at all. In Gushi's mind, aren't titans all long-range troops? A group of melee titans like zombies, with thick skin and long blood. What's the matter? But now it seems that these zombie titans are not completely useless. At least they rushed up very quickly. And Gushi noticed that they were obviously learning from Behemoth when they rushed forward. Is this to compete with Behemoth for the title of the strongest melee force on land? After jumping into the water, these zombie titans sank to the bottom of the water immediately. Gushi had no way to do this. After all, only water ghosts were suitable for fighting underwater. After the other undead troops entered the water, they all had the fate of sinking to the bottom. But these zombie titans didn't care. Anyway, the undead didn't breathe, so it was no problem for them to soak in the water. When these zombie titans entered the water, they walked towards the underwater dragon. He turned over and lay on the dragon. These dragons only understood what happened when they were caught by the zombie titan. At this time, lightning had been injected into the dragon from the hands of the zombie titan. Under the effect of the lightning, these dragons made of water were like big snakes stuck by 7 inches. Although they were big, they had no strength. The zombie titans dragged these dragons out of the countercurrent waterfall and faced the lightning flying in this direction head-on. As zombie titans, their bodies were strengthened by the stimulation of lightning. The lightning attack of the Death Titan did not cause any harm to them. But these dragons were different. They were afraid of the weirdness of lightning. Now they were lifted to the front of the lightning attack. They were immediately hit by the lightning and turned into a pool of dirty water, leaving only a group of weird essences. Chapter 2135 The Harvest of the Undead Titans. As this batch of zombie titans attacked, the remaining undead titans also rushed to the front of the reverse waterfall. Although they were not willing to jump into the water directly like the zombie titans, they also showed their corresponding skills and attacked the swimming dragons. Under their attack, all the strange dragons soaking in the reverse waterfall were beaten out. As soon as these dragons left the water, various undead titans took the initiative to attack. Anyway, they would deal with them as conveniently as they could. And the main thing was to go all out and not care about the retreat. Looking at the appearance of these undead titans, Gushi also laughed. He felt that these undead titans were clearly not fighting these strange dragons. They were showing their strength to Gushi. For this, Gushi only took a look at most. Gushi knew very well that temporary usefulness did not mean that it would be useful all the time. If these newly made undead titans want to go to the battlefield and become the main force under Gushi, they still need a long time to prove themselves. Gushi is more concerned about the things left behind by these dragons after they died in battle. At the beginning, the situation of the dragon was better, and some strange essences were produced. These strange essences look like water balls. It is somewhat similar to the strange essence of thunder that Iron Number Brother gave Gushi. It is obviously a strange essence of water element. But what appeared later made Gushi speechless. There is really everything in it. Gushi saw some water plants and some special armor fragments at the place where the dragon was killed. This kind of armor fragment is the most unique, because the whole armor has been broken. The quality of the armor is all gray. Gushi can see that the original body of the dragon that reversed the waterfall was the armor that had not been broken. But this kind of armor is obviously a suppressed plate armor. Although the whole armor flashes with a blue-green metallic luster, it has a heavy plastic feel. It makes people feel that this armor is not a good thing. After collecting more, Gushi can also see that there should be a round shield inside the armor that can be stuck in the hand. There is also a pair of dragon claws, and the rest are too broken to see anything. Gushi tried to piece these armors together, but it was useless. The armor in front of him was not as good as the water plants that were beaten out together. After his undead titan killed all the dragons, Gushi looked at the armor and thought about it, and finally released his underwater troops to the waterfall upstream. Mermaid, floating corpse and seahorse cavalry. As soon as they appeared, They jumped into the waterfall at the first time. Some followed the water flow to the upstream of the waterfall, and some went downstream against the water flow. Gushi's order to them was very simple: to see if there was anything soaked in the water. If there was, no matter what it was, drag the thing up first. After Gushi's order was issued, these underwater troops set out quickly. Go to the water to look for possible items. Gushi immediately took out some of the strange essences he had just received. These strange essences need to be selected first. The parts with dragon power or dragon breath are selected, and the remaining ones with water attributes will be put aside for other uses. After such a selection, the number of strange essences, which were originally few, has obviously decreased. There were originally more than 300 strange essences, but after Gushi's processing, there were only 11 left. Among these 11 strange essences, half were green quality, only 4 were blue quality, and 1 was purple quality, in addition to the water plants with dragon breath, and the fragments of armor, etc. It is impossible to add up to 18 things with dragon breath. And with this quality, Gushi felt that if he really used these strange essences to arrange the Ghost Prison Operation Altar, the final quality would be several grades worse than the Ghost Prison Operation Altar of the White Bone Lightning Hand. By then, the level of the Ghost Dragon Power Hand would be much worse than that of the White Bone Lightning Hand. Gushi would not allow such a thing to happen, so he would rather stop and wait, and see if there is any strange essence in the water that is more suitable for making the Ghost Prison Operation Altar. When Gushi stopped, he was not idle. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still daytime, Gushi released a batch of fear bats. At this time, the fear bats would be much more useful than Gushi's Guizhong scout camp. They can fly, and their flying speed is not slow. Most importantly, they can use sound to explore the way. Unlike other flying troops, they can't see anything in the sky, so it's useless to send them out. After releasing the fear bats, Gushi waited on the spot. At this time, these undead titans were very excited because they had just killed a dragon in the water. You know, they have done a lot of tasks in this period of time, but there is no task that allows them to fight dragons. These undead titans are not formal titans. After all, the Titan's coming of age ceremony has not been completed yet, so how can they be considered? Now it is different. Although there are few dragons here, there are at least 300 to 500. After this wave, a group of undead titans have gained confidence. After returning, they will be ready to upgrade. There are also some titans who did not grab the dragon, and their eyes are also excited. They all saw that Gushi paid more attention to them. If he didn't pay attention, Gushi would not have released them in this situation and let them fight the dragon. If there is another opportunity to fight a dragon next time, they will definitely be released again. In this way, they will also be remembered one day. If these undead titans have morale, their morale must be constantly rising at this time. It's a pity that Gushi and his team don't need morale. Otherwise, Gushi can see the golden eagle rising above the heads of these undead titans. However, even if the morale has not improved, the initiative of these undead titans has obviously become stronger. After killing all the wandering dragons here, they took the initiative to explore the surroundings, wanting to see if there are other dragon-related things on this mountain. As long as they find it, they can get another chance to strengthen themselves. Gushi naturally noticed the actions of the undead titans, but he didn't stop them. With the level of the undead titans and their strength, even if there is no hero leading them, they are not something that ordinary weirdos can deal with in this game. The most important thing is that they have the power of lightning. Except for a few lightning-related weirdos. Other weirdos are really restrained by them. Let them go. Just as a breeze. Chapter 2136. Where did the stone come from? Sir, we found something wrong. Gushi, who was sitting on the evil coffin and reading the handbook of the Lord of Fingdu, suddenly heard the voice of an undead titan. Gushi looked up and saw that the undead titan was walking towards him with a stone taller than him. Looking excited, this titan was also a newly researched undead titan by Gushi. It was also Eve's research idea. Unlike the previous zombie titan, the undead titan in front of him was obviously 3 to 4 times the size of a normal titan. This was a titan that Eve enlarged using some undead methods. Of course, only the undead could support such a super large titan. Not to mention other things. Just a height of nearly 50 meters is not something that normal bones can support. Gushi knew very well that in order to research and make this undead titan, Gushi added a lot of steel brackets in his bones and outside his body to support his body. For the same reason, This kind of undead titan moves extremely slowly, and cannot rush to the front of the battlefield like the zombie titan. He has only two ways of attacking. One is to throw balls, like the Cyclops. The only difference is that the Cyclops throws huge stone balls, while this kind of undead titan throws iron balls that gather lightning. The power of each iron ball can destroy a city wall. The other is to rush to the bottom of the city wall during the battle, and push down the city wall, or the city gate with force. When this kind of undead titan was made, Gushi experimented with it. Apart from other things, the undead titan in front of him can overturn the dump truck. It can be seen how big and powerful this kind of undead titan is. At this time, this kind of undead titan came over with a stone taller than him, which immediately attracted Gushi's attention. Where did this stone come from? Gushi asked curiously. There's a stone blocking the road at the foot of the mountain. Standing next to the stone, you can see all the waterfalls. We felt that there was something wrong with the stone, so we transported it here. Gushi looked at the undead titan speechlessly. He felt that the undead titan's enhancements were all focused on size and strength, and his intelligence seemed to have some problems. Forget it. This type of soldier that is suitable for siege weapons can't be forced. Okay. Put the stone down, Gushi said, and the undead titan threw the stone to the ground. Bang! As the stone fell to the ground shook. But Gushi found something wrong as soon as he heard it. The density of this stone is obviously wrong. When you carried this stone over, did you feel that it was heavier? Gushi asked immediately. Heavy. It seems a little more powerful than a dump truck. The undead titan responded immediately. Gushi heard it, and immediately floated in front of the stone. Gushi found that the stone in front of him was an ordinary sedimentary rock. The surface of the stone was relatively wet, and there was some moss on it. But this was not important. The important thing was that Gushi could clearly see that there was a groove on the surface of the stone. It seemed that someone had been sitting here before, and had been sitting there for hundreds of years. Gushi didn't want to care about the history of this stone at all. When he touched the stone, he could clearly feel a chill. This chill was not caused by water vapor, but a feeling that the underworld was suppressed. Very interesting stone. This is good for suppressing the undead. Although the system did not give any prompts, Gushi made a judgment at the first time. I don't know what this thing in front of me has been affected by for a long time, but it actually has the effect of suppressing yin chi. Such a good thing. Gushi will naturally not let it go. He pointed at the undead titan. You transport this to the city, and let him send it to the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts. Gushi opened the city gate at the first time. As soon as the undead titan heard it, he knew that he had found something good. So he immediately carried such a big stone on his back, and went towards the direction of Aridavi City along the gate that Gushi had just opened. At this time, Gushi could clearly hear the sound of bells coming from the stone. It seemed that every time the undead titan took a step forward, the bell would ring. The undead titan had not taken 5 steps, and the 3 orange-clad guards under Gushi appeared beside Gushi at the first time. My lord, this thing seems to be a little wrong. He seems to be conscious. Do you want to smash this stone? The 3 orange-clad guards said at the same time. Gushi looked at the orange-clad guards at the first time. Origin of the undead. What do you think? Sir, this should be the place where a powerful person with strong strength, strong blood, vigorous energy, and long life usually practices. Something like the underworld or a dojo. Because the other party has been sitting here for a long time. This stone has also been stained with his power. That's why it has such momentum. And because the previous one had full blood, it has a certain restraining effect on weirdness and the undead. When Gushi heard this, he couldn't help but look at the undead titan who came with the stone. Well, more than half of this guy is a puppet, and he can control lightning. This blood is really nothing for the undead titan. Sir, this thing is good for suppressing the undead, but it has no effect on the undead, and the other party is obviously rejecting us. The bell sound just now is obviously a reminder to us. If we forcibly take this stone to the underworld, it will probably blow itself up. The orange guard knew Nine-Tailed Fox also said there. Hearing this, Gushi was unhappy instead. What? Seeing that I am a necromancer, you don't want to go with me? Are you looking down on me as a necromancer? I will be unhappy with that. Put the stone down for me. The undead titan threw the stone to the ground again immediately after hearing that. My lord, I am not tired. I can carry it. Gushi did not speak, and the death hand behind him punched the stone. The one who attacked was the bone lightning hand, and when Gushi attacked, Many different lightning bolts fell on the stone. The next moment, a dragon roar came from the stone. A large number of phantoms of dragons flew out of the stone, trying to pounce on Gushi. Gushi was delighted. Good stuff. Come again. After that, the death hand behind him attacked again. But this time it was the ghost dragon power hand that had not been strengthened. Chapter 2137 The Lost Light Doomsday is really a treasure land. When the ghost dragon power hand made a move, it just happened to match the characteristics of this stone. With this grab, the ghost dragon power hand actually grabbed a dragon-shaped soul from the stone. Of course, this dragon-shaped soul is the kind of flood dragon style. And the green dragon body does not look like a soul at all. And when he pulled it out with force, Gushi could also feel that under this green dragon soul, there are many souls similar to strange flood dragons and swimming dragons. The number of these dragon souls is quite large, but they are relatively unified. It feels a bit like the ghost dragon team that has not been summoned yet, but it can actually be regarded as a whole. Good stuff. As these green dragon souls were extracted, Gushi immediately understood what the current situation was. He did not stop the ghost dragon power hand's actions. At this time, the ghost dragon power hand's actions were also quite fast, and a portal appeared in the sky. The ghost dragon power dragged the souls that had just been caught, and without thinking twice, he stuffed everything into the portal in the sky. At this time, Gushi noticed that there was a green dragon tattoo on the arm of the ghost dragon power. This was somewhat similar to the changes after the white bone lightning hand completed the white bone paving on the white bone plane. It seems that all the green dragon souls that had just been caught were sent into the sky and became part of the ghost sky. Gushi's heart moved, and his attention shifted to the ghost dragon power ghost prison. At this time, Gushi noticed that the sky of the ghost dragon power ghost prison had turned into a strange gray, with gray fog covering the sky. In the gray fog, some green dragons would occasionally stick their heads out. These were the souls of the green dragons that had just been caught in the ghost dragon power ghost prison. Now they have become part of the ghost dragon power ghost prison. This time the harvest is not bad. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. At this time, the ghost dragon power hand dragged the stone again. Without the soul inside, this stone is just a stone with pure yang dragon energy, which is more useful for suppressing ghosts. But it has lost its previous spirituality. Gushi thought about it and realized that as a necromancer, he might not need this thing. So he did not stop the next action of the ghost dragon power hand. As a result, the ghost dragon power hand did something quite speechless. It grabbed the stone and smashed it into the ghost dragon power ghost prison. Gushi could see a meteor passing by, and the stone was like a meteorite, hitting the ground of the ghost dragon power ghost prison heavily. As the stone smashed down, the ghost dragon power hand turned red. It looked like the temperature had risen all of a sudden. If Gushi hadn't known that this hand of death was given by Death himself, he would have worried whether there would be any problems with the hand of death in front of him. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for a moment. No matter how pure yang and pure power is, it cannot escape the control of death. As the stone merged with the ghost dragon power ghost prison, the ghost dragon power hand was retracted. Gushi understood that even if the quality of the ghost prison's operating altar was not as good as that of the white bone lightning ghost prison, the level of this ghost dragon power ghost prison would not be much worse. All this was all thanks to the stone. I really don't know who the previous owner of this stone was, whether he was still alive in this world without light. If possible, Gushi really hopes to get some more good things from him. At this time, the underwater troops sent by Gushi into the waterfall also found some things from underwater. When these things were taken out, Gushi also understood that this time the harvest was really big enough. Above the waterfall, they found many corpses of humans and dragons. These corpses have turned into bones under the impact of the water flow. However, there are always some harder parts in the bones. It is this part of the bones that protects some of the power of these corpses in their lifetime. Some of them belong to humans, but it is unreasonable to say that the power in the dragon corpse belongs to humans. So soon, dozens of dragon-like strange powers or dragon-like undead powers were extracted. These dragon-like strange powers are all of blue quality or above, although it may not be enough to be used as the altar for the 5 dragon power soul-tearing suppression effects. But it is enough to be used as an ordinary ghost prison operation altar. The most important thing is that the quantity of these materials will be relatively large. This is enough for Gushi to slowly choose. Very good. This time it is really well done. Gushi laughed happily. For Gushi, This time is really a big profit. It seems that his first pair of death hands is about to take shape. At this time, 2 more seahorse cavalrymen dragged something out from underwater. This thing is a box that can be carried on the back. This box is actually not that big, and there is a dragon head painted on the front of the silver-gray box. At first, Gushi thought that there was something hidden or locked in the box. But when Gushi touched it, he found that things were not what he thought. The box in front of him was actually empty. But the box in front of him was enough to serve as a powerful dragon. Before Gushi made a judgment, the ghost dragon's hand quickly took action and received everything here into the ghost dragon's ghost prison. At the same time, the liches in the ghost dragon's ghost prison also took action, taking advantage of the opportunity of various materials to enter and build various buildings in the positions that were set at the beginning. Whether it was the ghost prison operation altar at the beginning or the dragon's soul tearing, they were actually basic altars. It is not difficult to build it. That is, how big amount of earth should be built with various materials. How many layers of earth should be divided. How many people can stand on each layer, etc. As for why the altar is not built first, and other things should be discussed after the materials arrive, that is entirely because the materials are to be buried underground, and the altar is to be built on the weird materials. At the same time, the situation of the altar needs to be adjusted according to the materials. For example, the material comes from a certain type of dragon, and the statue on the altar is often a dragon-style statue, etc. Now all the materials have been delivered. The Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison started to run quickly. Gushi watched the things being sent into the Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison one by one, and watched the Ghost Dragon Power Ghost Prison become more and more powerful. And Gushi nodded with satisfaction. Finally caught up. It seems that he only needs to find a few more powerful and keyword things to suppress them, and his hand of death will be done. This Lost Light Doomsday is really a treasure land. Chapter 2138 Gu, she was targeted by a high-level weirdness. Gushi stayed under the cliff with the waterfall flowing backwards for a whole day. Gushi did not set out again until his men confirmed that there was no more good stuff to be found in the waterfall, because of the gains in Dragon Chi weirdness. Gushi was in a very good mood at this time. Even when he was on the road, he was smiling. At this time, Gushi did not know that his appearance had attracted the attention of the entire Lost Light world. Many high-level weirdnesses noticed Gushi's existence at the first time, although they did not know what Gushi wanted to do. Gushi's appearance had already destroyed the balance of the Lost Light world. In the Lost Light world, weirdness also has levels and organizations. This was known when Gushi came to the Lost Light world and inquired about the news. The biggest weirdness in the entire Lost Light world is naturally divided into 5 categories, and more than a dozen. The weakest is the blowout ghost in the elevator that Gushi encountered, the kind that even normal people cannot beat. The strongest one is the one who swallowed the sun. He is a unique existence. At the same time, he doesn't care whether you are strong or not. Anyway, there is no one stronger than him in this world. However, according to rumors, the sun swallowed by him is actually a weirdo. His level should be a little weaker than his. Anyway, even if it is worse, it is limited. Otherwise, how could he be able to hold back this person's steps and prevent him from landing after being swallowed for so long? The next level is the weirdo of this world's pillar. Just like the white fog, he has the idea of replacing the sun and becoming the day. There are also the sea and the night, which are powerful weirdos that can cover the entire game world. It is also the second level of weirdos that affect the entire world. However, these people are considered the top of the second level. They have already left a certain level. Even if the world of Lost Light changes, they don't care, because the source of their power is no longer on the gains and losses of the world of Lost Light. This is just like the Taishan Mansion Lord that Gushi met in the world where he got the grass return pill. He is actually the ceiling of that world. No matter how hard he tries, he can't break through the upper limit of that world. So all he can do is reincarnate again and again, and comprehend something from other perspectives again and again. These weirdos are also in the same situation. They are already the ceiling of this world. They cannot give up their current weird power and turn to other directions. So stability is the most important thing for them. Changing themselves it will only make them lose everything. So they don't really care about the appearance of Gushi. What really cares about Gushi's existence is actually the weather or mountains and rivers affected by darkness. Of course, it is not clear whether there are players who collude with such a level of weirdness. Anyway, These are the basic existences of the second tier. Compared with white fog and the like, they can affect the whole world. But it has not yet reached the end. At the same time, they are still moving in this direction. So Gu Shi's every move naturally attracted their attention. As for the next level, it is almost the strength of the gathering point. If the left little finger at the time can handle the gathering point of the ninth finger and successfully sacrifice the entire gathering point, the third level of weirdness will come out. The fourth level is almost the level of dark wisdom. Gu Shi's target was actually between the third and fourth gears. So he never thought that he would be targeted by the weirdness of the second gear. The weirdness that targeted Gu Shi this time was actually a poisonous rain in the sky. The reason why Gu Shi was targeted by him was entirely because Gu Shi had just taken down the waterfall. The waterfall and the poisonous rain were not actually very related. But the green dragon under the waterfall was related. Under the reverse waterfall, there was a dragon pond. If there were no loss of light, weirdness, etc., there would definitely be some legends about the sleeping dragon. But now there is no such thing. Instead, because there is a dragon, and the dragon has the ability to move clouds and rain, the weirdness in the sky transformed from the original rain is also related to the dragon pond. Naturally, it was discovered by the poisonous rain. Of course, there is also the reason that Gu Shi took too much action and took away too much. This time, Gu Shi can be said to have taken away the reverse waterfall, all the weirdness that can be seen nearby, and even the bones. This made Yu anxious, and he immediately noticed Gu Shi. If it weren't for this reason, Yu, such a big weird, would not have noticed Gu Shi's existence. As for Yu, there was actually another weird transformed from a cloud. However, this weird named Guiyun was actually a jerk. He didn't have any hobbies, and didn't care about anything. The main thing is to mix in the four kinds of weirdness: wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and act as a messenger. At other times, he doesn't really take action, even if he sees Gu Shi messing around. What's the matter? Will it affect him floating in the sky? It doesn't affect him. Then it's okay. In addition to the poisonous rain, the mountains and rivers are actually eyeing Gu Shi. It's just that the weirdness of mountains. Rivers cannot move by themselves. And they are not second-tier existences. They are third-tier existences. Even if they are anxious, they don't have the chance to kill Gu Shi, unless Gu Shi walks towards them. Look! As the white fog slowly dissipates, the sky darkens, and Gu Shi happens to pass by a forest. Because he got good things at the waterfall, Gu Shi's speed of movement of the evil coffin did not increase much when he was walking along the way. It's almost the speed of sound. With Gu Shi's strength, he can see the surrounding environment very clearly. Sometimes Gu Shi will stop and come down to see if there are any unexpected gains. Gu Shi has seen this forest from afar. It's just that the forest in front of him covers a large area. Gu Shi didn't have the habit of taking detours, so he didn't care about these things at all, and headed straight towards the forest. As a result, when Gu Shi entered the forest, it was dark. As soon as he entered the forest, Gu Shi felt a chill on his body. Then Gu Shi noticed that the situation of the forest in front of him was different from that of some of the forests he had passed by before. But Gu Shi was not afraid of these. Anyway, there was no weirdness in this world. Gu Shi didn't know how many weird things he encountered along the way. If it didn't work, Gu Shi would just turn the table over, and it wouldn't take much energy to turn the whole forest into a ghost flower. So Gu Shi waved his hand and entered the forest in front of him when it got dark. Chapter 2139 Weird Forest. As Gu Shi entered the forest, the surrounding environment quickly darkened. Gu Shi felt a chilly breath coming down from the treetops, and each breath seemed to carry a strange murmur. The orange-clad guard Xingjiawei appeared beside Gu Shi at the first moment, regardless of whether there was any situation, and first blessed Gu Shi with several different mental spells. Then the holder of the white bone obelisk appeared behind Gu Shi, helping Gu Shi to suppress all the weirdness. Gu Shi's newly strengthened death hand also appeared behind Gu Shi, one radiating the power of lightning, and the other radiating pure yang and pure dragon energy, helping Gu Shi to block the strange breath. At this time, the orange-clad guard Xingjiawei took a look at the surrounding situation and whispered to Gu Shi, "My lord, where did you find this ghost place? It has already formed a collective consciousness." Because of the orange guard knew Ninetail, and because Gu Shi himself was a little afraid of spiritual magic, Gu Shi also learned some of it. He knew what collective consciousness was as soon as he heard it. So he said directly, "So? This forest in front of us is a hole? What do you think the impact range of this forest is? It's not as big as the ghost prison. The orange guard knew Ninetail said immediately, "Hey, this forest is really interesting. What did you find?" Gushi looked at the orange guard knew Ninetail curiously. "My lord, there are actually living things in the forest in front of us. Although I'm not sure whether they are creatures or weird. These living things are symbiotic with the forest. In other words, they belong to the forest. But they are not part of the forest." In fact, the orange guard knew Ninetail did not need to explain too clearly. And Gushi also understood what he meant. This attracted Gushi's interest. Since the Ghost Squad and the Ghost Dragon Squad, Gushi has been thinking about a question. That is, for beings with collective consciousness, such as cities with collective consciousness or seas with collective consciousness, are they considered living things? If they are considered living things, will they be affected by double death after death? And what will they become after death? Is it a whole? Or many clones? Gushi really wants to know this. But he has never encountered it. This time, it is rare to encounter such a good thing. Gushi will naturally not let it go. It's really rare. Destroy it, Gushi said while letting the city gate out, preparing to mobilize troops from the city and deploy mud trucks. At the same time, without Gushi's order, his hands behind his back quickly moved. Batches of liches and death incarnations quickly appeared under the control of Gushi's hands behind his back. All the liches came from the dead witch core, and they came out with only one goal: to release the dead witch force field, whether it is used to protect Gushi himself or to occupy the forest in front of him. A large number of liches are needed. As for the death incarnation, Gushi is preparing to use it for a wave of nuclear bomb machine guns. With such a large range, Gushi must be able to hit wherever he wants. Anyway, it is all about destroying this forest, so it shouldn't be a problem no matter where it is hit. Now such trivial matters can be handled by the hand of death. Gushi can naturally do some major things. Gushi himself flew up from the evil coffin, and with the power of the King of the Sky, he directly mastered temporary infinite mana. Then the air spell of more than 40 levels was launched, and a strong wind blew through the entire forest. Gushi didn't even need to look. He could already feel the situation of this forest through the power of the wind. Before, the orange-clad guard Xingwei used the power of the mind to judge that the forest in front of him belonged to a collective consciousness. And there were also many symbionts in the forest. And Gushi used the power of the wind to feel everything in it. Gushi could feel that he was at the outer edge of the forest. The wind controlled by Gushi blew and easily advanced a long distance. But at a certain position in the forest, which was the core of the forest, the strong wind could not blow in at all. The trees there were layered, and when the wind blew past, it was directly blocked back. In the forest, there were at least hundreds of thousands of acres of places that were not accessible to the wind and Gushi could not explore. In addition to these places, Gushi also noticed that when the strong wind blew, some strange animals or plants in the forest raised their heads. The level of these animals and plants is almost the level of dark wisdom. The weirdness below this level is actually all part of the forest. They are all counted in the collective consciousness and cannot be considered as real weird existences. Although there are still several locations that cannot be found, Gushi has already understood the layout of the entire forest, especially where the core position of the enemy is. Gushi can see it clearly. Nuclear bomb machine gun. No. Now it's the nuclear bomb Katyusha. With the strong wind as Gushi's eyes and ears, 500 pairs of death incarnations began to combine freely. They flew into the sky at the first time. They would turn themselves into the strongest bombs in the sky. And at the same time, when they flew up, the wind was already blowing in front of them. This is the guiding wind that Gushi just released. Each strong wind led to a more dangerous position in the forest. When the death incarnations took action, the forest also moved. The earth began to shake, and a large number of tree roots popped out from the ground and entangled towards Gushi. At the same time, some wild beasts that only appear in the forest were rushing towards Gushi with red eyes. However, when they rushed out, they happened to meet the liches who were arranging the dead witch force field. These liches were preparing a suitable land for Gushi at this time. When facing the tree roots and beasts rushing over, the liches did not retreat, but used various spells that the necromancers could use. That's right. Don't think that the liches can only use the dead witch force field. At the beginning, the necromancers, who had not yet become liches, existed to assist the dead witch lords and cooperate with the dead witch lords to use large-scale magic similar to the undead disaster. They knew everything the Dead Witch Lords could do. And their level was not weak. But later, Gu Shi had more and more subordinates. And the importance of the Dead Witch force field became stronger and stronger. So the role of the liches was placed on the Dead Witch force field. But this time, once the Dead Witch army was released, the shackles inside were unlocked. Let the liches return to the original path. Looking at the strange animals and plants rushing over, they used a spell at the same time. Super large range. Corrosion. Chapter 2140 Easy to control. Corrosion is a technique rarely used by necromancers. This is a wasteful spell that all necromancers are reluctant to use, because corrosion is really wasteful. The waste mentioned here does not refer to the waste of mana or something, but the waste of corpses, corpse explosions and the like. At least corpses are used. But as for corrosion, as long as it is cast out, no matter what is touched, not even the corpse will be left. Only some corroded liquid will remain. For necromancers, there is no more wasteful spell than this. However, no matter how much the necromancers complain, they have to admit that the power of corrosion is still very large, especially for heavily armored troops, troops with high magic resistance, and troops rushing out from a large area. The effect of corrosion is quite good. This is the situation in front of us. When these tree roots and beasts rush out, corrosion is like a large basin of aqua regia poured on their heads. Before these tree roots and beasts have any time to react, their bodies melted on the spot. Especially those tree roots. They are the easiest to corrode. As soon as the corrosion magic came down, the tree roots were directly cut off. Gu Shi also raised his head at this time. He didn't pay attention to the situation in front of him. Gu Shi saw that these were all cannon fodder. They were even more cannon fodder than the cannon fodder troops of the undead. It was useless to fight them. The most critical thing now was the sky. At this time, the 2,500 pairs of death incarnations in the sky were ready to attack. They all flew to the highest point, so high that Gu Shi couldn't see their shadows. At this time, Gu Shi relied entirely on perception and the collective of the death incarnations. The guiding wind was sent out, locking the target position on the spot, and the 2,500 pairs of death incarnations were divided into 5 teams, falling directly from the sky. These death incarnations fell like meteors to those points where strong winds could not enter. At the beginning, the mountains and forests could still resist, but this was not an attack at once, but a nuclear bomb Katyusha. At least 500 attacks at each position. Even if the forest can block 1 or 2 waves, the whole 500 waves of attacks can be penetrated by you. Just like what happened in front of him. After the first explosion sounded, Gu Shi immediately landed on the evil coffin. The evil coffin guards and the various purple and orange equipment in the evil coffin protected Gu Shi on the spot. When Gu Shi protected himself, the shockwave caused by the big explosion even lifted up the nearby trees. Standing on the evil coffin, Gu Shi directly ignored the shockwave in front of him. And the air wall and force field shield were all opened. No matter how strong the shockwave was, it was almost resolved when it rushed to Gu Shi. After a series of explosions ended, Gu Shi flew up again, and the strong wind blew again. This time, there was no place in the forest that could stop Gu Shi from being blown by the strong wind. As for why he didn't use his eyes to see, that must be because Gu Shi can see now. It's dark now, with only a 2-meter field of vision. The perception brought by the wind is farther than Gu Shi can see. After finding that the core of the forest had been blown up, Gu Shi waved his hand, and the ghost flower flew out immediately, and was carried to every corner of the forest by the strong wind. As the ghost flower fell, the Black Blood Knight also rushed out with the undead servant. At this time, they also had a 2-meter sight, but they really didn't care about it, because they stepped out on the Knight's Blood Road. If they found something wrong, as long as there was a ghost flower, they could step back on the Knight's Blood Road. So they were the most elusive existence on the battlefield. As long as there was a little movement, they would rush out immediately and kill the nearby enemies. After killing the enemies, they would quickly return to the Knight's Blood Road. Don't underestimate the Black Blood Knight and undead servant under Gu Shi. There are really all levels here. Not only level 60 undead servant, but even demigod level existence. So no matter what situation they encounter in the forest, they deal with it in the same way. Surround and beat them. At first, the weirdos in the forest thought that the forest was their home ground, and the collective consciousness of the forest could help them. But they didn't expect that the level here could not be compensated by collective consciousness. All the weirdos in the forest no matter what level, were directly wiped out. And this weird forest, at this time, also understood that he was afraid that he could not beat Gu Shi. At first, he thought that Gu Shi was an ordinary necromancer, and he wanted to swallow Gu Shi and use Gu Shi's knowledge to strengthen his weird abilities. In the end, he encountered such a hard iron plate. If he had known this would happen, he would not have jumped out. Wouldn't it be better to pretend to be in the forest honestly? Why must I die here? But it's too late now. When he found that the Black Blood Night was progressing smoothly, Gu Shi released the undead laborers in the Night's Blood Road. At the same time, batches of liches began to enter the forest. They quickly went to the forest through the road opened by the undead laborers and the guidance of the Ghost Flower and Wind. Their role now is to use the dead, which force field to turn the forest in front of them into undead. At the same time, Gu Shi himself was not idle. The Yellow Spring Road was released at the first time. If the dead, which force field and other means, are the means for Gu Shi to change the venue before becoming the Lord of the Underworld, then the Yellow Spring Road is a means of swallowing the land in all directions after becoming the Lord of the Underworld. The reason why Gu Shi still asked the liches to arrange the dead, which force field is not because the Yellow Spring Road is not smooth or something, but the forest in front of him is not an ordinary scenery. The Orange Guard Xinjiawei said before that the forest in front of him is a huge weird body. Gu Shi is not sure what the forest in front of him is like. So Gu Shi's primary goal now is to kill this forest. If he moves to the Yellow Spring Road, he will have to wait until he kills this strange forest before seeing the situation. Now releasing the Yellow Spring Road is just a way for Gu Shi to protect himself. He doesn't want to be stolen by others at the last minute. As for the rest of the things, it's better to leave it to the Black Blood Knight. Gu Shi's caution is right. Although several core positions of this forest were bombed, and the weirdness in the forest was hit, but he has not exposed the most critical position. At this time, this forest also knows that if you want to solve all the troubles, you must kill Gu Shi first. So this strange forest concentrated all its strength and attacked Gu Shi's position. It's just a pity that his attack this time hit Gu Shi's Yellow Spring Road. Gu Shi, standing on the Naiha Bridge, didn't even have a layer of oilskin scratched. It even exposed the location of the strange forest. Sir, I have found it. I have found it too. Evil Coffin. Attack. Chapter 2141 Killing Weird Forest. Under Gu Shi's command, the Evil Coffin rushed underground with Gu Shi. The power of the earth fruit directly broke through the soil full of roots and went to the location found by Gu Shi and the Orange Guard Xinjiawei. Even underground, the Evil Coffin moved very fast. In almost a blink of an eye, the speed of the Evil Coffin was close to Mach 5. At such a speed, even the farthest distance can be reached in an instant. Before the attack of the mountain forest hit Gu Shi had already locked the location of the collective consciousness of the mountain forest and rushed to the nest of the strange mountain forest. This is an underground space that is not affected by day and night. The entire underground space is actually not very large. When the Evil Coffin broke out of the ground, Gu Shi saw a huge tree ball wrapped by a large number of roots. The tree ball in front of him was like a heart, contracting and beating slightly there. But this contraction and beating was quite slow. If Gu Shi had not seen this situation when he came over, he might have overlooked the role of this huge tree ball. But now that he has seen it, the situation is different. Gu Shi has many ways to destroy the scene in front of him. Facing the current scene, Gu Shi did not think much. He directly chose the simplest one. The soul flower leads plant to plant. Isn't it collective consciousness? Isn't it the strange forest? All are led away as one body. When Gu Shi made a move, the soul flower flew out of Gu Shi's hand and quickly fell on the huge tree ball. The petals of the soul flower split into 2 on the tree ball. 2 became 4. And soon new soul flowers grew on the tree ball. At the same time, Gu Shi could also see that for every more soul flowers on the tree ball, some blue phantoms would be drawn away. This is the effect of the soul of the tree ball. And even the entire strange forest being led away. Sure enough, no matter how strong the level of this game world is, it is not beyond the imagination of normal people. This was enough for Gu Shi. Under Gu Shi's control, the Nether Spirit Flower had already had some effects of blooming and destroying the world. The Nether Spirit Flowers were rapidly devouring the tree ball in front of them. And the speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, it even swallowed up all the parts of the tree ball, turning it into a flower ball dominated by blue and white. Gu Shi had been standing aside and watching the scene until the flower ball appeared. A ding sound came to Gushi's ears, and a smile flashed in his eyes. You killed the devouring forest, level 19. Group consciousness. Domain template. And you got 13,187 experience points. Good guy. It turns out that this strange forest has its own name. And the experience is also quite high. Just one of them has more than 10,000 experience points. But think about it. This is quite reasonable. After all, with such a large group consciousness, killing one is equivalent to pulling out the entire forest. Everything in the forest is counted in it. The experience points of more than 10,000 are actually too little. But Gushi didn't care about that. He was more curious about what effect such a forest with collective consciousness would have on Double Death. At this time, Gushi contacted Luna as soon as possible. But Gushi never expected that Luna had not responded yet. But there was news from the Night Blood Road. In the Night Blood Road, there was actually a forest, and there were countless undead laborers working there. This batch of undead laborers must have appeared newly. They did not work with the undead laborers in the Night Blood Road. Nor did they go to the city in the Night Blood Road. They just stayed in the forest. And they looked like wild people in the forest. But their labor efficiency was quite high. At every moment, a large amount of wood, stone, metal and other materials such as fur and bones were delivered to the foot of the mountain. These things are all high quality and good things. Even if they can only be used in the Night Blood Road. It is enough to have a great impact on the Black Blood Knight and those undead servants. It can be said that this has brought a different kind of vitality to the Night Blood Road. This situation also made Gushi feel a little surprised. He really didn't expect that the Night Blood Road would be the first to react. He thought that no matter what collective consciousness there was, at most a level 19 undead servant would appear in the Night Blood Road. But he never expected that such a situation would occur. Now Gushi is looking forward to the appearance of the undead in the city of Aladovi. In Gushi's opinion, this kind of collective consciousness is most likely to form a group ghost like the Ghost Squad or the Ghost Dragon Squad. And it may also be a super large group. Gushi will see whether to arrange them to fight or let them carry things. At this time, Luna also received the latest news. My lord, the undead who entered the formed city has been found. But the situation here seems to be a little wrong. Do you want to come and take a look? After hearing the news from Luna, Gushi knew that his judgment was still wrong. Yaladowai City is his foundation. And Gushi does not want any problems to happen in Yaladowai City. So Gushi opened the door back to Yaladowai City as soon as possible. As soon as he entered Yaladowai City, Gushi understood why Luna said that the situation was not right. Outside the main gate of Yaladowai City, where the mirror strange space was originally placed, there was a terrifying hill. This hill was made up of countless corpses. Among these corpses, there were complete mummies, half-rotten corpses, and a large number of bones. On the surface, the hill was lying in place without moving. But Gushi could see that some corpses would fall from this hill from time to time. It is obvious that these corpses are a whole with the hill itself. This is the method of collective consciousness. Gushi walked to the hill about 300 meters away and turned around. He checked the properties of the hill again and made a rough judgment in his mind. Corpse Hill, level 19. Collective consciousness experience, 0/50,000. Attack 30 to 60. Defense 45. Life 1,200. Skills, Devour Recovery. Absorption Strengthening. Magic Resistance. Weapon Installation. Undead Fusion. Well, Gushi only took a glance and knew that the undead in front of him, called Corpse Hill, actually had the potential to be made into a dump truck. Look at what the properties of this thing are. Devour Recovery. Absorption Strengthening. Undead Fusion. Weapon Installation. This clearly means that as long as the undead and corpses are integrated into it, the Corpse Hill will grow. It's just a pity that Gushi is not very interested in a simple Corpse Hill. When he saw this Corpse Hill, Gushi was already thinking about what he should add to it.